Qin Tao abandoned his celebrity wife, who was worth hundreds of billions, and ran away with his 5-year-old son overnight. The wife woke up and checked the surveillance footage. She saw that the man who had left overnight with their child was none other than her husband, Qin Tao, whom she had publicly humiliated and called a good-for-nothing just a few hours earlier. In less than an hour, Qin Tao's photos spread across the entire internet. Everyone was convinced that this penniless veteran had kidnapped his son to take revenge on his wife or to extort an exorbitant ransom for the child. But Qin Tao didn't contact her, nor did he ask for a single penny. He simply took his son and left Los Angeles overnight, returning to a remote mountain village that was so small it was hard to even find on a map. But what they didn't know was that Qin Tao's true identity, which he had hidden for many years, was something that ordinary people couldn't possibly discover. Chapter 1. The South African Battlefield. Artillery fire tore through the night, and the entire base was shrouded in smoke. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a group of blood-soaked soldiers rushed into the camp, frantically searching for a doctor while carrying a man. This man was Qin Tao. At this time, he was covered in wounds, having been shot 17 times, with severe damage to his chest, abdomen, and even brain. After seeing the test results, everyone fell silent. Such injuries would have killed an ordinary person long ago, but Qin Tao had endured until now thanks to his astonishing willpower. The soldiers guarding outside the operating room were even more awe-inspiring to the doctors. Each of them seemed like a monster emerging from a battlefield of death, their eyes cold, simply because they were waiting for their fate. One of the scarred men whispered that if their leader didn't survive, no one could accept the outcome. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, the general arrived at the scene. Qin Tao on the operating table. This man who had survived countless battles instantly had tears in his eyes. He had only one sentence. No matter the cost, we must save him. Because everyone knew that without Qin Tao, they would never have returned from this war. 3 days later, Qin Tao was finally out of danger. But the doctors told everyone that a 2mm shrapnel fragment remained in his brain, which couldn't be removed with current technology and could even lead to paralysis in the future. Everyone thought that this battlefield legend's life was ruined. But 3 months later, what happened in the examination room shocked all the doctors. Qin Tao has fully recovered. His body is covered in scars, each one a testament to his brush with death. However, recently, he's been seeing strange images. These images, like premonitions, suddenly appear in his mind. The doctor suspected it might be related to shrapnel in his brain, but Qin Tao just smiled. He had already decided to leave the army. In the command center, the general remained silent for a long time. With Qin Tao's achievements, he was fully qualified to become one of the youngest generals in China. Yet Qin Tao chose to retire. He told the general that he had been away from home for too long and should go back to see his parents. Ultimately, the general did not sign the retirement application, but simply put the documents away. When Qin Tao walked out of the office, all his comrades surrounded him. Some called him boss, others called him Dragon King. They couldn't accept that the man who had led them out of death was really leaving. But Qin Tao simply told them, a true strong man doesn't rely on any one person. Every single one of his trainees is now capable of handling things independently. With that, he turned and left. The next second, a unified roar erupted behind him. Salute! All the soldiers simultaneously raised their hands, bidding farewell to this legend with the highest honors. 3 months later, at the foot of Linguan Mountain in China, a dilapidated bus was parked by the mountain road. Qin Tao got off the bus with a blonde, mixed-race little boy. The little boy looked up and asked, "Dad, are we home?" Qin Tao lifted him onto his shoulders and told him that this was China and his home. He said he had to learn Chinese from now on. This child was Little Whale. On his first visit to China, he looked at the green mountains and clear waters with eyes full of wonder. Everything here was like a fairy tale to him, who had grown up abroad. Qin Tao took out his drone and captured the stunning scenery of the entire Linguan mountain area. As the live stream began, viewers were quickly captivated by the view. The rolling mountains, clear streams, and ancient villages left countless people in awe. Some asked what place this was. Others remarked that any screenshot could be used as wallpaper. Just as the live stream's popularity was soaring, Qin Tao encountered Qin Baitu. the village's fifth uncle. But when the old man saw the little whale beside him, he froze. Qin Tao smiled and introduced it as his son. However, the next second, Qin Baitu's expression suddenly changed. Something had happened in the village. Lu Dazhuang was causing trouble at the Qin family's house. He claimed Qin Tao's father owed him 100,000 yuan and wanted to force the Qin family to hand over the land behind the mountain. Hearing this, Qin Tao's eyes instantly turned cold. He was risking his life to protect the country outside, yet back home, someone dared to bully his parents. He would never let this go. Soon, Qin Tao returned to the Qin family home with the little whale. The courtyard was already surrounded by villagers. Lu Dazhuang was pointing at Qin's father and yelling, demanding he repay the money. The next second, a cold voice rang out. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to my father like that?" Everyone turned around instantly. A man who had disappeared for 6 years had finally returned. Before Lu Dazhuang could react, Qin Tao was already standing in front of him. The next moment, an adult was thrown aside with a single hand. Boom! Lu Dazhuang crashed heavily into a large tree in the yard. The entire scene fell silent instantly. None of the villagers could believe their eyes. 6 years had passed, and Qin Tao had not only returned, but he was still the same Qin family man whom no one dared to mess with. Lu Dazhuang lay on the ground, in so much pain he couldn't get up for a long time. The man who had been so arrogant just moments before now looked at Qin Tao with nothing but fear in his eyes. He never imagined that Qin Tao, whom he hadn't seen for 6 years, would become so terrifying. Qin Tao walked up to him and said coldly, "We can talk about the money owed. But if you dare to bully your parents like this, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Dazhuang wanted to continue being stubborn, but faced with Qin Tao's icy gaze, he couldn't utter a single word. A few thugs who had followed him tried to intimidate him by mentioning their connections in town. But Qin Tao didn't take them seriously at all. He just gave them a cold glance. The next second, Lu Dazhuang was thrown out of the courtyard again. Those who had been so aggressive just moments before turned pale with fright and scrambled away from the Qin family home. The villagers in the courtyard finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone understood that Qin Tao, who had once made the village proud, had truly returned. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out. "Daddy, you're so amazing." The little whale ran out from the side and jumped into Qin Tao's arms. Qin Tao smiled and picked him up, and the little guy skillfully climbed onto his shoulder. This scene stunned everyone in the Qin family. Qin Baimu looked at the blonde, mixed-race little boy with a face full of doubt. He never expected that his son, whom he hadn't seen for many years, would bring back a child. Qin Tao smiled and picked up the little whale, asking him to call him Grandpa and Grandma. But the little guy immediately opened his mouth with a string of English. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Qin Tao reminded him of his promise, and the little whale finally took it seriously and changed his address. Grandpa, Grandma. The simple 2 words instantly enlivened the entire Qin family. Shen Fanghua excitedly hugged the little whale, unable to get enough of looking at it. She tenderly stroked the child's head, then turned to scold Qin Tao. How could he let the child run so far with him alone? Qin Tao explained with a smile that little whale was in good health. But Shen Fanghua wouldn't listen. In her eyes, her grandson was always more important than her son. Little whale looked at his grandmother earnestly and said, "Grandma, Daddy is very strong. You can't beat him." One sentence stunned everyone. Shen Fanghua was both angry and amused. She told little whale that even if she couldn't beat him, she was still his grandmother and had to take care of his father. Seeing this, Qin Tao could only shake his head helplessly. He had just returned, and his son was already completely protected by his mother. After the villagers left, Shen Fanghua finally asked why the child's mother hadn't returned. Qin Tao recalled Angelina Hathaway's reaction when she learned the child had been taken back to China and felt a headache coming on. He could only explain that she was too busy with work to return temporarily. After hearing this, Qin Baimu asked if the child's mother was a foreigner. Qin Tao nodded, but he didn't tell his father that this woman wasn't an ordinary foreigner. She was a world-renowned Hollywood star. After the family was reunited, the Qin family quickly regained its long-lost liveliness. Shen Fanghua's mind was filled with thoughts of cooking delicious food for her grandson. Chicken soup, goose, fish, shrimp. She laid out all sorts of delicacies. Little whale listened to his grandmother's descriptions, his mouth practically watering. Finally, he couldn't help but whisper, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Shen Fanghua immediately pulled her grandson into the house. On the other side, Qin Tao sat down and began to learn about his family's situation. He then learned that the 200,000 yuan he left behind after his discharge from the army had been used by his father 3 years ago to contract the hill behind the village, intending to grow fruit trees to make money. Several years passed, but the fruit trees still didn't grow well. Not only did he not make money, but he also dragged down his family's income. Just then, Lu Dazhuang set his sights on the back mountain. He first pretended to borrow money to help, but in reality, he devised a scam. The father had only received 40,000 yuan, but the IOU had ballooned to 100,000. Now, Lu Dazhuang's real purpose was to force the Qin family to hand over the management rights of the back mountain. After hearing the whole story, Qin Tao's face turned completely cold. He finally understood. Lu Dazhuang hadn't come to collect a debt at all. From the very beginning, his goal was to seize the Qin family's assets. Qin Tao only said one sentence: "Leave this to me." Then, he took the little whale and left home, intending to go check out the back mountain. The father and son walked along the village's cobblestone path, quickly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked on with curiosity at the beautiful mixed-race child. And for the little whale, it was the first time he truly understood this strange yet magical hometown. The century-old houses, the blue brick paths, the chickens and dogs by the roadside, everything was new and exciting to him. The drone continued its live stream. Viewers, seeing this ancient village hidden deep in the mountains, were also amazed. This place doesn't resemble a modern city. It's more like a forgotten paradise. Just as the father and son continued on their way, several stray dogs suddenly blocked their path. They bared their teeth and gave a low, menacing warning. The viewers in the live stream tensed instantly. Qin Tao immediately shielded the little whale behind him. But the next second, the previously ferocious stray dogs suddenly fell silent. They tucked their tails between their legs and made way for him. A tall figure slowly walked out. Sunlight shone on its golden fur. A majestic, large yellow dog appeared before everyone. The villagers all knew it. It was the village's king dog. The little whale was a little scared and clung tightly to Qin Tao's hand. Qin Tao looked at the large yellow dog before him, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Years had passed. The dog's scent reminded him of his childhood. He tentatively called out, "Big Yellow?" The next second, Big Yellow froze. Then, its tail wagged wildly, and it charged straight at Qin Tao. The live stream chat exploded. No one had expected it. A simple name had made this canine king recognize its owner. Qin Tao cradled the Huang's head and told little whale with a smile, "This is a descendant of the dog grandpa used to keep." So many years have passed, yet it still remembers the Qin family's scent. Little whale cautiously reached out to touch De Huang. The once majestic dog king now lay obediently on the ground, wagging its tail like an ordinary mongrel. The little whales were initially a bit scared, but once they recognized Qin Tao's young master, they immediately became docile, fawning over the child and completely shedding their previous ferocity. Qin Tao took the little whale back to the vicinity of the old courtyard. Looking at the familiar banyan tree at the village entrance, images of sitting under the tree with his grandfather as a child, watching the stars, flashed through his mind. Many years had passed. The old courtyard was still there, but the old man who once accompanied him was no longer there. The gate was already locked, and Qin Tao didn't have the key, so he had to go around to the back to get in. The pond behind the yard was dug by his grandfather years ago, with spring water drawn from a stream. It was crystal clear, and he could see fish and shrimp swimming in it. The little whale was lying nearby, observing curiously, when Qin Tao quickly picked him up and reminded him that it was dangerous there. The two continued their ascent up the mountain. The sunny slope had once been an orchard, teeming with peach, orange, apple, pear, kiwi, and cherry trees. But as Qin Tao drew closer, his expression slowly darkened. The fruit trees before him had all lost their vitality. Their leaves were yellowing, and their branches were withered, a far cry from the lush scene he remembered. Viewers in the live stream also noticed the anomaly and began asking why, but Qin Tao offered no explanation. He simply squatted down and dug into the soil. He grabbed a handful of soil and smelled it. The next second, his face turned completely cold. The soil reeked of a strong pesticide odor, very similar to paraquat. If someone used this to irrigate the land for an extended period, it would not only kill the fruit trees, but also completely destroy the soil. Qin Tao had already guessed who was behind it. He coldly stated that if it really was that person, he would not let them off easily. He then turned off the live stream, packed up the drone, and continued to investigate behind the mountain with the little whale. The scenery behind the mountain was completely different. The trees were lush and the vegetation was abundant, still retaining the appearance of a primeval forest. Qin Tao picked a few wild fruits and handed them to the little whale. After the child finished eating, its eyes lit up, and it kept praising how delicious they were. Just as the two continued onward, a weak cry for help suddenly came from deep within the mountains. This place was rarely visited, and remembering the damage to the orchard, Qin Tao immediately became alert and quickly rushed over with the little whale. He soon discovered a woman trapped in a crevice in the mountain. The woman was wearing sportswear and carrying a backpack, looking like a tourist exploring the mountains. Upon seeing Qin Tao, she immediately pleaded for help, saying she had been trapped for almost an hour. Qin Tao left the little whale in a safe place and went to check on the situation. The woman's name was Zhuang Miua. Her thigh was stuck in a rock, and if she continued to be dragged along, it could cause more serious injury. With no other option, Qin Tao could only reach into the crevice to confirm its location. He took off his clothes and placed them between the rocks to prevent further injury during the rescue, then grabbed Zhuang Miyue and forcefully pulled her out of the crevice. The moment they were freed, Zhuang Miyue's clothes were torn by the rocks. Qin Tao immediately turned the little whale around and handed her his own clothes to cover herself. Although embarrassed, Zhuang Miyue knew that the man in front of her had saved her. After inquiring, Qin Tao learned that Zhuang Miyue had only heard that there was a mountain spring behind the mountain, so she went into the mountain alone to investigate, but accidentally fell into a crevice. Qin Tao shook his head helplessly. Even the elderly people in the village didn't dare to go into this mountain casually, yet she, an outsider, dared to take the risk alone. Zhuang Miyue tried to walk, but her leg injury made it impossible for her to continue. Qin Tao could only take care of the little whale while helping her slowly descend the mountain. By the time the three returned to the old courtyard, it was already dark. Zhuang Miyue had nowhere to go, so she asked to stay the night. Qin Tao initially wanted to refuse, but seeing her difficulty moving around, he eventually agreed. When she pushed open the old courtyard gate, the rusty iron lock snapped open. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and had been abandoned for many years. Zhuang Miyue had just shown a look of disgust when, a second later, rats, weasels, and sparrows rushed out, scaring her so much that she retreated in fright. Qin Tao had no choice but to start clearing the yard. He found that the tools were useless, so he simply started pulling weeds by hand. When the little whale saw this, it ran over to help, but it used too much force and fell flat on its back. Zhuang Miyue was startled, but Qin Tao simply smiled and asked if the child was hurt. The little whale got up and said it could continue. The unspoken understanding between father and son gradually changed Zhuang Miyue's opinion. After a flurry of activity, the weeds in the yard were finally cleared away. Qin Tao checked the well and found that the spring water was still working properly. The little whale was covered in mud, so Qin Tao took it to wash its face. The icy spring water made the child cry out in pain while laughing happily. When Qin Fenghua got home, she saw the little whale and initially wanted to scold Qin Tao for coming home too late, but she was immediately melted by her grandson's smiling face. She had prepared chicken soup early in the morning and doted on her grandson to the extreme. At the dinner table, little whale ate with a satisfied expression. Qin Fenghua barely ate herself, focusing entirely on taking care of the child. Seeing this, Qin Tao felt somewhat worried, thinking that the parents were spoiling their child too much. After the meal, little whale took the initiative to clear the dishes. Qin Tao encouraged the child to maintain his independent habits, but Qin Fenghua took over and said that the child was still too young to do these things. This made Qin Tao even more determined in his decision. He planned to move back to the old compound for a while, so he could take care of the back mountain and also prevent the little whale from being spoiled too much. Although his parents were reluctant to let him go, Qin Tao had already made up his mind. He packed his belongings and took the little whale back to the old courtyard. Zhuang Miyue almost breathed a sigh of relief when she saw them return. She had spent the entire afternoon alone in the deserted courtyard, surrounded by strange noises, and was already quite frightened. The little whale's first question was whether she had eaten, but after saying that, he let out a burp, his mouth reeking of chicken soup. Zhuang Miyue smelled the aroma, and her stomach rumbled involuntarily. Qin Tao tidied the room and checked the electrical circuits, quickly turning the lights back on in the old courtyard. Zhuang Miyue finally felt relieved to see the lights. Afterwards, Qin Tao took the little whale out and soon returned carrying several fish. Only then did Zhuang Miyue realize that he hadn't abandoned her, but had gone specifically to catch fish for her. Qin Tao cleaned the fish and lit the firewood to start grilling. Zhuang Miyue initially thought the method was too simple, but when the aroma of the grilled fish wafted out, she completely changed her mind. The first bite of fish left Zhuang Miyue stunned. The fish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, carried the unique freshness of mountain spring water, completely unlike the rough, wild flavor she had imagined. It was even more delicious than many high-end restaurants. She immediately thought that developing this ecological resource might help the village's development. But Qin Tao told her that making money from fish farming wasn't that simple. The real money was made by the fishmongers, not the fish farmers. That night, Qin Tao organized the videos he had filmed during the day and sent them to Hathaway, who was abroad. The moment the videos were sent, she called him. The baby whale cried out happily upon seeing its mother, but Hathaway's emotions erupted the moment she saw the dilapidated old house behind the child. She questioned Qin Tao about why he let the child live in such a place, believing it to be dangerous and unsuitable for the child's growth. Qin Tao, exasperated by her words, simply pretended the signal was bad and hung up. Hathaway then messaged him, acknowledging that China's scenery was beautiful, but still worried about her child's education and future. Qin Tao replied earnestly, telling her not to judge a place lightly without understanding it. He was Little Whale's father and would take full responsibility. If she wanted to see her child, she could come to China anytime. Looking at the messages on his phone, Qin Tao recalled everything that had happened in Los Angeles 5 years ago. During a mission that year, he rescued Hathaway, who had just become famous, and the two met and fell in love. But after the mission, he left the country, unaware that Hathaway was pregnant with his child. Years later, he learned he had a son. The moment the paternity test results came back, he felt both joy and guilt. Now, their biggest conflict isn't about whether the child is his, but rather where the child should grow up. Hathaway believed Los Angeles offered the best education and living resources, but Qin Tao firmly believed that China could also provide Little Whale with a happy childhood. He wanted to prove with facts that his choice was correct. That night, Zhuang Miwei remained seated in the courtyard, too afraid to go inside. Qin Tao simply reminded her to rest early, then took Little Whale back to their room to sleep. Lying in bed, Little Whale whispered to his father that he really liked it there. Hearing the child's words, Qin Tao felt a warmth in his heart, gently kissed his forehead, and told him that Daddy loved him too. But after he fell asleep, that mysterious space reappeared before his eyes. Since his injury in South Africa, this strange space has appeared intermittently. Doctors can't find anything wrong, but every time Qin Tao enters, he can feel its real presence. The space contains only a thatched hut, a vine, and a pond, all surrounded by thick white mist. Qin Tao tries to leave, but finds that no matter which direction he goes, he always returns to the starting point. He found no life here, only grass and clear pool water. Out of curiosity, he scooped up some water and took a sip. The next second, an indescribable feeling of comfort instantly swept over his body. Years of accumulated fatigue and pain seemed to vanish completely. But the next moment, he returned to reality, and the first thing he smelled upon opening his eyes was a pungent stench. Looking down, Qin Tao discovered that his body was covered in a layer of black grime. He immediately thought of the pool water in the space. Could that thing be changing his body? After the cleanup, he was shocked to find that all his old injuries had completely healed. His lung injury was gone, his old arm injury was healed, and his physical condition was even better than before he retired. To verify the space's authenticity, Qin Tao entered it again and discovered that the items inside could be brought back to reality. At this moment, he finally confirmed that this was not an illusion, but a genuine treasure. Just as he was studying the space, a commotion suddenly came from outside the courtyard. With the keen senses of a special forces soldier, he discovered that someone was sneaking towards the backyard. Qin Tao climbed over the wall and saw Lu Xiaolu fetching water from the pond and adding an unknown liquid to it. Then, he carried a bucket to the orchard and poured the liquid under each fruit tree. Seeing this, Qin Tao finally realized that the reason his father's orchard had withered was due to deliberate sabotage. He silently walked up behind Lu Xiaolu and coldly asked, "Are you happy?" Lu Xiaolu trembled with fear and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy when he saw Qin Tao, saying that he was just passing by. Qin Tao didn't act immediately, but only asked him to explain what had happened. Just as Lu Xiaolu was about to try to escape, Qin Tao simply moved his fingers, and the crisp cracking sound instantly turned Lu Xiaolu's face pale. He knew that the man before him was no longer the Qin Tao he once knew. In the end, Lu Xiaolu had no choice but to tell the whole truth. It turned out that Lu Dezhuang, in order to destroy the Qin family's orchard, had forced him to use paraquat to irrigate the fruit trees for an extended period. After hearing the truth, Qin Tao's eyes turned completely cold. After dealing with Lu Xiaolu, he looked at the contaminated land and suddenly remembered the pool of water in his spatial dimension. Perhaps this dead orchard could still be saved. Qin Tao immediately entered his spatial dimension, retrieved some pool water, poured it at the base of a fruit tree, and marked it to observe the changes. Afterward, he took Lu Xiaolu back to the yard, preparing to deal with him at dawn. After a sleepless night, Qin Tao got up to prepare breakfast. Sweet potato and corn porridge, braised fish chunks, and cold vegetable salad, simple farm-style meals, yet incredibly fragrant. Just as the food was ready, a shout came from outside the courtyard. Third brother. It was Qin Yunbin. He had heard that Qin Tao had returned with a mixed-race son, so he had come early to see what was going on. As soon as he entered, he started teasing, saying he never expected Qin Tao to have a foreign wife. Qin Tao explained helplessly that Hathaway was still working abroad. He then woke Little Whale, intending to introduce him to his third brother. Qin Yunbin, a straightforward person, wanted to go inside and wake the child, but Qin Tao stopped him, saying the child wasn't dressed yet. Qin Yunbin immediately revealed a meaningful expression, suspecting that Qin Tao might be hiding a woman in the house. Just as the two were arguing, a soft, sweet baba came from inside the house. The little whale, wearing whale-themed pajamas, came out. Seeing this pretty little creature, Qin Yunbin was overjoyed and reached out to hug it. But the little whale instinctively went on a defensive posture against the approach of a stranger. Smack! A slap landed directly on Qin Yunbin's throat. Qin Tao rushed over to check on the situation, scolding the little whale for attacking others indiscriminately. The little whale explained, feeling wronged, that he thought someone was going to hurt him, which was why he was defending himself. Qin Tao was speechless, because this was the very move he had personally taught his child. After recovering, Qin Yunbin gave the little whale a thumbs up. He marveled at how quick his nephew's reaction was, unlike that of an ordinary child. Just then, Zhuang Miyue came out of the courtyard. Qin Yunbin's eyes widened instantly upon seeing her, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You still say you're not hiding a woman? Zhuang Miyue was wearing old trousers she temporarily changed into, looking somewhat disheveled. Qin Yunbin's misunderstanding deepened, and he immediately ran home to get some clothes. At the dinner table, Zhuang Miyue was initially somewhat dissatisfied, but after taking a bite of the braised fish, she was completely stunned. She hadn't expected this seemingly rugged man to have such excellent cooking skills. The fish was tender and flavorful, the sweet potato porridge was sweet and soft, and Little Whale even drank 2 bowls in one go, constantly praising his father for his delicious cooking. After dinner, Qin Tao had Little Whale continue practicing horse stance. Zhuang Miyue was a little puzzled, worried that it might affect the child's development. Qin Tao simply said that this was to temper his will. Just then, Qin Yunbin rushed back, saying that Lu Dazhuang had led a group of people to the village committee and was causing trouble with IOUs. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao's face instantly turned cold. Qin Yunbin urged him to hurry over, but Qin Tao went to the back of the house first and picked up the unconscious Lu Xiaolu. This scene completely stunned Qin Yunbin. Qin Tao then asked him to take Little Whale to the village committee, while he followed with Lu Xiaolu. At the village committee, Lu Dazhuang was shouting loudly, saying that the Qin family owed him 100,000 yuan and even produced an IOU. Qin Baimu immediately produced another one, saying that Lu Dazhuang had only given him 40,000 yuan initially. The two sides argued endlessly, and Lu Dazhuang even brought in several so-called witnesses. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Qin Tao walked in. Without saying a word, he immediately turned on his phone and played a video. In the video, Lu Xiaolu admitted that Lu Dazhuang had only given him 40,000 yuan back then. The scene fell silent instantly. Then, Qin Tao played a second video. This time, Lu Xiaolu confessed to Lu Dazhuang, instructing him to destroy the orchard with paraquat. All the villagers erupted in outrage. Enraged, Qin Baimu rushed forward and slapped Lu Dazhuang, cursing him for harming people. Qin Tao coldly stated that the total compensation for the orchard damage and land value would be 500,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhuang immediately panicked, accusing Qin Tao of extortion. Qin Tao didn't argue, only telling him to call the police if he didn't pay. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Lu Dazhuang immediately called for help. After hanging up the phone, he became even more arrogant, accusing Qin Tao of illegally restricting Lu Xiaoyou's freedom. The next second, Qin Tao slapped him to the ground. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, a man in a white shirt arrived at the scene. Seeing this, he was about to reprimand Qin Tao, but his gaze suddenly fell on Zhuang Miyue. He froze instantly. Secretary Zhuang? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this seemingly ordinary woman would possess such a status. Zhuang Miyue looked coldly at Lu Tsunxing and only said, "Director Lu, what a display of official arrogance." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Lu Tsunxing's forehead. He knew he had to handle this matter properly. Ultimately, the truth came to light. Lu Dazhuang could no longer act arrogantly and had to face the issue of compensation. Qin Tao remained adamant, not a penny less than 500,000. After continuous negotiations, the compensation amount was eventually reduced from 500,000 to 120,000. Looking at Lu Tsunxing's family, Qin Tao showed no smugness, simply stating that he wanted nothing else but cash. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsunxing's face instantly turned ashen. He never imagined that his family would be forced into this situation and could only grit his teeth and urge Lu Dazhuang to raise the money quickly. Lu Dazhuang looked embarrassed and said he simply couldn't come up with that much cash. Lu Tsunxing could only take out his bank card, take out 50,000 yuan first, and tell him to figure out the rest himself. 10 minutes later, 120,000 yuan in cash was placed in front of Qin Tao. The Lu family members left one by one with gloomy faces, but cheers suddenly erupted in the courtyard. Everyone admired Qin Tao's methods. Even Little Whale rushed over, looking up at him and shouting, "Daddy's awesome." But Qin Baiqing didn't let his guard down. He reminded Qin Tao that Lu Tsunxing was a very petty person, and having suffered such a great loss this time, he would definitely not let him off easily in the future. Qin Tao simply smiled and said he wasn't afraid of trouble. Qin Baiqing looked at his nephew and could only shake his head helplessly. He knew Qin Tao's personality. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. After resolving the Liu family's matter, Qin Tao proposed a new plan. He wanted to continue contracting the back mountain. Qin Baimu immediately objected, because that mountain had been losing money for many years and had no value in continuing to operate. Shen Fenghua also advised him to give up. She told Qin Tao that back then, Liu Dazhuang, in order to take revenge, directly destroyed the land on the mountain with paraquat, and now almost all of those fruit trees are ruined. But Qin Tao didn't change his mind. He knew that he wasn't just doing this to make money, but also to start over for Little Whale and their family. These words silenced Qin Baimu and Shen Fenghua. The child needed to live, the family needed income, and no matter how difficult things were in the back mountain area, someone had to hold the fort again. Qin Yunbin was the first to stand up for him, saying that he could help him with anything on the mountain in the future. Afterwards, Qin Tao followed Qin Baiqing to complete the contract renewal procedures. Originally, there was a 7-year lease remaining on the back mountain, but he directly renewed it for another 3 years, making it a 10-year lease. After paying 90,000 yuan, the contract was officially signed. From that moment on, hundreds of acres of barren mountain land became the starting point for Qin Tao's future development. On the way home, Shen Fenghua suddenly asked about Secretary Zhuang. She was very curious about when Qin Tao had met such a person. Qin Tao offered only a brief explanation and didn't elaborate. Shen Fenghua, however, sensed something and secretly reminded him that if he wanted to remarry in the future, his family wouldn't object, as long as he treated Xiao Jingyu well. Qin Tao was both amused and exasperated after hearing this. He quickly explained that he and the little whale's mother had a very good relationship, but the mother was just too busy with work, which is why Shen Fenghua didn't press the matter further. After the little whale was taken away by its grandmother, Qin Tao rushed to the back mountain as soon as possible. Now that he was a farmer, what he wanted to know most was whether there was any possibility of restoring the destroyed fruit trees. But as soon as he arrived at the mountain, he was completely stunned. The once barren and withered hillside in front of him was now covered with a dazzling patch of green. Qin Tao strode over and was then utterly shocked. The peach tree that had been on the verge of death was now flourishing with lush foliage, its branches laden with enormous peach blossoms, some several times larger than ordinary peach blossoms. This peach tree seemed to have been given a new lease on life, standing in the center of the entire peach orchard, making all the withered fruit trees around it look dull and lifeless in comparison. At this moment, Qin Tao finally understood that the spiritual water in the mysterious space had effects far exceeding his expectations. Using the spiritual water directly before was too wasteful. If it were diluted, perhaps the entire back mountain could be restored. Thinking of this, he returned to the old courtyard and found the orchid his grandfather had left behind. The orchid had been neglected for years, was withered and yellow, and could die at any moment. Qin Tao took out the spiritual water, diluted it with 10 kilograms of clean water, and then poured it into the flower pot. Although he didn't see any changes in a short time, he wasn't in a hurry. Afterward, he watered all the plants in the yard and poured the remaining spiritual water under the banyan tree. After doing all this, he sat in the yard and turned on his phone. The next second, he froze. His inbox was overflowing with messages. Some people were asking about the village's location, wanting to visit for tourism. Some wanted to buy the big yellow dog, and others were contacting him proactively, hoping to collaborate. Qin Tao didn't rush to reply. Instead, he checked the account data first. The result shocked him. His number of followers had surpassed 150,000. He never expected that a casually started live stream would have such a huge impact. He discovered for the first time that a mobile phone could bring a remote mountain village to the world's attention. So he immediately edited the footage from the drone into a 30-second video. After the video was released, a large number of fans received notifications. Upon clicking on the video, everyone was stunned. From above, the green mountains, streams, and villages unfold before your eyes. Sunlight spills onto the clear water, and the wind rustles through the verdant forests, creating a scene reminiscent of a true paradise. The comment section exploded instantly. Some people exclaimed that this place was like paradise, some were amazed by the filming effect, and some even recognized the footage from yesterday's live broadcast, directly calling Qin Tao a hidden master. The number of views began to skyrocket. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 500,000. Likes, comments, and shares kept increasing. In a short time, the video was pushed to more and more users by the platform. But Qin Tao had no idea what was happening outside. He took out his notebook and, drawing on his years of military experience, began planning for the future. He currently only had 30,000 yuan in cash, and turning his life around through farming wouldn't be easy. But with 150,000 followers, he saw a new opportunity. He decided not to be an ordinary farmer, but to build his own farm. Several hundred acres of hillside behind his house would be the foundation of his future. Soon, A name appeared on the paper, Little Whale Farm. The introduction was just one sentence, sharing farm life every day, taking you to experience true mountain life. Qin Tao understands very well that people in cities are under increasing pressure, and they yearn to see nature and return to a simpler life. What he wants to show is a rural world truly created by hard work. But when he checked his phone again, the new data completely stunned him. He had over 300,000 followers, 5.6 million views, 1.3 million likes, nearly 100,000 comments. An ordinary video of a mountain village had achieved astonishing results. Meanwhile, a meeting was underway at Douyin's headquarters. The platform's biggest problem now is the increasing homogenization of content. The homepage is flooded with videos featuring beautiful women, filters, flaunting wealth, and formulaic content, leading users to grow weary. Just as the person in charge was asking how to solve the problem, content manager Wang Wenkai discovered a special video. Green mountains, streams, villages. No beautiful women, no showing off, no excitement. Yet everyone couldn't help but keep watching. More importantly, the account's data was too outrageous. 5.6 million views, 1.3 million likes, and nearly 100,000 comments. The account name is only 4 characters, Little Whale Farm. After checking the backend, Wang Wenkai found that all the data was real, with no inflated numbers. He finally realized that Qin Tao might have opened up a completely new track. 20 minutes later, a proposal appeared on the conference table. Wang Wenkai suggested that the platform should support streamers with unique content in the future, rather than continuing to let everyone copy popular formulas. Some questioned whether a single video of a mountain village was sufficient to prove the direction. But Wang Wenkai volunteered, willing to personally manage the account and prove his judgment with results. Lu Buitao remained silent for a long time before finally giving him a chance. If Qin Tao's account continued to grow, the company would reconsider the entire support plan. After leaving the meeting room, Wang Wenkai looked at Little Whale Farm on his phone and muttered to himself, "I hope this streamer won't let me down." Just then, a notification popped up. Little Whale Farm is currently live streaming. Wang Wenkai's eyes lit up. The opportunity had arrived. Meanwhile, in Qin Family Village, Qin Tao brought the little whale to the pond behind the old courtyard, preparing to start a new live stream. The drone slowly ascended, revealing the entire old courtyard, pond, and forest to the viewers. As soon as the live stream began, a large number of viewers flooded in. Qin Tao looked at the camera and said, "Today, I'll show you real rural life." The comments section scrolled rapidly. Some asked for the address, some praised his good looks, and others inquired about the whereabouts of the big yellow dog from yesterday. Qin Tao smiled, turned around, and called out, "Big Yellow." The next second, Big Yellow rushed into the camera's view, wagging its tail, and the live stream chat exploded. It was strong, had sharp eyes, and ran with impressive momentum. Viewers praised it as a well-trained show dog, and some even asked on the spot if it was for sale. Qin Tao then turned the camera to the pond in the old courtyard. Although the pond was not large, it was formed by the convergence of mountain springs, with lush aquatic plants, and almost no trace of human intervention. As soon as the scene appeared, many viewers immediately recalled the days when they went to the river to catch fish and shrimp as children. Just as Qin Tao was about to set the net, Little Whale suddenly pointed to the water and shouted, "Daddy, there are fish over there." This was his first official appearance in a live stream, and his delicate and cute mixed race face instantly made the entire live stream room boil over again. Some people pressed Qin Tao about whether he had married a foreign wife, while others showered him with virtual gifts. Qin Tao looked in the direction the little whale was pointing, and indeed found a crucian carp hiding under the water plants. Just as he picked up the fishing net, Big Yellow suddenly started barking wildly. The next second, with a plop, Big Yellow jumped directly into the pond. When it resurfaced, it was carrying a live turtle in its mouth. The audience was completely stunned, and someone started bidding from 100,000 to 500,000, wanting to buy this amazing dog. Qin Tao completely ignored the price. De Huang put the turtle into the bucket and obediently stood guard beside it. The little whale was observing from the edge of the bucket. As soon as the turtle poked its head out, he was so frightened that he shrank back, but then he couldn't help but laugh. Immediately afterwards, Qin Tao scooped up a 5-pound crucian carp with his net, and then found a grass carp weighing over 20 pounds in the water. The giant fish struggled frantically, and the little whale excitedly rushed over to help, but suddenly slipped and fell headlong into the pond. Qin Tao's expression changed drastically. He immediately reached out to grab the child, but he himself was also pulled off balance. At the critical moment, De Huang suddenly rushed up, bit his belt, and dragged him back with all his might, managing to pull the father and son back from the edge of the pond. The live stream went silent instantly, then the chat exploded with comments. Qin Tao didn't scold her. He simply told Little Whale that the pond was dangerous and that she shouldn't just think about having fun in the first place. Little Whale lowered her head in apology and promised to think things through before acting in the future. This unexpected event actually caused the live stream's popularity to skyrocket. At Douyin's headquarters, Wang Wenkai stared at the back-end data, too excited to sit still. The live stream's virtual gifts surpassed 3 million, and the number of followers increased by another 200,000. In just 2 days, Little Whale Farm had already surpassed 500,000 followers. After fishing, Qin Tao returned to the yard with the little whale and the big yellow turtle. He grilled the big fish over a fire and put the turtle in a pot to make soup. As the flames rose, the fish skin gradually turned golden and crispy, and the aroma soon filled the yard. The viewers in the live stream were drooling with envy, angrily scolding him for posting such tempting food late at night. The camera then panned to a little whale staring intently at the grilled fish, his mouth watering. Qin Tao smiled, tore off a piece, and handed it to him, reminding him to be careful of the fish bones. Not long after, Qin Yunbin entered the courtyard, drawn by the aroma. The little whale only hurriedly called out, "Third uncle," before continuing to drink its soup. Qin Yunbin deliberately complained that he wasn't even as important as a bowl of soup, then picked up the bowl and took a big gulp. The moment the soup touched his lips, his eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This soup is so delicious." He had no idea he was being live-streamed, and he continued to devour the grilled fish. Even as he gasped for breath from the heat, he couldn't bear to stop eating, and in the blink of an eye, half a fish was gone. But as he was about to eat the last one, he suddenly noticed the little whale staring at him longingly. The little guy was clearly drooling with desire, but he hugged the fish plate and shook his head earnestly. "Daddy hasn't eaten yet. This one is for Daddy." This sentence silenced hundreds of thousands of viewers. Qin Yunbin was also stunned, and could only tear off half of the fish and hand it to him, saying that he was already full. Only after confirming that his father still had fish did the little whale happily hug the half-eaten grilled fish and continue eating. Qin Tao returned. The little whale immediately brought him the fish he had saved. Qin Tao patted his head and thanked him, but the little guy replied earnestly, "It's what I should do." The live stream chat was flooded with gifts again, and the virtual gifts exceeded 5 million. Qin Yunbin then noticed that Qin Tao had been staring at his phone the whole time and couldn't help but ask him what he was doing. Upon hearing the words, "live streaming," he froze on the spot, his face instantly turning red as he thought about how hundreds of thousands of people had seen him frantically drinking soup and eating fish. He hurriedly asked Qin Tao to stop filming him and to only film the baby whale. Qin Tao smiled and told him to greet the audience, but he was so nervous that he fidgeted and almost ran away. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when the camera turned away. Then Qin Yunbin got down to business. He was worried that the soil on the mountain had been damaged by paraquat, so he came specifically to help Qin Tao find a solution. Replacing the soil was the most effective method, but the mountain roads were too difficult to traverse, so they could only keep watering the soil to allow it to slowly recover. Although the process was slow, at least there was still hope. Qin Tao knew the spiritual water in the mysterious space could solve the problem, but he couldn't reveal the secret. He could only say he wanted to familiarize himself with the situation first. Qin Yunbin, however, was anxious. He said the money had already been spent, the child needed to be raised, and the mountain land couldn't remain barren indefinitely. They had to find a way to make money as soon as possible. Qin Tao finally agreed to go up the mountain with him the next day to investigate. By the end of the live stream, the number of sound waves, virtual currency, in the background had reached 5.6 million. Just as Qin Tao was about to put down his phone, he saw a series of private messages from someone named Wang Wenkai, claiming to be from Douyin headquarters. Qin Tao's first reaction was that it was a scam, and he immediately closed the message. Wang Wenkai, unable to get a reply, had to find his overseas phone number through the system and call him. But as soon as he identified himself, Qin Tao only asked, "Who are you?" before hanging up. Wang Wenkai was completely dumbfounded and had to call again from a different number, even offering to provide his employee ID for verification. After confirming his identity, he finally revealed his purpose. Douyin was preparing to launch a support program for new original content creators, and the first account he had chosen was Little Whale Farm. Wang Wenkai wanted to develop Qin Tao into a representative streamer of rural content and directly offered him terms. While ordinary streamers only receive 30% of the revenue, the platform was willing to give Qin Tao 60% if he agreed to cooperate. According to the data from this live stream, Qin Tao will directly receive over 300,000 yuan. Even more astonishingly, Douyin will also provide him with traffic support. If his fan base surpasses 1 million or even 10 million in the future, his earnings from live streams and videos alone could reach staggering figures. Qin Tao wasn't blinded by profit. He calmly asked, "What do I need to give in return?" Wang Wenkai answered directly, "Insist on original content and consistently produce high-quality content. leaving the rest of the operations, promotion, and traffic to the platform. Qin Tao smiled. He said the content was guaranteed, but truly top-tier live streamers aren't made by a few words. They must be proven with data. Wang Wenkai was even more satisfied after hearing this and immediately reached a cooperation agreement with him, asking him to send him the address of Qin family village. Meanwhile, in the Guanshan County government compound, Zhang Xinwen still couldn't understand why Zhuang Miyue had given up a better position and volunteered to go to the poorest town, Dagguan. Zhuang Miyue explained that it was precisely because the area was underdeveloped that it needed people who could truly get things done. Zhang Xinwen initially thought she was just there to gain experience at the grassroots level, but after 2 years, he personally witnessed that this girl was hardworking, capable, and genuinely cared about the people. In the end, he solemnly expressed his full support, allowing her to go to Dagguan town and get things done. Qin Tao in her mind and said softly, "If Dagguan town wants to develop, it won't rely on me, but on the local people standing up for themselves. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime." Zhang Xinwen burst into laughter upon hearing this. In the evening, Qin Tao brought the little whale to the back mountain, wanting to see the peach tree that had been revived by the spiritual water. But as soon as they got close, the two were stunned. The once dying, withered tree had now grown into a towering peach king that blocked out the sky. A thick trunk rises abruptly from the ground, its canopy covering more than 5 meters. Peach blossoms bloom in the setting sun, resembling a pink cloud. The little whale excitedly circled the tree, so Qin Tao simply lifted it onto a branch and took out his phone to take pictures. He circled the peach king to capture its entirety, then zoomed in on the little whale sitting amidst the sea of flowers. The child waved to the setting sun, peach blossoms drifting in the wind behind them. The scene was as beautiful as a fairy tale, yet Qin Tao felt a lingering fear. The power of the spiritual water was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he only poured a little, otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what the tree would have ended up like. After returning home, he discovered that the orchids in the yard had cracked their flower pots, further confirming his belief that the spiritual water had to be diluted. Just as Qin Tao was about to cook, Wang Xiaoya suddenly brought over cured meat and daily necessities. Her husband, Qin Yungue, had passed away 6 years ago, leaving her to raise her 6-month-old child alone. Qin Tao knew she had a hard life, but she insisted that it was a small token of her sister-in-law's affection. That evening, he edited the Peach King video into a 30-second clip and uploaded it to Douyin. The video begins with a huge canopy covering the entire peach orchard. As the camera zooms in, the little whale sits among the peach blossoms and waves. The comments section instantly exploded. Countless people doubted the authenticity of the video, while others expressed their desire to visit Qin family village to see it for themselves. The words Peach King quickly climbed to the top of the trending charts, and by midnight, the number of likes had exceeded millions. Wang Wenkai was so excited, staring at the backstage, that he couldn't sleep at all. Just as Qin Tao fell asleep, an argument erupted from Wang Xiaoya's house next door. A man lewdly said that her husband had been dead for many years and that she definitely needed someone to keep her company. Wang Xiaoya fought back fiercely and even called out the man's name, Qin Hongwei. The next second, a scream came from inside the house. Qin Tao's face turned cold. He jumped over the courtyard wall and rushed into the house, kicking Qin Hongwei, who was pulling at Wang Xiaoya, flying. The man coughed up blood, uttered some harsh words, and then fled in a sorry state. Wang Xiaoya's clothes were torn, and she was trembling all over. She had just stood up when her legs gave way and she collapsed into Qin Tao's arms. After checking her, Qin Tao found that it was just a dislocated joint. He told her to bear with it for a moment, and then he used his strength to put her leg back in place. Wang Xiaoya had just regained her ability to walk when her clothes ripped again. Qin Tao immediately turned and left, telling her to change first. At that moment, her 6-year-old son, Shaoan, came out, thanked Qin Tao earnestly, and promised to protect his mother when he grew up. The next morning, Qin Tao ran 10 kilometers and practiced a set of military boxing. Afterward, he diluted the spiritual water again and let De Huang try it first. De Huang drank it all in a few gulps, but the next second it started farting repeatedly in the yard, its body covered in black oil. Qin Tao then realized that the spiritual water was cleansing and rejuvenating De Huang. He boiled water to bathe the dog and woke up Xiao Jingyu to practice standing meditation. Shen Fenghua felt extremely distressed seeing her grandson covered in sweat, but Xiao Jingyu insisted on practicing for another 10 minutes. After breakfast, Qin Yunbin rushed over to call him to go up the mountain to inspect the land. The three had just reached the pond when Qin Yunbin was speechless, stunned by the enormous peach tree on the mountain. Qin Tao could only explain that it was the only peach tree on the entire mountain. But when they actually arrived under the tree, Qin Tao himself froze. The giant tree, which was full of peach blossoms yesterday, was now laden with bright red peaches, and the rich aroma of the fruit instantly swept through the entire mountain forest. Qin Yunbin's mouth watered as he looked at the tree laden with red peaches. The little whale tilted its head back and swallowed hard. Once they reached the tree, the three of them realized that the peaches were ridiculously large, each one plump and red, almost bigger than an adult's palm. Qin Yunbin stared wide-eyed, exclaiming that these were practically the legendary peaches of immortality. Qin Tao, however, didn't rush to pick them. Instead, he took out his phone and started taking pictures from the foot of the mountain all the way up to the huge canopy of the tree, finally focusing the lens on the peaches hanging heavily on the branches. Then, he captured the adorable sight of the baby whale tiptoeing and desperately trying to pick the peaches. Finally, Qin Tao placed his hand next to the peaches for comparison. This single scene was enough to show just how extraordinary this peach king was. After taking the photos, Qin Tao picked a peach and gently sliced it open with his military knife. As soon as the tender flesh was revealed, juice flowed down the cut, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. Even Qin Yunbin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Qin Tao cut a piece and handed it to Qin Yunbin first. Although the little whale's eyes were wide with longing, he sensibly let his uncle eat first. When it was his turn, he immediately shouted happily, "Thank you, Daddy," and started gnawing on the peach. Qin Tao also took a bite, and the next second he was stunned. The peach juice exploded with sweetness and aroma upon entering his mouth, its flavor far surpassing that of ordinary fruit. Even more strangely, his mind cleared up rapidly, and the power within his body seemed to be reactivated. Qin Yunbin was equally astonished after eating it. The back pain, shoulder pain, and wrist soreness he had suffered from years of hard work had all disappeared. He excitedly concluded that it was a miraculous fruit, but Qin Tao knew that the real cause was the mysterious spiritual water. At this moment, Qin Tao already had a new plan. As long as he continued to dilute the spiritual water and used it to irrigate crops over a long period of time, although the effect wouldn't be as terrifying as the Peach King's, it would be enough to grow vegetables and fruits that were strong and healthy, far exceeding the quality of ordinary ones. Qin Yunbin mentioned the wasteland on the mountain. Only 1/6 of the entire Huozi mountain was planted with fruit trees, and there was still a large area of flat land in the southeast corner. Qin Tao immediately decided to clear 10 acres for trial planting and asked Qin Yunbin to help contact machinery to turn over all the wasteland. Afterward, the two borrowed a tricycle and prepared to pick peaches to sell in town. Little Whale also helped under the tree, but the peaches were too big, and he could only carry one at a time. In the end, they picked 120 peaches, filling a whole basket. Qin Tao kept 10 and gave 4 more to Qin Yunbin's family, then gave him 1,200 yuan for land reclamation. Qin Yunbin patted his chest and assured him that he would take care of everything on the mountain and wouldn't spend a single penny more. Before leaving, Qin Tao gave Wang Xiaoya a few more peaches. Wang Xiaoya was stunned when she saw the peaches, each the size of a large bowl. Upon learning that he planned to sell them in the county town, she immediately reminded him that ordinary vegetable markets would only offer lower prices, and it would be better to go directly to the hospital entrance. Qin Tao thought it made sense, and after a bumpy 40-kilometer journey with the little whale, they finally arrived at the county hospital. He parked his tricycle next to a fruit stall, put up a sign with the words, "Premium peaches, 100 each" written on it. The surrounding vendors were stunned by the price. In this small county town, selling a peach for 100 yuan was practically robbery. Although passers-by were constantly attracted by the peach's appearance and aroma, they immediately shook their heads and left upon hearing the price. A nearby fruit vendor offered to buy them all for 20 yuan per jin, 500 g, but Qin Tao refused outright. Each of these peaches weighed 3 or 4 jin, and selling them as ordinary fruit wouldn't reflect their true value. He preferred not to lower the price for any of them. Just when everyone thought he wouldn't be able to sell them, a woman who had spent the night by his bedside stopped. Her husband had suffered from chronic anorexia and was extremely weak. After smelling the peaches, she hesitated for a moment and asked if she could try one first. Qin Tao cut off a small piece. The woman ate it, and her fatigue quickly vanished. Without hesitation, she bought 2 more peaches. Back in the ward, her husband, who had previously had no appetite, smelled the aroma and surprisingly picked up a piece of peach and ate it. The woman was so excited that she immediately called the doctor. After examining the patients, the attending physician gave peaches to several other patients with severe anorexia to try. As a result, everyone's spirits lifted after smelling the aroma, and some even voluntarily drank an entire bowl of millet porridge. The news spread quickly, and a large number of patients' families rushed to the hospital entrance. Meanwhile, Little Whale was holding up a sign, calling out to his father in his childish voice. An SUV stopped, and a young girl was immediately drawn to it. The girl wanted to buy peaches, but the middle-aged man beside her suspected the fruit had been treated with special technology. Qin Tao cut off a piece for him to try, and the man's expression changed instantly after the first bite. After tasting it, the girl exclaimed, "I'll buy the rest." The middle-aged man still hesitated. Just then, dozens of people suddenly rushed out of the hospital. All the vendors thought the peaches had caused the problem. But when the group reached the stalls, they eagerly pulled out their money and started buying the peaches. Qin Tao immediately shielded the little whale behind him and shouted to stop the chaotic crowd. After learning that they were all family members of patients with anorexia, he did not take the opportunity to raise the price, but first counted the number of people and divided them equally among 2 people. 53 family members quickly lined up, and the entire truckload of peaches sold out in the blink of an eye, leaving only one whole peach and a cut sample. Just then, a doctor in a white coat strode over. He was Zhou Jianlin, the attending physician for those anorexia patients. Zhou Jianlin rushed to the stall, wanting to buy the last peach for his research. Qin Tao, however, handed it to him directly, saying that if it weren't for the doctor's help, the peaches wouldn't have sold out so quickly, and this one was a token of his gratitude. Zhou Jianlin insisted on paying, but Qin Tao refused. When he asked about the origin of the peach, Qin Tao smiled and made up a story, saying that when Sun Wukong made havoc in the Heavenly Palace, a peach pit fell into Qin family village and grew into the Peach King we know today. Zhou Jianlin was both amused and exasperated, but had to admit that the peaches were indeed miraculous. He immediately offered to buy the remaining peaches for 150 yuan each and even recommend them to other hospitals. Qin Tao shook his head, saying that things used for healing and saving lives shouldn't be sold at a higher price, and he would still sell them for 100 yuan each, and would send another 100 over tomorrow. Zhou Jianlin was very grateful and immediately left his contact information. The fruit vendor next door was filled with regret, slapping his thigh in frustration. He also wanted to buy the fruit for 150 yuan, but Qin Tao refused. There was only one peach tree. Once the fruit was sold, it was gone. He wouldn't change the price he had already agreed to for the hospital just to earn a little more money. At this moment, Lu Shirtsong, the hotel's general manager, proactively handed over his business card, hoping to cooperate in the future. Qin Tao left his phone number and invited him to visit Qin family village when he had time, saying that the mountains, rivers, vegetables, and fruits there were far better than what he had seen in the county town. After entering the hospital, Lu Shirtsong witnessed firsthand a large number of anorexia patients voluntarily eating peaches, completely dispelling his doubts. His daughter, Lu Nianju, then saw the Peach King video and immediately asked to go to Qin family village, which Lu Shirtsong readily agreed to. After leaving the hospital, Qin Tao went to the farmer's market and unexpectedly ran into his cousin Chen Nan. Learning that Qin Tao was planning to contract a barren mountain to grow vegetables, Chen Nan immediately took him to his seed shop, packing 10 packets of each type of vegetable seed and even giving him a complete set of farming tools. Qin Tao insisted on paying, but Chen Nan said it was to support his return to his hometown to start a business. At noon, the father and son rushed back to Qinjiakan. Qin Tao went up the mountain again to check and found Qin Yunbin watching the machine turning the soil, afraid that the driver would slack off. To thank his third brother, Qin Tao went home and took away his father's treasured Matai liquor and also caught fish and crayfish from the pond. As soon as the spicy crayfish was served, Little Whale gasped for breath from the spiciness, but still exclaimed how delicious it was. Qin Yunbin rushed over after finishing his work, his eyes widening at the aroma. Seeing the Matai, he was even more reluctant to take a sip, but Qin Tao smiled and said, "Good wine is meant to be drunk. Keeping it locked in a cabinet, no matter how expensive, is just for decoration." The little whale was curious about what the wine was, so Qin Tao deliberately let him lick a little. As soon as the spicy taste entered his mouth, the little guy immediately stuck out his tongue and shook his head, saying that the wine was too awful and couldn't compare to the spring water in the mountains. At this moment, Wang Xiaoya arrived with her son Qin Jian and set out braised pork, roast chicken, and several other home-style dishes. The two children quickly became acquainted, engrossed in a crayfish eating contest. Their faces flushed red from the oil, yet they refused to stop. After a few rounds of drinks, Qin Yunbin brought up the 10 acres of land that had been tilled. Qin Tao decided to plant vegetables on them all because they have a short growth cycle and quick returns, making them more suitable for a newly established farm. The seeds could be planted the day after they were soaked. Wang Xiaoya suggested that people from the clan come and help, but Qin Tao didn't want her relatives to work for free. She then smiled and said that after the work was finished, she would give each person a peach, which would not only be good for their health, but also be more considerate than giving them money directly. This idea caught Qin Tao's eye. Qin Yunbin immediately approved it and went to inform the clansmen. The three of them drank more and more happily, and soon a bottle of Matai was empty. Wang Xiaoya looked frail, but her alcohol tolerance was better than Qin Tao had imagined. But after the alcohol took effect, Wang Xiaoya almost fell as soon as she got up. Qin Tao could only help her into the house to rest before taking Qin Jian back to his own yard. The two children chased after De Huang as soon as they saw each other, causing chaos throughout the yard. Qin Tao then picked up a hoe and began to renovate the old courtyard. He didn't intend to simply renovate it, but rather to transform this century-old house into a traditional-style courtyard, planning 4 areas: a pond and rockery, a pavilion, a vegetable garden, and flowers and plants. After drawing up the layout, he first planted tomatoes and chives, then secretly added spiritual water to irrigate them. After finishing, Qin Tao leaned back in his chair, watching the children chase each other in the sunset, and suddenly remembered the old rattan chair that his grandfather used to love the most. Leaning against the wall in the courtyard, basking in the setting sun, Qin Tao finally understood why his grandfather had loved lying in the wicker chair. No fighting, no commands, only the laughter of children and the quiet of the mountain village that was true enjoyment. Little did he know, the newly released video of the Peach King had already gone viral. The camera panned across the enormous canopy, revealing hundreds of peaches the size of large bowls hanging from the branches, and the image of the little whale tiptoeing to pick the peaches caused the comment section to instantly explode. Yesterday the tree was covered in peach blossoms, but today it bears giant peaches, leaving netizens wondering if they were seeing things. The video quickly garnered over 5 million views and more than 2 million likes, and Qin Tao gained another 100,000 followers. Wang Wenkai stared at the back-end data, immediately increased the recommendation, and even decided to personally go to Qin Family Village. Lu Shizong of the South China Hotel also discovered that there were far more than 200 peaches on the tree, which meant that the value of the Peach King was even more terrifying than he had imagined. That evening, Little Whale's mother called again via video, urging Qin Tao to send the child back as soon as possible. Qin Tao didn't argue. He knew she harbored prejudice against China, and the only way to change her mind was through his actions. After the baby whale fell asleep, Qin Tao went to the back mountain alone and poured a bucket of spiritual water into the pond. The calm surface of the water instantly erupted as carp, blackfish, catfish, and a giant turtle leaped out frantically, as if vying for the elixir. Several large carp even leaped more than 2 meters high, and Big Yellow suddenly rushed up and bit one of them. Qin Tao shook his head helplessly, and then watered thousands of dying fruit trees with spiritual water all night long, not finishing until late at night. He rested in the mysterious space for 3 hours, and when he woke up, he felt refreshed. Even more surprisingly, the vegetables he had planted just yesterday had already sprouted tender shoots 3 fingers high. The effects of the spiritual water had once again exceeded his expectations. After breakfast, Qin Tao borrowed a tricycle with Little Whale and prepared to go to the market in Dagwan Town. When passing the dangerous, ghost-turning back bend, he slowed down and unexpectedly encountered Zhuang Miue, who was traveling to town in an Audi. Seeing that the little whale was huddled up in the cold wind, Zhuang Miue immediately put him in the car and scolded Qin Tao for not knowing how to take care of a child. Although Qin Tao felt that boys weren't so delicate, he eventually agreed. On the bus, Zhuang Miue asked the little whale where its mother was. The little guy remembered his mother's instructions and didn't reveal his identity. Zhuang Miue, however, mistakenly thought he had lost his mother and, feeling heartbroken, hugged him tightly. The little whale was being strangled and couldn't breathe. It could only cry out in grievance, "Sister, I can't breathe anymore." Zhuang Miue then let go and told him that the market was a rural shopping market with lots of delicious things. Upon arriving in town, Qin Tao led Little Whale into the market. Chickens, ducks, farm tools, and various snacks filled the streets. Little Whale was dazzled by the sights, but instead of crying or fussing about buying anything, she obediently stayed by her father's side. Qin Tao bought him a string of candied hawthorns and then carried him on his shoulders. It was the first time the little whale had tasted this sweet and sour snack, and he squinted his eyes happily, hugging his father's head while excitedly looking around the whole street. As Qin Tao walked forward, he discovered a group of people cheating him out of money using guessing games involving large and small numbers and melon seeds. He ignored them and was about to turn away when a furious roar suddenly came from behind him. "Qin Tao, you stop right there." Qin Hongwei surrounded them with 6 thugs. A few days ago, Qin Tao had broken 2 of his ribs. This time, he not only demanded 20,000 yuan in medical expenses, but also asked Qin Tao to help him control Wang Xiaoya. He even had his eye on Little Whale, saying that the child could be sold for a good price. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao's eyes instantly turned cold. Before Qin Hongwei could react, a steel hand gripped his neck tightly, lifting him into the air like a chicken with one hand. Qin Hongwei's face flushed red, and he struggled frantically with his legs. Qin Tao stared into his eyes and said, word by word, "You can cause me trouble, but if you dare to lay a finger on my son, I'll make you regret being alive." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually tossed Qin Hongwei aside. The 6 thugs hurriedly reached out to catch him, but were knocked off their feet by the powerful impact. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in their eyes as they looked at Qin Tao. The onlookers instantly fell silent, and their gazes towards Qin Tao completely changed. He gave Qin Hongwei a final warning to stay away from Wang Xiaoya, then led the little whale away, as if he had just dealt with a trivial matter. The little whale tilted its head back and exclaimed with admiration, "Daddy is so amazing." Qin Tao just smiled and told him that he must never be weak when facing a real enemy. Otherwise, the enemy would only become more aggressive. Qin Hongwei was helped up by his men, his face extremely pale. He felt he had lost face in front of so many people, and the more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. He was already plotting how to get revenge on Qin Tao next time. Qin Tao paid no attention to the group and continued to take Little Whale to the market. The father and son bought pots and pans, stools and rattan chairs, and also picked out a copper bell for Big Yellow to hang around its neck when they got home. As they neared the exit, they saw the old man selling chicks again. Qin Tao squatted down and asked the little whale if he could take good care of some small animals if they bought them home. The little guy immediately nodded, promising to protect them together with De Huang and Shaoan. Qin Tao felt this was an opportunity to cultivate a sense of responsibility, so he immediately bought 20 chicks, 20 ducklings, and 10 goslings. The little whale carried the cardboard box all the way, protecting it tightly with both hands, afraid that the little lives inside would be disturbed by even the slightest bump. Back at the parking spot, Qin Tao loaded everything onto the tricycle and secured the cardboard boxes with rope. Zhuang Miyue, who lived at the town entrance, saw this and offered to take the little whale back to its village, but the little guy shook his head and refused, saying he wanted to stay with his father to protect the chicks. Zhuang Miyue was somewhat surprised. Seeing that the sun was already high in the sky, she didn't insist any further, only reminding Qin Tao to contact her anytime if needed. The little whale obediently waved goodbye, then, carrying the cardboard box, set off with its father along the mountain path back to the village. Once home, Qin Tao used sticks to create a small enclosure and put all the chickens, ducks, and geese inside. The little whale hugged Big Yellow's neck, earnestly instructing it to protect the little creatures and never to secretly bully them. Qin Tao knew that De Huang was capable of catching even turtles in the water, so having it guard the young was somewhat dangerous. He directly warned De Huang not to eat them. De Huang whimpered softly and wagged its tail to show it understood. Just as he finished cleaning the kitchen, Qin Yunbin rushed over to urge him to go up the mountain, saying that everyone who was helping had arrived. The rapeseed that had been soaked yesterday had already sprouted, and Wang Xiaoya reminded everyone to be careful when planting it, and not to damage the tender sprouts. Upon arriving at the back of the mountain, Qin Tao found 20 or 30 relatives already waiting there. His parents were chatting with everyone. When they saw him arrive, they all said that his family didn't need to be so polite, as he had just returned to the village to start a business, and they would naturally help him if they could. Looking at these simple and honest relatives, Qin Tao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. After returning to Qin family village, he gained not only land and opportunities, but also the kinship he hadn't felt for many years, which was more precious than any amount of money he could earn. He quickly distributed the different types of seeds to everyone and marked out planting areas. With many hands making light work, the 10 acres of wastelands soon became lively. Qin Tao then told Qin Yunbin and Wang Xiaoya to stop for the time being and come with him to the Peach King to pick fruit. The hospital had already ordered 100 peaches, which needed to be delivered as soon as possible. But as soon as the three entered the peach grove, they discovered that the fruit trees, which had been destroyed by the herbicide, were sprouting new buds, and the withered yellow leaves were rapidly turning green again. Qin Yunbin was dumbfounded and pressed Qin Tao for an explanation. Qin Tao was prepared and simply said that after watering the trees yesterday, the soil had recovered somewhat, and since the roots of the fruit trees hadn't died, they would naturally recover gradually. When Wang Xiaoyao arrived at the foot of the Peach King tree, she was so stunned by the sight before her that she was speechless. She had only eaten peaches yesterday, but seeing the tree's canopy that blocked out the sky today, she truly understood just how extraordinary this peach tree was. She couldn't help but exclaim that Qin Tao had just returned and already encountered such a treasure. It must be an opportunity given to him by heaven, and he was sure to make a fortune this year. Qin Tao smiled and accepted the blessing, then told the two of them to pick only 100, leaving the rest on the tree for the time being. While the three were busy picking fruit, a Jeep Wrangler was slowly making its way along the treacherous mountain road. Lu Nianju kept checking the map and excitedly told her father that they should have entered the vicinity of Qin family village, but the navigation system couldn't find the exact route. Lu Shirtsong's expression grew increasingly grave as he looked at the narrow mountain road clinging to the cliff. Even with the Wrangler's excellent performance, he dared not be careless in the slightest. But thinking of those magical peaches, he ultimately gritted his teeth and continued driving forward. Lu Nianzhu opened the Taolong video app and, comparing it with the surrounding mountains and roads, quickly confirmed that they hadn't gone the wrong way. After the vehicle passed through the last treacherous section of road, the view suddenly opened up, and a quiet, rustic little mountain village appeared nestled among the mountains. The two got out of the car and walked along the cobblestone paths and old alleys, quickly finding out Qin Tao's location. In the distance, on the hillside behind them, a group of people were busy at work, and a huge peach tree on the hillside was almost immediately visible. Lu Nianzhu immediately pulled her father over. At this moment, Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin were carrying peaches down the mountain. They were somewhat surprised to see Lu Shirtsong. "Boss Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Shirtsong did not answer immediately, but just looked up at the Peach King. When he finally stood under the tree, he was completely stunned. The enormous canopy blocked out a large part of the sky. Hundreds of rosy peaches hung from the branches, and the rich aroma of the fruit permeated the entire hillside, while none of the other fruit trees around bore fruit. Lu Shirtsong gazed at the almost miraculous peach tree before him, and after a long while, he took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim, "This peach tree truly deserves to be called the king of peach trees." Chapter 41: The Neighbor Who Loves to Take Advantage. Now, Lu Shirtsong completely believes what Qin Tao said. Yesterday at the county hospital, Lu Shirtsong still thought Qin Tao was lying and deceiving him. But now, this Peach King is actually standing in front of me. Your own eyes won't lie. This Peach King, so beautiful. Lu Shirtsong could even sense a strong life force. Lu Shirtsong quickly took out his phone to take a picture. Such a sight is very rare, and since my little girl didn't come up, I can take a picture and show it to her when I get back. After taking the photos, Lu Shirtsong discovered that Qin Tao had already picked the peaches. "This is sent to Dr. Zhou at the hospital?" Lu Shirtsong asked. Qin Tao nodded. "Yes, we agreed on it yesterday. I'll load it up and deliver it to him right now." Upon hearing this, a thoughtful look appeared in Lu Shirtsong's eyes. Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin had already started carrying baskets down the mountain. Wang Xiaoya tried to move a basket herself, but it was too heavy and she couldn't move it at all. Upon seeing this, Lu Shirtsong immediately went over and said, "Let me help you." Wang Xiaoya smiled and replied, "Thank you. It's nothing, just lending a hand," Lu Shirtsong said casually. As they walked down the mountain, Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but ask, "Little sister, was this peach tree, the king of peaches, on this mountain before?" "I don't know." Wang Xiaoya shook her head and said, "But speaking of this mountain, it has been managed by Qin Tao's family for 3 generations. I heard that when his grandfather was young, this mountain belonged to his grandfather. Later, the government planned it, and it came under the jurisdiction of the village committee. Then, after Qin Tao retired from the army, his grandfather took his retirement pay and contracted the mountain. Well, things hadn't improved for a while, and then we found out that someone was causing trouble on the mountain. A few days ago, Qin Tao came back and took over the mountain. I have to say, Qin Tao is really capable. He's only been back for a few days, but he's already got things in order." Listening to Wang Xiaoya's evaluation of Qin Tao, Lu Shirtsong nodded secretly. He also felt that Qin Tao was not simple. "As soon as I returned to the village, I started a large Douyin account. This will be very beneficial to his future business development. Even if he does nothing now, the Douyin horn he possesses is a fortune in itself." When Lu Shirtsong arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw a group of people surrounding the car, picking at the peaches. He hurriedly followed Wang Xiaoya and ran over quickly. "What are you doing?" Qin Yunbin shouted angrily. This group of people consisted of middle-aged women and elderly people from the village. Several people were examining the peaches, while others wiped them and put them directly into their mouths to take a bite. Qin Yunbin was furious when he saw this. Lu Xiaolu was among them. Hearing Qin Yunbin's angry rebuke, he said, "It's just a peach I ate. Why are you being so fierce?" "That's right, it's just a peach. We're just looking to see how big your peaches have gotten. What's so special about them? I must say, these peaches are quite delicious. Give me 2 more, I want my grandson to try them." "Yes, you have so many peach trees on your mountain, share some with us." At this moment, Qin Tao experienced another side of rural life. They love to take advantage of small things. They enjoy encroaching on other people's interests. You bunch of people." Qin Yunbin was furious. This is what Qin Tao was going to deliver to the county town. "If you eat it, how are we supposed to deliver it?" Someone complained. "So what if we ate 1 or 2? What's the big deal?" Qin Tao's face darkened as he stared at the group and said, "My fellow villagers, my uncles and elders, if my whole mountain were full of peaches, I would gladly give you a few, or even deliver some to each of you. But I spent over 100,000 yuan to lease this mountain, and now only this one peach tree has borne fruit. You want me to give it all to you? Sorry, I'm not that noble. Why don't you take out your chickens and ducks, kill them, and feed them all? I wouldn't say anything if it were peaches from other fruit trees. But do you know what the fruit from this king of peach tree is for? I'm sending it to the county hospital to treat patients with anorexia. Do you know what you're doing? Besides, these peaches aren't cheap at all, and you still want to take a few home. Let me ask you. Each of my peaches costs 100 yuan, which is equivalent to several chickens and ducks. How about we make a trade? I'll go to your house and grab a few to cook and eat. Would you be willing to do that? Everyone was speechless after Qin Tao's words. But some people still don't believe it. For example, Lu Xiaolu said, "You're just bragging. 100 yuan for a peach? There's no such thing as an expensive peach." The others also came to their senses. That's right. Where can you find peaches this expensive? You're just kidding. Exactly, they're trying to scare us. Do you think we don't know the price of peaches? Upon seeing this, Lu Shizong immediately stepped forward and said coldly, "These peaches do sell for 100 yuan each, but that doesn't mean they're only worth 100 yuan each. Brother Qin delivered them to the hospital to treat someone's illness, which is why he sold them at the minimum price of 100 yuan each. These peaches would definitely be worth more than 100 yuan each on the market. Who would believe that?" Lu Xiaolu scoffed. Qin Tao stared at Lu Xiaolu and said coldly, "Are you asking for a beating?" Lu Xiaolu shrank back in fright and hurriedly said, I'm just stating the facts. Don't threaten me." "Brother Qin," Lu Shizong said to Qin Tao, "I see you still have quite a few fruits left on your tree. Have they all been ordered?" "Not yet," Qin Tao said. "Well then," Lu Shizong said to Qin Tao with a smile, "let me take advantage of you a bit. 200 for each peach. Sell them all to me." "This?" Qin Tao hesitated for a moment. "I know these peaches are worth more than this, but since I'm buying them all for you, I'll give you a discount." Lu Shizong chuckled. Qin Tao knew that Lu Shizong was helping him out of a predicament, and said gratefully, "Okay, but not 200. One is still 100. No, 200 for one," Lu Shizong said. "These peaches are worth that much, and I'm not a doctor. According to the market price, I'm actually making a profit. Actually, these peaches don't have any market price. This kind of fairy peach is unique in the whole world. Therefore, prices cannot be determined according to market standards at all." Qin Tao knew Lu Shizong was trying to help him, so he nodded. "Okay, I'll go up the mountain and pick peaches for you. Sister-in-law, keep an eye on things here. Also, I'll personally come to the door of those who ate my peaches to collect their money. One peach at a time. I ordered them all, not a single one less." Qin Tao glared at those who had eaten his peaches and said coldly. Immediately, the people scattered. Everyone who had eaten the peaches ran away, afraid that Qin Tao would ask them for money. The others stayed behind, wanting to see Qin Tao's boasting backfire. They simply couldn't believe that these peaches would sell for 200 yuan each. Chapter 42. Peaches sold for over 20,000. Qin Yunbin went to find the box. These were all leftovers from his previous business dealings, so they were perfect for use. We arrived at the mountain. Lu Shizong expressed his intention to join the labor force. After all, such an experience is very rare. Moreover, the sight of the peach tree laden with fruit is so delightful that one can't help but want to pick one. Qin Tao naturally wouldn't refuse, and chuckled as he let Lu Shizong climb the tree. Because the remaining fruit is all on top, it's quite difficult to pick. Lu Shizong was very excited. After all, he hadn't done this kind of work for many years. As far as I can remember, the only time he stole fruit from someone else's orchard was when he was a child. About half an hour. All the peaches on the tree were picked. Lu Shizong counted them, and there were a total of 175. Dozens of boxes were filled. Looking at the peaches in the box on the ground, Lu Shizong couldn't stop smiling. Immediately, Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin began carrying the boxes down the mountain. The people at the foot of the mountain were chatting idly, waiting for Qin Tao to come down. Seeing Qin Tao carrying the box down the mountain, everyone stood up and gathered around. Lu Xiaolu leaned over to take a look and was puzzled. He watered the trees with paraquat almost every so often. Although the fruit trees on the mountain did not die, they were basically unable to survive, let alone bear fruit. With so many fruits being carried down in baskets, Lu Xiaolu wondered where all these fruits came from. He could see the peach king on the mountain, but it no longer bore fruit, and he couldn't understand why. Could it be that he bought counterfeit paraquat when watering his plants? Instead of harming the fruit trees, it actually became a nutrient solution? Thinking about this, Lu Xiaolu felt he had suffered a huge loss because of the beating he had endured and the money his family had to pay in compensation. When all the peaches were carried down, everyone was even more surprised. 175 peaches. Those huge fruits were packed in boxes and spread out on the ground. This is incredibly productive. Qin Tao said that they were all picked from a single tree. Everyone is amazed that so many can be picked from one tree. Good heavens! What's going on? Why are there so many? One peach tree can bear so much fruit. That's impossible. What kind of medicine is Qin Tao using? How come he's producing so many drugs? What variety are these peaches? They smell so good. The people who ate them said they were delicious and made them feel refreshed. I wonder if that's true or not. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes fixed curiously on the peach. At the same time, they were also looking forward to it. They wanted to see just how much money Lu Shizong could give Qin Tao. Qin Tao counted the peaches on the car again, then replenished it to 100. Then another 30 were left. Lu Shizong counted them again. There were a total of 137. Zhu, come out, Lu Shizong shouted. Oh, they're here. Lu Nianzhu's voice came from the courtyard. Soon, Lu Nianzhu ran out of the yard. Behind her were two little kids and a big yellow dog. It was Little Whale and Little Lin. It seems the three of them are having a good time. What's wrong, Dad? Lu Nianzhu looked at everyone in confusion. There weren't this many people when she arrived. When Lu Xiaolu saw Lu Nianzhu, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He spent his childhood hanging out with his brother in the village and town, and didn't even finish high school. Now that he's in the village, he sees mostly middle-aged women all day long, and he's getting tired of seeing them. Seeing a young and beautiful city girl like Lu Nianzhu, one's heart naturally pounded. Give me the bag, Lu Shizong said. Lu Nianzhu immediately realized what was happening, quickly handed the bag to Lu Shizong, and then looked at the peaches laid out on the ground with greedy eyes, excitedly asking, Dad, did you take all of these down? Lu Shizong gave a wry smile and glanced at his daughter. These things on the ground are all ours. Yay, that's great. Lu Nianzhu exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fist. Seeing his daughter's excited expression, he smiled and shook his head, then took out neat stacks of banknotes from his bag. Upon seeing the neatly stacked banknotes, the onlookers widened their eyes and their breathing quickened. After all, they are honest, simple rural people who can only earn a few thousand yuan a year when they sell their crops. They were all astonished that Lu Shizong could produce tens of thousands of yuan so easily. 137. Lu Shizong counted out 27,400 yuan and handed it to Qin Tao. Qin Tao glanced at it, put it away without counting, shook hands with Lu Shizong, and said, Thank you, Mr. Lu. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Lu Shizong laughed and said, Brother Qin, calling me Boss Lu is too formal. I'm a few years older than you, and we'll have many opportunities to cooperate in the future, so let's call each other brothers. How about that? Qin Tao laughed heartily. Great, Brother Lu. There are many more crops growing on this mountain in the future, and I hope there will be more opportunities for cooperation. Of course, I run a hotel in the county town. As long as your crops are good, I'll buy them all, Lu Shizong said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Haha, thank you so much. I guarantee that all the crops on my mountain are completely natural and pollution-free, absolutely natural. Qin Tao said. Lu Shizong's eyes lit up, and he stared at Qin Tao, asking, Really? Don't you believe me, Brother Lu? I guarantee it's 100% all natural. Qin Tao laughed. Lu Shizong was very surprised. These days, truly natural vegetables are becoming increasingly rare, and with the widespread use of pesticides in rural areas, it's almost impossible to find vegetables grown without them. Moreover, he is a picky person when it comes to ingredients, so he would naturally be happy if Qin Tao could grow such vegetables. Great. As long as you can grow them and guarantee that they are all natural and pollution-free vegetables, I will buy them at a high price. Lu Shizong promised. Qin Tao laughed heartily. Brother Lu, don't complain about the price when it comes. He will definitely use spiritual water to irrigate the vegetables, and the vegetables grown will be absolutely delicious, and the price will naturally be much higher. Having learned from the peach's experience, he is now certain of the effects of watering with spiritual water. Everyone was incredibly surprised to see Qin Tao and Lu Shizong chatting so happily. With so many peaches, we sold them for over 20,000 yuan. This is more money than they earn in a whole year. Immediately, many people started to get excited. Boss, I also grow peaches at home. Can I have them for only 100 each, instead of 200? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaolu immediately understood and hurriedly came over to offer Lu Shizong a cigarette. Boss, I have a peach orchard at home, and the fruit is already hanging on the trees. Do you want one? It's only 50 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Shizong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. These people really think he's a sucker. No way. Lu Shizong refused outright. Do you think just any peach can sell for such a price? Let me tell you, the vegetables Brother Qin grows are no ordinary produce. Chapter 43. This peach is extraordinary. Everyone looked at Lu Shizong with suspicion. They were also curious to know why Qin Tao's peaches could grow so big and sell for such a high price. They also want to sell their peaches at that price. They worked hard for a year, but they couldn't earn as much as Qin Tao made in a single day selling peaches. Lu Shizong looked at everyone and sneered. I ask you, can your peaches grow this big? Everyone shook their heads. Each peach was as big as a large bowl, and each peach was estimated to weigh 4 or 5 pounds. They had never seen peaches grow so big, and all of them were so big and so well proportioned. Impossible, Lu Shizong sneered. As we all know, peaches grown by many people vary in size and taste. Even the sweetness can vary greatly depending on the variety, irrigation, and sunlight exposure. Some are so delicious that they're almost embarrassed to even say they're sweet. Do you know how delicious this peach is? Lu Shirtsong took out a peach and waved it in front of everyone. A rich aroma immediately filled the air. Some people couldn't resist taking a deep sniff. The fragrance was captivating. Can you smell it? Just this aroma alone is enough to whet one's appetite, Lu Shirtsong said proudly. You can imagine how delicious these peaches must be. After hearing Lu Shirtsong say that, many people felt their mouths watering. The aroma of peaches makes my mouth water, and I want to taste them. Many people even began to regret not having tried one first. If Qin Tao really wanted money, they could have just given it to him. 100 yuan for a peach was still a good deal. After all, Lu Shirtsong bought them for 200 each. I'm not exaggerating, but I really witnessed a miraculous scene with my own eyes. These peaches actually have the effect of treating anorexia. Some patients with severe anorexia have not eaten for a month, but after smelling the aroma of these peaches and tasting them, they have a great appetite and start eating. Lu Shirtsong sighed. In fact, when he saw this scene, he couldn't believe it either. But Qin Tao couldn't possibly have conspired with the entire hospital to deceive him, could he? Many people also showed expressions of disbelief. They don't believe you're making such a big deal out of a peach. They don't really understand things like anorexia. I didn't think it was a serious illness. Lu Shirtsong looked at them and said slowly. Actually, I didn't believe it at first either, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized how shocking it was. You wouldn't understand, so this thing is worth this price. If you can grow peaches like this, I guarantee I'll buy them at the original price. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. How could it be possible to grow peaches just like Qin Tao's? This was the first time in all these years that they had ever seen peaches like this. How can they possibly grow it now? The crowd fell silent. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Lu Shirtsong smiled slightly. Lu Nianzhu picked up a peach and said to Little Whale and Shaoan, "Let's go. Let's eat peaches." Good. Okay. The two immediately clapped and cheered. The two little ones had both eaten peaches before and couldn't forget the taste. When they heard that Lu Nianzhu was going to take them to eat peaches, they were naturally overjoyed. The three of them went back to the courtyard hand in hand. Lu Xiaolu looked on with great envy. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiaolu quietly followed them. "Brother Lu, where's your shop? I'll find another car and deliver it to you," Qin Tao said. No need. Lu Shirtsong waved his hand and said, "I drove here, just put it in my car later." After saying that, Lu Shirtsong said dejectedly, "To be honest, this road is really hindering the development of the village. My car is parked at the entrance of the village, and I can't drive in at all." "Sure," Qin Yunbin immediately replied. "As long as it's not a big truck, you can easily get here via the road at the west end of the village." Really? Lu Shirtsong was puzzled. He hadn't seen it when he arrived. "Yes, let's go. I'll take you there." Qin Yunbin was an impatient person, and he acted immediately. "All right, let's go." Lu Shirtsong immediately followed Qin Yunbin to get the car. Sudden, a furious curse came from the courtyard. Get out of here." It was Lu Nianzhu's voice. Qin Tao immediately ran over. There, Lu Nianzhu was holding a piece of firewood in one hand, driving Lu Xiaolu away. Lu Xiaolu called out anxiously, "I just want to be friends with you and exchange contact information." "Get out. I don't want to be friends with you," Lu Nianzhu shouted angrily. Upon seeing this, Qin Tao rushed forward. With a swift movement, Qin Tao grabbed Lu Xiaolu by the collar. "Lu Xiaolu, you've come here to be a hooligan in my house. Are you looking for death?" Qin Tao shouted angrily. Upon hearing Qin Tao's voice, Lu Xiaolu's pupils contracted sharply in fright. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xiaolu felt as if he was about to fly. In an instant, Qin Tao grabbed Lu Xiaolu by the collar and threw him out the door. Wow! Lu Nianzhu's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing this. Amazing! With just one hand, he grabbed the person, lifted them up, and threw them away. That's amazing. She regretted not taking a picture with her phone. If you take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, you'll definitely get a lot of likes. Unfortunately, it was too fast, and she didn't have time to react. Daddy is so great. Little Whale is definitely Qin Tao's #1 fan. Shaoan's eyes widened, filled with envy and awe. Amazing. Lu Xiaolu was so dizzy from the fall that he struggled to get up from the ground. When he saw Qin Tao, he didn't dare to utter a single word. The others were pointing and whispering about Lu Xiaolu. That Lu family lad is useless. He wants to lay a hand on any pretty girl he sees. I never would have guessed that Lu Xiaolu was this kind of person. We'll have to be more careful from now on. To act like a hooligan in broad daylight, how shameless. Hearing these words, Lu Xiaolu felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. I just want a phone call, Lu Xiaolu shouted and ran away. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. What happened? Qin Tao quickly walked over, looking at Lu Nianzhu with concern and asking, Lu Nianzhu felt a little embarrassed by Qin Tao's gaze. She put her hands behind her back and whispered, "It's nothing. He just came up to me and asked for my phone number. I didn't give it to him, so he grabbed my hand, and I got angry." Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said to Lu Nianzhu, "They are all from the countryside and have never seen the world. They got angry when you rejected them. Don't worry about them. If you encounter this again, just call me. I'll beat them up every time I see them." Lu Nianzhu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Okay. Chapter 44 Simple and Honest Relatives. With Qin Yunbin's directions, Lu Shizong successfully drove his Wrangler in. Upon seeing the car, everyone gathered around curiously. They usually see sedans, so this SUV's design is quite unique to them. After getting out of the car, Lu Shizong walked over and, seeing so many people gathered outside the courtyard, couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Qin Tao recounted what had just happened to Lu Shizong, expressing his deep apologies. Lu Shizong waved his hand and laughed. "It's nothing. This kind of thing happens all the time." As he spoke, Lu Shizong said with a proud look, "My daughter is beautiful, so it's normal that she has many suitors. But she really wouldn't be interested in ugly guys like this. She's just like me, with high standards." Qin Tao was speechless. Lu Nianzhu muttered, "That's nothing like you." Qin Tao was speechless at the two extremely narcissistic father and daughter, and quickly changed the subject. "Let's hurry up and move the peaches up to the car, so you can store them when you get back." Yes. We need to hurry," Lu Shizong said immediately. Although 20,000 to 30,000 yuan is nothing to Lu Shizong, these peaches are of great significance to him. Many things cannot be measured in money. Its intrinsic value far exceeds its monetary significance. Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin carried the peaches to the car. Although this Wrangler isn't very long, there's still plenty of space when the rear seats are folded down. After piling the peaches up, it was almost full. Upon seeing this, Lu Shizong frowned. "The car can't hold it all." Qin Tao said, "Isn't this all set up?" "No," Lu Shizong said. "I was planning to send your 100 peaches to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital as well, but it seems there's no room for them all." "No need to trouble yourself," Qin Tao said with a smile. "I've already loaded it onto the truck, so it won't be a problem for me to make the trip." "Looks like I'll need a bigger car next time I come," Lu Shizong said. Qin Tao nodded and said seriously, "That's right. Next time we come to pick up goods, it won't be just this much." Upon hearing this, Lu Shizong laughed heartily. "You're right. When your agricultural products are ready, be sure to let me know first." "No problem. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I'll definitely save it for you first," Qin Tao said with a smile. This is his first regular client, so he definitely wants to maintain the relationship well. "It's getting late. Let's go back first. We need to put these peaches in the cellar, otherwise I'm really afraid they'll spoil," Lu Shizong said, looking at the peaches. Qin Tao nodded. "Okay, this time it was a bit rushed. Next time you come, I'll treat Brother Lu to some of my cooking." "It's settled then." Lu Shizong laughed heartily. I got on the car. Lu Nianzhu waved goodbye to the little whale and Shaoan with reluctance. "I'll come back to play with you in a few days." "Okay, sister." "Goodbye, sister." The two people waved to Lu Nianzhu. Lu Nianzhu looked at Qin Tao and waved, saying, "Goodbye, Brother Qin." "Goodbye." Qin Tao waved with a smile. At this time, the mountain has been completely planted. Everyone here is an experienced farmer. 2 or 3 people can work on 1 acre of land, and they finish planting very quickly. You've all worked hard. Quickly wash your hands and take a rest. Qin Tao immediately offered his warm hospitality. The stools haven't been delivered yet. So many people have nowhere to sit. Nobody cared much. They were all wearing dirty work clothes anyway, so they simply sat cross-legged, chatting and laughing. Qin Tao washed the peaches in a basin and gave one to each person. "Wow, what kind of peach is this? It's so big," an auntie asked in surprise. Others were also curious. "Why does it smell so good? It's so big, we can't finish it." Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Tao smiled and said, "If we can't finish them, we can save them to eat with our family at home. These peaches are from the Peach King on the mountain, and they're very delicious." "Third brother," Qin Tao called out. Qin Yunbin came out carrying a plate. The top part shows the chopped peach pieces. Toothpicks were stuck in it. Since there were too many peaches to eat, Qin Tao didn't plan to let everyone eat them right away. Good things should be taken back and shared. When everyone saw Qin Yunbin bring out the peaches, they immediately smelled the rich aroma. "Try it quickly. Have a piece. I guarantee you'll feel refreshed all over and won't feel tired at all," Qin Yunbin urged. Everyone looked at Qin Yunbin, puzzled. But the aroma is indeed tempting. They picked up a piece and put it in their mouths. Instantly, a sweet flavor exploded on my taste buds. It was incredibly delicious. At the same time, it felt as if a cool sensation was spreading through my body to my limbs. This feeling is like when you're feeling tired, suddenly you get a bottle of Tiger Balm, and it instantly refreshes you. Just as Qin Yunbin said, his whole body was no longer sore, no longer in pain, and no longer tired. Amazing. This feels so good. Is this still a peach? This feels so good. I'm not tired at all. It's so delicious. Everyone was full of praise. I felt all the fatigue from working disappear. Qin Tao smiled. Qin Yunbin chimed in. You guys don't know, do you? These peaches, a big boss just came to buy them. 200 yuan each. 200. Just this one peach? 200. How can it be so expensive? Is this peach edged with gold? The crowd asked, puzzled. They looked at Qin Tao, seeking an answer. Qin Tao nodded with a smile. I'm giving my friend face by charging a higher price. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. 200 for a peach. So each of them was holding 200 yuan. Qin Baitu immediately stood up and shoved the peach into Qin Tao's hand, saying, Take it back. This is such an expensive thing. Keep it to sell for money. Don't waste it. The others chimed in. We shouldn't take these peaches. We'll just have a taste. They're so expensive, you should keep them and sell them. That's right. It wasn't easy for you to start your business after coming back. Don't waste your money. Seeing everyone's expressions, Qin Tao was deeply moved. He laughed and said, Oh, don't give them to me. They've all left. If I wanted to sell them, I would have done so already. These are just for everyone to eat. Good stuff. We should try it ourselves first. Qin Yunbin chimed in. That's right. I've already eaten, so you can keep it. If you don't want to eat it, take it back for the kids. This stuff is great. It can improve their intelligence. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If this can improve intelligence, they wouldn't want to give it back to Qin Tao. They'd take it home for their children to eat, hoping it might improve their grades. Qin Tao couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Qin Tao, when did we get a peach king on our mountain? How come our peaches can grow to be this big? I didn't know that. Qin Baimu asked, looking at Qin Tao. Chapter 45 Don't Live Too Hard a Life. Qin Tao seemed somewhat embarrassed by the probing questions from his father. My father has been farming on the mountain for several years, and he knows exactly how many trees there are on the mountain. I certainly can't hide this from him. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tao explained, This is a new variety that I discovered in the back mountain and transplanted here. Transplanted? Qin Baimu was suspicious and felt something was wrong. His son was definitely lying. Can it really bear fruit so quickly after transplanting? Qin Baimu wondered to himself. However, he didn't ask any further questions. Since the management rights of the back mountain have been handed over to Qin Tao, he has been able to relax. Actually, he was happier than anyone else to have his son come back and take on the responsibilities at home. He supports whatever Qin Tao does now. Seeing that his father was no longer pursuing the matter, Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. He could easily fool everyone else, but he couldn't fool his father, who knew the back mountain very well. The group chatted for a while longer. After seeing everyone off, Qin Tao gave Qin Yunbin and Wang Xiaoya 2 peaches each. The two refused several times, but unable to refuse any longer, they had no choice but to accept it. After Qin Yunbin left, Wang Xiaoya said to Qin Tao, I'm going to the county town with Xiaoan later. Could you give us a ride? Sure. No problem, Qin Tao said. Qin Tao didn't plan to bring Little Whale with him when he went to the county town today, so he had his parents take Little Whale away earlier. The two elders were overjoyed to see that Qin Tao had finally agreed to let them see the baby whale for a while, and they quickly pulled him away, as if afraid that Qin Tao would change his mind. Seeing that Qin Tao agreed, Wang Xiaoya smiled and said, I've rested for 2 days now, and the factory is starting tomorrow, so I should go back. Okay, go back and pack your things. Call me when you're done, Qin Tao said. Okay. Wang Xiaoya pulled Xiaoan back to the next room. About 20 minutes later, after Wang Xiaoya finished packing, she went to find Qin Tao. Qin Tao helped Wang Xiaoya put her luggage in the car, and they prepared to leave. Because the motorcycle tricycle was carrying goods in the back, the 3 people had to squeeze into the front. Xiaoan sat in the middle, with Qin Tao and Wang Xiaoya sitting on either side. Start the car. Qin Tao drove slowly forward. Along the way, we encountered many people from the same village, and they all greeted us. Qin Tao, are you delivering goods to the city? Xiaoya, are you going to work in the county town? It's perfect that we've combined them, which saves us money. Even though that's what they say. But Wang Xiaoya could see the gossip hidden beneath the smiles on the faces of her fellow villagers. We got onto the county road. Wang Xiaoya lowered her head and said to Qin Tao, I'm sorry. This might have caused others to misunderstand you. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Qin Tao had no interest in that at all. Mom, it's so crowded, Xiaoan said, frowning. The little guy was sitting in the middle, which was really a bit unfair. Wang Xiaoya immediately picked up Xiaoan and put him on her lap. The car seats weren't very big to begin with, and after holding Xiaoan in my arms, the two of them sitting together felt a bit cramped. It's June now, and everyone is wearing relatively light clothing. The two of them are wearing clothes that stick together, and they can even feel each other's body heat. Wang Xiaoya's face turned even redder. I'm a widow, and the villagers will gossip about me, Wang Xiaoya said in a low voice. Hey, Qin Tao laughed. Sister-in-law, aren't you tired of living? Qin Tao in surprise. Qin Tao said, a person's life is only a few decades long. If you can't even live happily yourself, why live for the opinions of others? Isn't that painful? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoya's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Everyone has their own way of living. No matter what you do, there will always be people who say you're wrong or bad. To put it bluntly, you're not money. You can't make everyone like you. Let's just be ourselves and not care what they think. Their gossip is their business. It has nothing to do with us. Wang Xiaoya nodded repeatedly. She felt that Qin Tao was absolutely right. They, a widow and her child, have endured countless cold stares and criticisms over the years. Their lives have truly been difficult. However, Qin Tao narrowed his eyes, exuding a domineering aura. If anyone dares to openly spread rumors about us, I'll tear their mouths apart. Kindness is often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. We absolutely cannot give them the chance to take advantage of us. Qin Tao in surprise. Sister-in-law, Qin Tao said to Wang Xiaoya. Don't worry, I'm back now, and we're neighbors again. If you ever need anything, just ask, and I'll definitely help if I can. We can't let anyone bully us like this again. Okay. Wang Xiaoya was moved to tears. Qin Tao quickly said, Sister-in-law, wipe your tears quickly. If others see you, they'll think I'm bullying you. Wang Xiaoya immediately burst into laughter through her tears. Didn't you just say you weren't afraid of what others would say? Qin Tao scratched his head sheepishly. Wang Xiaoya never expected that Qin Tao had such a kind and honest side. Her beautiful eyes were full of smiles. The journey is quite long. The two chatted casually. They arrived in the county town quickly. Wang Xiaoya said, let's go deliver the things first, so as not to delay the important business. Okay. The two had been chatting all the way and were already quite familiar with each other. Qin Tao didn't stand on ceremony, nodded, and drove towards the hospital. As soon as we arrived at the hospital entrance, several people surrounded us. Are you selling peaches? I'll pay you 150. Sell me a few. I'll pay 200. You have to give me a few. Brother, I need these peaches to save my life. You have to sell them to me. Qin Tao was somewhat surprised to see the people surrounding him. He hadn't expected that these people would stay here all this time. Wang Xiaoya was also startled. She had never seen anything like this before. Startled, she quickly grabbed Qin Tao's arm and asked fearfully, Qin Tao, what's wrong? Qin Tao felt something soft against his arm, but he didn't have time to think about it at the moment, so he said, it's okay. Don't worry about your sister-in-law. Qin Tao immediately said loudly, don't worry, these peaches are for the doctor. The doctor ordered them yesterday. If you need any, you can tell the doctor. But these people still wouldn't let them pass. Left with no other option, Qin Tao had to call the doctor. Soon, the doctor came out with several nurses. Upon seeing the situation, Zhou Jinlin quickly ran over with the nurses, shouting, what are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? After being reprimanded by Zhou Jinlin, the group immediately stopped crowding around. These peaches are for my patients. You don't seem to be my patients, do you? Zhou Jinlin asked, glancing at the group. He still remembered the patient's family members, but these people clearly didn't look like them. We'll process the transfer procedures right away, one of them shouted. Chapter 46 Wang Xiaoya's rented room. The county's hospitals are divided into a traditional Chinese medicine hospital and a people's hospital. And this Zhou Jinlin is a doctor at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Nowadays, most patients choose to go to the people's hospital for Western medicine treatment. After all, in everyone's impression, anorexia is treated with Western medicine. Actually, that's not the case. Traditional Chinese medicine has a long history of treating anorexia. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Zhou Jinlin was able to boldly choose food therapy. That's how the amazing effects of the fairy peach were discovered. To Zhou Jinlin's surprise, he unexpectedly gained a group of patients. The relationship between patients can sometimes be very close. Upon hearing that a certain place had a highly effective treatment method, people naturally flocked to it. It is obvious that the anorexia patients under Zhou Jinlin's command have basically been able to eat. This gave them hope. They also found out that the legendary immortal peaches would be delivered today. So, these people have been waiting here since 5 o'clock in the morning. Upon seeing that the peaches were ordered by Zhou Jinlin, they immediately expressed their desire to transfer to another hospital. Seeing this, Zhou Jinlin advised, don't worry, this food therapy is not suitable for everyone and still needs clinical verification. Dr. Zhou, you don't need to say anything. I'll go back now and arrange for my family member to be transferred to another hospital. After saying that, the man turned and left. Others chimed in. Yes, let's go back and complete the transfer procedures. We want to come here for treatment too. I'm going back right now. Zhou Jinlin couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Seeing the excited expressions of the patients' families, Zhou Jianlin couldn't help but smile wryly. Here's 10,000 yuan, please count it, Zhou Jianlin said, handing over the money. Qin Tao glanced at it, roughly counted, and laughed. No need to count. I believe you. Zhou Jianlin smiled slightly, and said to Qin Tao, speaking of which, I have to thank you for growing these miraculous peaches. Otherwise, I really might not have been able to cure these patients. Qin Tao laughed, and said, these peaches of mine are just something to eat for me and others. But for you, they've become medicinal herbs. This shows your insight, Dr. Zhou. Useful things only have value in the hands of those who can bring out their brilliance. Well said. Zhou Jianlin praised Qin Tao, but also asked, will there be more peaches in the future? Qin Tao thought for a moment and said, the Peach King only bears fruit once a year, but other peaches will be available then. Although they won't be as good as the Peach King, they certainly won't be any worse. In fact, Qin Tao was thinking that all the other peaches had been watered by the spiritual spring. It was just a matter of how much. It will definitely bear fruit eventually, but the taste won't be as good as the Peach King, and the size might not be as large. However, the effects of the spiritual water it contains will definitely still exist. It's just a matter of how much. Zhou Jianlin thought for a moment and said to Qin Tao, Mr. Qin, give me your contact information and address. When my patients are discharged, I'll have them buy peaches from you to help consolidate the effects. How about that? Great. Qin Tao's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. He took out a pen and paper, wrote down his contact information and address, and handed it to Zhou Jianlin, saying, this is my address and contact information. You can contact me anytime. Qin Tao left behind his father's phone number. He hasn't had time to get a phone number since he got back, but he left his WeChat ID. I guess more people will choose to contact each other via WeChat these days. He was overjoyed by Zhou Jianlin's request. He was worried because he hadn't started farming yet and didn't have enough customers. Now it's all right. Someone offered to bring the customer over. We must seize this opportunity. Zhou Jianlin glanced at the contact information, nodded, and said, I still have a lot of things to do at the hospital, so I'll head back now. Okay, goodbye, Dr. Zhou. After waving goodbye to Zhou Jianlin, Qin Tao put the money in his pocket. Wang Xiaoya said enviously, Qin Tao, you're really capable. You've only been back for a few days, and you've already earned tens of thousands of yuan, which is more than I earn in a year. Qin Tao immediately asked curiously, sister-in-law, how much do you earn a month working in the city? Wang Xiaoya shook her head and sighed. At most 2,000 yuan a month, it would be good if I could save 10,000 yuan a year. Qin Tao frowned. Are wages this low in our county? Absolutely, Wang Xiaoya said. I'm a piece worker, and I'm considered a skilled worker, but this is all I can earn. Qin Tao thought for a moment and said to Wang Xiaoya, sister-in-law, why don't you stop working in the county town and come back with me to farm? I'll pay you a salary. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoya shuddered, a look of panic appearing on her face, and her heart began to race. In her view, this sentence is similar to saying, I'll take care of you. She was afraid that her younger brother was just toying with her. It's like a big boss in a big city looking for a woman. And I'm not pretty. For a moment, countless thoughts flooded Wang Xiaoya's mind, a jumbled mess. Finally, Wang Xiaoya gave a slightly sad smile and said, forget it. It's not easy for you to earn money, and I can't help you much. Qin Tao started the car and said slowly, that's not necessarily true. Things will only get better and better on this mountain in the future. I just got back, and there aren't many people I can trust. You, sister-in-law, are one of them. As long as you're willing to help me, I'll give you a base salary of 3,000, plus commission. Hearing about the salary, Wang Xiaoya was still very tempted. But she was more rational. Forget it. Qin Tao, don't waste your money. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Qin Tao saw that Wang Xiaoya was unwilling, but he did not force her. Soon, the two arrived at Wang Xiaoya's rented place. Park the car properly. Qin Tao took the things, and then sent Wang Xiaoya upstairs. We went inside. Qin Tao then noticed several black undergarments hanging by the window. Wang Xiaoya quickly reached out and took it down, tucking it into the corner. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, please sit wherever you like. I'll get you some water. Qin Tao sat down and looked at the house, which was only a dozen square meters in size. Benches, tables, stoves, kitchen counters, various clothes, bedding, basins, piled up all over the room, making it look messy and disorderly. The child has a lot of things, including many daily necessities. The small space felt extremely crowded. Shaoan, go play, Wang Xiaoya said to Shaoan. Shaoan responded and ran out as if she had been given a free rein. It seems they know the area very well. This is the outskirts of the county, and the rooms here are just small huts temporarily built in the attic on the second floor. The conditions were very harsh. Qin Tao felt a tightness in his chest when he saw this scene. Qin Tao, Wang Xiaoya immediately reached out and put her hand to Qin Tao's mouth, silencing him before he could say anything. Wang Xiaoya's eyes were full of stubbornness. Qin Tao, your sister-in-law is not well-educated or capable, but she lives by her own hands, is upright and honest, and is not afraid of what people say. You have just come back and don't understand many things, so don't waste your money on your sister-in-law. When you are really capable, your sister-in-law will do anything for you. Chapter 47, There's always someone looking for trouble. Qin Tao is gone. They left Wang Xiaoya's residence. He gained some understanding of Wang Xiaoya's thoughts. Wang Xiaoya is a strong-willed woman and feels that Qin Tao is just putting on a show to help her. Qin Tao is helpless. Of course, he knew that Wang Xiaoya was doing it for his own good. It's not possible now. We can only wait until we achieve something in the future so that Wang Xiaoya can see it. Then I can have Wang Xiaoya come and do the work for me. Next, Qin Tao drove to the service center and got a phone card. Coincidentally, there is a baby whale whose birthday is 0818. He chose this number. Afterwards, Qin Tao drove home. Qin family village. At Lu Dazhuang's home. At the tea table, Lu Cunxing was having tea and chatting with Lu Dazhuang. Dazhuang, you must do what we're about to do well. If you do this well, making money will be easy, Lu Cunxing said in a deep voice. Lu Dazhuang took a sip of tea and said dejectedly, I won't be at peace until I get rid of Qin Tao. Bang! Lu Cunxing slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily, How dare you say that? Lu Dazhuang was still somewhat unconvinced and wanted to argue, but when he looked up and saw Lu Cunxing's eyes, he immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Lu Cunxing angrily said, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. You clearly knew that Qin Tao had been a soldier and had strong reconnaissance abilities, yet you still sent Xiao Lu to the mountain to cause trouble? Couldn't you have just held back for a few days? Now look what happened. We didn't get the 100,000 yuan back, but instead lost another 100,000 yuan. What a loss! What a loss! Lu Xiaolu strode in and said to Lu Cunxing, Uncle, just give the order if you can bring down Qin Tao. Looking at the hatred in the brothers' eyes, Lu Cunxing sighed and said to them, All right, since you're so eager to deal with Qin Tao, I'll give you a plan, but you must do as I say. Okay. The two brothers' eyes widened immediately, listening carefully to Lu Cunxing's instructions. You should know that our village is a key poverty alleviation village. In the next few days, the new town mayor will take office. A new official always makes a big splash, and he will definitely start with poverty alleviation. And our Qin family village is of utmost importance. At this time, you should take over Shaoqin Mountain to pave the way for the town mayor. Lu Dazhuang was very puzzled. Why did they contract Shaoqin Mountain just to pave a road for the town mayor? Lu Cunxing glared at him. What's the key point about impoverished villages? I have no money. Lu Xiaolu blurted out. That's right, Lu Cunxing said. We just don't have the money, but if we develop a distinctive agricultural economy and drive the development of the entire village, wouldn't the mayor be happy? The two of them immediately realized. Whether it works out or not, we've done what needs to be done. The town mayor will be pleased and look good. Then we can apply for another batch of business loans, poverty alleviation funds, and economic subsidies. And if you sell what you grow on the mountain, how much money can you make? The two of them immediately became excited. Even if you don't want to make money from crops, can't you use it to deal with Qin Tao? You can plant whatever he grows, and you can sell it for a lower price than him. By then, I see. This plan is brilliant. Lu Dazhuang and Lu Xiaolu clapped their hands excitedly. Looking at the two brothers, Lu Cunxing smiled, took a sip of tea, and said, Here's what we'll do. You two go find Qin Baiqing first thing tomorrow morning and sign the contract. Good. Qin Tao returned home and drove the car back to Qin Yunbin's house. I thought to myself, this road is really terrible. The saying to get rich, build roads first, will always be a wise one. However, how to repair this road and who will repair it are still questions. After returning the car, Qin Tao walked down the street. Suddenly, he saw Qin Yunbin getting into a conflict with someone at the foot of the back mountain. Qin Tao immediately ran over. Upon closer inspection, Qin Tao realized it was Qin Hongwei and his group. Immediately, Qin Tao's face darkened, and he glared at Qin Hongwei and the others, angrily saying, You guys really don't learn your lesson. Qin Tao, Qin Yunbin immediately shouted angrily, Qin Tao, you're finally back. Those people insist that the land we acquired is encroaching on their land. Qin Tao nodded, looked at Qin Hongwei, and walked over. You want a beating, huh? Qin Hongwei immediately ran away, shouting, Hitting me won't help. You've taken my land. You'll get your comeuppance. After saying that, the group ran away. Everyone was stunned. Qin Hongwei was a notorious bully in the village. They bully men and women, committing all sorts of evil deeds. He was a notorious bully throughout the entire town of Dagwan. These people are watching. They were just waiting for Qin Hongwei and Qin Yunbin to have a big fight. As soon as Qin Tao returned, Qin Hongwei ran away? What's going on here? Are you afraid of Qin Tao? This tyrant is actually afraid of someone who just returned to the village. Even Qin Tao himself frowned. What's going on with Qin Hongwei? Qin Tao, these guys are deliberately trying to cause trouble. They're disgusting. Qin Yunbin was furious. Qin Tao waved his hand. Ignore them for now. If they come looking for trouble again, I'll deal with them personally. Qin Yunbin nodded. Don't be afraid of them. Our family has quite a few people too. Qin Tao smiled and said to Qin Yunbin, don't worry, third brother, they can't bully our family. You should go back and rest. You've been busy all day. Okay, Qin Yunbin then went back. He went to great lengths to secure Qin Tao's territory. Qin Tao saw everything. Back home, Qin Tao then realized that he hadn't posted his video yet. So he simply uploaded both videos at once. The first video is of them picking peaches. The second video is of a baby whale selling peaches. The video immediately attracted a lot of attention from fans after it was uploaded. The first thing everyone sees is the first video. The viewers were very excited to see everyone picking peaches. They've come down from the tree. Time to pick fruit. Are they preparing to sell it? How much is it per pound? Give me 10 pounds. I want 20 pounds. Does it include free shipping to Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai? Answer me quickly, host. Please choose me. I want to reserve a lot of tickets. Many people couldn't help but laugh when they saw the little whale carrying a big peach by itself, carefully taking small steps with its short legs, and gently placing it in the basket. Ha ha, the little whale is so cute. So cute. I love the little whale so much. What should I do? A baby whale? How much is it? Can I eat it? Little Whale Fan Club reporting for duty. I'm reserving the title of the main wife. I'm reserving concubines. I am the Empress Dowager. Seeing that the group had completely veered off topic. Chapter 48 Little Whale has 880,000 followers. Both videos simultaneously surpassed 1 million likes. The number of comments also exceeded 10,000. The Little Whale is very popular. The two videos immediately attracted a lot of attention from fans after they were posted. Wang Wenkai, who had already boarded the bus bound for Xinguan City, also received a pop-up message. After seeing the two videos, Wang Wenkai was extremely excited. High yield, Wang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly. I've been posting one high-quality video every day for the past few days, and today I posted two at once. Wang Wenkai felt a pang of envy upon seeing the peaches in the first video. In the second video, the little whale holding up a sign and calling out its wares is also exceptionally cute. But soon, Wang Wenkai noticed something was wrong. A peach costs 100 yuan. This is a bit expensive. When Wang Wenkai opened the comments section, he saw that many people were commenting. Is the streamer crazy? Selling peaches for 100 yuan each? Are they inlaid with gold? Are you crazy for money? Completely shameless. Malicious hype. Where can you find peaches this expensive? Using children to create hype. How disgusting. Looking at these comments, Wang Wenkai felt a chill run down his spine. He just discovered a great streamer. He doesn't want it to fall apart before it even starts. Wang Wenkai immediately prepared to call Qin Tao. He understands the desire to sell products and make money, but it's too early for Qin Tao, and it's too expensive. One peach costs 100 yuan. That's outrageously expensive. But soon, Wang Wenkai saw different comments. 100 yuan each? That's not expensive. Hey guys, don't get blindly swayed by the hype. Do the math yourselves. Peaches are 10 yuan a pound now, right? Look at how big these peaches are. They must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. The peaches are of such good quality. It's normal for them to be a yuan or two more expensive, right? Even if you go to the supermarket to buy peaches, can you say that 5 or 6 pounds won't cost 100 yuan? I can't speak for other places, but this is definitely the price here in Ningbo. Exactly. Anyone with a little logical thinking can figure that out immediately. Don't try to spread misinformation. Furthermore, from beginning to end, have you ever seen the live streamer trying to sell anything? Did you see the yellow bike icon at the bottom? Seeing this, Wang Wenkai finally felt a little relieved. The following comments left Wang Wenkai somewhat amused and exasperated. The Little Whale actually has its own fan club. They also have a unified name. The Little Whale's harem. How big is that little whale? These women are absolutely depraved. Immediately, Wang Wenkai turned on his computer without hesitation, entered the website's backend, and used his privileges to promote the two videos. Soon, more people saw the two videos. Likes and followers are growing rapidly. While scrolling through videos out of boredom, Wang Wenkai soon came across a few interesting ones. The video shows footage from a hospital. It also shows that it is an anorexia ward. But the patients were all eating. The voiceover says, ever since they ate the fairy peach, the anorexia in the entire ward has been cured. Finally, they also showed off some peaches. Look at these peaches. Aren't these the peaches Qin Tao sells? Wang Wenkai seemed to have discovered something. He collected related videos. These messages are becoming increasingly frequent. They are both anorexia. They are all fairy peaches. The locations are all still in Guanshan County. One of the videos is even more interesting. The video shows someone running, but the image quality is very blurry. One person's voice sounds very excited. Dr. Zhou bought all the peaches. We patients are so lucky this time. We will definitely all recover. As he spoke, he ran to the hospital entrance, where the video captured doctors and nurses carrying peaches, along with the hospital's name. Guanshan County Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. After analyzing these videos, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately, he opened the back end and used a little trick. He linked the video of the baby whale with the video of these peaches. This allows users who like or follow Little Whale to randomly come across these videos. This way, we can better promote Qin Tao's video. After finishing all this, Wang Wenkai clapped his hands in satisfaction. Let's wait for the fire. Wang Wenkai's actions did indeed cause a huge uproar on Douyin. Verbal battles are the best form of publicity. Many people are complaining about the high price of peaches. Many people are explaining that peaches are actually not expensive, including the number of recommendations from Wang Wenkai. Its popularity is soaring. The number of views has reached 8 million. It has received 5 million likes. The number of comments has surpassed 300,000. The number of followers has increased by over 100,000. These peaches are ridiculously expensive. Some people say that. The peaches are not expensive at all. They are so big and look so good. According to market prices, they are not expensive at all. While everyone was cursing and arguing, some videos with very few likes and comments popped into their view. Fairy peach. Anorexia. Food therapy. The pieces of information, piece by piece, led to a very bold guess. A fan downloaded and edited these videos, then posted them online. Look, everyone, these are the expensive peaches you've been talking about. They're all saving lives. Because I tag Little Whale Farm. Many people have seen this video. After seeing this video, many people specifically searched for it. Some people even made phone calls to investigate. The results proved it to be true. Instantly, word of mouth exploded. Holy crap, this peach king is invincible. A fairy peach. A fairy peach. That's no exaggeration at all. Thumbs up for the streamer. Thumbs up for the Little Whale. Well done. From fan to diehard fan. I've evolved into a meteorite-level fan. I'll be a fan forever. Brothers, if anyone dares to cheat again, I, with my 100-meter-long broadsword, will be the first to show no mercy. My 200-meter-long sword will be here shortly. Unaware of the situation, Qin Tao had no idea that at this very moment, his fan base was rapidly growing. At the same time, Guanshan County, in a courtyard, Zhuang Miyue, dressed in light loungewear, sat on a hammock in the hallway, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a video popped up in her view. Selling peaches? Zhuang Miyue's eyes widened. Isn't this the Little Whale? Zhuang Miyue was surprised to find that she had come across a video of a little whale, and it got over 5 million likes. There are over 5 million. Zhuang Miyue sat up abruptly, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at her phone in disbelief. 500,000 comments. Forward. 50,000. These numbers are absolutely mind-blowing. Immediately, Zhuang Miyue clicked on the profile picture to enter the homepage. Number of followers, 880,000. So much attention. Zhuang Miyue couldn't help but exclaim. Although this wasn't a common occurrence on Douyin, it was quite surprising for Zhuang Miyue to hear it happening in her own impoverished Qin family village. As she watched the previous video, Zhuang Miyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 49, The Little Whale Wants to Win Over Halfway. It was evening. The little whale ran back, covered in sweat. Chen Fenghua was also panting heavily behind her. He was clearly exhausted by his overindulgent grandson. Qin Tao saw the little whale covered in sweat. He couldn't help but smile wryly. He took out a towel and wiped the sweat off the little whale's face, body, and hair. If you don't dry yourself off, you're more likely to catch a cold once the heat wears off. The little whale exclaimed excitedly. Daddy, shall we go catch fireflies tomorrow? Fireflies. Qin Tao was taken aback, feeling that this was a very distant concept. Yes, Daddy, fireflies are so beautiful. The little whale was so excited that he tried his best to describe the beauty of the magical little creature to Qin Tao, but his vocabulary was really lacking, and he was so anxious that he waved his hands and feet. Qin Tao nodded. Dad will take you to catch fireflies tomorrow. Great. The little whale clapped its hands happily, overjoyed. Qin Tao himself also longed for it. There were many fireflies in the village when I was a child. Fireflies used to fill the mountains and fields at dusk, but now they are rarely seen. After agreeing with the little whale that they would go see the fireflies together the next day, Qin Tao told the little whale to go wash up and rest. Although Chen Fenghua was exhausted from the day, she was still very happy and said to the little whale, Grandma will come to see you again tomorrow morning. The little whale nodded repeatedly. Goodbye, Grandma. Chen Fenghua waved to the little whale with a smile and left. Qin Tao once throughout the entire process, nor did she say a single word to him. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Qin Tao felt depressed. So, after having the baby whale, it's like I was adopted? Before leaving, Chen Fenghua patted De Huang's head, and De Huang wagged its tail, trying to please her. Qin Tao was even more frustrated. It turns out my status isn't even as high as Big Yellow's. Qin Tao was very upset. My status in the family has plummeted. Watching the little whale humming a nursery rhyme while washing his face and brushing his teeth, Qin Tao wondered if he was starting to get jealous of the kid. Everyone's attention is now focused on this little guy. Qin Tao envied most was that the little whale could be shrouded in car headlights without any restraint. Cough cough. Qin Tao realized he might have misunderstood something, so he quickly said, "After you've washed up, go inside and make a video call to your mother. We made an appointment yesterday, and I should call in 10 minutes. Oh, okay." The little whale quickly wiped its face and hurriedly ran into the house. He's been here for several days now, and he started to miss his mother. Qin Tao cleaned up the yard, then took a flashlight and went to the back mountain. He needs to inspect the situation on the back mountain. All the peaches on the tree have been picked clean. The other peach trees are also starting to come back to life, but it's uncertain whether they will bear fruit, since it's already June and the flowering season is long over. Many fruit trees have even started bearing fruit. Then he came to the vegetable garden that had been newly planted that day. 13 mu of land. Qin Tao originally gave Qin Yunbin 1,200 yuan, which could be used to cultivate up to 12 mu. But after some bargaining, Qin Tao managed to cultivate a total of 13 acres of land. Different vegetables were planted in each plot of land. Now, if you shine a flashlight on it, you can even see some small buds. Qin Tao couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the spiritual water. After finishing his inspection, Qin Tao returned home, washed up, and went back to his room. Back inside, Qin Tao saw the little whale chatting with Angelina Hathaway. Mommy, I saw so many fireflies, twinkling like stars, so beautiful." The little whale exclaimed happily. Of course, they still communicated in English. Although the baby whale can speak Chinese, it was because Angelina Hathaway hired a Chinese teacher specifically for him. In Angelina Hathaway's own words, "Your father is Chinese, so you must learn Chinese." The little whale saw Qin Tao, it called out "Daddy," and handed him the phone. Qin Tao took the phone, saw Angelina Hathaway's stunningly beautiful face, and smiled, saying Hathaway. When Hathaway saw Qin Tao, her expression immediately turned cold. "I admit, the little whale has been quite happy with you lately." Hearing this, Qin Tao laughed and said, "That's for sure. Children will have a very happy childhood in the mountains." "But," Hathaway said coldly, "that place isn't suitable for him to live. It's fine as an outdoor trip, but he still has to go home afterward." "I've checked your area. It's located in a mountainous region and is very underdeveloped. The average annual income per person is less than 10,000 yuan, and that's in Chinese yuan. Many people can't even make ends meet. Such a backward place is simply not suitable for the little whale to live in. I will send someone over the day after tomorrow." After saying that, Hathaway hung up the phone without giving Qin Tao a chance to explain. Hathaway hung up the phone, panting, clutching her chest, her face slightly flushed. "Damn it. Why does my heart always race whenever I see this guy? What's so great about him? Why do I feel this way about him?" "Hathaway." The assistant pushed open the door and said to Hathaway, "It's time to go. You have scenes to film today." "Okay." Hathaway patted her face in front of the makeup mirror, trying to make herself look normal. Standing up, Hathaway asked her assistant, "Have the people I asked you to arrange been arranged?" "Don't worry. Everything's been arranged," the assistant said with a smile. "That's good." Hathaway nodded and walked out the door. Called out, looking at Qin Tao's stiff face. Qin Tao looked at the little whale. The little whale's face was full of worry. "Did you and your mother have a fight?" "No." Qin Tao immediately smiled and said, "Your mother said she'll send someone to see you the day after tomorrow." The little whale said, "Daddy, Mommy doesn't know how nice our home is. I'll try my best to convince Mommy. Once Mommy comes, I definitely won't want to leave." Qin Tao gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that this might not be the case. Although Angelina Hathaway is not the pampered type who can endure hardship, she is actually very hardworking. Born on a farm, she returns to help out every year during the busy farming season. Angelina Hathaway even drives a pickup truck to haul cattle feed, feeds the cows, cleans up cow dung, and milks them. But, compared to the mechanized production and abundant material life in the cities, rural life in China is completely different. It must be said that mechanized production in the United States is extremely efficient, but it lacks the charm of rural life. In China, the true agricultural life and rural pleasures are very rich and have a very special feel to it. However, he wasn't sure if Hathaway would like it. However, Qin Tao thought it was worth a try. He smiled and said to the little whale, "Then I'll entrust this task to you. Yes, sir. Little Whale jumped out of bed, stood up straight, and saluted Qin Tao in a very proper manner, saying, "Mission accomplished." Chapter 50. Town leaders come to help alleviate poverty. Early morning. Qin Tao returned from his run. Back in the yard, I saw the little whale practicing its horse stance, while Chun Fenghua was cooking in the kitchen. Qin Baimu sat leisurely in the rocking chair that had been delivered yesterday. Qin Tao simply turned around and went out to the back mountain. On the back hill, Qin Tao was surprised to find that tiny flower buds had sprouted on these peach trees. Even though Qin Tao knew the wonders of the spiritual water, he couldn't help but be amazed. Peach trees typically bloom in March. Leaves will only grow after the flowers have fallen. Now that the tree is lush and leafy, it has even started to bloom again, which completely violates the normal growth habits of peach trees. However, with the Peach King as an example, this is understandable. Qin Tao was a little annoyed. How was he going to explain it to others? In the vegetable garden, the vegetables have all sprouted new shoots and are growing very well. Back in the courtyard, when Chun Fenghua saw Qin Tao, she asked, "Yinjin, what vegetables are you growing in your yard? How come they're growing so fast?" Qin Tao looked. The vegetables had already grown 4 leaves. That's fast. For ordinary vegetables, the soil in this yard is fertile, so they grow quickly, Qin Tao said casually. Chun Fenghua didn't press the matter further. "Yinjin, this rocking chair is nice. Get me one too." Qin Baimu was very satisfied with the rocking chair. Qin Tao laughed and said, "I'll just move one over for you in a bit." "Okay," Qin Baimu said cheerfully. After finishing the meal, the little whale went to knock on the door next door, but no one responded. The little whale ran back and asked in confusion, "Daddy, where's Brother Shaoan?" Qin Tao rubbed the little whale's head and said, "Your brother Shao and went to the county town with your aunt." "When will he come back?" the little whale asked expectantly. Qin Tao thought for a moment and said, "He should be back on Sunday." "Saturday?" the little whale asked, wanting to confirm the time. Qin Tao shook his head. "Saturday or Sunday, I guess." "Isn't Saturday a day of rest?" the little whale asked. In the United States, weekends are usually 2 days a week. In China, however, whether you get a single day off or a double day off, or even a monthly make-up day, depends on the boss's mood. Some bosses even shamelessly claim that working 996 is a blessing. It's not the same here as in the US. Qin Tao rubbed the little whale's head and said, "Tonight, I'll call your aunt and ask when they're coming back, okay?" The little whale nodded repeatedly. As Shaoan was his first friend, the little whale cared about him a lot. At this time, Qin Baiqing walked over and called out, "Qin Tao, Uncle Baiqing." Qin Tao asked upon seeing Qin Baiqing, "Have you eaten?" A versatile greeting for rural residents. "You've eaten, little whale. Have you eaten?" Qin Baiqing asked the little whale kindly. The little whale nodded. "I've already eaten, Grandpa. But why are you asking me if I've eaten? Are you trying to invite me to dinner?" Clearly, the little whale doesn't understand this way of greeting. Qin Baiqing laughed heartily. "Sure. Whenever you want to eat, Grandpa can treat you to a meal." "Really?" the little whale exclaimed with delight. "That's wonderful." Qin Tao smiled and rubbed the little whale's head, finding the little guy quite amusing. "By the way, Yinjin, the town leaders are coming to inspect, and there will be a poverty alleviation meeting later. You should come and listen in too," Qin Baiqing said. "A poverty alleviation meeting?" Qin Tao asked, somewhat puzzled. "Why should I go when the town leaders are holding a meeting?" "Yes, our village has always been a key poverty alleviation village, and the leaders from the town attach great importance to it. I thought that as one of the few young entrepreneurs in our village, you would like to represent us and give your opinions," Qin Baiqing said. "No problem," Qin Tao readily agreed. Qin Tao would never refuse to do anything that could help the village. "Let's go then," Qin Baiqing said. "Wait a minute, I'll take the little whale to his grandma." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Chun Fenghua was still busy in the yard. Since they had just moved in, many things were still unpacked, so Chun Fenghua started tidying up. After handing the baby whale over to Chun Fenghua, Qin Tao went to the village committee with Qin Baiqing. We arrived at the village committee. The two went directly to the conference room. The conference room was already full of people. With a quick glance, Qin Tao spotted Lu Xuanxing. But what surprised him was not Lu Xuanxing but Zhuang Miyue. He was dressed in a smart little suit, a white lace collar shirt, and the enormous headlights. It's hard to imagine that a woman as petite and slender as Zhuang Miyue could have such enormous headlights. Sensing that many people were watching him, Qin Tao coughed, looked away from the car headlights, and nodded to the crowd. "He's a young entrepreneur from our village. I invited him to come over for a meeting so he can learn from me," Qin Baiqing explained. Lu Xuanxing frowned. He never expected that Qin Baiqing would involve Qin Tao. However, he is now confident of victory and doesn't care. Zhuang Miyue remained calm and said, "All right, everyone's here. Let's start the meeting." Everyone immediately fell silent. Zhuang Miyue looked at everyone and said, When we talk about poverty alleviation now, it's not about allocating money and transferring it to impoverished households. So, even if we spend the money, they'll still be poor. We need to solve this problem at its source. Your Qin family village, as a special poverty alleviation village in a particularly impoverished county, has seen no improvement for so many years. Have you ever thought about where the problem lies? The members of the village committee were immediately at a loss for words. After all, these people don't have much education. They are all respected elders in the village and were elected by vote. If you ask them to study this, they really won't understand it. Seeing this, Qin Tao raised his hand. Zhuang Miyue gestured. Qin Tao stood up and said, poverty alleviation isn't about giving money or offering warmth. You can give subsidies, send rice, oil, and flour to impoverished and extremely poor households. But is that useful? Once they've eaten it all, they'll still be poor. Zhuang Miyue nodded slightly, agreeing with Qin Tao's statement. In fact, this kind of poverty alleviation will not only fail to lift them out of poverty, but will also increase their laziness. Qin Tao said. Zhuang Miyue's eyes lit up. Since the government will give me money and food, why should I need to work? There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. Some people are poor because of health problems or age. But some people are strong and healthy, so why are they poor? If they went out to work, who could starve to death? Putting all that aside, just talking about poverty alleviation, the best way is to teach a man to fish rather than give him a fish. Well said. Qin Tao's ideas coincided with Zhuang Miyue's, which made Zhuang Miyue applaud him. With Zhuang Miyue leading the way, the others also applauded. Chapter 51 Qin Tao envisions a grand future. Apart from Lu Xuanxing, everyone seemed satisfied with Qin Tao's statement. Zhuang Miyue even took the initiative to ask, so what do you think we should do to truly help impoverished households escape poverty? I've made myself perfectly clear. Qin Tao looked at Zhuang Miyue. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Give them skills to make a living, give them jobs, let them become part of the social workforce, and let them receive the wages they deserve. They will naturally escape poverty, and even achieving a moderately prosperous life won't be a problem. Zhuang Miyue clapped again. She felt that Qin Tao had hit the nail on the head. Everyone applauded. The happiest person was Qin Baiqing. He felt that his decision to bring Qin Tao along this time was absolutely right. He really made a name for himself. Zhuang Miyue said, that's right. What we need to do is support them to work. Give them a job so they can support themselves. This is the fundamental way to alleviate poverty. We have been studying how to develop the unique characteristics of each village. Take our Qin family village for example. It has beautiful scenery, so why can't it be developed? It's a village that has been impoverished for decades, and it's time for it to be improved. Qin Tao raised his hand and said, Leader, let me say something. If you want to get rich, build roads first. The transportation in our village is really inconvenient. People from outside can't even find our place, let alone come here. Zhuang Miyue nodded. This is also a problem we've been considering. Next, a meeting was held for 1 hour. Qin Tao finally understood what a long and tedious meeting was like, one that made him drowsy. At last, Zhuang Miyue said, you guys continue with the meeting. Qin Tao, could you take me on a tour of the village? I heard you're starting a business recently. Tell me about your ideas. No problem. Qin Tao nodded. Lu Xuanxing panicked immediately. He hurriedly said, Mayor, weren't we going to talk about support projects? This industrial support. You guys talk first. Let me find out about the situation in Qin family village before we talk, Zhuang Miyue said directly. After saying that, Zhuang Miyue got up and left the conference room with Qin Tao. Lu Xuanxing's face darkened, and he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Dazhuang. In the village, Qin Tao and Zhuang Miyue walked in the alley. On the old-fashioned bluestone street, Qin Tao smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be the new mayor of Dagwan Town. Zhuang Miyue raised her delicate eyebrows, looked at Qin Tao, and asked with an interrogative gaze, do you think a woman can't be a town mayor? Absolutely not. Qin Tao said earnestly. I just feel that there are so few modern women like you. I never expected to meet one. Thumbs up. Smooth talker. Zhuang Miyue smiled. Actually, I wasn't sure I wanted to come to Dagwan Town at first. It was just that after the investigation, I felt that Dagwan Town was the place that needed me the most, so I came here, Zhuang Miyue said. Qin Tao nodded. Zhuang Miyue was somewhat depressed. Qin Tao seemed a bit slow on the uptake and didn't know how to start a conversation. As the poorest area in the county, no one wanted to come to Dagwan Town. Only she took on this responsibility. Qin Tao didn't even say anything. It's really despicable. I learned from your village chief that you are starting a farming business. What are your thoughts? Share them with me, Zhuang Miyue said. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Zhuang Miyue couldn't help but think of the awkwardness of their first meeting, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Actually, I don't have any big ideas. I came back because I want to fulfill my dream. Tell me about it. At this moment, Zhuang Miyue had completely lost the seriousness she had shown in the meeting and instead acted like a girl next door. Qin Tao smiled, glanced at Zhuang Miyue, then opened his arms, gesturing to the beautiful scenery of the village and the magnificent landscape before him, saying, "I was born and raised here. My roots are here. I have no regrets about the first half of my life, which was dedicated to protecting my country. In the second half, I will build my hometown and live the life I want to live. I'm taking my son with me and giving him a happy childhood. I'll pick up my father's old trade, become a farmer, build a farm, grow the vegetables and fruits I like to eat, all without pesticides, raise some free-range chickens and ducks, dig a few ponds, use mountain spring water to raise them, try to return to nature as much as possible, and make this place a pure paradise. Not only that, I also want to lead my fellow villagers to prosperity. I want more people to know about this place, understand our Qin family village, and even come here as tourists. And me, how wonderful it would be to be a farmer, living comfortably." Zhuang Miyue stared blankly at Qin Tao. Although Qin Tao was only talking about building villages and farms, Zhuang Miyue felt that Qin Tao was pointing out the future of the country, full of vigor and ambition, as if a king was waving his hand to show off his territory. This feeling is wonderful. She had seen people with this kind of aura before, but none were as strong as Qin Tao's. Zhuang Miyue shook this feeling out of her mind and nodded slightly, saying, "You want to develop specialty agriculture and take the route of pure natural and pollution-free products." Qin Tao nodded. Zhuang Miyue pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, "Your approach is commendable, but have you considered that green farming will result in very low yields and make you susceptible to pests? With lower yields, your product prices will definitely increase, and finding markets will be a huge challenge." Qin Tao smiled and said, "I have one customer so far, but my vegetables haven't been grown yet, so it's hard to say." Zhuang Miyue looked at the peach trees on the mountain and the vegetable garden that had been cultivated in the distance, frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Qin Tao, "Don't worry, as long as you keep doing it, I will try my best to help you." "Thank you so much." Qin Tao immediately expressed his gratitude. In the early stages of starting a business, why not take advantage of the help you receive? Moreover, Zhuang Miyue is the town mayor, so she can provide more resources and support. It will develop better then. Zhuang Miyue said, "This isn't just me helping you personally. It's on behalf of the town to support young entrepreneurs in Qinjiakan. You'd better do it well." "Don't worry. I'm confident," Qin Tao said with a smile. "By the way, where are your peaches? I've heard that your peaches can cure anorexia." Zhuang Miyue suddenly said. Qin Tao was taken aback, looking at Zhuang Miyue in surprise. "How did you know?" Zhuang Miyue took out her phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, waved it in front of Qin Tao, and said, "Who are you talking about?" "The big streamer." Qin Tao was taken aback and couldn't help but smile wryly. "So you saw everything. Of course, you have no idea how popular you are on Douyin right now. And Little Whale is absolutely hot. By the way, where's Little Whale?" Zhuang Miyue asked. Chapter 52. Zhuang Miyue, unable to control herself. Qin Tao's courtyard. "Little Whale, come out and eat the peaches," Qin Tao called out. The little whale immediately ran out of the house, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, can we eat the fairy peaches now?" The peaches had actually all been picked, but Qin Tao had specially saved a few for the little whale to eat as snacks. Little Whale. Upon seeing the little whale, Zhuang Miyue immediately smiled brightly, cheered, and opened her arms to the little whale. Hearing Zhuang Miyue's call, for a moment, the little whale hesitated. It was almost subconscious. The little whale glanced longingly at the giant peach Qin Tao was holding in his arms. Then, he lunged at Zhuang Miyue. "Sister Moon," the little whale cheered. Bang! The little whale's head slammed solidly into the car headlight. The headlights trembled twice. Qin Tao's eyes trembled slightly. "That brat," Qin Tao cursed inwardly. Zhuang Miyue was also knocked off her feet by the little whale. After all, the little whale often trains with Qin Tao, and its strength is far greater than that of its peers. In addition, Qin Tao has been giving the little whale diluted spiritual water to drink every day recently, and its body has already been subtly changed. Fortunately, Zhuang Miyue is not a delicate little girl. Despite her slender figure, she is very health conscious, judging from her willingness to go on a solo adventure in the mountains. Although she stumbled after being bumped by the baby whale, she quickly regained her balance. Zhuang Miyue, holding the baby whale, asked, "Did you miss your sister?" "Yes, I want to." The little whale lied without blushing at all, its little eyes quickly glancing at the large peach in Qin Tao's arms. Zhuang Miyue also noticed the little whale's eyes. She looked over. They discovered the large peach in Qin Tao's arms. Immediately, Zhuang Miyue released the little whale, walked over in surprise, and looked at the immortal peach in Qin Tao's hand in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can it be so big?" Qin Tao smiled but did not answer. What kind of breed is this? Zhuang Miyue couldn't help but ask again. Qin Tao thought for a moment and said, just a normal peach, but it's the fruit of a peach king tree, and there's only one tree on the whole mountain. Qin Tao was already very familiar with this excuse. Peach king. Zhuang Miyue blinked. She remembered that she hadn't seen any peach king tree when she came last time. But when Zhuang Miyue saw Qin Tao take out a kitchen knife to cut peaches, she was completely shocked. I've really learned something new today. Others use kitchen knives to cut watermelons, but you use a kitchen knife to cut peaches. That's amazing. Qin Tao was amused by Zhuang Miyue and said with a smile, there's nothing I can do. These peaches are too big for one person to finish. I can only cut them up to eat. After cutting the peach, Qin Fanghua immediately picked out 2 large peaches for Zhuang Miyue and handed them over, saying, Miss, these peaches are delicious. You'll feel great after eating them. Eat more. Zhuang Miyue was taken aback by Qin Fanghua's enthusiasm, but she quickly said, okay, auntie, I'll take what I want to eat myself. You don't have to be so polite. I've already eaten. You should try it. It's delicious. Qin Fanghua's face lit up with a smile, her eyes taking in Zhuang Miyue with satisfaction. Zhuang Miyue sensed that Qin Fanghua's gaze was strange, but unable to refuse her hospitality, she quickly took a bite. Zhuang Miyue was stunned when she tasted the peach. This taste. How wonderful. It felt like every taste bud was filled with sweetness. It was so delicious it defied description. Not only is it fresh and sweet, but it also has a special flavor, like a cool spring in summer that instantly refreshes you and makes all your fatigue disappear. Zhuang Miyue had been working late into the night processing documents these past 2 days and hadn't been feeling very well, but after eating peaches, she immediately felt refreshed. That was awesome. It's delicious, Zhuang Miyue exclaimed sincerely. Qin Fanghua said with a smile, if you like it, eat more. There are only so many peaches left. If you want to eat more, you'll probably have to wait until next year. Hearing Qin Fanghua say this, Zhuang Miyue felt that the peach in her hand was even more precious. She couldn't help but ask, Qin Tao, these peaches are so delicious. Have you sold them all? Qin Tao nodded. They're all sold out. That's such a pity. Zhuang Miyue wanted to bring some back for her family. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the little whale had already eaten 5 or 6 pieces. The way he ate the peach was just like a little tiger. After eating 6 pieces, the little whale looked longingly at the peaches on the table, but didn't take any more. He knew that was enough. He couldn't eat any more and had to leave some for others. He immediately turned around and went to wash his face and brush his teeth. I ate the peach too quickly, and the juice got all over my face. Zhuang Miyue asked in confusion, Little whale, why aren't you eating? The little whale shook its head. I'm done eating. The rest is for you, Grandma, and Daddy. Instantly, Zhuang Miyue felt that the little whale was very sensible and liked it even more. Come on, I'm not eating this. You can have it, Zhuang Miyue said. The little whale glanced at it, and although it was swallowing its saliva, it still shook its head and said, No, my grandma just said that if I want to eat more after I finish these, I'll have to wait until next year. I've already eaten a lot. Sister, you should eat more. Hearing this, Zhuang Miyue felt her heart almost melt. Yes, girl, eat more. We've all eaten plenty. Don't waste food, eat up. Qin Fanghua stuffed 2 more pieces into Zhuang Miyue's hand. Okay, auntie, I'll take it myself. Please don't be so polite. Zhuang Miyue couldn't stand Qin Fanghua's enthusiasm and almost begged for mercy. However, although Zhuang Miyue said no, her body language betrayed her. She ate 1 piece after another. When she finished the last piece, she stared blankly at the remaining peach pit on the table. Before she knew it, she had already eaten more than half a peach. Looking down at her slightly protruding belly, Zhuang Miyue's cheeks immediately turned red. I'm really sorry. These peaches are so delicious, I couldn't resist. Zhuang Miyue explained, feeling her face burning. Qin Tao smiled and said, It's all right, as long as you like it. Qin Fanghua smiled and said, Girl, come back if you want to eat it again. I'll have Yunjin save some especially for you. Okay, auntie. After Qin Fanghua's enthusiastic approach, Zhuang Miyue felt a special warmth towards Qin Fanghua, as if she were her own mother. Oh dear, Zhuang Miyue suddenly exclaimed. Let's go. They're still in a meeting in the conference room. We've been out for too long. After saying that, Zhuang Miyue quickly walked out. Qin Tao wanted to go out too, but Qin Fanghua grabbed him. Qin Fanghua gazed happily at Zhuang Miyue's silhouette and said with a smile in a low voice, Son, you have good taste. I've seen her. Big breasts and a perky bottom. She's a great prospect for having children. And she's good to little whale, and her personality is great too. I'm very satisfied. Go ahead and pursue her without worry. Your mother supports you. What? Qin Tao looked at his mother, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 53 Zhuang Miyue is still too inexperienced. Qin Tao looked at his mother with a helpless expression, What is all this about? She is. Never mind. I'll tell you when I get back. Little whale, stay with grandma and don't go out running around by yourself, okay? Qin Tao quickly reminded her before running out to catch up with Zhuang Miue. Although the scenery in this mountain village is beautiful, there are also many dangers. Poisonous insects, snakes, ants, ferocious birds and beasts, and deep mountain streams. After all, the baby whale didn't grow up here, so it doesn't understand the environment or things to avoid, and it's unaware of many dangers. Therefore, someone must accompany you. Back to the village committee. The meeting was almost over, and many people were smoking and chatting inside the room. Upon seeing Zhuang Miue, these people immediately stubbed out their cigarettes and opened the windows. Smelling the strong smell of smoke, Zhuang Miue frowned and went into the room. How's the discussion going? Zhuang Miue asked. We've already discussed it. Lu Cunxing immediately stood up, glanced at Qin Tao, and then said to Zhuang Miue, if we want to support the economy of Qin family village, we must let some people get rich first to drive the economy of the entire village. Just like you said, we need to make sure everyone has jobs and gets rich together. That's the key to poverty alleviation. Zhuang Miue nodded slightly. So, we have an idea. Lu Cunxing saw Zhuang Miue nod and immediately called out, Da Zhuang, come in. Zhuang Miue frowned slightly. She was there that day. She had no liking for Lu Dazhuang, who was like a village thug. She even felt that this kind of person was likely a black sheep in the village. Lu Dazhuang immediately ran over from the next room, beaming, Mayor, Director Lu. He wouldn't dare call him uncle directly now. He handed the newly signed contract to Lu Cunxing. Lu Cunxing placed the contract in front of Zhuang Miue and said with a smile, Mayor, this is Lu Dazhuang's contract. He plans to do planting and breeding on the mountain, which can provide about 10 jobs. And doesn't our county have a program to support contracted farming and breeding? I have already applied for it. Zhuang Miue's expression darkened slightly. Lu Cunxing actually kept it from her and reported it to a higher authority without her knowledge. You see, letting one person drive the economic development of the entire village is the best way to alleviate poverty. In addition, I have already established a cooperation with the vegetable market in our county. The vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks and fish grown in Shaoqin Mountain will all be purchased by the vegetable market, so there will be no shortage of sales channels, Lu Cunxing said with a smile. As he spoke, he handed the prepared support application form to Zhuang Miue, which was just waiting for her signature. So, you see, Lu Cunxing looked at Zhuang Miue with anticipation. Lu Dazhuang was also extremely excited. As soon as Zhuang Miue signs, he will receive the subsidy immediately. Zhuang Miue remained unmoved, leaning back in her chair and saying calmly, since Director Lu has already submitted the application to the higher authorities, why doesn't he just sign it himself? Why give it to me? Upon hearing this, Lu Cunxing broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Zhuang Miue was angry. I also realized that I have crossed the line, but he had to do it for this reason. Lu Cunxing immediately smiled and said, Mayor, you see, I'm doing this for our poverty alleviation work. I'm from Kinjiakan myself, and it pains me to see Kinjiakan so poor. So when I heard there was a chance to help Kinjiakan get out of poverty, I didn't care about anything else. I'm doing all this for the development of our village and our town. Lu Cunxing's words elevated his own status and were also a way of pressuring Zhuang Miue to resign. Zhuang Miue was so angry that her eyebrows twitched. She thought to herself that Lu Cunxing was shameless. Seeing that Zhuang Miue didn't know what to say for a moment, Qin Tao sighed inwardly. Ultimately, Zhuang Miue is still too young. I'm still not experienced enough when dealing with such a seasoned veteran. Qin Tao immediately spoke up. Mayor, this is not fair. I was the first to contract the mountain in the village. I was the first to start a business. Why does he get support before he even started and just signed a contract? But I don't. Upon hearing this, Lu Cunxing's face darkened, and he glared at Qin Tao, angrily rebuking him. Who gives you the right to speak here? This is the result of our meeting. But Zhuang Miue didn't think so. Qin Tao's words gave her room to maneuver. She immediately looked at everyone and said slowly, there's a proper order to everything. You can't cut in line or use connections to get ahead. Was the decision just now unanimously agreed upon? Who agreed? Raise your hand so I can see. The crowd looked at each other, and no one dared to raise their hand. They're not stupid. They could clearly see that Zhuang Miue was unhappy. Who would dare to provoke her? Although they had a good relationship with Lu Cunxing, Zhuang Miue was their direct superior. As the saying goes, you can't fight City Hall. They now know what to do. That is to remain silent. I waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhuang Miue looked at Lu Cunxing and said, Director Lu, was this a decision made by everyone in a meeting, or was it a decision you made on your own? Lu Cunxing's face immediately turned green. He was furious. This group of people usually chat and laugh, but when it comes to the crucial moment, not one of them says a word. Lu Cunxing could only bite the bullet and say, Mayor, Qin Tao is someone who came back from outside. He hasn't been home for almost 10 years, not even in China. So he doesn't really understand the situation in Qin Family Village. If we want to develop Qin Family Village, we need someone who is native to the village and knows it well. I think Lu Dazhuang is the most suitable, not because he's related to me, but because he's the only one in the whole village who dares to do it and is capable of it. Zhuang Miue said, Director Lu, that's precisely why we need to absorb fresh blood from outside. If we had the ability to change the status quo, we would have done so long ago. Why haven't we changed? It's because our stagnant thinking is holding us back. So now, we need the influx of outside blood and the liberation of new ideas. From these perspectives, Qin Tao is more suitable. Mayor, even if we need to absorb blood from outside, we should find some college students. He is simply not qualified. Lu Tsuanxing still insisted on his opinion. Zhuang Miue was too lazy to argue with Lu Tsuanxing any longer and said directly, Director Lu, how about this? Haven't you already submitted your application to the higher authorities? Since you think Lu Dazhuang is suitable, then use your application. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsuanxing's face lit up with joy. But soon, Zhuang Miue's next words caused his expression to change drastically. I think Qin Tao is more suitable, so I will write an application for him and submit it to the higher-ups. As for the specific approval process, that depends on the decision of the higher-ups. That's it. You submit your application, I submit mine, and we won't interfere with each other. Chapter 54 Qin Fanghua asks Qin Tao to find a wife. The meeting ended in discord. After everyone left, Qin Tao and Zhuang Miue remained in the conference room. Thank you. Thank you. The two spoke in unison. Their eyes met. The two couldn't help but chuckle. Zhuang Miue said, Thank you for getting me out of that situation just now. Those old foxes are shameless. They try to give me a hard time by reporting to higher authorities. Qin Tao also smiled and said, Thank you too. We've only known each other for a short time, but you've gone to such lengths to help me apply. There must be quite a bit of funding, right? It's hard to say how much, but everything will be in accordance with the subsidy standards of the higher authorities. I hope you will use this money wisely. Zhuang Miue said calmly. Actually, I'm also trying to prove myself, but more than that, after hearing about your ideals, I feel that you genuinely want to develop Qinjiakan. As for Lu Tsuanxing and Lu Dazhuang, it's obvious without even thinking that they're trying to embezzle those subsidies. Zhuang Miue sneered. Qin Tao nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. After all, this is an internal matter for their company, and he has no right to interfere. How to resolve and handle it is their internal affair. They put Zhuang Miue in the car. Zhuang Miue rolled down the car window and said to Qin Tao, Thank you for the peaches, they were delicious. Please save some for me next year at this time. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Qin Tao said with a smile and a wave of his hand. The car drove away. As Qin Baiqing watched the car drive away, he grabbed Qin Tao and exclaimed excitedly, Yin Zhen, I knew you could do it. You've always been independent, and now you're doing so well. So that girl from last time was our new town mayor. How did you two meet? Qin Tao watched Qin Baiqing's burning gossip, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. She came to our village to do some research a long time ago. She sprained her ankle on the mountain, and I saved her. Upon hearing this, Qin Baiqing's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked with concern, Did she say anything? Does she have any complaints about our village? This is an incognito visit, and he might expose some problems. If Zhuang Miue gets angry, he might be dismissed. Qin Tao laughed and said, There's nothing to complain about. They just feel that it's a real waste that our village has such good resources, and we're not developing them. Qin Baiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, Qin Baiqing instructed Qin Tao, Yin Zhen, you know the town mayor, and you're a young entrepreneur he favors, so you must work hard. Make a name for yourself, and try to help our village get out of poverty and become prosperous. As long as you have the ability, your uncle will definitely give you his full support. Qin Tao laughed and said, With your words, I will definitely do my best. I believe in you, keep it up. Qin Baiqing patted Qin Tao on the shoulder and encouraged him. Back home, the little whale is digging a hole in the soil with a small shovel. Children seem to have a deep love for the land. No matter which country they live in, when children see the land and get a small shovel, they will unconsciously start digging a hole. Could it be that this is a gene passed down from ancient times? When Qin Fanghua saw Qin Tao return, she got up and looked behind him. After looking around for a while and finding no one there, he couldn't help but ask, Where is everyone? Who is it? Qin Tao asked, puzzled. Qin Fanghua glared at Qin Tao, glanced at the little whale, pulled Qin Tao aside, and whispered, Where's that girl? I'm leaving, Qin Tao replied. They've left. Qin Fanghua asked anxiously. What did they say? What do you mean? How did you say that? Qin Tao looked at Qin Fanghua with a puzzled expression. Qin Fanghua glared at Qin Tao and whispered, What kind of attitude is that? Oh, Qin Tao said. They have a great attitude and are very supportive of me. That's good. That's good. Chen Fenghua was overjoyed to hear this. Yin Zhen. Chen Fenghua whispered to Qin Tao, I've seen that girl. Don't let her thin appearance fool you. She's definitely fertile. Your mother's judgment is spot on. If you marry her, she'll surely give you another son. Qin Tao was stunned when he heard this. This is completely irrelevant. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Tao glared at her. Chen Fenghua immediately reached out and pinched Qin Tao. How dare you talk to me like that? What do you mean I'm talking nonsense? How can a little whale survive without a mother? Qin Tao was even more frustrated. Who said the little whale doesn't have a mother? Her mother is busy with work and doesn't have time to come back with me. She will definitely come to see the little whale when she's done with her work. All right, I know you too well. Chen Fenghua sighed, her gaze softening as if she felt sorry for Qin Tao. You always like to shoulder everything yourself. If the child had a mother, wouldn't you have brought her back with you? Either you're divorced or something happened. Qin Tao was on the verge of tears, feeling that he couldn't explain things to his mother no matter what he did. You don't need to worry about this. If you get married again in the future and don't want to take care of little whale, I'll help you look after him. Besides, that girl was so nice to little whale, which is very rare. She doesn't mind that you have a child, so what are you complaining about? Chen Fenghua said. Mom, Qin Tao was truly helpless. All right, stop talking, Mom understands. Chen Fenghua wanted to reach out and pat Qin Tao's shoulder, but when she raised her hand, she found that her son had grown too tall, making it difficult to pat his shoulder. So she could only pat Qin Tao's arm and then went to look at the little whale. Qin Tao was bewildered in the wind. While Chen Fenghua looked after the little whale, Qin Tao took the opportunity to open his phone and browse his Douyin account. You won't believe it until you see it. He's been too busy these past few days to keep an eye on his Douyin account. The moment I opened it, the information exploded. Various comments from fans. Various collaboration invitations. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Well done, Anchor. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. From now on, I'm your biggest fan. Just let me know if you need anything. Looking at the various apology messages, Qin Tao was somewhat bewildered. He had no idea what had happened. Let's continue reading. Qin Tao then saw a lot of abusive messages. Insulting me. Qin Tao frowned slightly. After he quickly skimmed through the information, looked at the comments on his own videos, and some videos sent to him by fans, he soon figured out what was going on. It turns out that the part where the little whale was holding up the sign caused a lot of misunderstandings. After all, a peach that costs 100 yuan is immediately considered expensive by the average person. But his peaches are really not expensive at 100 yuan each. As one netizen commented, these peaches are so big, weighing about 10 pounds each, that's almost 100 yuan at the market price. And with this taste and appearance, they should definitely be worth double. If the price doubles, plus the weight of the peaches, it will definitely exceed 100. Moreover, the effects of his immortal peaches are definitely more than double the added value. Chapter 55. Are you enjoying it? Qin Tao didn't pay much attention to those keyboard warriors. After all, there are many giants on the keyboard. With so much pressure in life, if they don't vent on the keyboard and regain their self-esteem, they will break down. However, Qin Tao also felt the terrifying power of public opinion. If it weren't for the later plot twist, I and the little whale might have been completely smeared. Qin Tao decided to post less or avoid posting anything related to money in the future. Those who understand something truly valuable will naturally understand it, and those who don't will naturally not understand it. Qin Tao did not force the issue. Guanshan County. Southland Hotel. Top floor. Lu Shirtsong transformed the hotel's top floor into a large, single-level luxury apartment. In the open-plan kitchen, Lu Shirtsong sat at a large table, staring at the messages in his phone's group chat with a gloomy expression. WeChat group. At all members, bosses, I recently got a batch of great stuff. It's medicinal cuisine. It can help regulate the body. Bosses who are interested can pre-order now. It will be served the day after tomorrow. At Lu Shirtsong, I've been waiting for you for so long. You finally have new dishes. Hey Lao Lu, what were you doing in that godforsaken place, Guanshan County? The roads are so difficult to travel. It takes half a day to find you. Old Bai, what do you know? Old Lu is a master chef who lives deep in the mountains, so he has plenty of good ingredients. Old Lu, I'd like to order one. And me, I'm going there on a business trip, so we can't miss this meal. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I definitely need to use medicinal-grade ingredients. This is the message he sent to everyone last night. This is one of his private groups. It was full of his customers. He has high standards for his diners, and those who can enter his circle of diners are all extraordinary. However, after sending this message, this morning he discovered something else. This matter made him very depressed. He didn't even make breakfast, and kept looking worried. He didn't know how to explain it to these people. If he's not mistaken, many people are already on their way. Clang. The door was pushed open, and Lu Nianzhu strode over. Lu Nianzhu's expression was also not good. She looked at Lu Shirtsong, hesitant to speak. Normally, Lu Shirtsong would definitely have noticed something was wrong. However, Lu Shirtsong's focus is not on Lu Nianzhu at all right now. The two of them just sat there. After a while, Lu Shirtsong seemed to remember something, looked up at Lu Nianzhu, and asked, Nianzhu, did you feel unwell this morning? Lu Nianzhu looked up at her father, her cheeks flushed, and hesitated to speak. The father and daughter looked at each other, somewhat awkwardly. Cough, cough. Lu Shirtsong coughed and asked, Nianzhu, don't be embarrassed. When you were little, I was the one who changed your diapers. Tell me, did you have diarrhea in the morning? And it was all dark brown stuff, smelly, and there was something oily about it. Yes. Lu Nianzhu nodded quickly, excitedly saying, Dad, what happened? It scared me to death. It almost made me faint. It stinks. Lu Nianzhu thought for a moment. I didn't eat much last night. I only ate half a peach, and I was already stuffed. I didn't eat anything else. Me too, Lu Shirtsong sighed. Lu Nianzhu looked at Lu Shirtsong in surprise. You mean? Lu Shirtsong nodded slightly. Impossible, Lu Nianzhu exclaimed in disbelief. The doctors in the hospital have already used it on the patients. If there were really a problem, wouldn't the patients' families be coming after Qin Tao? After thinking it over and over, Lu Shirtsong finally decided to pick up his phone and say, I'll call him and ask. Lu Nianzhu's expression changed slightly, and she advised, Dad, don't be so impulsive when you speak. First, find out what's going on. Lu Shirtsong nodded slightly and dialed Qin Tao's WeChat. Soon, the voice call went through. Qin Tao's magnetic and cheerful voice came through the phone. Lu Shirtsong's expression changed slightly upon hearing Qin Tao's voice. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said in a deep voice, Brother Qin, tell me the truth. Is there anything wrong with this peach? Qin Tao was taken aback by these words and asked, Brother Lu, why do you ask that? Lu Shirtsong said in a deep voice, Brother, to be honest, I really like these peaches of yours. I didn't even haggle over the price, and I even offered more. What I valued most was your character, but you. Hearing this, Qin Tao also became serious and said in a deep voice, Brother Lu, tell me what exactly happened. If there's really something wrong with my peaches, I'll compensate you double. This isn't about compensation. It's about how I've already notified my customers. They're on their way, and your peaches. Qin Tao interrupted Lu Shirtsong. Brother Lu, just tell me what's wrong with the peaches. If it really is the peaches' fault, I'll take full responsibility no matter what. Upon hearing Qin Tao's words, Lu Shirtsong was taken aback, but regained some composure. His mind was filled with thoughts of the peaches causing a problem, the need to break the contract with customers, and the potential damage to his reputation. He shifted all the blame onto Qin Tao and complained about him. Qin Tao's words made him feel ashamed. Lu Shirtsong hurriedly explained, Brother Qin, what I mean is not to make you take responsibility, but I want to clarify some things. Yes, Brother Lu, just say it. Lu Shirtsong slowly said, Yesterday, after I bought the peaches, my daughter and I didn't eat dinner. I ate half a peach by myself. This morning, I woke up with diarrhea. It smelled terrible, and the stool was all black, a lot of it, and it was extremely smelly. It's obvious I have diarrhea, and we really didn't eat anything yesterday, so I suspect it's... Ha ha ha. Qin Tao burst into laughter, interrupting Lu Shirtsong's next words. Qin Tao's loud laughter with confusion and slowly asked, Brother Qin, what's going on? Qin Tao laughed and said, Brother Lu, you may have diarrhea, but are you enjoying it or not? Upon hearing this, Lu Shirtsong looked embarrassed and turned to Lu Nianzhu. Lu Nianzhu could also hear Qin Yun's words, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Qin Tao continued, Don't you feel relaxed and comfortable all over after you pooped? You feel like you've lost several pounds, and you have more strength and better energy? Yes. Lu Shirtsong's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Qin Tao laughed and said, I told you before that my immortal peach is extraordinary. What you've excreted is accumulated fecal matter and some toxins being expelled, which is why it smells so bad. Don't worry, it won't do any harm. If you don't believe me, Brother Lu, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. If any problems are found, I'm willing to take full responsibility. Chapter 56 The Poor Big Fish. Lu Shirtsong looked embarrassed after Qin Tao said that, and hurriedly said, Brother Qin, don't be angry. I was just ignorant and didn't know the magical effects of your fairy peach. It's also my fault for being too anxious and making a mistake out of concern. Qin Tao smiled faintly and said, I understand your Brother Lu. After all, this thing is very rare, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Brother Qin, it's so good that you understand. Lu Shirtsong breathed a sigh of relief. Here's what we'll do. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Come to my shop, and I'll cook you something nice to eat as an apology. No need. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Qin Tao immediately replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shirtsong hung up the phone. Sigh. Lu Shirtsong sighed heavily. What's wrong, Dad? Lu Nianzhu asked, puzzled. Weren't all the problems solved? Lu Shirtsong glanced at Lu Nianju, shook his head and sighed. You don't understand. I was just worried too much and got myself into a mess. I couldn't see any other consequences and just wanted to blame Qin Tao. Qin Tao is magnanimous and doesn't hold it against me, but this matter is definitely weighing on his mind. It's probably impossible for us to have a free and easy chat like before in the future. No way, Lu Nianju exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Qin is definitely not that kind of person. Lu Shirtsong glanced at Lu Nianju helplessly. You can't predict people's hearts. You're too young to understand. Lu Nianju pouted. How could I not understand? Anyway, I knew that Brother Qin was definitely not such a petty person. Lu Shirtsong didn't argue with Lu Nianju about this. He stood up and said to himself, it's never wrong to be polite. Invite him over for dinner tomorrow and introduce him to some friends. Hopefully, this will ease the tension. As he spoke, Lu Shirtsong got up, took a peach, and said to Lu Nianju, I'm going out for a bit. I might be back a little late. Don't go out and fool around with those people. Bars and nightclubs are not good places. Lu Nianju stuck out her tongue and asked, where are you going? I'll go to the city to find a friend to test the composition of this peach and see if it's as miraculous as Qin Tao said, Lu Shirtsong said. Lu Nianju pouted. You still don't trust Brother Qin. Lu Shirtsong smiled wryly. It's not that I don't believe it, but we have to be careful with this stuff. If it's really as Qin Tao said, we've really hit the jackpot. After saying that, Lu Shirtsong grabbed his car keys and went out. Standing by the window, Lu Nianju watched Lu Shirtsong leave, then immediately took out her phone and made a call. Hey, come over here right now and take me to Qin family village. Lu Tsunxing and Lu Dazhuang were sitting in the car, heading towards the county town. Uncle, Zhuang Miyue and Qin Tao are definitely not clean. They're exchanging glances. Lu Dazhuang said with dissatisfaction. Shut up. Lu Tsunxing glared at Lu Dazhuang and said, don't say things you shouldn't say. Lu Dazhuang said dejectedly, what do we do now? We can't just hand over the spot to Qin Tao. Don't worry. Lu Tsunxing said coldly. We absolutely cannot give up this spot. Even if Zhuang Miyue is unhappy, we will still do it. Why? Lu Dazhuang asked curiously. Aren't you afraid that Zhuang Miyue will turn against you later, uncle? Hee. Lu Tsunxing chuckled. Dazhuang, you're still too young. Lu Dazhuang really doesn't understand. Lu Tsunxing said slowly. When you reach a certain position, you will never turn against someone, because turning against someone will cause far too many problems. Even if we have grievances in our hearts, we must endure them and suppress them. Don't let her current unhappiness fool you. We can't just give up on this. This matter involves many interests, and we absolutely cannot back down. Once we accomplish this, will she still be unhappy? What we achieve will also be considered an achievement for her. So why would she be unhappy? Lu Dazhuang understood even less. Seeing Lu Dazhuang's bewildered expression, Lu Tsunxing shook his head inwardly. Just follow my instructions, say nice things when you get there, and do what I say. Okay, uncle. Lu Dazhuang nodded. Qin family village. Qin Tao took the fruit tree shears to the mountain to prune the trees. In order to gather more material, Qin Tao also set up a phone stand to take pictures. The little whale and Big Yellow were playing in the orchard. Big Yellow quickly picked it up. The little whale tossed out a branch. Big Yellow immediately ran over, picked up the branch, and placed it at the little whale's feet. The camera was capturing this scene. Big Yellow stick. The little whale clapped happily. He reached out to rub Da Huang's head, but Da Huang turned and ran away. The little whale, not knowing what was going on, called out, Big Yellow, where are you going? Big Yellow ignored the little whale. A little while later, Big Yellow picked up another branch and placed it at the little whale's feet. Wow, Big Yellow stick. The little whale was overjoyed. Then, Big Yellow turned and ran away again. A short while later, it returned with a few more twigs in its mouth. Then run away, then come back. Not long after, there were already quite a few branches piled up at the little whale's feet. The little whale looked completely bewildered, staring blankly at Big Yellow's diligent figure. After a while, Big Yellow ran back again. This time, Big Yellow wasn't carrying a twig in its mouth. Instead, it's a big fish. Bang! Big Yellow threw the fish on the ground. The fish was not dead yet. It was struggling and writhing on the ground. Wow! Big Yellow is so amazing. It can even catch fish. The little whale excitedly pounced on the fish. But the little guy was no match for the slippery fish. With a twist of its body, it darted away. Don't run, the little guy shouted, and chased after it again. Seeing this, Qin Tao smiled, put down his fruit tree shears, and pointed his phone at them. The little whale caught up with the big fish again. The big fish flicked its tail and flipped the little whale over. Oops! The little whale lay on its back with its 4 feet in the air, and even kicked its short legs twice. Upon seeing this, Big Yellow immediately bared its teeth and roared. He's angry. How dare they hit his young master? How can we tolerate this? Immediately, Big Yellow leaped up and pounced. Just then, the big fish wiggled its tail and jumped up. The tail lashed out and hit Big Yellow right in the face. "Oh, whoa!" Big Yellow cried out in pain, feeling a little dizzy from the swish of its tail. Qin Tao burst out laughing. "These two guys are hilarious." Big Yellow was a little dizzy from being shaken around, but Little Whale had already stood up, yelled, and pounced on him. "Don't run away," the little whale shouted. Slurp. The fish has already jumped away. The little whale missed its target. Woof woof. Big Yellow rushed up again. These two brothers' spirit of perseverance and never giving up is admirable. This time, Big Yellow bit the big fish. The furious yellow dog tore at the big fish, struggling to shake it. When it finally let go, the fish crashed into a fruit tree and lay still. Seeing this, Qin Tao felt sorrow for the large fish. Of all people to mess with, I had to provoke these two energetic guys. Now I'm in such a sorry state, and I can't even eat anymore. Qin Tao's focus is still on food. "Oh dear, it's all dirty, we can't eat it," the little whale said regretfully, squatting next to the big fish. Qin Tao was amused. Like father, like son. The little whale's thought process is so similar to Qin Tao's. Chapter 57. The wrong person was slapped. After Qin Tao calmed the two little foodies down, he continued pruning the fruit trees. Jade that is not carved cannot become a useful object. A tree that is not pruned cannot become timber. To ensure better growth and fruit production, some unnecessary branches must be pruned. Although Qin Tao felt that with the spiritual water nourishing him, there was no need to worry about nutrition. But not every fruit tree is a king of peaches, capable of bearing so many large fruits. If these saplings are laden with fruit, the branches may break or even be snapped in half if there is a slight wind or rain. Prevention is better than cure. Fortunately, the fruit trees are growing well and don't need much pruning. In one morning, Qin Tao pruned nearly 100 fruit trees. Then, Qin Tao carried the firewood that De Huang had collected and took the little whale down the mountain. Back home, Qin Tao placed a pile of firewood at the kitchen doorway. Then he went up the mountain and caught 2 more fish. Mount your phone and start taking pictures. Then Qin Tao put away the firewood, cleaned the fish, and made grilled fish for Da Huang and Zai. After they finished, the man and the dog, each holding a grilled fish, ate with great relish. Seeing the two of them eating so heartily, Qin Tao felt a little hungry himself. He went to the kitchen by himself, made some fried rice, and squatted down in front of Big Yellow and Little Whale to eat it. After dinner, Qin Tao and Little Whale sat in rocking chairs and closed their eyes to rest. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yunbin came looking for him. Qin Tao, Qin Tao, Qin Yunbin exclaimed excitedly. "Get up quickly. I just went up the mountain to check, and your peach trees are already in bloom. This shouldn't be happening." Qin Tao woke up, glanced at the still sleeping little whale, made a shushing gesture to Qin Yunbin, and then looked at the little whale that was sleeping soundly. He gently got up and picked up the baby whale. The little whale rolled over slightly, buried its head in Qin Tao's arms, and continued to sleep soundly. Qin Tao smiled, took the little guy to the bedroom, and covered him with a blanket. After coming out, Qin Tao looked at Qin Yunbin and asked, "Third brother, what's wrong?" Qin Yunbin said, "I went to work this morning. After I got back, I went up the mountain to check on our fruit trees. They're all in bloom." "Yes, I saw it too." Qin Tao nodded. "This is not normal, Qin Tao," Qin Yunbin said with a serious expression. "The normal flowering period should be in February or March. It's already late June. How can it still be blooming?" Qin Tao explained, "That's probably because Lu Dazhuang and his gang have been sabotaging things before, but now that things have returned to normal, all the energy they had been holding back came out, and the flowers bloomed." Qin Yunbin shook his head. "We can't be careless. These fruit trees are like people. They need to grow normally. If they don't bloom normally during the flowering period, and we force them to bear fruit, we might kill the trees. That would be a huge loss." This saying has always existed in rural areas. There is a certain basis for this. Fruit trees planted in their first year are usually pruned before they can flower and bear fruit. According to them, if a tree flowers and bears fruit before it has fully grown in the first year, it will easily absorb the nutrients from the roots and will not survive the winter. But the fruit trees on the mountain are different. Qin Tao smiled and said, "It's all right, third brother. It's a good thing that it's blooming. Maybe it will even bear fruit in a couple of months." Qin Yunbin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. I see you've already started trimming. Let me help you." "Okay." Qin Tao didn't refuse. He found Qin Yunbin a pair of fruit tree shears, and the two of them went up the mountain together. I propped up my phone to collect materials. Qin Tao began to feel that he didn't have enough camera equipment. It seems it's time to buy a batch. The two of them spent the whole afternoon pruning tree branches on the mountain. Down the mountain, Little Whale, a vibrant young girl, ran into Qin Tao's yard, calling out. But no one responded to her. There was no one in the courtyard. Lu Ninju looked around in confusion. Even Big Yellow isn't home. Where is he? Lu Nianzhu asked in confusion. She saw that the door to the main room was open, so she went inside. Little whale. Lu Nianzhu called out. There was no movement. Push open the bedroom door. She saw the little whale lying on the bed, limbs outstretched, fast asleep. This little guy. Lu Nianzhu couldn't help but laugh when she saw the baby whale. The little guy is so cute when he's sleeping. After thinking for a moment, Lu Nianzhu took off her shoes and lay down on the bed. It's already afternoon, and she's feeling sleepy. For 30. Qin Tao came down from the mountain. Little whale. Qin Tao shouted. There was no movement. Qin Tao sighed inwardly at how much this little guy could sleep. Third brother, I'll make something delicious later, and we can have a drink. Qin Tao said. Okay. Qin Yunbin didn't stand on ceremony with Qin Tao and nodded with a smile. After putting the scissors away and washing his face, Qin Yunbin went back. Qin Tao called out, just come over in half an hour. Okay, I'll go back and tell them, and I'll go catch some lobsters later. I'd like to eat your crayfish again, Qin Yunbin said with a simple smile. Qin Tao nodded with a smile. Enter the house. Qin Tao saw the little whale wrapped in a blanket, sleeping with its bottom sticking up. Seeing this, Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh and slapped him across the face. Snap. Still sleeping. Get up, Qin Tao said with a smile. I must say, it feels pretty good to the touch, very bouncy. Qin Tao couldn't help but slap his hand again. It's already afternoon. Why aren't you up? A soft sob escaped from under the blanket. No words were spoken. Hey, seeing that the little whale still hadn't moved, Qin Tao raised his hand, ready to slap it again. Stop hitting. The person under the blanket seemed to sense something and hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Tao was also startled. A woman. That voice belongs to a woman. He quickly pulled the blanket off. I was stunned by what I saw. It's Lu Nianzhu. Lu Nianzhu's face turned completely red. Even her ears and neck were bright red, and she didn't dare to look at Qin Tao. The little whale was still fast asleep, clinging to Lu Nianzhu's waist, showing no sign of waking up. How did you end up here? Qin Tao asked in surprise. Without a doubt, what he just photographed was not the baby whale at all, but Lu Nianzhu. This is so awkward. Lu Nianzhu's face turned so red, it was almost bleeding. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Qin Tao, and her voice trembled slightly. My dad wasn't home today, and I had nowhere to go, so I thought I'd come here to play. I saw the little whale sleeping, and I got sleepy too, so... Qin Tao really wanted to say, so you just sleep with my son in your arms? But he didn't say it aloud. He could only cough once, and said awkwardly, sorry, I thought it was a baby whale just now, so... No, it's nothing, Lu Nianzhu said, her head down. She couldn't very well hold Qin Tao responsible, could she? But after all, this was the first time she had ever been slapped so many times by a man since she was a child when her father spanked her. She was so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Ahem. You two get up. I'll go cook dinner. It'll be time to eat soon. Qin Tao said, then quickly made his escape. Chapter 58 The Gluttonous Little Whale. The pond at the foot of the back mountain is a treasure trove. Especially after the last time he poured spiritual water into it. There seemed to be even more fish, all kinds of species, and occasionally there would be one or two fish that Qin Tao couldn't even name. Qin Tao had no interest in these fish. Today's main goal is lobster. The crayfish species we currently eat for spicy food are all invasive species, introduced from Japan. They have a very strong reproductive capacity and have become a major problem area in China. The shrimp in the pond aren't crayfish, but Chinese prawns, which are equally delicious and can also be made into spicy crayfish. Qin Tao took the bucket, filled it more than halfway, and then grabbed a turtle to make turtle soup. Back home, Lu Nianzhu and the little whale have come out. Daddy, the little whale saw Qin Tao and immediately ran over. Qin Tao opened his arms to welcome him. The little guy leaped up and jumped directly onto Qin Tao's shoulder. Qin Tao laughed heartily, stood up, and placed the little whale on his shoulder. You slept for quite a while, Qin Tao said with a smile. The little whale rubbed its sleepy eyes and said, I dreamed about mommy. Qin Tao fell silent for a moment. Your mother will come to see you once she finishes her work. Qin Tao comforted her. I believe mommy will definitely like this place, the little whale said. The little whale is now gradually becoming more fluent in Chinese. Qin Tao always communicated with him in Mandarin to avoid completely corrupting his accent. But you still need to learn the local dialect. As a Chinese person, speaking without knowing some dialects is soulless. After putting the baby whale down, Qin Tao began to prepare the shrimp. Let me help you. Lu Nianzhu squatted down and said to Qin Tao. Qin Tao glanced at her and asked, It's very dirty. It's all right. Lu Nianzhu familiarly took out a prawn and began to remove the shrimp vein, her movements very skilled. My dad used to own a restaurant, and I often helped him out. Qin Tao nodded slightly, indicating that the two of them could handle it more quickly. At this moment, Qin Yunbin also arrived. Seeing that there was an extra person in the yard, I felt a little strange. Upon recognizing Lu Nianju, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss Lu is here?" "My dad didn't come. I came by myself," Lu Nianju said. "Oh, come on, let me help tidy up." Qin Yunbin squatted down to help. The three of them were much faster. In no time at all, it was all done. Qin Tao then went to the kitchen to tidy up. After preparing the spicy crayfish, Qin Tao washed his hands and went out. The Qin Family Village convenience store is located diagonally opposite the village committee. I lifted the leather curtain and entered the convenience store. A dazzling array of goods are displayed on the shelves. The place wasn't big, but it was crammed with stuff. A woman was sitting behind the counter on the left. Zhou Lanji, the beautiful proprietress, is well known in Qin Family Village. At this point, she looks like a woman past her prime. You can still vaguely see the charm she once had on her face, but the relentless passage of time has left deep wrinkles on her face. "Oh, Qin Tao," Zhou Lanji immediately smiled and said, "I heard you've been back for several days, and this is your first time visiting my little shop. What would you like to buy?" Qin Tao smiled and said, "I've been quite busy lately, so I'm just carrying a case of beer." "Snowflakes, happy, they're all over there. Help yourself to whatever you want to drink," Zhou Lanji said with a smile. Qin Tao carried 2 boxes of snow beer and asked, "How much?" "35 a box. I'll give you a discount to 30. Zhou Lanji said very readily. Qin Tao handed Zhou Lanji 100. Zhou Lanji looked him over 40 times and asked in a low voice, "I heard you brought a son back. Why didn't you bring the child's mother back with you?" Qin Tao said casually, "I'm busy with work, I don't have time." Zhou Lanji's eyes darted around, and she whispered, "Hey, why are you and your aunt hiding this? Don't worry, I'll find you a good virgin someday, okay?" Qin Tao said it wasn't necessary, picked up the 2 cases of wine, and left as if fleeing. Zhou Lanji, however, leaned on the counter, peering through the leather curtain at Qin Tao's blurry figure, a smile playing on her lips. In addition to taking care of the shop, she also works part-time as a matchmaker. Matchmaking is not only lucrative but also fun, so she's very happy to do it. Qin Tao is now a prominent figure in the village, and many people are talking about him. If someone could act as a matchmaker for Qin Tao, then everyone would have to listen to what she had to say when they gossiped. Qin Tao had no idea what these rural women were thinking. He carried 2 cases of wine back, placed them next to the table in the yard, and then went to the kitchen. The spicy crayfish is almost ready. Looking at the turtle soup, it needs to simmer for another half hour or so. Immediately, spicy crayfish are ready. Qin Tao was carrying a basin. That's right, a whole big basin of it. Fiery red chilies, bright red lobsters. "Dinner's ready," Qin Tao shouted. Several people immediately surrounded them. The little whale was the first to lie on the table, its eyes fixed on the basin, drool practically dripping from its mouth. "Wow, it smells so good," the little whale exclaimed, his mouth watering. Upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. The little whale blushed, quickly wiped the drool from its mouth, and said shyly, I didn't mean to." Lu Nianju reached out and ruffled the little whale's fluffy hair, and said with a smile, "No one blames you. This is normal." The little whale lowered its head and said, "It's because my daddy's cooking was so delicious that I couldn't resist." "I couldn't resist either," Qin Yunbin laughed heartily. "Otherwise, why would I come here for meals every day? Once I've eaten, I can't forget it. My mouth is watering too." "It's okay." The little whale finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Tao smiled and placed the bowl on the table. "Let's eat. Be careful, it's hot." Qin Tao finished speaking. The little whale immediately reached out and grabbed one. "Uncle, this is for you." He grabbed another one with lightning speed. "Daddy, this one's for you." Then she grabbed another one, saying, "Sister, this one is for you." After doing all that, the little whale picked up one and put it in its mouth. The 3 of them looked at Jilo. They had no idea what the little whale was thinking. It would be very impolite for him to eat first. So he gave one to each of the 3 people, going around in circles. That's called being polite. After you've done all that, you can start eating, and then there's nothing wrong with that. Seeing the little whale wolfing down its food, Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh and say, "Little whale, is there something you've forgotten?" "There's no one here," the little whale mumbled, its mouth stuffed with lobster. Qin Tao pointed to Big Yellow, who was sitting to the side, drooling all over the ground. "Oh dear," the little whale exclaimed apologetically. "Big Yellow, I forgot about you. I'm sorry, here, take this." As he spoke, the little whale handed the lobster in its hand to Big Yellow. Chapter 59: The Delightful Examination Results. Xingguan City, Xingguan Biotechnology Research Institute. Lu Shirtsong had been waiting for several hours. Just as Lu Shirtsong was feeling bored, a research assistant came over and said to him, "Mr. Lu, our professor wants you to come over." "Have the results come out yet?" Lu Shirtsong asked immediately. The research assistant nodded. Lu Shirtsong excitedly hurried toward the laboratory. In the laboratory, Professor Zhang was looking at a test report with a frown. Old Zhang. Lu Shirtsong called out immediately upon seeing Professor Zhang. They've known each other for many years and have a very good relationship. Upon seeing Lu Shirtsong, Professor Zhang immediately asked, Old Lu, where did you get this? Lu Shirtsong immediately tensed up. Is there something wrong with the test results? Professor Zhang hesitated for a moment, glanced at the staff around him, and said to Lu Shirtsong, Come to my office to talk. Lu Shirtsong also sensed that something was wrong. This old Zhang is no ordinary person. Top-tier scientific researchers in the country. I've seen it all. I'm being so cautious today. This is enough to show that the results of this experiment are not simple. Arrived at the office, the two people sat down. Professor Zhang looked at Lu Shirtsong seriously and asked, Old Lu, tell me the truth. Where did this thing come from? Lu Shirtsong then said, Old Zhang, tell me the test results first. Professor Zhang pondered for a moment, looked deeply at Lu Shirtsong, and slowly said, The result is very good, but abnormally good. Is something wrong with being good? Lu Shirtsong's mind was completely on edge. Professor Zhang handed the test results to Lu Shirtsong. Look, the vitamin levels in this peach are several times, even dozens of times, higher than in a normal peach. The content of trace elements needed by the human body is also very high. Look here, there are more than a dozen elements that cannot be detected, but after testing, I found that these elements are completely harmless to the human body and even have a very strong beneficial effect. So, from the peach sample you gave me, I cut off a piece and tasted it, and the effect was very. Professor Zhang glanced at Lu Shirtsong. I think you know better than I do what the effect is. Lu Shirtsong nodded slightly. He knew all too well what the effects of eating peaches were. So that means this thing is really good? Lu Shirtsong asked. Professor Zhang glared at Lu Shirtsong. Isn't it good enough? Do you think this peach is poisonous? Bring it over for me to study. Lu Shirtsong chuckled and quickly reassured him. Old Zhang, don't be angry. I still have a few bottles of aged mitai. Come over to my place. I'll cook you some good dishes and have a drink with you. Professor Zhang's expression softened a bit, and he asked Lu Shirtsong, Where did you get these peaches from? Lu Shirtsong shoved the report into his pocket and chuckled. This is a trade secret. I can't tell you. I have to go now. Come visit me sometime. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Seeing that Professor Zhang's face had turned angry, Lu Shirtsong hurriedly turned and ran. Lu Shirtsong, you stop right there. Professor Zhang roared. Lu Shirtsong will not stop. He ran straight out of the lab, got into his car, started the engine, and drove away quickly. Although he couldn't understand the test results, he understood Lao Zhang's attitude. This peach is a good thing. Even a research expert of Lao Zhang's caliber would be envious of this amazing thing. Moreover, it contains a lot of beneficial nutrients, which are all good for the body and have no harm whatsoever. It is no exaggeration to call it a fairy peach. Why did he tell Lao Zhang the source? Qin Tao's peaches under the guise of scientific research? Although he hadn't known Qin Tao for long and didn't know him well, based on his observations, Qin Tao was definitely an upright person. He was a veteran, and if it came to matters of principle, he would wholeheartedly support scientific research. In that case, wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot? He didn't have any grand ideals or ambitions. He was just a small business owner and a small chef who wanted to earn money to support his daughter, nothing more. Immediately, Lu Shirtsong drove back to Guanshan County. Along the way, Professor Zhang called Lu Shirtsong several times, but Lu Shirtsong pretended not to hear and didn't answer at all. He could also imagine Professor Zhang's furious reaction. Lu Shirtsong chuckled. Once I've used up this batch of immortal peaches, let's see where you'll find any more. Back home. Juju. Lu Shirtsong had a bad feeling. The lights were off at home, and when I asked the front desk downstairs, they all said they hadn't seen Juju. In addition, for the sake of privacy, he completely separated the top floor stairwell and elevator exits from the hotels, making them not share the same exit. It's normal that the receptionist couldn't see Lu Nianju leaving. Turning on the light, Lu Shirtsong, his face grim, took out his phone and called Lu Nianju. That brat, she's out causing trouble again. Lu Nianju's mother passed away a long time ago, and he raised Lu Nianju alone, cherishing his only daughter very much. At this age, he is even more worried. He was terrified that some scoundrel would steal his daughter away. He had previously discovered that Lu Nianju had gone to a bar with some friends, and Lu Shirtsong flew into a rage when she returned. In his view, those people were just good-for-nothing hooligans. He absolutely would not allow his daughter to associate with those kinds of people. I made several calls, but no one answered. Lu Shirtsong was furious. He was certain that Lu Nianju was currently in some deafening bar or similar place, and couldn't hear her phone ringing at all. Just as he was pacing back and forth in anger, the phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Lu Nianju calling, Lu Shirtsong quickly answered. Hey, Juju, where have you been? Lu Nianju mumbled incoherently, as if something was stuffed in her mouth. I'm in Qin family village. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Shirtsong frowned slightly. What are you doing? Slurp. Haha. So spicy. Brother Qin made me spicy crayfish. Phew. It's so delicious. I'm eating at Brother Qin's house. Little Whale and Brother Yunbin are there too. Slurp. Haha, so spicy. Hearing this, Lu Shirtsong finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lu Nianju, You stay there for now. I'll be there in a bit. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shirtsong hurriedly grabbed his keys and went out. Qin family village. It was already evening. The road is difficult to walk on. Lu Shirtsong drove quickly to Kanjiakan. When he reached the intersection of Qin family village, he had to be extra careful. This road is really difficult to walk on, especially at night. It feels like there are cliffs ahead and you can't see the road at all. Damn it. If we have more cooperation in the future, you must build roads. I'd even be willing to donate some money. This road is a real pain. Lu Shirtsong gritted his teeth and cautiously looked ahead, muttering to himself. Chapter 60 Super Delicious Spicy Crayfish. 7 o'clock. Qin Tao let the two continue drinking and chatting, while he took the little whale back to the house. Make a video call. Hathaway is getting ready. She glanced over with her beautiful eyes, then immediately frowned and asked, Little whale, what's that on your mouth? The little whale also saw the oil stains on the corner of its mouth through the video, quickly wiped them off, and explained, I was eating spicy crayfish just now. Daddy's spicy crayfish is really delicious. I just told Daddy that when you come, I'll ask him to make some for you too. Hathaway's expression softened somewhat. Don't let him eat too much spicy food at night. Aren't you Chinese people always very particular about these things? Hathaway looked at Qin Tao with a hint of reproach. Qin Tao laughed and said, That's because summer is almost here. Hathaway didn't quite understand. She didn't delve into it further, but instead asked the little whale, Baby, did you miss your mommy? I dreamt about my mom at noon today. The little whale said obediently. Hathaway smiled contentedly. Mom misses you too. But why don't you come to see me, Mom? The little whale asked. Hathaway looked troubled. Little whale, you know Mommy's very busy with work. I need to film something lately. Can you come see me after you finish filming? The little whale asked. Of course, Hathaway answered without hesitation. Yay, that's great. The little whale cheered, then said to Hathaway, Mommy, when you come, I'll take you fishing. There are so many fish in Daddy's pond, and Daddy's grilled fish is so delicious. There are also lobsters, and Daddy's spicy crayfish is really good too. And there are fireflies. Tonight, Daddy will take me to catch fireflies. Watching the little whale excitedly introduce everything, Qin Tao smiled with satisfaction. Hathaway listened intently to the little whale's story, a thoughtful expression on her face. They could all see that the little whale really loved its hometown. Hathaway felt it even more deeply, because the little whale had never met Qin Tao since it was a child, and even thought it didn't have a father. It was somewhat insecure and introverted. Although Hathaway had taught her so well that no one could tell something was wrong, as the baby whale's mother, Hathaway could still sense it. Especially after Qin Tao returned, he noticed a significant change in the little whale. Previously, because she was busy with work, she didn't have much time to play with the little whale, and she had never seen the little whale so happy. She even began to doubt herself, wondering if the baby whale would be happy if she insisted on bringing it back. Mommy, you have to come early. The little whale interrupted Hathaway's thoughts, looking at her with slightly pleading eyes. Okay. Hathaway snapped out of her daze, nodded hurriedly, and agreed. After hanging up the phone, the little whale winked at Qin Tao. Daddy, all done. Seeing the little whale make an okay sign, Qin Tao couldn't help but smile. This little guy has a lot of clever ideas. However, only the little whale could really win over Hathaway. If I were to argue with Hathaway like this all by myself, I don't know when I would ever be able to resolve the situation. After finishing the phone call, Qin Tao and little whale came out of the bedroom. Qin Tao noticed that Lu Nianju and Qin Yunbin had started addressing each other as brothers. Big brother, let's play rock, paper, scissors. You teach me how to play, and I'll teach you how to dance. Lu Nianju said, holding up her wine glass. Qin Yunbin laughed heartily and said, Sure, little sister, I've always wanted to learn to dance, but I've never had the chance. Will you teach me? Qin Tao quickly went up to him and said, That's enough. Don't drink too much. Your dad will be here soon. Qin Tao felt that if he didn't stop them, the two of them would probably burn Joss paper and become sworn brothers. Qin Yunbin had a pretty good alcohol tolerance. After regaining his senses, he said to Lu Nianju, Right. Don't drink too much. I'll teach you another time. Okay, then I'll teach you to dance another time when I have the chance. Lu Nianju said readily. Qin Tao was sweating profusely. These two have probably really become good buddies. After Qin Tao sat down, the three of them continued chatting. A dozen minutes later, a car was parked at the entrance of the yard. Qin Tao stood up and went to the door to greet him. Lu Shirtsong got out of the car and, upon seeing Qin Tao, immediately complained, Brother Qin, the roads in your village are really too difficult to travel on. They're terrifying. I almost wanted to get out of the car and walk over. It's too dangerous. Your village absolutely must repair the roads. Not repairing them is severely hindering development. To be honest, once he's done it this time, he'd never want to do it again. It was like walking a tightrope. You could fall off at any moment. That's too dangerous. Hearing Lu Shirtsung's complaints, Qin Tao sighed and said, that's right. If you want to get rich, build roads first. The first step to wealth is to build roads. That's right. Absolutely right. Lu Shirtsung nodded. Step into the courtyard. Lu Shirtsung smelled a delicious aroma. Oh, crayfish and turtle soup. Qin Tao laughed and said, Brother Lu recognized it just by smelling it. He's a master. That's right. Lu Ninju said proudly. My dad is a master chef. What chef? Just by smelling this aroma, I can tell that Brother Qin's cooking skills are extraordinary. I haven't had dinner yet, so let me mooch a meal here. Brother Lu, what are you saying? Sit down and have something to eat with us. Qin Tao pulled Lu Shirtsung to sit down. Lu Shirtsung glanced at the spicy crayfish and various seasonings in the bowl, raised an eyebrow, and said, Brother, your ingredients. These are all fresh ingredients from the mountains, picked and used immediately, so fresh. Qin Tao said with a smile as he opened a bottle of wine for Lu Shirtsung. Lu Shirtsung picked up a spicy crayfish, took a bite, and his eyes widened immediately. Delicious. He wasn't flattering Qin Tao. These spicy crayfish are so delicious. It has a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Most importantly, the shrimp meat is fresh and springy, and the seasoning flavor has penetrated deeply into it. Besides all that, the most important thing is that the shrimp meat has a special flavor that is unforgettable and lingers in the memory, making you want to eat more and more. Honestly, Lu Shirtsung felt he couldn't recreate that flavor. Right, Dad? Brother Qin's spicy crayfish is so delicious. If he opened a restaurant, he would definitely make a fortune, Lu Ninju said excitedly. After all, Lu Ninju grew up with Lu Shirtsung and ate all the food he cooked. Her palate had become very picky, and she couldn't eat at restaurants when she went out. Now that I've tasted Qin Tao's crayfish, I'm amazed by how delicious it is, which is why I highly recommend it. Lu Shirtsung nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, with Brother Qin's culinary skills, opening a restaurant would definitely make it a nationwide sensation. Chapter 61 Firefly Forest. Faced with their compliments, Qin Tao waved his hands repeatedly, saying, My cooking skills are actually just so. It's mainly because the ingredients are good. The ingredients are good. Ingredients? Lu Shirtsung immediately grasped this keyword. Brother Qin. Lu Shirtsung hurriedly picked up his wine glass and clinked glasses with Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Shirtsung saw Lu Ninju smiling and holding a wine glass, waiting for him to clink glasses with her. Lu Shirtsung immediately glared at her and scolded. What kind of girl is drinking alcohol? Lu Ninju was so frightened that she shrank back and quickly put down her wine glass. Come on, let's do it, Lu Shirtsung said to the two of them. I drank alcohol. Lu Shirtsung then asked, Brother, you mentioned ingredients earlier. Where did you get these crayfish? Qin Tao smiled, picked up a spicy crayfish, and said, Brother Lu, do you think this is a crayfish? Lu Shirtsung picked up a piece, took a closer look, and his eyes lit up immediately. This isn't a crayfish. Qin Tao looked at Lu Shirtsung with a smile. Lu Shirtsung examined the shrimp in his hand from side to side, and immediately said, These aren't crayfish, they're Chinese prawns. My God, I was so careless, I didn't even notice how obvious they were. Qin Tao nodded with a smile. Where did you get these shrimp? Lu Shirtsung pressed. He had eaten Chinese prawns before, and the most common way to cook them was braised in oil. This type of shrimp can also be used to make spicy crayfish. But the taste will definitely not be like that. Lu Shirtsung suspected that either the problem was with the ingredients or with the ingredients themselves. As a top chef, he was very interested in this. So he was eager to know the reason. Hey, where else could we get them? We caught them from the pond in our backyard. It's almost overflowing with them, enough to eat for a long time. Qin Tao laughed. Qin Yunbin also laughed and said, I didn't know there were prawns in the pond behind the mountain. If I had known, I would have caught them long ago. These prawns are just too delicious. A pond in the back hill. Lu Shirtsung was even more curious. There's a pond in the back hill. Yes. Qin Tao nodded. It's too late now. I'll take you to see it next time you come. Oh, okay. Lu Shirtsung nodded. After finishing the spicy crayfish, we also finished 2 cases of beer. Qin Tao brought out the turtle soup. Wow, it smells so good, Daddy. The little whale sniffed, looking like a little foodie. Looking at the little whale, Qin Tao laughed and said, Take your spoon. The little whale took its short legs and trotted to the kitchen, holding its little bowl and spoon, and stood aside waiting, watching eagerly as the turtle soup in the pot had turned white. This tastes amazing. It's fantastic, Lu Shirtsung exclaimed. It's a perfect combination of color, aroma, and flavor. He increasingly felt that Qin Tao was probably the successor of some great chef. Judging by its appearance and aroma, its cooking skills probably surpass even mine. Qin Tao smiled and served everyone a bowl, then served the little whale another bowl. The little guy immediately came to the side, picked up the small bowl, and started drinking. Even though it's very hot, the little guy will blow on it with his little mouth before putting it in his mouth. Wow, it smells so good. It tastes so good, the little guy exclaimed, and then began to bury his head in the turtle soup in front of him. The other three people also looked on with admiration after finishing their drinks. After drinking alcohol, having a bowl of turtle soup is simply a treat. Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but ask, was this turtle also caught from the back mountain? Yes. Qin Tao nodded. Lu Shirtsong became even more curious about the back mountain. After finishing his soup, Qin Tao stood up and said to the three of them, I'm going to go catch fireflies with Little Whale. Do you want to go and see? The fireflies are very beautiful this time of year. Wow, fireflies. Great. I want to see them. Lu Ninju immediately became excited. She had only ever seen fireflies in books and movies before, and had never seen one in real life. There are so few fireflies nowadays. Fireflies are very fragile and will disappear quickly if their environment is damaged. It's incredibly difficult for kids these days to see fireflies. Just like in the past, there were many dragonflies in the countryside, and there were very few mosquitoes. Where are we now? Dragonflies are rarely seen, but mosquitoes are becoming more and more numerous. Environmental damage has a tremendous impact on nature. Lu Shirtsong was also quite curious. He had seen fireflies when he was a child, but now he rarely sees them. He nodded, indicating that he would go together. Qin Tao said, Wait a moment, I'll get the equipment. He went back inside and picked up a backpack containing a tripod and a drone. A group of 5 people went out. Qin Tao's courtyard is located on the very edge of the village. Heading east, after going down a slope, there is a huge willow tree next to the slope. It is very, very big and probably hundreds of years old. It was already this thick when Qin Tao was a child. After passing the large, leafy willow tree, you will soon reach a grove of trees. In the woods, flickering figures have already appeared. Those are fireflies. Qin Tao had already turned on his phone and started the drone. Daddy, let me do it. The little whale grabbed Qin Tao's arm and tried to climb onto him. Qin Tao couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He reached out and grabbed the little whale by the collar, just like grabbing a kitten by the hair, and lifted it up, placing it on his shoulder. The baby whale rode on Qin Tao's neck, holding the controller, and began to operate the drone to take pictures. Qin Tao then used his phone, mounted on a tripod, to start a live stream. As soon as the live stream notification was opened, the user who was playing Douyin received a notification. The Little Whale Farm you've been following has started broadcasting. This account has now attracted a lot of loyal fans. Many diehard fans were overjoyed upon seeing this information and immediately clicked on it. Upon entering the live stream room, they didn't see anyone, but rather a dim forest with flickering, eerie green lights. What's this? What is this? Where's the streamer? I've already taken my pants off, and you want me to look at this? Where's the little whale? I want to see the little whale. Host, let me see the little whale. I miss him so much. A day without seeing the little whale feels like 3 autumns have passed. Idiots, can't you tell? These are fireflies. Firefly. Firefly. My goodness. They're fireflies. I've never seen fireflies before, and there are so many of them. What a wonderful place. There are even fireflies. So beautiful, I love it. Where exactly is this place? Please tell me the address, streamer. I really want to see the fireflies. As Qin Tao approached, the fireflies in the video became clearer, and the audience became even more excited. The scene of fireflies dancing in the forest is simply dreamlike, captivating all who watch. Chapter 62: The Fighting Power of the Little Whale Fans. The further you walk into this forest, the more fireflies you can see twinkling. The originally pitch-black night glowed with an ethereal light under the fireflies' illumination, creating a dreamlike scene. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lu Ninju was captivated by the scene before her. She had never seen such a beautiful sight in her entire life. Lu Ninju couldn't help but run a few steps forward, rushing into the woods and standing among the fireflies. Fireflies danced and twinkled all around her, a perfect and harmonious scene between humanity and nature. The audience got excited when they saw this. Wow, there's a beautiful young lady here. Who is this girl? She's so pretty. You have such a great figure. It's so beautiful. The scenery and the beautiful woman are breathtaking. I never knew the streamer had such a beautiful girl hidden away. Tell me, what's their relationship? Lu Shirtsong was also filled with emotion as he watched this scene. He hadn't seen anything like this in many years. He vaguely remembered seeing a similar scene when he was a child. Wow, Daddy, I'm going to catch fireflies. The little whale climbed off Qin Tao's neck. Qin Tao took the remote control and said to the little whale, "Go. Don't go too far." The little whale took short strides and ran quickly towards the grove. When the baby whale appeared, the screen was immediately flooded with comments. "Wow, little whale, little whale. The baby whale has finally emerged. Haha, it's so funny how those short legs look when they run. That was so much fun. It was great to see the baby whale. Isn't it strange? I got scolded by my boss today and was in a bad mood. But as soon as I entered this live stream room and saw this scenery and the little whale, I immediately calmed down and stopped being agitated. Exactly, it's so refreshing. That's why I follow the streamer. I really envy this kind of life. If I could live here, chopping wood, feeding horses, fetching water, growing vegetables, facing the mountains, with spring flowers blooming, how wonderful that would be." Qin Tao set up the tripod, pointed the camera at the little whale and Lu Nianju, then walked to the side and sat on the ground with Qin Yunbin and Lu Shirtsong. "It's been a long time," Lu Shirtsong said slowly. Qin Tao looked at Lu Shirtsong. "It's been a long time since I've seen a scene like this." Lu Shirtsong said slowly, "I moved from the city to the county town. Although I've always wanted to calm down, I've never been able to. Only at this moment can my heart be at peace." Qin Tao nodded slowly. Having witnessed countless battles, he now cherishes the peace and tranquility before him even more. 3 men sat on the bluestone slab next to them, watching Little Whale and Lu Nianju catch fireflies and play. Qin Tao took out a glass bottle and handed it to the 2 people. Lu Nianju was very excited when she saw the glass bottle. She pulled the little whale and said, "Come on, sister will take you to catch fireflies." The little whale nodded repeatedly. Qin Tao smiled and walked away, letting the 2 of them play to their heart's content. These are all things he experienced in his childhood, and he really likes this feeling. But at his age, he can no longer play so carefree. The world should be left to the young. The number of viewers for the live stream continues to grow. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. As various gifts were given, the sound waves continued to rise. Many people, upon entering, spontaneously offer a small heart or a lollipop as a gift. As the number of participants increases, many people will give more gifts. The sound waves continued to surge. 100,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1 million. In the blink of an eye, the number of sound waves reached 1 million. 1 million. This is a number that many streamers cannot achieve in a month. The live stream had only been going on for a little over 10 minutes, and it was already at this pace. As the number of listeners continues to rise, the number of recommendations and the exposure rate also increase rapidly, and more people will come across this video. Once the visitors entered and saw this beautiful scene, they were completely captivated and couldn't tear themselves away. Many live streamers have also heard the news. What? 1 million virtual gifts in just over 10 minutes? That can't be real. Could it be fake? It must be fake. How could there be such a high sound wave? I'll go take a look. There's definitely something fishy going on. Many people flocked to the live stream. When they entered the live stream, they thought there would be some amazing talent show or some strange adventure. As a result, in front of a grove of trees, there were a few fireflies, and a woman and a child were catching fireflies. There was no host speaking to introduce the event or liven things up, nor was there any thank you or reward message. However, the tips kept coming in. The streamers were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Are these audience members crazy? We've put in so much effort and haven't received a single tip, while they have nothing. Why are so many people tipping them? What the hell is this? How can you make money like this? Are you crazy? There's something fishy going on here. There's definitely something fishy going on. Some streamers strongly disapprove of this. Brothers, why can they make money so easily, but we can't? They're definitely up to something. Yes, there's something fishy going on. Brothers, let's go, take them down. Let's go, let's set the pace. Immediately, a group of live streamers who had contracted conjunctivitis arrived in the live stream room. What kind of streamer is this? What kind of garbage is he broadcasting? If you're going to scam people, at least do it professionally. You dare to do a live stream like this? You scammer streamer, give me my money back right now. Trash streamer, you're just fooling the audience. Where are you? Come out and let me see you. They don't even dare to show their face. What kind of live stream is this? What the hell? How dare you start broadcasting? Go to hell, you streamer. The audience was stunned when this group of people suddenly appeared. What's going on? Some of them didn't quite realize what was happening. Brothers, something strange seems to have sneaked in. Whale harem members, someone is bad-mouthing our little whale. What should we do? Fight! 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 My 40-meter-long sword is itching for a fight. Do you know the rules? Register your number first. You seem to have joined the wrong side. Do you know what this is? Fireflies. Find me another place like this so I can see them. Can you at least understand the situation before you start criticizing me? This is mindless hating. You're slandering my little whale. Tell me, don't you want to stay in this business anymore? Seeing the dense barrage of responses, the streamers who came to criticize Little Whale were dumbfounded. What's going on? Such high fan loyalty. Before they could even react. Bite. Your Douyin account has been banned. Bite. Your live stream has been shut down. Bite. Your account has been permanently banned. Bite. Your account has been suspended due to violation of the user rules. Chapter 63 The Little Whale Bites the Firefly. The whale harem is on the march, leaving nothing but desolation. Those streamers who came to criticize Little Whale have all been wiped out. Many people who were following this news couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The Little Whale farm account doesn't have a very large number of followers. It's at most a medium-sized one. 1 million followers is nothing. There are many accounts with 5 or 6 million, or even tens of millions of followers. However, when it comes to cohesion and fighting spirit, these accounts are far inferior to Little Whale Farm. These users simply cannot stand anyone criticizing Little Whale, and they almost immediately take action. After that, everyone behaved themselves, and no one disturbed them from enjoying the beautiful scenery. Many fireflies swam around the Little Whale, their tails emitting tiny fluorescent lights that twinkled like stars. The Little Whale waved its arms, trying to catch a firefly. However, the fireflies were too fast for him to catch. The way the little guy leaps around with his short legs and arms is very comical. Lu Nianzhu laughed heartily to the side. Big Yellow also came over to join in the fun, barking and opening its mouth to bite. Sure enough, in just a few leaps, Big Yellow actually managed to catch one. Holy crap, this dog is amazing. As expected of the king of dogs. He actually managed to bite me. Amazing. Viewers flooded the screen with comments. The little whale suddenly stopped what it was doing and stared intently at Big Yellow as it jumped up to bite the firefly. Viewers also noticed this scene. Why isn't the little whale moving? Are you tired? Do you need to rest for a while? You must be tired after playing for so long. I really envy the little whale. It can be so carefree. If you envy the little whale, first you need to have a manly dad like that. And suddenly, the baby whale moved. Oh whoa, the little whale suddenly opened its mouth and bit the nearest firefly. Unfortunately, it couldn't bite. The little whale looked regretful and searched again to see which firefly was flying the slowest and closest to him. Then, oh whoa, open your mouth and bite. The firefly bumped into the little whale's chubby face, startled it, and quickly flew away. The chat in the live stream paused for a while. An eerie silence fell. Then, the barrage of comments exploded. Oof, forgive me for laughing out loud like a pig. Ha. I thought the little whale was looking at something, but it turns out it's trying to imitate the dog king biting fireflies. Ha. Turns out he's not very bright. The little whale is so cute. Isn't it incredibly cute? The world is so big, there's nothing we can't eat. That must be the little whale's motto. So cute. Haha. I was eating and I accidentally spat out my whole phone. You're lucky. My husband was playing a game, and I sprayed him all over his face and head. He was staring at me blankly, and now he's gone to the bathroom to take a shower. It's so funny. The baby is so cute. I love him so much. He actually learned from the Dog King. It seems he's been deeply influenced by him. At host, keep an eye on your son, or he'll turn into a dog. The viewers were overjoyed, and another wave of donations ensued. The number of sound waves has reached 3 million. This number is terrifying. 3 million sound waves is equivalent to 300,000 in tips. It's only been about an hour. The amount of money they've attracted is already terrifying. Seeing that it was almost time, Qin Tao took out the drone to take some photos and capture the scenery before putting it away. Little whale, it's time to go home and rest. Qin Tao called out. It was already 9:30. Okay, the little whale ran back on its short legs. He didn't catch a single one in an hour. Fireflies nowadays are much more wary and will avoid people. Unlike when I was a child, I could easily grab several with one hand. Lu Nianzhu, however, managed to catch a few, which shimmered in the glass bottle. Qin Tao walked over and entered the camera's field of view. Seeing Qin Tao, the live chat exploded with comments. Wow, the dad has finally appeared. I love this dad so much. What's the dad's name? He seems so manly, doesn't he? My girlish heart is pounding. Qin Tao's good looks have also attracted a large number of fans. It could even be said that some of the female fans came specifically for Qin Tao, even though he hadn't shown his face much. Many people became excited when they saw Qin Tao appear. Qin Tao walked over and asked Lu Nianzhu for the glass bottle. It's a pity we didn't catch many, Lu Nianzhu said regretfully. The little whale pouted and said, they all avoid me. I'm too slow, not as fast as Big Yellow. Qin Tao smiled slightly. It will get better gradually. As he spoke, Qin Tao waved the bottle around a few times. Of course, when it stopped, the entire bottle emitted a light. There are already more than a dozen fireflies in the bottle. Wow! The little whale exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Daddy's awesome. Lu Nianju's eyes widened, and she excitedly grabbed Qin Tao's arm, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Qin, how did you do that? That's amazing." Qin Tao smiled, covered the bottle cap with a mesh screen, and handed it to the little whale. "Remember, release them before you go to sleep, okay?" Qin Tao instructed. The little whale nodded obediently. "Don't worry, Daddy. I'll play with them for a while. When I go to sleep, I'll let them go home to find their mom and dad." Qin Tao rubbed the little whale's head, very satisfied with its answer. He glanced at Lu Nianju. "Do you want some too?" Lu Nianju waved her hands repeatedly. "I still prefer to see them looking so beautiful." She had already studied it. The insect was very ugly and could only be admired from a distance. The viewers in the live stream went wild. "Wow, Daddy is amazing. Wow, the streamer is amazing. He caught so many fireflies with just one hand. This is a master." A true master's skill is immediately apparent from their first move. The host's guidance is so heartwarming. Not harming animals deserves praise. The streamer has very positive values. The little whales are so sensible. They know they should release them. She has a positive outlook on life. I like that. It's so rare to find a streamer with such sound values these days. I started following the streamer because of the way he educates Little Whale. Yes. The streamer seems to give Little Whale the most freedom, but the key tips at crucial moments teach Little Whale a lot of lessons. That's why Little Whale is so sensible and kind. Like father, like son. I've always firmly believed in this saying. Qin Tao picked up his phone, switched the screen, looked at the comments, smiled, and said to everyone, "Thank you everyone. Thank you for your praise. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your attention. It's getting late. I need to take Little Whale to bed now. Good night everyone." Chapter 64. Afraid to go to the toilet in the middle of the night. This is one of the few times Qin Tao has faced the camera directly. "Qin Tao," people in the live stream started flooding the screen with comments. "The streamer is so handsome. I love you, streamer. Streamer, I want to give you another baby whale. Hey streamer, where do you live? I want to come find you. Host, the scenery there is amazing. Tell me the address. I want to travel there." Seeing the enthusiastic comments from the audience, Qin Tao smiled and waved his hand, repeatedly saying that he needed to rest, and then hung up the video. After packing his things, Qin Tao took the little whale and prepared to go back. Lu Shirtsong said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you have quite a few fans." Qin Tao said with a smile, "It's mainly because Little Whale has a lot of fans, and everyone likes him quite a bit." "I love it too," Lu Nianju immediately said. "The little whale is so cute. I fell in love with him the moment I saw him. And the videos you posted are just so good. I can't get enough of them. I watch them every night before I go to sleep." Qin Tao laughed and said, "I'm so sorry, it's affecting your sleep time." The group chatted and laughed as they returned to the courtyard. Qin Tao said to Lu Shirtsong, "Brother Lu, it's so late tonight, and you've been drinking. Why don't you stay here for the night and go back tomorrow?" Lu Shirtsong didn't refuse and nodded directly, saying, "Okay." There is also a side room in the house, which is just enough for us to live in. Seeing this, Qin Yunbin said, "Qin Tao, you don't have any bedding here, do you? I'll go back and get you another one." Qin Tao nodded. "Okay, take one. I have another set here. We're still one short." Qin Yunbin turned around and went home to get his bedding. The little whale obediently carried the bottle to the well and began to wash itself. Qin Tao led Lu Shirtsong to a side room to tidy up. "Because I've had a lot to do these past few days since I got back, the side room hasn't been cleaned yet and is quite dirty and messy. I tidied up a bit and then covered the bed with some newspapers." After Qin Yunbin brought over the bedding, Qin Tao made the bed for Lu Shirtsong and then told Lu Shirtsong to get some rest. After washing up, Qin Tao also went back to his room to rest. But shortly after I lay down, there was a knock on the door. Qin Tao frowned slightly, got up, and opened the door. Brother Qin, I need to go to the restroom, but I'm too scared to go alone," Lu Nianju said, blushing. It was so late at night that Lu Nianju didn't even dare to go out, so she could only go to Qin Tao across the hall. Qin Tao had no choice but to give Lu Nianju a flashlight. "No need, my phone can be used as a flashlight. Brother Qin, could you keep an eye on things outside for me?" Lu Nianju said softly. Qin Tao had no choice but to nod in agreement. The toilet in the courtyard is in the southeast corner, which is very remote and requires walking through the entire courtyard to reach it. Located near the back mountain, this place is filled with the sounds of owls, wild cats, and foxes at night, and even the occasional howl of a wolf, which is quite frightening. Standing outside the toilet, Lu Nianju went inside to use it. 5 minutes later, Lu Nianju walked out with a blush on her face. Qin Tao turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Lu Nianju followed behind. "Get some rest," Qin Tao said to Lu Nianju, who seemed to want to say something. After saying that, Qin Tao turned around and went back into the house. Lu Nianju bit her lip, looked at the closed door, and turned back into the room. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Qin Tao went for his run as usual. Shen Fanghua came over to cook. The little whale practiced his horse stance and military boxing in the morning. After the meal was prepared, Lu Shirtsong and Lu Nianzhu slowly woke up. After coming out, Lu Shirtsong felt very embarrassed that he had asked Qin Tao's parents to cook for him. I'll help with the cooking. Lu Shirtsong said, feeling embarrassed. I'll help with the dishes. Lu Nianzhu said. Upon seeing this, Shen Fanghua waved her hands repeatedly, saying, I'll take care of it. You all just sit down and wait for your meal. Qin Baimu also said, That's right. You are all big bosses, city people, with delicate skin. How can you let you do this kind of work? The two of them felt awkward and embarrassed. Seeing the little whale practicing boxing in a horse stance, Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Qin, you're letting him start practicing boxing at such a young age? Qin Tao nodded. A man should be self-reliant. Besides, it's his own preference. If a boy has something he wants to stick to, I will naturally support him. Upon hearing this, Lu Shirtsong was filled with envy. At some point, he also wanted to find someone to inherit his mantle. It wasn't that he favored boys over girls, but rather that his daughter had absolutely no interest in cooking and only cared about eating. If he has another son, he can probably learn his culinary skills. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Lu Nianzhu felt sorry for the little whale and said to Qin Tao, Brother Qin, let him rest for a while. Look, the little whale is covered in sweat. Upon seeing this, Shen Fanghua quickly went over and wiped away his sweat. Lu Nianzhu immediately got up and took over Shen Fanghua's job, wiping the little whale's sweat. Qin Tao said to the little whale, That's enough. Practice a set of punches, then go wash up. The little whale nodded with a determined look on its face and said to Lu Nianzhu, Sister, please move aside a little. Lu Nianzhu quickly moved aside. Whoosh! The little whale suddenly threw a punch. Upon seeing this, Lu Shirtsong's eyes lit up. Military boxing. Qin Tao nodded. That's right, a simple and direct boxing style. Let him practice it first. Lu Shirtsong exclaimed in admiration. It's a well-known style of boxing, but it's also the most lethal. Every move is a killing move, and if you master it, it can be very powerful. Qin Tao wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Shirtsong's words. At the beginning, Qin Tao used this set of military boxing to kill dozens of enemies. It was only after joining Dragon Fang that I learned other things. Although military boxing is simple, its killing intent is not to be underestimated. The little whale's movements have gradually become more skilled, and when it performs its punches, it exudes a powerful and masculine aura. Lu Nianzhu, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. She never expected that a little whale with such small arms and legs could actually perform such a decent boxing style. After Little Whale finished performing his set of punches, Lu Nianzhu immediately transformed into a little fangirl, clapping and exclaiming, Wow, Little Whale, you're so amazing. That's incredible. You can actually fight so well. As a straightforward guy, Little Whale naturally answered without hesitation. I'm just starting to learn, and I'm not good at it at all. My dad is the real expert. Qin Tao sitting at the dining table and was speechless. After the little whale finished washing up, everyone sat down to eat. Lu Shirtsong exclaimed, It's been so long since I've had breakfast like this in a courtyard. Eat more if you like, Shen Fanghua said, serving food to the two of them. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, auntie. The generational hierarchy is a bit messed up, but it's not an exaggeration for Lu Shirtsong to call Shen Fanghua elder sister. The scenery here is beautiful, and Shen Fanghua looks like a woman in her early 40s, not old at all. Moreover, Lu Shirtsong is over 40 years old, and his daughter is already 18. These are all separate matters, and they won't affect his friendship with Qin Tao. By the way, Brother Qin, will you take me to see the fish later? Lu Shirtsong had been thinking about it all night. Chapter 65 Top-Grade Blackfish. Want to eat fish? Upon hearing this, Qin Baimu immediately said, I'll have Yunjin take you to the pond behind the mountain to catch some for you later. Qin Tao expectantly. Qin Tao nodded. Okay. Seeing that Qin Tao had agreed, Lu Shirtsong became even more excited. After finishing the meal, Qin Tao took the bucket and led Lu Shirtsong and Lu Nianzhu to the pond behind the yard. Actually, calling it a pond is just a big pit. This place used to be a puddle, but Qin Tao's grandfather discovered it and expanded it. Due to its age and lack of maintenance, the pond has become a large pit, overgrown with various weeds and filled with aquatic plants. When Lu Shirtsong saw the pond, his eyes lit up. When he was down there, he glanced up and thought it was just a hole in the ground covered with weeds. But upon closer inspection, Lu Shirtsong was astonished to discover that it was practically a piece of jade. Although the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, each weed was lush and green, as if you could squeeze water out of them. The weeds in the water were the same, each one growing exceptionally well, like the kind of ornamental aquatic plants you would only find in high-end aquarium aquascaping shops. He could even see 1 or 2 turtles peeking out, only to immediately shrink back when they saw someone. A few carp came out and blew bubbles. This pond was like a treasure trove, waiting for him to discover it. Brother Qin, what kind of fish do you raise in your fish pond? Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but ask. Qin Tao shrugged and said with a wry smile, Brother Lu, I didn't release any fish fry into it at all. The fish and shrimp in here all came from the river on their own. Following the direction Qin Tao pointed, Lu Shirtsong then saw that the pond was connected to a stream. They were all genuine wild fish. Lu Shirtsong became even more excited. These all-natural fish taste so much better than farmed fish. At this moment, Lu Ninju plucked a blade of grass, swayed its large ears of grass, and asked, Dad, what kind of grass is this? Lu Shirtsong glanced at it, frowned, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, It should be cattail. He wasn't sure either. Qin Tao explained with a smile, It's cattail, or more precisely, flax. Its real scientific name is water caltrop. Lu Ninju's eyes lit up. I've seen this kind of grass in my textbooks when I was in school, but I never knew it was called candle grass. Qin Tao nodded slightly, patted the head of the curious little whale, and explained, This water caltrop is a treasure in the countryside. As he spoke, Qin Tao plucked a water caltrop and pointed it out, saying, The tender white roots and the tip of this plant are edible, and they taste delicious and refreshing. Lu Shirtsong curiously pinched off a small piece, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. His eyes lit up immediately. It's really delicious. He never expected that such ingredients were hidden in the countryside. Qin Tao continued, Besides the roots and stems being edible, its pollen can also be used in medicine, with effects such as anti-inflammatory, hemostatic, and diuretic properties. In addition, the inflorescences like these can be dried and placed in flower pots, making them very beautiful ornamental items. In the end, all that's left are these leaves and roots. Qin Tao skillfully wove a leaf into the shape of a grasshopper. The three of them were filled with surprise. The little whale almost jumped for joy. Brother Qin, you've been keeping a low profile. Lu Shirtsong exclaimed in admiration. Qin Tao laughed and said, I learned it from an old man when I used to go to the market. He handed the grasshopper to the little whale. Daddy, thank you. I love it so much. The little whale was overjoyed, holding the lifelike grasshopper. Lu Ninju's face was also full of envy. Qin Tao, naturally, didn't neglect one thing and also made one for Lu Ninju. Lu Ninju was overjoyed and rushed over to give Qin Tao a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Brother Qin. Qin Tao looked at Lu Shirtsong with a hint of helplessness. Lu Shirtsong was also frustrated, as these grasshoppers would only sell for 10 yuan at most on the street. As a result, Qin Tao got a kiss from his daughter for being a grasshopper, and he felt like he had lost out big time. Ahem. Qin Tao coughed awkwardly and continued. As you can see, the leaves are excellent weaving materials and can be woven into many useful things. In addition, the stems and leaves can also be used as paper-making materials, so it can be said that the whole plant is a treasure. After Qin Tao's introduction, the three of them realized that this thing was indeed a treasure. The wisdom of the ancients is truly great. Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Tao laughed and said, Actually, these kinds of good things are everywhere in the countryside, such as plantain and dandelion. It's just that they only have value in the hands of certain people, and many people don't even know what these things are good for. Lu Shirtsong nodded slightly. He already had a direction for his new dish idea. Let me catch some fish for you, Qin Tao said, picking up a fishing net. Okay. Lu Shirtsong nodded hurriedly. Qin Tao looked at the water's surface, then cast the net into the water. Splash! A large black carp weighing about 10 pounds was caught. The blackfish struggled fiercely, splashing out a lot of water, which frightened Lu Ninju so much that she screamed and backed away. The little whale wasn't afraid at all. It was used to this kind of scene. When it saw the big fish being scooped out, it clapped excitedly. Daddy's great. We can have grilled fish for lunch. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao smiled. Since returning, this little guy has clearly evolved into a little foodie. Thump! Qin Tao immediately covered the bucket with the fishing net. The big black fish also fell into the bucket and struggled desperately inside. Woof woof! Big Yellow roared, seemingly trying to quiet the big black fish down. Lu Shirtsong couldn't wait any longer. He walked over, rolled up his sleeves, and grabbed the big fish. The big black fish struggled fiercely. Its strength was so great that he couldn't hold it down with one hand. Only after pressing down with both hands could the giant black fish be barely controlled, but its twisting movements still exerted tremendous force, and it could easily be thrown out. After taking a closer look, Lu Shirtsong exclaimed, This big black fish is amazing, because he saw that the big black fish had scales all over its body that were like steel armor, very sturdy, and the whole fish looked extremely fierce and incredibly strong. This kind of fish has tender and chewy flesh, and it's very delicious. It's a rare and exquisite piece. This is Lu Shirtsong's assessment of a large black fish. Unlike the farmed fish bought from the market, these fish are completely different. Even if they are thrown out, they can't roll around for long, just like a sickly person. Compared to this giant black fish, it's like comparing heaven and earth. These free-range fish are all very strong, Qin Tao said with a smile. Lu Shirtsong simply reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bag. Unfold the small bag, and inside is a row of miniature kitchen utensils. All kinds of knives are available. Lu Shirtsong could no longer contain himself. He took out an awl, pierced the fish's head, killed it, and then began to process it. Qin Tao was stunned. Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Chapter 66, A Slice of Sauerkraut Fish. Lu Shirtsong looked up at Qin Tao and said, Brother Qin, do you have any pickled cabbage? I'll make you pickled cabbage fish. Yes there are. Qin Tao said hesitantly. Qin Tao aside and whispered, Brother Qin, my dad's itching to cook. Seeing such good ingredients, he'll be itching to cook them. But it's perfect, let you guys taste my dad's cooking. After saying that, Lu Ninju looked very proud. Qin Tao finally understood and immediately said, Let's go. Let's cook in the yard, and I want to try Brother Lu's cooking. Lu Shirtsong immediately picked up the bucket and walked towards the yard. Qin Tao watched Lu Shirtsong's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile slightly. Looking back now, Lu Shirtsong seems to be a very pure person. However, he didn't have any pickled cabbage at home, but his parents had 2 jars of it. Qin Tao ran over and brought back a jar. Chun Fenghua followed behind, shouting, Why are you taking my sauerkraut? I need to save it to cook for the little whale. Qin Tao quickly slipped away. Otherwise, if Chun Fenghua catches him, she'll definitely smash a rolling pin over his head. Back in the courtyard, Chef Lu had already started cooking. All that's missing is your sauerkraut. Lu Shirtsong grabbed the jar and went to the kitchen. Qin Tao wanted to go in and take a look, but Lu Shirtsong stopped him, saying, You wait outside. It'll be ready soon. Lu Ninju chuckled and said, Brother Qin, when my dad is cooking, he usually doesn't let anyone watch except me. Qin Tao smiled, not minding, and sat down to wait. About 5 minutes later, Lu Shirtsong came out carrying a basin. Sauerkraut fish. Qin Tao immediately smelled a rich fragrance. The little whale stared wide-eyed at the sauerkraut fish, swallowing hard. Lu Ninju took a deep breath and exclaimed, Dad, your cooking skills have improved. Lu Shirtsong eagerly wiped his hands and said to the group, Quickly try it and see how it tastes. Okay. Qin Tao didn't stand on ceremony and picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. The fish meat is as thin as a cicada's wing, but it doesn't fall apart. It melts in your mouth and tastes incredibly delicious. Little whale, you should try some too. Seeing that the little whale didn't know where to start, Qin Tao quickly put one on his plate. The little whale took a bite, its big eyes immediately narrowed, and its face was full of happiness. It's so delicious. So delicious. Lu Ninju nodded repeatedly. Dad, this time it's so delicious, even better than before. Looking at the 3 of them, Lu Shirtsong felt a pang of emotion. He knows very well what kind of cooking skills he has. He cooks his own meals. Even if he doesn't eat it, he can roughly tell what it tastes like. But seeing Lu Ninju's review, Lu Shirtsong realized that this time the pickled fish should really be even tastier than before. He immediately picked up his chopsticks, took a piece, and put it in his mouth. Fragrant, spicy, sour, bouncy, translucent, soft, smooth, tender, fresh. A burst of flavors explodes on the tongue, in the mouth, and on the taste buds. Lu Shirtsong involuntarily closed his eyes. He felt as if he had transformed into a fish. It was swimming in the water. Freedom, comfort. This delicious taste was something he had never experienced before. But there's a feeling that's very similar. Although yesterday's dishes were spicy crayfish and turtle soup, Lu Shirtsong's sensitive sense of taste quickly detected the similarities between them. But he couldn't describe it, and this feeling was exceptionally strong. Suddenly, Lu Shirtsong opened his eyes. He wanted to try it again. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he discovered that the basin was empty. Brother Qin, isn't my dad's cooking delicious? Lu Ninju asked Qin Tao with a proud look on her face. Qin Tao nodded and gave a thumbs up. Amazing. I've never had such delicious pickled fish before. The little whale patted its round belly with a satisfied look and said happily, I'm so full. This whole pot of pickled fish was devoured by 3 people just as he was savoring the taste. This is simply. Lu Shirtsong was on the verge of tears. He worked so hard to cook a fish, but he only ate 1 piece, just a tiny piece. Qin Tao looked at Lu Shirtsong with admiration and said, Brother Lu, your knife skills are amazing. I noticed that you cut every piece of fish into roughly the same size, and with almost the same thickness. Lu Shirtsong could only reply, Practice makes perfect. It's just a matter of practice makes perfect. He was filled with emotion, and he only ate 1 piece. 1 piece. But this also shows that this sauerkraut fish is really delicious. Lu Shirtsung finally understood the root of the problem. It's all about the ingredients. Different ingredients result in vastly different flavors. Brother Qin, Lu Shirtsung had just spoken when his phone rang in his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Shirtsung's expression changed slightly. Oh no. He almost forgot about today's orders. He made a reservation with his regular customers for today. I glanced at the time. 8:45. Fortunately, people in rural areas eat breakfast relatively early. Otherwise, it would be too late. Lu Shirtsung quickly answered the phone. Hey Lao Bai, you've arrived at the hotel? Go and rest in the lounge for a bit. I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Lu Shirtsung looked at Qin Tao. Brother, sell me a few fish. Qin Tao immediately said, what are you selling? If you want some, I'll go get you a few. As he spoke, Qin Tao rolled up his sleeves and prepared to grab the fishing net. No. Lu Shirtsung immediately waved his hand and said, Brother, to tell you the truth, as a chef, I can very clearly sense the quality of ingredients. There are plenty of ingredients and plenty of blackfish too. Go to the market and you can grab them by the handful. Don't just say one or two. You can have tons or two. As long as I have money, I can have as much as I want. But for truly good ingredients, it's lucky if you can even see a trace of them, let alone one or two. I can't lie. The fish you raise in your pond are absolutely top quality ingredients, so I must buy them. Not only must I buy them, but I will buy them at the price of top quality ingredients. Seeing that Lu Shirtsung was speaking so seriously, Qin Tao nodded and said, Okay, Brother Lu, I'll listen to you. Lu Shirtsung immediately laughed loudly. Come on, go and catch 5 or 10 blackfish for me, and I'll give you 100 yuan per caddy. 101 Jin. Qin Tao was startled and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, No, that's too expensive. Lu Shirtsung immediately stopped and stared at Qin Tao, saying, Brother, this is the first time I've ever seen someone complain about the price of vegetables. Do you know how much black carp costs today? Qin Tao shook his head. He hadn't paid any special attention to these things. Lu Shirtsung said, Today, the price of black carp is almost 21 caddies. I quoted you 100, which is not high. I thought you would raise the price, but I didn't expect you to think it's too expensive. Lu Shirtsung was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. Qin Tao shook his head, gave an awkward smile, and didn't know what to say. The pond behind the mountain. Qin Tao caught 3 blackfish, 3 carp, and 3 grass carp, but he didn't catch any more blackfish. Qin Tao was still carefully searching for traces of the blackfish, but Lu Shirtsung was overjoyed and hurriedly said, That's enough. That's enough. Brother Qin, that's enough. These 9 fish are enough for me. Chapter 67 Southland Hotel. Qin Tao thought Lu Shirtsung only wanted blackfish and searched carefully for a long time. Upon inspection, Lu Shirtsung was overjoyed to see that there were black carp, grass carp, and common carp. Brother, Lu Shirtsung said excitedly, these fish are all about the same price. I'll give you a price of 100 yuan per caddy. What do you think? I'm sure I'll be fine, Qin Tao said. Brother Lu, we only have 3 blackfish so far. What do you think? That's enough, Lu Shirtsung said. 3 black carp, 3 carp, and 3 grass carp. It couldn't be more perfect. Qin Tao nodded. Since Lu Shirtsung had no objections, he certainly wouldn't have any either. The two of them carried the buckets of water back to the yard. Qin Tao weighed it using an old-fashioned steelyard balance. The 3 black carp weighed 9 jin, 12 jin, and 18 jin respectively. The carp weighed 10 jin, 11 jin, and 15 jin respectively. The grass carp weighed 12 jin, 15 jin, and 19 jin respectively. It weighed a total of 121 jin. Lu Shirtsung immediately transferred 12,100 yuan to Qin Tao. Turn around, brother. Take a look, Lu Shirtsung gestured. Qin Tao took out his phone, glanced at it, and nodded. Thanks, Brother Lu. There's no need to thank me, Lu Shirtsung said. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial and win-win. It's not that I'm helping you, but that we're helping each other. Qin Tao nodded with a smile. He thought Lu Shirtsung was very clever and knew how to win people's hearts. By the way, brother, Lu Shirtsung said, I told you yesterday that I wanted you to come to my place for dinner. Today is perfect, come with me. This. Qin Tao looked at the little whale, somewhat hesitant. But as soon as the little whale heard that it was time to eat, its eyes lit up. It stared longingly at Qin Tao. Qin Tao saw this. He knew what the little whale was thinking. Let's go together, brother Qin. Lu Nianzhu came up and grabbed Qin Tao's arm, shaking it. My dad said yesterday that he misunderstood you and insisted on treating you to dinner today. Let's go together. As Lu Nianzhu shook his arm, Qin Tao felt a strange sensation. He looked down and quickly turned his head away. This little girl is quite young, but she's developing very quickly. The headlights are already quite impressive. Ahem. Lu Shirtsung coughed upon seeing this scene. Lu Nianzhu had never been this intimate with him before, yet she seemed so close to Qin Tao. This was very strange. My daughter is just 18 now, in the prime of her youth, and her mind is inevitably a bit naive. Qin Tao is indeed quite outstanding, with good character, and as a father, he knows how to take care of people. Thinking of this, Lu Shirtsong's gaze towards Qin Tao became wary. Ahem. Nianzhu, don't cling to your brother Qin like that. It wouldn't look good if someone saw you. Lu Nianzhu reluctantly let go of Qin Tao's hand. Qin Tao said, then I'll go with Little Whale. I can help you out too. That's great. Lu Shirtsong's eyes lit up, and he pulled Qin Tao with a smile, saying, let's go? Let's go now. Qin Tao took the Little Whale and left with Lu Shirtsong. Sitting in the car, Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but ask, Brother Qin, is your wife a foreigner? Qin Tao nodded slightly. Why haven't I seen her before? Lu Shirtsong asked again. He was genuinely afraid that his silly daughter had taken a liking to Qin Tao. Qin Tao is not only old, but he also has a child, while his own daughter is still a virgin, just 18 years old. She's going to university. Before Qin Tao could answer, the Little Whale broke free from Lu Nianzhu's arms and said to Lu Shirtsong, Uncle, my mom is very busy with work. Before, when she was working, I could only stay at my grandparents' house. Now that Daddy is back, I can stay with Daddy. Oh, your dad used to be very busy with work. Lu Shirtsong glanced at Qin Tao in the passenger seat, then looked at the Little Whale through the rearview mirror. The Little Whale nodded. Daddy used to be very, very busy with work, but now it's better. Daddy can spend time with me every day. Mommy will come back to spend time with me after she finishes her work in a couple of days. That's great, Lu Shirtsong said with a smile, feeling relieved. Just by looking at the baby whale's appearance, you can tell that its mother is definitely very beautiful. This put his mind at ease. The other person's mother was just busy with work and didn't come home. My mom said she'll bring me something tomorrow. Little Whale said to Lu Nianzhu beside her. Lu Nianzhu smiled and said, Aren't you excited? The Little Whale nodded repeatedly, completely unaware of the envious look in Lu Nianzhu's eyes. Having a mother is so wonderful. Lu Nianzhu looked out the window, her smile tinged with bitterness. 20 minutes later. Southland Hotel. As the car pulled into the South China Hotel, Qin Tao couldn't help but look around at the surrounding buildings. Located on the outskirts of the county, it is styled like a manor. Upon entering the gate, you'll see various shapes and designs made from different green plants on both sides. There is a pond, a rockery, and a pavilion. It's similar to a resort. Walk along the road. It is a building with some Chinese style. There are 5 floors in total. As Qin Tao passed by the parking lot, he saw many luxury cars. Bentley, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Maybach. These cars are almost impossible to find in this small county town. Qin Tao's gaze swept over the license plate numbers. All of them have license plates from other places. It's not local. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of the lobby. The doorman came up and opened the door. Lu Shirtsong led the group out of the car and handed the keys to the designated driver, who came up. Let's go to the restaurant on the 3rd floor, Lu Shirtsong said. The entire hall is decorated in an antique style, with all the structures made of antique-style wood. Screens, vases, and dragon and phoenix decorations are everywhere. This is a completely antique Chinese-style decoration. We went up to the 3rd floor. Lu Shirtsong said to Qin Tao, Let Zhu take you to the hall to wait. I'll go prepare the food first. After saying that, Lu Shirtsong hurriedly left. Brother Qin, over here, Lu Nianzhu said with a sweet smile. Qin Tao nodded and took the Little Whale's hand as they walked inside. Inside the hall, there are dining areas separated by screens. Inside was a wooden table and chairs made of rosewood. Qin Tao saw that there were only 1 or 2 people sitting inside. In front of us is a stage with stage props that haven't been dismantled yet. This way, Lu Nianzhu led Qin Tao to sit at table number 19. Qin Tao and Little Whale had just sat down when they heard a voice coming from behind the screen at the next table. Little Beads, where's your father? Why hasn't he shown up all day? Lu Nianzhu responded, My dad is in the kitchen. Today's ingredients are special, so just wait for the surprise. After saying that, Lu Nianzhu stuck out her tongue at Qin Tao and the Little Whale. She's covering up her father's lie. Chapter 68 Stroking the Little Whale's Hair. Seeing Lu Nianzhu sticking out her tongue so cutely, Qin Tao couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Do you know all these people? Lu Nianzhu nodded and said to Qin Tao, These are all my dad's old customers, some of whom he has known for over 10 years. This guy just now used to come to our house for dinner often and has a very good relationship with my dad. These people, how should I put it, they are very satisfied with my dad's cooking skills. Plus, now that my dad has moved here, he rarely cooks except when he's looking for new dishes and ingredients. But these longtime customers have always remembered my dad's cooking skills, so my dad set up something like a small club. When there are new dishes or recipes, he invites these people over. If they have time, they will come over to try my dad's new dishes. Qin Tao nodded slightly. Then your dad must be a very skilled chef. It's all right, Lu Nianzhu said with some pride. Anyway, I've never eaten anyone's cooking that's better than my dad's, except, of course, Brother Qin. You're an exception, Lu Nianzhu said nostalgically. Brother Qin, the spicy crayfish you made is the best I've ever had. I probably won't be able to eat any other crayfish in the future. Qin Tao chuckled and said, that's easy. If you want to eat it anytime, just come here and I'll make it for you. Really? Lu Nianzhu's eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. Sister, come to my house anytime for shrimp, the little whale invited. Don't worry, little whale, I won't be polite. Lu Nianzhu hugged the little whale and laughed. The baby whale's hair was fluffy and soft. Lu Nianzhu held the baby whale and kept rubbing its head with one hand. Qin Tao couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It seems he's not the only one who likes this move. As expected, everyone loves this fluffy texture. Qin Tao with a helpless expression, hoping that Qin Tao could rescue it from this older sister. But all Qin Tao did was take out his phone and film a video of the two of them. After taking the photos, Qin Tao posted them immediately. Immediately, many people received a notification from Douyin. Little friend, do you have many questions? Upon seeing this title, many fans immediately thought of the children's song, Little Friend, Do You Have Many Questions? When they thought of this song, the image of the little whale's adorable face immediately came to mind. They immediately clicked on the title without hesitation and entered the video interface. Upon entering the video interface, many people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Background music, Little Friend, Do You Have Many Questions? Picture. The little whale was held in Lu Nianzhu's arms, and one hand vigorously ruffled the little whale's hair. The little whale looked at the camera with pitiful, pleading eyes. Add video effects, zoom in on the face, add a few question mark expressions, and freeze the frame. It's hilarious. A flood of comments immediately followed. Ha, this is hilarious. When I saw this title, I knew there was a surprise coming. Child, tell me, have you been kidnapped? If so, nod and blink to signal me. Such soft hair, I want to touch it too. Before it was about petting cats, now it's all about petting baby whales. Don't talk nonsense, he's a boy. Ha. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the little whale's expression. While others pet cats, I pet fish, and from then on, I'll reach the pinnacle of life. This girl is so pretty, I love her. I envy this young lady for being able to get so close to the baby whale and even stroke its hair like that. I wish I could switch places with her. Who dares to steal my position as the queen? Ha. This is definitely his biological son. He's really good at sabotaging his son. Look at the little whale's eyes. They look so pitiful. It's so funny. Little friend, do you have many questions? When you ask your father for help, all you get is your dad smiling and filming you. The streamer is so good at teasing his son. It's so funny. I really want to have one too. The video attracted a lot of viewers as soon as it was posted. Gradually, it has entered the trending topics. Page views, likes, comments, and shares are all growing rapidly. Qin Tao turned off his phone after sending the video. His main task today is to have a meal. Half an hour later, just when everyone was getting impatient, Lu Shirtsong made his appearance late in the evening. Standing on the platform, Lu Shirtsong held the microphone and said to everyone, I'm very sorry, it will take some time to prepare the food, please wait. Immediately someone shouted, Old Lu, we've been waiting for hours. You weren't like this before. It's such a waste of time. Old Lu, you know how precious every minute is for us. It's really not easy for us to come here. Hearing the complaints from below, Lu Shirtsong quickly said, I'm so sorry, but I believe you came here to eat better food. I also have to be responsible for your visit and make sure you taste the real delicacies. So it took a little longer than usual. I hope you understand. I believe that waiting a little longer is more worthwhile than letting you leave disappointed. These words immediately left the crowd speechless. Some people even began to nod slightly, feeling that what Lu Shirtsong said made a lot of sense. Qin Tao sighed inwardly. Lu Shirtsong was indeed worthy of being the owner of the Nangua Hotel. He was able to manage such a business and make friends with so many big bosses. He was no ordinary person. We have two main ingredients today. Lu Shirtsong showed everyone a peach. Seeing such a large peach, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Once you get to their circle and their level, you basically know everyone. I couldn't help but ask, did you get the news? Where did such big peaches come from? Is this some new variety? How can it be so big? Some people couldn't help but ask, Old Lu, what's going on? Where did such a big peach come from? Could it be genetically modified? How does it taste like something this big? Lu Shirtsong looked at everyone, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. These people look so much like I did back then. I still lack experience. Lu Shirtsong gestured for everyone to be quiet. Don't worry, everyone. I had the same idea as you all. I even found an expert to analyze the ingredients. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Lu Shirtsong and listening intently. Chapter 69 Conquered by Delicious Food. Qin Tao never expected that Lu Shizong would take the peaches to the laboratory for testing. If he suspects that his peaches are genetically modified and harmful to his health, there's nothing wrong with getting them checked. But the key point is that Qin Tao knows his peaches have a secret. These peaches were all grown using spiritual water. He had no idea what the spiritual water contained. But this is his secret, and it must never be discovered. Lu Shizong said, "Some of you probably know old Zhang from the Jingguan City laboratory. I had him do the tests himself. The trace elements and beneficial elements in peaches are dozens of times higher than in ordinary peaches, and there are dozens of other beneficial elements that are completely undetectable. You may not believe me, but you will definitely believe in the authority, right?" Hearing this, Qin Tao finally felt relieved. The audience below the stage also dispelled their doubts and nodded slowly. As for the second ingredient, I'm very sorry, I've already made them all. There are 9 tables of people and 9 fish in total, and I didn't have a single one left, so I can't show them, Lu Shizong said with a helpless shrug. Actually, they've always had this rule. Before serving the dishes, show the ingredients. This is also to ensure that everyone can eat with peace of mind. But this time, the amount of ingredients simply doesn't allow it. Now let's serve the dishes. Lu Shizong waved his hand. Immediately, a row of waiters began bringing out the dishes. Peach shortbread, peach egg tarts, peach pudding, peach mousse. More than a dozen kinds of desserts. The diners were all stunned. They're all sweet. Many of the people present were quite old, and due to the stress of work, they had developed many health problems. Some even couldn't eat sweets much. It's all sweets now. How to eat it? Although the waiters placed different desserts in front of different tables as instructed by Lu Shizong, many people still frowned. The desserts are beautiful and look very tempting. But most of them are men, after all. I'm not particularly interested in these cute and pretty desserts. Some women, however, are already eager to try it. As for Qin Tao, the little whale's eyes widened when it saw the desserts appear. He was completely captivated by the delicious food before him. Thanks to Lu Shizong's special care, all the desserts were prepared for the little whale and placed on the table, colorful and very beautiful. "Daddy, it's so pretty. It looks so delicious." The little whale excitedly grabbed Qin Tao's arm and said excitedly. Seeing the little whale's excited expression, Lu Nianzhu couldn't help but chuckle. "I never imagined my dad could make so many beautiful desserts. They're so pretty. Little whale, you should try some." Lu Nianzhu took out a spoon and handed it to little whale. The little whale looked at Qin Tao, seeking his permission. Qin Tao smiled and ruffled the little whale's hair. "We're here to eat today, so eat as much as you like." The little whale nodded quickly, then took the spoon from Lu Nianzhu's hand and carefully tore open a mousse's plastic packaging. He licked the cream off the plastic wrapper, then, as if realizing what he'd done, stuck his tongue out at Qin Tao and said, "Daddy, sorry." According to Hathaway's teachings, he absolutely must not do such a thing at the dinner table. But Qin Tao wouldn't be so strict with him. Qin Tao patted the little whale's head and said, "It's okay, eat." Only then did the little whale begin to devour the mousse. Delicious. The little whale took a bite of the mousse. The cool and smooth cream mousse, along with the refreshing and sweet peach pieces, was incredibly delicious. The little whale's eyes comfortably curved into beautiful crescent shapes. "Sister, you eat too." The little whale, having enjoyed the delicious food, naturally wouldn't forget Lu Nianzhu. Lu Nianzhu nodded. The little whale is so well behaved. To be honest, because of Lu Nianzhu's father, she has come into contact with a lot of wealthy people in the circle and has also seen many so-called well-mannered children. But compared to the little whale, it's far inferior. You might be attracted by the little whale's good looks at first glance, but what truly makes you love him is not his appearance, but his upbringing, character, and even his unique temperament. This is perhaps what they mean by starting with looks and falling for talent. "Daddy, you eat too." The little whale glanced around the table and pushed what it thought was the best peach pudding in front of Qin Tao. Qin Tao nodded and tried it too. Peaches are delicious on their own, but after this processing, they taste even better when combined with the flavors of other ingredients. It's delicious. Qin Tao couldn't help but admire Lu Shizong's craftsmanship. These peaches were elevated in Lu Shizong's hands. At this very moment, some female customers have already begun to try it. One bite, and I was blown away. Wow, this is so delicious. How is this possible? Why does it taste so good? The sweetness of the cream and the freshness of the peach. The combination is simply divine. This is probably the best dessert I've ever eaten. Old Lu's cooking skills are simply divine. After the female customers expressed their admiration, the male customers also became very curious. Faced with these exquisite desserts, they felt that it wouldn't hurt to try them and taste them. Immediately, they all took action. Cut off a small piece and slowly put it in your mouth. The moment it enters your mouth, the taste buds on your tongue begin to work. The densely packed taste buds sense the flavors of food placed in the mouth thereby stimulating the taste nerves. This feeling was like a thunderclap streaking across the night sky. Tasty. These two words appeared in everyone's mind almost instantly. Enjoy it with your eyes closed. Eyes wide open. He opened his mouth in praise. He clenched his fist in excitement. Each of them had an exceptionally rich array of expressions. They were all captivated by the flavor. It's so delicious. It's delicious. Absolutely amazing. Is this what peaches taste like? I never imagined I'd be able to eat something so delicious in my lifetime. Enough talk, let's eat. After the exclamation, the room immediately fell silent. All that remained was the crisp sound of bowls and plates clattering together. Lu Shizong watched this scene with admiration. The wonder of this immortal peach is simply unbelievable. He knew very well what kind of people came here. The wealth of these people even exceeds the GDP of Guanshan County. And the number of delicious foods these people have eaten is countless. Ordinary delicacies are just food to them. Even he had never managed to make these people so engrossed in enjoying the food in front of them. This scene is unprecedented. Lu Shizong also understood that his culinary skills alone were not enough to accomplish these things. The reason for this is entirely due to these immortal peaches. Chapter 70 Falling into the Trap. Soon, the desserts on all 9 tables were completely devoured. Then these people looked at Lu Shizong expectantly. Lu Shizong waved his hand. Many waiters came over carrying basins and glasses of water. Gargle. Drinking tea. Wipe your hands. After completing these steps, the dishes were served again. The second ingredient is fish, including 3 types: black carp, common carp, and grass carp. I've allocated them according to everyone's preferences, and I hope you don't mind, Lu Shizong said. These people were completely too preoccupied to pay any attention to Lu Shizong. Their eyes were all fixed on the dishes that were being served. The fragrance filled the entire hall. They were completely captivated by the aroma. All right, open it now. Lu Shizong smiled and gestured. The lid was opened, revealing the food inside. Snakehead fish and grass carp were made into sauerkraut fish. Fish fillets are cooked with kimchi and other ingredients, resulting in a delicious sour, spicy, and savory flavor. Just smelling the aroma makes your mouth water and whets your appetite. The carp was prepared as steamed carp to ensure the maximum freshness of the meat. Many people couldn't wait and started eating right away. The sourness of the sauerkraut fish and the freshness of the fish slices blend perfectly together. The steamed carp perfectly showcases its freshness and tenderness. In short, this meal was so delicious that you couldn't stop eating it. Many people can't even handle spicy food. The chili peppers and the pickled fish made them stick out their tongues and sweat profusely. But even so, they ate with great relish and didn't slow down at all. After finishing the meal, everyone wiped the sweat off their bodies. Lu Shizong walked over and chatted casually with everyone. After all, we've been friends for many years, so it's already quite casual. Old Bai, how is the sauerkraut fish? Lu Shizong asked. Old Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, This is so refreshing. I feel so comfortable all over. It's so delicious. Yes. This sauerkraut fish is absolutely amazing. I've never had such delicious sauerkraut fish before. Steamed carp is amazing too. The taste is absolutely superb. Chef Lu, now even Michelin 3-star chefs are nothing compared to you. Everyone complimented him. Lu Shizong waved his hands repeatedly, responding modestly. Suddenly someone said, Old Lu, didn't you say you were talking about healthy eating? Why are you having desserts and fish today? How is that healthy? Upon hearing this, Lu Shizong stood up, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He glanced in Qin Tao's direction, then said to the crowd, When you asked this question, did you first feel your own bodies and see if there was any difference? In fact, people unconsciously get used to their physical state and don't consciously try to feel it. After Lu Shizong said that, these people came to their senses and began to sense their own bodies. Old Bai, your back has always been bad. Now feel it, Lu Shizong said. The man called Lao Bai stood up, swayed his waist, and exclaimed in surprise, Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Much better. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. It feels so good. Another person exclaimed, My neck doesn't hurt anymore. It feels so good. I can stretch out without any problems. I feel completely refreshed right now. I've never felt this way before. I feel refreshed, like I've taken a cool shower on a hot summer day. So refreshing. Everyone expressed their feelings. They were surprised to find that their physical condition had really improved a lot. This change was so obvious that it amazed them. Old Bai couldn't help but ask, Old Lu, what's going on? What is this thing that's so effective? Lu Shizong smiled and had a plate brought over. The top part shows sliced peaches. He let everyone have a taste. After eating the peaches, everyone clearly felt as if their bodies were bathed in a spring breeze. That feels so good. Comfortable. Transparent. This is amazing. Old Bai exclaimed. What kind of divine fruit is this? Unbelievable. This feeling is truly amazing. Everyone was amazed. Lu Shirtsong smiled slightly and said to everyone, "Let a professional explain this to you. Brother Qin, come on over." Lu Shirtsong beckoned to Qin Tao. This is how Lu Shirtsong expressed his apology to Qin Tao. He had misunderstood Qin Tao before, and now he was giving Qin Tao a chance to get in touch with these big shots. Whether he could seize the opportunity was up to him. Qin Tao walked over and nodded to everyone. Everyone looked at Qin Tao with curiosity. These big bosses still exude a lot of presence. Don't be fooled by Lu Shirtsong's friendly and casual demeanor. An ordinary person standing in front of these bosses would probably be too nervous to speak. But Qin Tao remained calm, smiling as he looked at these people. "Hello everyone, my name is Qin Tao, and I am from Qin village in Guanshan County. The peaches you are eating are the fruit of a peach tree on the mountain that I contracted." Qin Tao used the fewest words possible to clearly introduce his background and identity, leaving a deep impression on everyone. These people also noticed several keywords. The peaches were grown by Qin Tao. The peaches grow on the king peach tree. The fruit you are eating is rich in nutrients and very beneficial to the human body. If you continue to ask Brother Lu, I think you will learn that this peach also helps to promote bowel movement and expel harmful substances accumulated in the body. Furthermore, in our county, these peaches are used to treat anorexia, and they are very effective. Qin Tao explained. These people all stared wide-eyed. To be honest, they were somewhat skeptical of what Qin Tao said. But they ate those peaches anyway. Understand the feelings involved. Therefore, it's impossible to have any doubts. Is this peach really that magical? Old Bai asked Lu Shirtsong. Lu Shirtsong nodded slightly. That's right, you can search for it on Douyin. It's already trending. This year there was only one fruit tree, only one harvest of peaches, and I bought the rest. Everyone looked at Lu Shirtsong with gleam in their eyes. But Qin Tao saw a cunning smile on Lu Shirtsong's lips. You don't need to look at me like that. I can only take out 40 peaches right now. You can decide what to do, Lu Shirtsong shouted. Give it to me. How much do you want for one? Someone immediately shouted. I bought them from Brother Qin for 200 each, Lu Shirtsong said casually. I'll offer 300. I'll offer 400. I'll offer 500. These people competed fiercely for the bid. Some people are even asking for 1,000 each. Lu Shirtsong felt he had achieved his goal and quickly stopped everyone, saying, Don't fight, don't fight. The crowd quieted down and looked at Lu Shirtsong. I'll take out 40 peaches. Each table can get 5. How you distribute them is up to you. I can't inflate prices. They'll be 500 each, and you can add them to the bill later, Lu Shirtsong said. Can. This method is good. Justice. Everyone gave a thumbs up in praise. Qin Tao, standing to the side, was both amused and exasperated. These people have all fallen into Lu Shirtsong's trap. Furthermore, is it appropriate to sell peaches that came from your hands at such a high price right in front of you? Chapter 71, Live Streaming in Qin Family Village. 40 peaches were sold for 20,000 yuan in a short time. The costs have been recovered. Qin Tao noticed several zeros at the end of the contract, especially when these bosses were signing it. This meal is probably enough for many farmers to earn their entire year's harvest. Some people are really busy. They leave shortly after finishing their meal. However, 1 or 2 people did not leave, but stayed to exchange pleasantries with Lu Shirtsong. Come on, Brother Qin, let me introduce you. Lu Shirtsong pulled Qin Tao and brought him to Lao Bai. Bai Wenxian, a bigwig in the hotel industry, the Bai Group. You should have heard of him, Lu Shirtsong said. Qin Tao thought for a moment. I really don't know. He had just returned to China and knew very little about this information. Hello, Mr. Bai, Qin Tao said respectfully. Bai Wenxian shook hands with Qin Tao and chuckled. Don't be so formal. We're all friends. Just call me Lao Bai. He was very easygoing in his speech and didn't have the airs that a big business boss should have. Bai Wenxian was a middle-aged man in his 40s, about the same age as Lu Shirtsong. He wore half-rimmed glasses and looked very refined. Then I'll call you Brother Bai, Qin Tao said with a smile. Bai Wenxian chuckled, quite satisfied. Although he speaks in a friendly manner, the two of them don't really interact at all. If you were very familiar with him, you could call him Old Bai all the time without any problem. So both of them were very satisfied with this nickname. Brother Qin, did you make all the ingredients just now? Bai Wenxian asked. Lu Shirtsong immediately said, Old Bai, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Don't think I don't know you came here to steal my skills. Every time you finish eating my food, a new dish appears in your hotel. Now you want to poach my talent again. Bai Wenxian looked embarrassed. Old Lu, what are you saying? We're supposed to be learning from each other. Learn from each other? Lu Shirtsong scoffed. I haven't learned anything from you. Bai Wenxian coughed lightly, looked at Qin Tao, and continued to ask. Brother, where is the mountain you contracted? Take me to see it. This, Qin Tao looked at Lu Shirtsong. He himself is definitely very willing. However, he was invited by Lu Shirtsong this time, and Bai Wenxian was also Lu Shirtsong's client, so he had to respect Lu Shirtsong's wishes. Lu Shirtsong couldn't help but laugh, pointing at Bai Wenxian and saying, You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Bai Wenxian chuckled. Let's go? I'll show you, Lu Shirtsong said with a smile. Let's go, brother Qin. Let's go back together, Lu Shirtsong said. Qin Tao nodded. He was happy to see this happen. He is willing to invite more people to Kinjiakin. This is how Qin family village's reputation will spread and let more people know about it. Little whale, let's go, Qin Tao called out. Coming. The little whale quickly finished the last bite of its dessert and ran over with its short legs. Qin Tao was just like a short-legged corgi. Upon seeing the baby whale, Bai Wenxian's eyes lit up. He sighed inwardly, what a beautiful little baby, and immediately asked Lu Shirtsong, this is? Brother Qin's son, Lu Shirtsong said, then added after a moment's thought, a mixed-race child. Mixed race, Bai Wenxian exclaimed. No wonder she's so beautiful. She's so adorable. The little whale ran to Qin Tao's side, squatted down, and pounced on him. Qin Tao reached out and grabbed the little whale. Then he tossed it onto his shoulder. The little whale skillfully grabbed Qin Tao's head and rode on his neck. Seeing this, Lu Shirtsong and Bai Wenxian couldn't help but smile. At their age, almost grandfathers, they have a great fondness for children. Little one, what's your name? Bai Wenxian asked. Uncle, my name is Qin Jingyu, the little whale said in a childish voice. It must be said that although the little whale's pronunciation is not quite standard yet, when she says her own name, Qin Jingyu, she pronounces it very clearly and perfectly. Qin Jingyu, what a nice name. Bai Wenxian chuckled. Uncle Bai. Lu Ninju walked over and called out with a smile. Bai Wenxian looked Lu Ninju up and down and exclaimed, in the blink of an eye, she's grown into a young lady. Time really flies. The group of people walked out of the hall after talking. Bai Wenxian drives a Mercedes-Benz business van. Several people sat in the car and started heading towards Qin Family Village. Entrance to Qin Family Village. Wang Wenkai got off the bus and looked suspiciously at the rugged mountain road in front of him, wanting to turn to the driver and ask him a question. Master, is this really Qin Family Village? When I turned around, the car door was already closed and the car had driven away. Wang Wenkai felt helpless. I took out my phone to locate the location, but it didn't show that there was a road here, although Kinjiakin was indeed located here. Helpless, Wang Wenkai had no choice but to grit his teeth and move forward. After walking for a while, Wang Wenkai felt a sudden brightness appear before him. Isn't this the same scenery Qin Tao saw during his first live stream? I didn't go wrong. This is the right road. Wang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly. Having determined the route, Wang Wenkai strode forward. Although the road was rugged, the surrounding scenery was breathtaking. Wang Wenkai immediately took out his phone, attached it to the handheld gimbal, and started the live stream. He wants to share the scenery here. Although he is an employee of Douyin, he doesn't have many fans and it's impossible for him to increase traffic for his live streams, because that would be against the rules. We've come to Little Whale Farm. The scenery is amazing. This is the title. If you come up with a good title, traffic will come naturally. In no time, it attracted dozens of people. Gradually, there were over 100 people. Where's this? The scenery looks so familiar. Oh my god, could this be the Little Whale Farm? Host, please tell us the address. Where's this place? How did you find the place? Host, please give me the address. A wave of donations has already taken off. Host, here's the address. The tip has been sent. Hurry up and give me the address, streamer. Donations are no problem. Just the address, is that enough? If not, I'll keep tipping. Seeing this, Wang Wenkai quickly said, no need for a tip, I'll just write the address on the screen. Soon, a line of text appeared on the screen. Jingguan City, Guanshan County, Daguan Town, Kinjiakin Village. After seeing this, viewers flooded the screen with comments. The streamer is a good person. The streamer is a good person. May good people have a peaceful and safe life. Thumbs up for the streamer. Thanks, I finally know the address. Here's a small tip, it's nothing. I asked for so many times, but they wouldn't give me the address. Now I've finally found the place. Thank you, host. Haha, we hikers can't wait. We'll set off tomorrow and expect to arrive at Qin Family Village in 3 days. Chapter 72, Being Looked Down Upon by a Dog. Keep walking forward. Then we saw the village. It's like a paradise hidden deep in the mountains. The blue bricks and stone tiles exude a strong sense of history. The blue stone slabs on the ground even bear the marks of history. This place is absolutely beautiful, Wang Wenkai exclaimed. At the village entrance, several elderly men were enjoying the cool shade and chatting under a large locust tree. Wang Wenkai walked over and asked, Sir, could you tell me where Qin Tao lives? The screen was flooded with comments. Qin Tao, highlight this important point, it'll be on the test. So the dad's name is Qin Tao. The little whale's poop is named Qin Tao. We finally know the name. This streamer is something else. He knows so much inside information. Wow, that's amazing. I've been following this for so long and still didn't know the location or the streamer's name, but I found out right away here. Follow me so you don't get lost. The two elderly men looked at Wang Wenkai's gear and asked, Are you looking for Yunjin? Yunjin? Qin Tao? They're pretty much the same thing, right? Wang Wenkai hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, that's right, I'm his friend. The old man pointed to an alley next to him and said, Go in from here, keep walking straight ahead, then turn east, and keep walking until you reach the edge of the village at the foot of the mountain. The house on the very edge is his home. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Wang Wenkai thanked him and quickly went inside. The building is made of blue bricks and stone tiles, with earthen brick walls and stone brick walls on both sides. Some walls are covered with cacti, some with elm trees, and some with Chinese tun trees. In such an extreme environment, these plants have shown extraordinary vitality. Wang Wenkai sighed at the scene before him, saying, There must be very few old villages like this left now. Many places now emphasize the construction of new rural areas, turning rural areas into cities, all of which are made of reinforced concrete buildings, cold and impersonal, and the countryside is no longer the countryside. What is the countryside? It's the warmth, the comfort, and the peace of a group of ordinary people living together. Wang Wenkai felt that this was the real countryside. After taking a few steps forward, Wang Wenkai stopped, because there were several dogs in front of him baring their teeth at him. The audience was delighted. Ha! Just like the dad streamer back then, he got blocked by a bunch of dogs. But this time, the dog king didn't show up. I advised the streamer to run. Run as far as you can. These dogs are very vicious. Yes, dogs in rural areas are generally not vaccinated, so getting bitten is very dangerous. Wang Wenkai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Of course he was afraid. Quietly retreat. But this retreat only emboldened the dogs, who pounced on him. Startled, Wang Wenkai quickly scrambled into another alley and ran away. The audience was incredibly excited to see this. It felt like a blockbuster movie. Wang Wenkai's feet moved swiftly. 5 minutes later, Wang Wenkai ran out of the alley. We've reached the very edge of the village. There's a mountain in front of us, and a row of houses at the foot of the mountain. Qin Tao that the two old men at the village entrance mentioned. Wang Wenkai rushed over and shouted, Qin Tao, help! Qin Tao. Several more dogs were following behind. Wang Wenkai ran to the door and banged on it frantically. But no one responded. At this point, the dogs had cornered Wang Wenkai. It's over. Wang Wenkai felt utterly hopeless. Holy crap, the streamer's going to be in trouble. There's nowhere left to run. It seems like the stay-at-home dad isn't home. I just saw a video he posted. It looks like he went out. We're doomed. The streamer isn't going to get away this time. The streamer is finished. Let's burn paper money to commemorate him. The audience also felt that Wang Wenkai was doomed. But at that moment, several dogs suddenly let out a whimper. It tucked its tail between its legs and began to back away. His eyes were filled with fear. Wang Wenkai opened his eyes and looked at the scene before him in confusion. Why is that fierce dog so quiet now? The audience was also puzzled. What's going on? It seems they saw something that frightened them. Could it be the dog king? Wang Wenkai turned his head to look to the side. Really, a large, shiny yellow dog stood there, exuding an imposing aura as it stared at the group of stray dogs. Woof! The big yellow dog barked. The dogs whimpered in fright and ran away. Holy crap! Wang Wenkai's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, saying to the big yellow dog, Dog King, thank you so much. He had specifically studied Qin Tao's videos and knew the identity of the Dog King. The audience was in an uproar. The Dog King is awesome. I've discovered that the Dog King is like an NPC. He always comes to the rescue. The Dog King is everywhere. The King Dog has shown his divine power and saved the streamer's dog's life. Ha! When it really matters, you still have to rely on my dog, King. This dog is absolutely amazing. As a dog lover, I would die happy if I could have a dog like this. I'm so envious. If the foster dad were willing to sell this dog, I'd pay any price. Wang Wenkai squatted on the ground, his legs weak, looking at the big yellow dog. Dog King, where is your master? Wang Wenkai asked. The big yellow dog rolled its eyes at Wang Wenkai and turned away. Wang Wenkai was stunned. He was looked down upon. I was actually looked down upon by a dog. The audience burst into laughter when they saw this. Ha! That's hilarious. The streamer was actually looked down upon by a dog. The Dog King has become a spirit. That little look he gave me just now was absolutely amazing. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Haha, this is hilarious. I wonder how traumatized the streamer is. Wang Wenkai was very helpless and got up to follow the big yellow dog. Even though he was looked down upon by a dog, he still had to follow the big yellow dog. What if other dogs target it? We walked forward for a while. Wang Wenkai saw a conflict breaking out ahead. Seeing this, he quickly went up to them. The audience was also very excited. They're happy to just watch the drama unfold. Chinese people have a strong desire to watch a spectacle. They naturally get excited when they see people arguing. After walking over, Wang Wenkai saw a person confronting several other people. He took out his phone and filmed the entire scene. The vegetables on the mountain have already grown to about 10 centimeters tall. However, a few people walked over and pulled up all the seedlings. This person was furious and started cursing at several people. Several people came up and were about to attack the man. And at that very moment, a car drove by. The car stopped. A figure got out of the car. "You dare touch my third brother? Just try it." This angry shout was like a thunderclap, startling everyone present. Wang Wenkai's hand holding the gimbal trembled involuntarily. Even the image stabilization function was useless. A burly figure stepped out of the car. Like a giant, the shadow fell over their faces. Gulp. Upon seeing this person, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but swallow, and his legs began to tremble slightly again. Chapter 73. The Powerful Qin Tao. The power of momentum is a strange thing. Lu Shizong and Bai Wenxian had a very pleasant conversation with Qin Tao along the way. Bai Wenxian's impression of Qin Tao changed from that of a farmer to that of a true friend. An equal friend. Because in conversation, everyone can get along well in terms of speech, mannerisms, thought processes, knowledge, and insights. Bai Wenxian also felt that Qin Tao was not such a simple person. But after arriving in the village, Qin Tao's entire demeanor changed. He went from being a very gentle and approachable person to becoming cold, violent, and even ferocious. The icy atmosphere made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When Qin Tao opened the car door and let out an angry shout, Bai Wenxian felt as if his ears were about to be deafened. Lu Nianzhu, who was in the car, trembled with fear and looked at Qin Tao with a hint of apprehension. The little whale, on the other hand, looked very excited. Seeing Qin Tao get out of the car, little whale waved his little fist and shouted from behind, "Teach their father a lesson." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances. They all understood English and knew what the sentence meant. Looking at Qin Tao's tall figure, Bai Wenxian couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Old Lu, what's the background of your friend? He seems like someone special." Lu Shizong said in a low voice, "I'll tell you when we get back." Bai Wenxian nodded slightly, and his gaze towards Qin Tao became even more different. Qin Tao's roar startled everyone present. Wang Wenkai took 2 steps back, forced back by Qin Tao's imposing manner. He was just an office clerk. Qin Tao, on the other hand, was a hellish figure who had experienced the battlefield and emerged from mountains and seas of corpses. His aura was something that people like him could not withstand. Qin Yunbin immediately felt like he had found a pillar of support and angrily exclaimed, "Yun Zhen, they're bullying us too much. They insist we've taken over their land and even pulled up our seedlings." Qin Tao's gaze swept over the vegetable patch above, and indeed, many seedlings had been destroyed. After getting a general idea of the situation, Qin Tao stared at the men in front of him. "Qin Hongwei, Qin Hongwang, were you about to hit my third brother?" Qin Tao's voice was icy. The 3 of them involuntarily took a step back. Fear was evident on the faces of all 3. Qin Hongwei and Qin Tao had a rivalry before. Qin Tao at the market just 2 days ago. However, none of them noticed the cold aura emanating from Qin Tao. That's terrifying. After all, Qin Tao has more lives on his hands than the total population of this village. These village thugs, faced with Qin Tao's intense killing intent, couldn't muster the slightest fighting spirit. This scene was fully shown to the audience through Wang Wenkai's mobile phone livestream. "Holy crap. Awesome. This dad is so awesome. That shout just now scared me so much that my whole body trembled. I was in the bathroom just now, at a crucial moment, when that shout came and I almost threw my phone away. It even broke in 2. He's so charming. Even as a man, I can't help but fall for him. No, please don't. Upstairs, stay alert. I understand what he means by liking. It's a kind of male appreciation. If I had to choose a male fan, I would choose someone with such masculine charm as my idol, not one of those pretty boys." "Yes, me too. Thumbs up." Qin Hongwei mustered his courage and said, "You have taken over my territory." However, his voice was trembling, and his tone was intermittent, unable to be forceful. The audience couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. They witnessed the whole thing and know just how arrogant Qin Hongwei is. The contrast between his current cowardly appearance and his current state is quite comical. The live stream room was filled with joyful activity. But Qin Hongwei felt like he wanted to die. He wanted to be tough, but faced with Qin Tao's gaze, he couldn't even speak properly. "Did we take over your land?" Qin Tao glanced at the land next to him. He knew that Qin Hongwei's family owned an acre of land here, but it was impossible for him to say that his land encroached on Qin Hongwei's land. "Let's get to the bottom of this," Qin Tao said calmly. "I'll do it. Qin Yunbin said angrily. He grabbed a shovel and started digging. Qin Hongwei panicked even more. At this moment, Qin Baitu came over and asked what had happened. After hearing this, he was furious. Qin Hongwei, are you looking for trouble? Your land is over there, more than 100 meters away from here. You're saying we're encroaching on your land? Call your dad over here, and I'll sort this out for him. Qin Baitu said angrily. Fifth uncle, don't be angry, there's no need for it. Qin Tao quickly comforted him, afraid that the old man would get upset and harm his health. No way. Qin Baitu snatched the shovel from Qin Yunbin's hand. Stop digging. It's not even over here. As he spoke, he walked several dozen meters forward and began digging under a mulberry tree. Qin Tao said to Qin Yunbin, Third brother, go and call the village chief over. Okay. Qin Yunbin immediately went to find the village chief. 10 minutes later, Qin Baiqing has arrived. Qin Baitu also dug out the gray corner. The so-called gray corners are the marks left by people at the edge of the fields when the land was divided in the countryside, so that they would not forget the location in the future and it would be easy to identify. When the gray corner was dug out, Qin Hongwei was speechless. What do you mean? Qin Tao asked, staring at Qin Hongwei. Qin Hongwei looked at everyone, unsure of what to say. Qin Baitu pointed at Qin Hongwei and said, You bastard, you're just here to cause trouble. Do you think we Qin are easy to bully? Qin Baiqing frowned and said, Qin Hongwei, I don't care how you behave outside the village, but you can't cause trouble in the village. It's only 100 meters away. Who can take over your territory? The group of people talked amongst themselves, making Qin Hongwei feel ashamed and unable to lift his head. Normally, Qin Hongwei would have already lost his temper and started cursing. But with Qin Tao here, he didn't dare and had no intention of resisting at all. We'll pay you back, Qin Hongwang said. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongwei quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. We'll pay you back. Qin Tao walked over, stared at Qin Hongwei, and said coldly, Let's not talk about compensation for now. I just saw you guys hitting my third brother, didn't I? We didn't even hit it, we just pushed it a little, Qin Hongwei felt wronged. But Qin Tao didn't think so. But you still did it. Qin Hongwei was unable to refute. So pay it back little by little. Qin Tao raised his hand and slapped Qin Hongwei hard across the face. Snap. The sound was exceptionally loud. Qin Hongwei spun around in place, spitting out blood, and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 74 Qin Tao wants to buy land. Qin Tao is very strong. Even if he didn't use his full strength, the impact of the blow to Qin Hongwei's face was still enormous. The enormous impact on the cheek, the collision of the mouth and teeth, will instantly cause a large amount of blood to flow out. Actually, it's nothing serious. At most your face will be swollen for a few days. But the effect of spurting out blood is quite frightening. Qin Tao won it. Everyone was startled. They were all afraid that Qin Tao's slap might break Qin Hongwei's neck. Qin Hongwei, who was lying on the ground, was stunned for a while. He felt a burning pain on his face and slowly raised his head to look at Qin Tao in fear. Qin Tao squatted down, stared at Qin Hongwei, and said calmly, I told you, don't mess with me, and especially don't mess with my family. If you do it again, I'll cripple you. The seemingly casual tone was nonetheless terrifying. This feeling was as simple as Qin Tao saying he would crush an ant. Ultimately, the two are simply not in the same league. Qin Tao emerged from mountains and seas of corpses, having experienced countless battles, and possesses formidable combat strength. Qin Hongwei was just a small-time hoodlum. No matter how capable he was, at most he had some connections with certain leaders in the town and a few thugs under his command. That was all. When dealing with Qin Hongwei, Qin Tao didn't need to consider any consequences or concerns. He just took action. If one comes, we'll take it down. If two come, we'll take them both down. It's a complete crushing defeat. Unscrupulous. He just didn't want to make things too ugly in a village. But the necessary deterrent force must still be maintained. That's why the scene happened. Qin Hongwei looked at Qin Tao and was so frightened that he pulled back, covered his face and whispered, No, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Qin Tao smiled with satisfaction and extended his hand. When Qin Hongwei saw Qin Tao reach out his hand, his pupils contracted sharply in fright. He hurriedly backed away, covering his face with his arms, and screamed in terror, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Please don't hit me. Qin Tao patted Qin Hongwei on the shoulder with a smile and said, Don't worry, I won't hit you. Let's stand up and discuss the compensation. Qin Hongwei was so frightened by the pat on the shoulder that he almost peed himself. Upon hearing that compensation was to be paid, he quickly stood up. All he can think about right now is finishing the compensation and getting out of here as soon as possible. Every second spent facing this ferocious demon is torture. Did you pull up the vegetable seedlings on the mountain for me? Qin Tao asked, pointing to a few plots of land at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongwei was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, no, no. It wasn't me, it was my brother, Hong Wang, who did it. Qin Hong Wang was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? He did nothing and said nothing. So how did it become him? Disaster struck from the sky. He disagreed at first too. It was clearly Qin Hongwei who insisted on causing trouble, and he even told Qin Tao not to provoke him, but Qin Hongwei just wouldn't listen. How did it become that I did it? Qin Tao glanced at Qin Hongwang. Qin Hongwang was immediately frightened and hid behind Qin Hongwei. Qin Tao said calmly, I don't care who did it, someone has to pay for this. Yes, we must pay compensation. Qin Yunbin shouted angrily from the side. Qin Baidu just smiled and said nothing. Anyway, he felt that Qin Tao could handle it. His nephew was capable. Qin Hongwei looked at Qin Baiqing. Qin Baiqing sneered. You pulled up someone's vegetable seedlings. You should at least pay for it. Helpless, Qin Hongwei asked. Then how much do you want me to compensate you? Let's not talk about losing money yet. Qin Tao waved his hand and grinned. Talking about money hurts feelings. Qin Hongwei was stunned. Qin Hongwang was also dumbfounded. Qin Tao in surprise. Qin Baitu and Qin Baiqing expressed their confusion. They were just hitting each other. How come they're suddenly talking about feelings? Upon seeing this, the audience flooded the screen with 6666, a Chinese internet slang for awesome. They knew that Qin Tao was definitely up to no good. I suddenly realized that the stay-at-home dad is a bit naughty. Ha ha, this guy's probably going to get dragged into a pit. I can already sense a conspiracy. Ha ha, just waiting for these guys to get scammed. The audience said they had a lot of fun. Seeing Qin Hongwei's bewildered look, Qin Tao said, You're saying my land encroached on yours? No. Qin Hongwei quickly waved his hand. Originally, he wanted to cause some trouble for Qin Tao and extort some money from him. Who would have thought that Qin Tao was an unreasonable person who attacked right away? It wasn't a direct attack. Rather, it was about presenting the facts and reasoning with him until he was speechless and had nothing to say. Coupled with his tough stance, he had no choice but to silently accept the loss. But I see that your land is just lying barren. Isn't that a waste of the country's land resources? Qin Tao said. Aye. Qin Hongwei was speechless. The 2 acres of land here are next to the river, and it would be troublesome to grow crops on them. Since he doesn't rely on farming to make money now, the land is left uncultivated. Qin Tao asked Qin Baiqing, Uncle Baiqing, do you think it's a waste of national resources to occupy land resources without farming it? Can it be recycled? Qin Baiqing nodded and said, Wasting resources is a shameful act. If the land is not cultivated for a long time, the village committee has the right to reclaim it. Qin Tao's lips, because he heard an answer that satisfied him. Qin Hongwei, if you ask me, since you're not going to farm, you shouldn't waste resources, Qin Tao said. Qin Hongwei's cheeks flushed red, but he had nothing to say. How about this? Qin Tao said. If you're not going to farm it, I'll buy your 2 acres of land. How about that? You're buying it. Qin Hongwei was stunned. That's right. Qin Tao said. Right now, the market price for land in our village should be between 10,000 and 15,000. Where can you find something this cheap? Qin Hongwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. These days, an acre of land would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. If it's in a good location, it should sell for at least 50,000 yuan per mu. Qin Tao waved his hand and said, So, we're all from the same village, I won't rip you off. I'll give you a fair price, 30,000 yuan per mu. How about that? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Qin Yunbin quickly pulled Qin Tao aside. Yunjin, the price is too high. This land is difficult to cultivate. It's near the river, so even machines can't easily get in. It's too much work. Qin Baitu also said. Yunjin, you've already contracted the mountain, and so much land hasn't been cultivated. Why did you buy his land? Can you even grow that much? Everyone felt that these 2 acres of land were not in a good location. Not only is it close to the foot of the mountain, but the land is also full of rocks and near the river, making it inaccessible to machinery. Nowadays, farming is done by machines, so if the machines can't get in, it has to be done manually, which is too tiring and troublesome. But Qin Tao doesn't think so. So, are you selling? Qin Tao asked. Sell. Let's go sign a contract right now. Qin Hongwei was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Chapter 75. This is the real good land. Qin Hongwei is well aware of his own limitations. His land is really not in a good location. It's stuck in a remote corner at the foot of the mountain, and it's inconvenient for machines to get in and out, which is very troublesome. A plot of land like this would be good if it could sell for 20,000 yuan. Now that Qin Tao wants to buy it for 30,000 yuan, why not? Qin Yunbin and Qin Baidu both tried to persuade him. The more this was the case, the more Qin Hongwei felt he needed to sign the contract as soon as possible. Qin Tao took the money from home and went directly to the village committee with Qin Hongwei. Wang Wenkai also followed, phone in hand. Upon arriving at the village committee, Qin Baiqing produced a contract and had both men sign it. Qin Tao gave him 60,000 yuan on the spot. These 2 acres of land now completely belonged to Qin Tao. Qin Hongwei took the money and left happily. Viewers left numerous comments after witnessing this scene. The way he counts the money, it's like he's a fool who's been sold out and is still counting the money for the seller. Yes. I feel the same way. That's so apt. Qin Hongwei seems like someone who's not very bright. If you ask me, this stay-at-home dad has a really sharp eye. These 2 acres are a great location. It's absolutely a wonderful place. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water. Where else can you find such a beautiful spot? If this location were in the city, any housing development in this area would be considered the most desirable. In fact, these people's ideas are quite different from Qin Tao's. Qin Tao then asked Qin Baiqing, "Uncle, look, my mountain is only about 50 meters away from these 2 plots of land. Can I buy the land in the middle of that area as well?" "Hey, it's just a small piece of land. Why bother buying it? Just consider it as part of your mountain area. I'll put it in the book for you," Qin Baiqing said readily. "Okay, thank you, uncle," Qin Tao said happily. Qin Baiqing shook his head. "I don't know what you're thinking. What's so good about these 2 acres of land that you spent 30,000 yuan to buy them?" Qin Tao just smiled and didn't say anything. He has his own ideas. These 2 acres of land are next to a stream, making it very convenient for raising fish or doing anything else in the future. Most importantly, he has his own ideas. He now has over 1 million followers. To date, countless people have messaged him asking for his address. He hadn't given these people their address because there was nowhere to entertain them once they arrived. We can't exactly make them pitch tents and sleep on the ground, can we? Therefore, if these 2 acres of land are developed and placed next to the stream, it will definitely attract many tourists. Rural development cannot rely solely on agricultural development. Scenery like Qin is more suitable for tourism and cultural development. Qin Tao had long had this plan in mind, but he had never had the opportunity to implement it. Now that Qin Hongwei has come up to deliver a casualty, he naturally accepted it. They left the village committee. Wang Wenkai caught up with him. "Qin Tao," Wang Wenkai called out. Qin Tao then noticed Wang Wenkai, frowned, thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Wang Wenkai. Distinguishing timbre is one of the basic skills of a Dragon Fong Special Forces soldier. Because they had been communicating by phone before, the tone of his voice was slightly different, but Qin Tao quickly recognized it after a moment's thought. Wang Wenkai immediately laughed and said, "Seeing is believing. After seeing you today, I can see that the style of a top anchor is truly different." Qin Tao laughed and patted Wang Wenkai on the shoulder, saying in a very familiar tone, "Don't flatter me. As an employee of Douyin headquarters, whether my Douyin account is popular or not is in your hands." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in uproar. So this streamer is an employee of Douyin. Wow, I finally met the big shot. Douyin employees, big shots, please support me. I'm willing to give everything. Seeing this, Wang Wenkai quickly said, "Sorry everyone, I have something to do. I'll end the broadcast now." After finishing speaking, Wang Wenkai clicked to end the broadcast. After the broadcast ended, Wang Wenkai's gaze fell on Qin Tao. Only then did he have time to take a good look at Qin Tao. He is about 1.85 meters tall, not fat, but gives people a strong and muscular feeling. The exposed, muscular arms suggest the strong muscles hidden beneath the clothes. However, at this moment, Qin Tao no longer had the oppressive aura he had just exuded. Instead, he seemed very easygoing and approachable. "This place is really hard to find. When I got off the bus, I thought I had gone to the wrong place," Wang Wenkai exclaimed. Qin Tao couldn't help but smile wryly. This isn't the first time someone has complained to him that their village is hard to find. At this moment, Bai Wenxian walked over and asked, "Brother Qin, did you have other plans when you bought that person's land?" Qin Tao nodded slightly. "In the eyes of us rural people, these 2 acres of land have no value and are not very suitable for farming, which is why Qin Hongwei has abandoned them for so long." Qin Tao curiously, wanting to know his specific thoughts. Qin Tao smiled and said, "But if you think about it differently, it's different. Although these 2 acres of land are not suitable for farming, they are nestled against the mountains and by the water. If we build a small wooden house there and turn it into a small guest house, I think many people would be willing to come here." Upon hearing this, the group immediately realized what was going on. Because the scenery there is just so beautiful. To the left rear is Qin Tao's hilltop. Vegetables and fruits are grown on it. Directly in front of you is a stream with clear water. You can even see fish swimming around. Further ahead, there is a path paved with bluestone slabs. Although it is not wide, it can still accommodate 2 cars, making it a very spacious road in the village. And at the corner ahead, there is a very huge willow tree, hundreds of years old, with a strong sense of history, and it looks very beautiful. With such scenery and environment, it would be perfect to build log cabins and turn them into bed and breakfasts. If it were them, they would definitely be willing to come and live here. Bai Wenxian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Brother Qin, you have a good eye. Only you could have seen the value in such a location." Lu Shirtsong nodded slightly and said, "If you really develop it, be sure to reserve a room for me. I'll stay here for a while." Yes, yes. If you open a bed and breakfast, I'll definitely come and stay here often," Lu Nianzhu said excitedly. Qin Tao couldn't help but smile wryly. "Brother Lu, why don't you stop joining in the fun? Your southern hotel is so nice. Why would you be interested in a small village like mine?" Lu Shirtsong replied, "You can't say that. My place is a resort. It's nice, but everything is man-made. Your place is all natural. You can truly get close to nature and feel its beauty." "Yes," Lu Nianzhu said without any politeness. "I still think your place is better." These words showed absolutely no respect for her father. Chapter 76 Trip to the Mountain. Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Shirtsong's face was filled with bitterness. The hotels and resorts he built were designed by the best designers. Although it's just a small county town, it's considered one of the top-tier cities, or even nationwide. He was just being modest. When it came to Lu Nianzhu, it seemed to have become a reality. Bai Wenxian chimed in. "I must say, the scenery here is truly stunning and enchanting. If I ever retire, I'll definitely consider coming here to live out my days." Qin Tao could only manage a wry smile. He didn't believe a single word those two big shots said. Everyone is just flattering you. There's no need to take it seriously. Qin Tao is very self-aware. He knows what he should believe and what he shouldn't. "Daddy, you were so great." The little whale ran over and jumped into Qin Tao's arms, shouting. Qin Tao picked up the baby whale in one go. The little whale quickly climbed onto Qin Tao's neck. The movement was as if it had been practiced countless times, performed with ease and naturalness. Qin Tao was helpless. The little guy seemed to really enjoy riding on his shoulders. However, Qin Tao did not object to the little whale doing this. After he learned that the baby whale was his son, the two of them went for a walk in the street. The little whale saw other fathers letting their children ride on their shoulders. Then the little whale told him that his biggest dream was to be like everyone else, to ride on his father's shoulders when he went to the park, and to see farther. From then on, whenever Qin Tao went out, he would let the little whale ride on his neck. So he developed the habit of being a little whale. Looking at the little whale riding on Qin Tao's neck, everyone's faces showed goodwill. Bai Wenxian and Lu Shirtsong both understood this feeling. When their children were little, they would ride on their shoulders to play. Upon seeing this, Wang Wenkai exclaimed, "Is this our little internet celebrity little whale?" "Hello, uncle." The little whale greeted Wang Wenkai obediently. "Great." Wang Wenkai was overjoyed. After watching so many videos, he developed a special fondness for the baby whale. Now that he's up close, he feels the baby whale is even cuter than it appeared in the videos. He was naturally happy to hear such a cute little boy call him uncle. Bai Wenxian, Lu Shirtsong, and Lu Nianzhu found it strange. This little guy gets incredibly excited when he sees his dad going out to teach others a lesson, just like a crazy spectator in a fighting arena, cheering and shouting from the sidelines. But Qin Tao also heard the baby whale's cries. He felt that he should find time to properly educate the little guy later. Back when he was in Los Angeles, after beating up a few thugs, this kid became his die-hard fan, getting incredibly excited every time he saw him about to take action. What a troublesome kid. He actually enjoys watching his dad fight. That won't do. Back at the entrance of the courtyard, Bai Wenxian looked up at the mountain and saw the fruit trees planted on the mountainside. He couldn't help but ask, "Are those all peaches?" Qin Tao explained, "The peaches we ate at Brother Lu's place today were all from the Peach King tree. They are top-grade immortal peaches, and there's only one of them. The others are from ordinary peach trees. Although they are delicious, they are still very different from the fruit of the Peach King tree. Can we go up the mountain and take a look?" Bai Wenxian asked. "Of course," Qin Tao said with a smile, gesturing, "Go up this way." Several people followed Qin Tao up the mountain. As they passed the pond in the courtyard, Bai Wenxian hurriedly asked, "What kind of fish are kept here?" Lu Shirtsong laughed and said, "The fish we ate today came from here. They are all free-range and came from the stream. They have never been fed any feed." "No wonder," Bai Wenxian exclaimed. He was deeply moved. His favorite food is fish caught from the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. In other places, they are fed with feed and have no taste at all. Even when they go fishing, most of the fish are fed with feed, so the fish can't be eaten and smell strongly of feed. The stream water here must be spring water flowing down from the mountain, so it tastes even better, Qin Tao added. "That's wonderful." Bai Wenxian's eyes were shining. Lu Shirtsong quickly stopped him, saying, "Old Bai, keep your thoughts to yourself. I've already reserved all the fish here, so don't even think about it." "Is that so?" Bai Wenxian looked at Qin Tao. Qin Tao looked at Lu Shirtsong helplessly. Lu Shirtsong had never told him about reserving fish from the pond. Of course, Lu Shirtsong's eyes widened, showing no embarrassment at lying. Otherwise, Why would I bring you here to compete with me for business? Bai Wenxian felt very regretful. Seeing such good ingredients, but not being able to get them was agonizing for him. For him, who runs a high-end hotel, food and beverage are very important standards, and ingredients are also very important. Of course, within an industry, the higher the level, the more sophisticated the requirements, and the higher the standards. That's why Bai Wenxian couldn't help himself after seeing all this. Qin Tao quickly said, "Brother Bai, why don't you take a look at the peaches on my mountain? Although there were some unexpected events today, they should still bear fruit." Bai Wenxian sighed, feeling that this was the only way. After taking a few more steps, the group froze. These peach trees, with their lush green leaves, are actually covered in peach blossoms. This is highly illogical. Anyone with a little common sense knows that peach blossoms don't bloom in this season at all. "Brother Qin, what's going on?" Bai Wenxian asked in surprise. Lu Shizong was also very puzzled. Lu Nianzhu couldn't resist taking out her phone to take pictures, exclaiming, "This place is so beautiful." Qin Tao explained, "It's like this, there were some problems on the mountain a while ago, and the peaches didn't bloom. But now they've suddenly started blooming. It might be due to a seasonal issue and a sudden change, but I guarantee the quality is absolutely fine. When the peaches are ripe, I can let you try them first, or you can have them tested." Upon hearing this, Lu Shizong immediately said awkwardly, "No, Brother Qin, I absolutely believe you. I just thought your peaches were too amazing. Furthermore, I consulted the most authoritative expert in our city. He said that your peaches contain a lot of beneficial elements, which is definitely good for the human body. This confirms the effectiveness of your peaches and will make it easier to promote them in the future." Qin Tao smiled and didn't pursue the matter further. Since they couldn't find anything wrong, it meant there was no problem, so he let them get tested. He wasn't worried anymore. Keep walking forward. The Peach King tree appeared before them. The tree's enormous canopy could almost be described as blotting out the sky. Standing under the peach tree, you can hardly see the sky when you look up. The dense leaves completely block it out. Bai Wenxian exclaimed, No wonder. This truly lives up to its reputation as the king of peaches. The fruit it produces, gathered from the essence of heaven and earth, is simply extraordinary." At this moment, Bai Wenxian was completely won over. Chapter 77 Cash Out and Get Rich Quick. Bai Wenxian's last shred of resolve crumbled before this Peach King tree. He had initially doubted the veracity of what Qin Tao and Lu Shizong had said. Although he had tasted peaches before, he wondered how just one peach could have such a good effect. Was there anything else mixed in? He didn't believe it. But seeing this lush, towering peach tree, the sheer awe he felt dispelled his doubts. He is a discerning person, but he had never seen such a large peach tree before. Never. Moreover, the vitality displayed by this peach tree is astonishing. "How old is this peach tree?" Bai Wenxian asked. Qin Tao felt a little embarrassed and pondered carefully how many years it would be appropriate to say. To Bai Wenxian, Qin Tao's expression meant that he was carefully considering the age of the peach tree. At this moment, in Bai Wenxian's eyes, this peach tree is full of the aura of history. "I'm not sure, but it's been quite a few years," Qin Tao said, forcing himself to speak. "I've had it since I was a child, and my grandfather also told me that it's been there for a long time." No wonder. Bai Wenxian nodded to himself. This phrase seemed to have become his catchphrase. Bai Wenxian has been deeply moved by many things along the way. After seeing the peach trees on the mountain, the group went down the mountain and came to Qin Tao's courtyard. Qin Tao cut up the last peach he had saved. The scene of cutting the peach shocked Bai Wenxian and Wang Wenkai. The peaches there are at most the size of a palm. Qin Tao's peach, which he cuts with a knife, is truly visually striking. After cutting the peach, a delightful aroma wafted towards me. Several people each took one piece. Bai Wenxian had already eaten it once, but this was the second time he had eaten this kind of peach, and he was still very impressed. With which Qin Tao cuts the peaches is particularly striking. Unlike Bai Wenxian, Wang Wenkai had never eaten this kind of peach before. "I've been envious ever since I saw it in a video." Looking at the peach tree on the mountain that had already borne fruit, he realized he wouldn't be able to enjoy it this year. But to my surprise, Qin Tao still had one left. The aroma made Wang Wenkai feel almost intoxicated. He couldn't resist taking a bite. The sweet taste permeates the whole body, making one feel refreshed and invigorated. Tasty, sweet, happy, transparent. I feel all the fatigue from the day's travels has disappeared. That's amazing. Wang Wenkai stared wide-eyed at Qin Tao in astonishment. Is this the king peach from the king peach tree? The taste is amazing. It completely washes away all the fatigue of the day. The group of people looked at Wang Wenkai and all smiled. After all, they had the same expression and the same question mark in their hearts back then. Now, they can finally see others making that kind of expression. This feeling is so great. Wang Wenkai felt extremely uncomfortable seeing everyone looking at him like he was a country bumpkin. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Wang Wenkai asked suspiciously. As someone with experience, Lu Shirtsong chuckled and patted Wang Wenkai on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, you're absolutely right. But that's the effect of these peaches, isn't it amazing?" Amazing. Wang Wenkai nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "It's simply amazing." Right? It's amazing, that's the effect. Lu Shirtsong said with a smile. Wang Wenkai was stunned. After all that talk, there's no real point to be made. The group continued chatting, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Bai Wenxian, on the other hand, kept checking his phone, as if something was on his mind. "It will take about half an hour." Bai Wenxian stood up. "I'm so sorry. I have some things to take care of here, so I have to go back." Qin Tao stood up to see him off. Lu Shirtsong and Lu Nianzhu left in a car with Bai Wenxian. Before leaving, Lu Shirtsong complained, "I should have known better than to bring you. If we had stayed here until evening, we might have even had Brother Qin's homemade spicy crayfish. I still miss that taste." Bai Wenxian looked at Lu Shirtsong curiously. "Really? If someone can say something is delicious, then Brother Qin's cooking skills must surpass yours." "I definitely can't compare to Brother Lu. I can't just do whatever I want," Qin Tao said immediately. Lu Shirtsong said, "Brother Qin, don't be modest. It's delicious, it's absolutely amazing. I definitely can't make it taste like this." Bai Wenxian became even more curious. He started to not want to leave. "Is it really that delicious?" Bai Wenxian asked again. Lu Shirtsong rolled his eyes at Bai Wenxian. "Would I lie to you? Come on, let's go. I have things to do back home." Bai Wenxian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Tao, wanting to stay for dinner. "But I have other important things to do too." With a sigh, Bai Wenxian said to the driver, "Let's go." He waved to Qin Tao. "Brother Qin, I'll come visit you again in a couple of days." "You're welcome anytime," Qin Tao said with a smile, waving goodbye. After they left, Qin Tao said to Wang Wenkai, "Wenkai, I'll take you to where you'll be resting tonight." After bringing Wang Wenkai to the room and settling him in, Qin Tao went to the yard to tidy up. The vegetables in the yard have grown quite tall. Judging by this pace, it should be fully ripe in another 3 to 5 days. About half an hour later, Wang Wenkai walked out holding a contract. "Brother Qin, let's sign the contract," Wang Wenkai said. Qin Tao nodded and walked over. When I contacted Wang Wenkai before, they had discussed this issue. Qin Tao can sign a contract directly with the Douyin platform, obtain a 40-60 revenue split, and acquire high-quality resources. This was something Wang Wenkai had worked hard to secure for Qin Tao. After reviewing the contract briefly and confirming that there were no major problems, Qin Tao signed it. After the contract was signed, Wang Wenkai said, "I checked your account. You have 8.7 million in sound waves." Before the contract was signed, the sound waves were split 70/30ths, so you would only get 30%, which is 260,000. I suggest you withdraw at first to avoid problems with the settlement if the split ratio is different later. Qin Tao nodded, went back inside, took out his phone, logged into the back end, and selected to withdraw the money. With this withdrawal, Qin Tao now had 300,000 yuan in his hands. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. Making money through online channels is definitely faster. It's only been a few days. The peaches from the Peach King tree only sold for tens of thousands. He earned so much money after only doing a few live streams. In the past, no one would have believed it. Amidst his emotions, Qin Tao became even more certain. My roots are still in the countryside. Live streaming is just an added value generated by these jobs. Only this added value is relatively high. If you abandon your original profession, you may end up with nothing. Therefore, Qin Tao became even more determined to build up his village and let more people know about it. Chapter 78 Little Whale and Big Yellow Whale Battle Big Black Fish. Alright, after watching Qin Tao withdraw the money, Wang Wenkai said, "I'll take a picture of the contract and send it back so the company staff can register it for you. From now on, the revenue from the music waves will be split 60/40ths. You get 60% and the website gets 40%. Qin Tao nodded slightly. "Now that we've signed a contract, I can legitimately give you traffic," Wang Wenkai said. "But I still suggest that you maintain high quality and high quantity to attract more users so that you can continue to be popular." Qin Tao immediately said, "I have a video right now. Do you want me to upload it?" "Of course," Wang Wenkai said, holding his phone. "I'll send the information back to the company right now and have them register it. Once it's registered, they'll give you data." Qin Tao nodded, found the video, and began editing. The video footage is of him pruning tree branches on the mountain. First, he went up the mountain. Following behind were Big Yellow and a little whale with short legs. We arrived at the mountain. Qin Tao began his work, pruning the tree branches. Sudden, the baby whale and Big Yellow wandered into the camera's view. The little whale picked up a branch and threw it away. Big Yellow quickly picked it up. Big Yellow turned and ran away. Not long after, Big Yellow ran back. It had a tree branch in its mouth. Place it at the baby whale's feet. Wow, Big Yellow stick. The little whale clapped excitedly. The little whale reached out to touch Big Yellow's head, but Big Yellow turned and ran away. The little whale hurriedly called out, Big Yellow, where are you going? Not long after, Big Yellow came back, carrying a tree branch in its mouth. Place it at the baby whale's feet. Big Yellow is awesome. The little whale was overjoyed. Big Yellow ran away again. This time, he brought back a few with him in his mouth. I went back and forth several times. The little whale's feet were already covered with a lot of tree branches. The little whale was completely bewildered. Here, the video is already 60 seconds long. No matter how much you edit, it's impossible to edit it back together. Qin Tao decided to divide the video into 2 parts. At the end of the first part, Qin Tao typed a few words on the video. Oh no, what happened to Big Yellow? Once you've done all that, export the video. Then we started working on the second part. The video continues from the previous one. There are already many branches under the little whale's feet. The little whale looked completely bewildered. Big Yellow turned and ran away again. This time, Da Huang was away for a longer period of time. When Da Huang returned, he was soaking wet. What it was holding in its mouth was no longer a twig, but a large black fish. Big Yellow threw the big black fish at the feet of the little whale. The big black fish was still alive, jumping and wriggling, which startled the little whale. But soon, the little whale excitedly exclaimed, Wow, Big Yellow is so amazing. He can even catch fish. In his excitement, the little whale suddenly kicked off with his short legs and pounced directly at the big black fish. The little guy's small body was no match for the big black fish. With a twist of its body, the big black fish slipped away. Don't run, the little whale cried out as it gave chase. The baby whale catches up with the big black fish. The little whale was about to go catch it. The big black fish flicked its tail. Oops! The little whale was knocked upside down by the big black fish's tail, its short legs kicking twice. Woof woof! Big Yellow started baring its teeth. He saw the big black fish hit his little master and was already angry. After roaring, Big Yellow pounced on it. Result: the big black fish flicked its tail and hit the big yellow fish in the face. Oh whoa! Big Yellow let out a miserable cry. This knocked out Big Yellow almost completely. Big Yellow shook its head, roared, and pounced again. Don't run away! The little whale cried out and pounced on it. The big black fish twisted its body and darted away. The little whale missed its target. Woof woof! Big Yellow rushed forward. The 2 brothers followed one after another. Finally, Big Yellow bit the big black fish. Big Yellow struggled to bite and flung the big black fish away, sending it crashing into a tree. The scene changes. The little whale and Big Yellow squatted obediently in the yard, watching the sizzling, oily grilled fish. At last, a man and his dog were enjoying their grilled fish. The scene ends. After finishing the 2 videos, Qin Tao said to Wang Wenkai, Take a look at these 2 videos and see what you think. Wang Wenkai picked up the computer and started looking at it. Of course, I was immediately captivated by the sight before me. The scene before me was lush and green, very inviting. Moreover, the picture is incredibly stable, almost unbelievably so. Brother Qin, what did you use to film this? Wang Wenkai couldn't help but ask. Such high definition and stable footage is extremely rare. It's practically cinematic quality. Qin Tao smiled and said, It's just a phone stand. It's quite convenient. Wang Wenkai thought of the phone tripod in the living room and couldn't help but ask, Brother Qin, you're not talking about the tripod in the living room, are you? Yes, that's the one. Qin Tao nodded. Awesome. Wang Wenkai didn't know what to say. Continue watching the video. The appearance of the baby whale and Big Yellow brought the video to life. Let's continue reading. Wang Wenkai became increasingly attracted. After the call ended, Wang Wenkai was still not satisfied and immediately called a second time. Seeing that Da Huang had brought back a big black fish, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but exclaim, Holy crap! When he saw the baby whale catching fish, Wang Wenkai laughed so hard, he was doubled over. After the video ended, Wang Wenkai felt a little hungry. After watching the video, Wang Wenkai immediately said, Post it. Post the first video first. Post the second one tomorrow. These 2 videos are going to go viral. Post them now, and I'll arrange for them to be released immediately. Qin Tao nodded and then uploaded the video to Douyin. The Wi-Fi hotspot has a very slow internet speed, so the data transfer is also very slow. The transmission took about 5 minutes and consumed a lot of bandwidth. The upload was finally successful. Upon seeing this, Wang Wenkai immediately arranged for the quantity to be delivered. The video was immediately recommended. Many users received the push notification immediately. What would you do if you encountered a dog like this? Those who received the push notification were all Qin Tao's fans. These fans are all familiar with this Douyin account. Upon seeing this title, I immediately became curious. Isn't that Dog King? Let's go take a look. Hey, are you specifically filming videos of the Dog King? Take a look, take a look. Soon, someone clicked on the video. The video shows the scenery on the mountain. It's very beautiful. The video is very stable and high definition, making it irresistible to keep watching. Then, the video cuts back to show the baby whale and Big Yellow. Then, prune the branches. A baby whale appears and drops a branch for Big Yellow to pick up. Big Yellow quickly retrieved it and ran away. When it came back, it was still carrying a twig in its mouth. Run away again, then come back with a few more in your mouth. Soon, the little whale's feet were piled high with branches. The little whale looked completely bewildered. Oh no, what happened to Big Yellow? To be continued. Chapter 79. One video went viral. The video caused an uproar among netizens. Oh no, what happened to Big Yellow? Screw you, streamer. They don't learn the good things, they only learn the bad ones. What's so shocking? Are you from the shock department? To be continued. Why do they learn bad things instead of good ones? To be continued. Do you think you're telling a story, narrator? Hurry up and let us see the next one. Send it out quickly. If you don't post this soon, I'm unfollowing. This is from the impatient group. It's all complaints. Wow, the little whale is so cute. The little whale's looks are absolutely flawless. I love it. Haha. The little whale is completely bewildered by the crazy big yellow dog. Haha. Look at the little whale. It's not moving at all. It's just confused. Haha, so cute. So incredibly cute. I absolutely adore this little whale. I really want to raise a cute little one like this. I want to have a son like a little whale, and no one can stop me. I love the little whale so much. I've watched it so many times, and I still can't get enough. I think I've met the love of my life. The little whale is my son. Mommy loves you to death. Mwah, my little cutie. This is a group of fans who believe that good looks are everything. Their goal is to support Little Whale, and the focus of their comments is on Little Whale. What do you think this Dog King is doing? Has the Dog King lost his mind? Why is he always picking up wood? What's going on? I suspect that someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. The streamer deliberately made Da Huang run like this. Look how tired Da Huang is. Is Big Yellow up the mountain to collect firewood? I suspect someone is constantly throwing tree branches. I suspect they came up the mountain to chop firewood. Dog King is smart, so he went to gather firewood himself. This is for fans of bold reasoning. In addition to these, there is also a lot of traffic from new users being recommended. Many users don't understand or know what this is doing, but the exquisite visuals made many people linger. As you continue reading, many people are drawn to the beautiful scenery. Immediately afterwards, the little whale and Big Yellow appeared. The baby whale's beautiful and adorable appearance immediately attracted a large number of fans. There's also Big Yellow, whose fur is like gold, shimmering in the sunlight, as if it were wearing a suit of golden armor. Such a scene attracted almost everyone to stay and continue watching. From Wang Wenkai's professional perspective, this is the retention rate. Many people started commenting. The little one is so beautiful and cute. I love this little guy so much. I fell in love with him at first sight. That big yellow dog is so beautiful, all covered in golden armor. It looks amazing. Is this a mongrel? What an awesome breed. That color is unbeatable. Seeing this dog reminds me of the big yellow dog from my hometown. This is a transformation. Some people even click to follow. That's what it means to truly become a fan. Some new users even saw the video, clicked to follow, only to find that they needed to log in, so they had to register first and then follow the video. This demonstrates that the video is of very high quality. After this calculation, the video received more and more recommendations and clicks. 2 minutes. 500,000 likes. 5,000 comments. 1,000 people shared it. 10 minutes. 1.5 million likes. 16,000 comments. 3,000 people shared it. 30 minutes. 3.7 million likes. 38,000 comments. 15,000 people shared it. The data continues to rise rapidly. It's gone viral. It's gone viral. Our video has gone viral. Wang Wenkai, who had been watching the video refresh in the background, was extremely excited when he saw this. Qin Tao glanced at the data and thought it was normal. In the past, most of the videos he posted achieved similar results. Such a result is nothing special. Haha. Wang Wenkai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Qin, you don't understand. We have an independent algorithm in the background. Based on my experience, your current data already means that it's about to become a huge hit. In an hour or two, it will definitely surge again. A video like this will probably make it to the top of the charts, and then it'll get tens of millions of views, maybe even hundreds of millions. That's incredible. It'll be a huge hit. Brother Qin, I strongly suggest we do a live stream tonight. If you take advantage of this wave of popularity and start a live stream, you will attract more fans to watch. At that time, a lot of people will definitely ask you what the next step is. So, after a large number of users flood in, there will be a lot of sound waves, virtual currency. I estimate that if the live stream goes well tonight, We can get 2 or 300,000 yuan just from the tips. Wang Wenkai was very excited and enthusiastically introduced it to Qin Tao. Looking at Wang Wenkai, Qin Tao gave a wry smile. Then what kind of live streaming will you do? Let's go see the fireflies. That's the most attractive thing. You had a lot of viewers during your last live stream. Qin Tao shook his head. The last live stream was about fireflies, and if it's the same thing again this time, it will make the audience feel like we're just going through the motions. Wang Wenkai fell into deep thought. Qin Tao said calmly, forget about it. I would never deliberately stream garbage content just to increase the length of my stream. Such a stream would waste my time, and the user's time even more. Qin Tao is very principled. Although he didn't understand Douyin's internal rules and some settings, he knew that many streamers, in order to reach a certain time limit, would probably tie their phones to the window while they were sleeping, so that viewers could see outside. He felt that these were all deceptive acts and highly unacceptable. He would never do something like that. In the end, Wang Wenkai compromised. You decide what to do. Broadcast whatever you want, but I strongly suggest you definitely broadcast it to attract some popularity and traffic. Because Wang Wenkai was unfamiliar with the environment, he couldn't think of any better way than Firefly live streaming for the time being. At the same time, Southland Hotel. A man dressed in a suit checked into the hotel. The man was on the phone the whole time, repeatedly saying in English, "Don't worry, Monica, you can trust me to handle things. Don't worry, I understand. I brought everything with me and didn't even glance at it." Haha, Monica, what are you talking about? He's just a farmer. What could he possibly be? I can handle him with ease. Yes, don't worry. Yes, we look forward to your arrival. Excuse me, may I ask? Beep beep beep. The call has already been disconnected. The man wasn't angry. Instead, he muttered, I'm determined to make this cooperation happen. Qin Tao? He's just a farmer. He messed with Miss Monica. Just wait until I deal with him. Chapter 80. Big Yellow tears apart the 5-step snake. They're on the leaderboard. A cheer erupted from the courtyard. Qin Tao leaned over and took a look. The above displays a data point. 13 million views. 5.87 million likes. 5th on the daily ranking. And this number is still gradually increasing. Let's get ready to go live tonight. Wang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly. This is going to be a huge hit. The viewership tonight will be staggering, and it's not impossible to make 1 million in donations in one night. Qin Tao was somewhat surprised. Although he knew that some top streamers could earn over 1 million yuan in donations in one night, he never imagined that he could do the same. It's important to know that very few streamers receive over 1 million yuan in tips in a single day, and this doesn't happen every day. Qin Tao thought for a moment and nodded slightly. We still need to do live streaming. After all, he needs money now. Both the construction of the back mountain and the construction of the village require a large amount of funds. Relying on the growth of crops takes too long. If you can make money through live streaming, then it's worth a try. After all, such an opportunity is very rare. However, Wang Wenkai frowned and asked, Brother Qin, don't we have Wi-Fi here? Qin Tao shook his head. Installing the network is very difficult. I'll go to town in the next couple of days to find some staff. Wang Wenkai exclaimed, Brother Qin, luckily our country's infrastructure is amazing, and the 4G signal coverage is very wide. Otherwise we wouldn't even be able to send the video out. Qin Tao nodded slightly. The broadband issue also needed to be resolved immediately. Daddy, Daddy, came the little whale's cry. Qin Tao stood up almost instantly and looked in the direction of the little whale. When he turned around and couldn't see the baby whale, he immediately ran over. In the yard behind the house, the little whale was pointing at Big Yellow and calling out to Qin Tao. Qin Tao saw that Da Huang was biting a snake in its mouth. Upon seeing the snake, Qin Tao's pupils constricted slightly. The snake's head is triangular, like a branding iron. In rural areas, this type of snake is called a branding iron head. Its scientific name is viper sharp-nosed, commonly known as the 5-step snake or the 7-step snake. Extremely poisonous. He never expected that there would be such a venomous snake in his yard. You weren't bitten, were you? Qin Tao asked hurriedly. The little whale shook its head and looked at Big Yellow with concern, saying, As soon as he came out, Big Yellow bit him. Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief, but when he looked at Da Huang, he couldn't help but worry again. Da Huang was loyal to its master and rushed forward the moment the threat appeared. However, this snake is very dangerous. What if Da Huang gets bitten? Big Yellow whimpered and struggled to shake off the venomous snake. The venomous snake had been completely dislodged and was now motionless. But Da Huang did not give up. He pinned the venomous snake to the ground and began to bite it fiercely. He had torn a venomous snake to shreds, leaving it a bloody mess. Only after Da Huang was certain that the snake could not be brought back to life did he release it. Qin Tao picked up a stick, moved the venomous snake aside, and began to examine Da Huang while holding it down. After checking around and confirming that Da Huang hadn't been bitten, I finally felt relieved. Wang Wenkai walked over, glanced at the venomous snake torn to shreds on the ground, and couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Suddenly, Wang Wenkai saw the snake's head. After examining it closely for a while, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the legendary five-step snake?" Qin Tao nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Don't go near it. This kind of snake is very resilient. Even if its head is cut off, it will still bite people. It's very dangerous." Upon hearing this, Wang Wenkai was so frightened that he quickly took several steps back. Seeing that the little whale was still standing in front, he quickly went up and pulled the little whale to his side. Releasing the Huang, Qin Tao found a shovel and smashed the five-step snake's head flat with it to eliminate any future trouble. Then they dug a hole and buried the snake. Wang Wenkai asked worriedly, "Brother Qin, how come you still have these poisonous snakes here?" Qin Tao said calmly, "It's normal to have venomous snakes in the mountains. Besides, our environment here is special, and there are many kinds of venomous snakes. You must be careful when you go out." Wang Wenkai didn't know what to say. That's too dangerous. He lives in the city and has never seen ordinary venomous snakes, let alone such a highly venomous five-step snake. After tidying up, Qin Tao led the little whale to the front yard. "Little whale." Qin Tao looked at the little whale with a serious expression. The little whale had never seen Qin Tao speak to him with such a serious expression before, and immediately looked at Qin Tao obediently. "From now on, you can't go out alone, and you definitely can't go up the mountain alone, understand?" Qin Tao said in a deep voice. Luckily, Big Yellow was there just now. If it weren't for Big Yellow, the little whale might have already been eaten by the snake. If anything happens to the little whale, he will never forgive himself. The little whale nodded obediently. "Daddy, I understand. Especially up in the mountains, there are many dangers. If it weren't for Da Huang saving you this time, you would be in danger, you know?" Qin Tao said. The little whale nodded repeatedly. "I understand, Daddy. I want to thank Big Yellow for saving me this time." Qin Tao's serious voice softened considerably. "How are you going to thank Big Yellow?" The little whale looked at Big Yellow, who was sitting next to Qin Tao, wagging its tail. He thought for a moment, then said, "I'm going to give all of my grilled fish to Big Yellow. His favorite food is grilled fish, and he gave all his favorite grilled fish to Da Huang. This must be the greatest expression of his gratitude." Qin Tao smiled and patted the little whale's head. "Then Dad will make you grilled fish tonight." "Make it for Big Yellow," the little whale said obediently. When Big Yellow heard the little whale call his name, he immediately stood up and wagged his tail. Upon seeing Big Yellow, the little whale went up and hugged Big Yellow's neck, saying, "Big Yellow, thank you." Qin Tao couldn't help but smile, and he made a decision in his heart. "Wenkai, let's do a live stream of catching fish tonight." Qin Tao said. "Catching fish?" Wang Wenkai frowned. Although he thought it wasn't as pretty as fireflies, catching fish was closer to rural life and fit the theme, so he nodded and said, "Okay, start at 8 o'clock and live stream until 10 o'clock, 2 hours." "Okay." Qin Tao nodded slightly. "By the way, Brother Qin," Wang Wenkai leaned over and asked, "Do you have a drone?" Qin Tao nodded. Upon seeing this, Wang Wenkai immediately said, "Let me see it. A drone that can capture such clear footage is quite impressive." "Okay, I'll go get it for you." Qin Tao got up and went back into the house to get the drone. Just then, a person walked in through the door. She looked around, and finally her gaze landed on Wang Wenkai. "Excuse me, is Brother Yunjin home?" Chapter 81. Beautiful Young Girl. When Wang Wenkai saw this young and beautiful girl walk in, his eyes lit up. To be honest, he works in a first-tier city, where beautiful women are everywhere. Lolita style, mature woman style, queen style, the list goes on and on. Women in big cities have good manners and know how to dress. They're all above average. He thought that girls in such mountain villages should dress in a rustic way, let alone wear makeup. But the girl in front of him caught his eye. White sneakers, jeans, white t-shirt, long flowing hair, oval face, and eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars. When Wang Wenkai saw it, he felt a flutter in his heart. "Brother Yunjin?" Wang Wenkai was taken aback by the address and quickly asked, "You mean Brother Qin Tao, right?" "Yes," the girl nodded. At this moment, Qin Tao came out of the main room and bent down to take something out of his backpack. The girl saw Qin Tao. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Yunjin." Qin Tao heard the shout, looked up, and was taken aback when he saw the beautiful young girl standing at the door. To be honest, he didn't recognize the beautiful girl in front of him at first glance. "Brother Yunjin." The girl ran up, affectionately grabbed Qin Tao's arm, and shook it, saying, "Don't you remember me?" Qin Tao's smile was somewhat awkward. To be honest, he didn't recognize him. The girl wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was quite happy and proudly declared, "It's me, Shuyao, Qin Shuyao." Qin Tao was startled, staring in astonishment at the beautiful girl in front of him, and asked incredulously, "You are Qin Shuyao?" Of course, Qin Shuyao said with a smile. Qin Tao was very surprised. When he joined the army, Qin Shuyao was only 12 years old, a little girl covered in mud. Now, in the blink of an eye, she has transformed into a beautiful young woman, which is hard to believe. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up, becoming more and more beautiful, Qin Tao exclaimed. Qin Shuyao blushed slightly, but seemed to be used to such compliments. With her current looks, she's already the village beauty. Brother Yunjin, I heard from my dad today that you're back and have contracted the back mountain to continue farming, so I came to see you, Qin Shuyao said with a smile. Qin Tao asked, have you graduated yet? I'm a junior this year. It's time for an internship. I'll be looking for a job in a while, Qin Shuyao said. Qin Tao nodded slightly. The little girl is already in college. Time flies. Qin Shuyao's gaze fell on the little whale playing with Da Huang to the side, and she asked in surprise, Brother Yunjin, this can't be your son, can it? Yes. Qin Tao shouted. Little whale, call her auntie. Hello, auntie. The little whale called out, looking up. To be honest, the little whale can't tell the difference between an uncle and a maternal uncle, an uncle and a great uncle, or an aunt and a great aunt. These categories don't exist in English. The little whale is feeling confused and can't distinguish these relationships. Oh my, so cute. Qin Shuyao squatted down and pinched the little whale's face. The little whale felt a little pain and moved slightly away. Qin Shuyao thought the little whale was just shy and couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, are you embarrassed? I'm your aunt. There's no need to be shy. Wang Wenkai asked Qin Tao in a low voice. Brother Qin, what's this? Oh, Qin Tao explained. This is my cousin. She's our village chief's daughter, the one you've met. Oh. Wang Wenkai immediately understood, then asked in a low voice. Your own cousin? Qin Tao smiled and said to Wang Wenkai. You may not know, but our village has a very long history, dating back hundreds or even thousands of years. Our village is mainly inhabited by two families, Qin and Lu. Wang Wenkai nodded repeatedly, listening attentively. Let's leave aside the Lu family and just talk about our Qin family. Although we all have the surname Qin, we have split into two branches. The first branch is where our ancestors, my ancestors, established the village here. Several hundred years later, another group of people migrated here, also with the surname Qin, which is another group of people. Although we all share the same ancestor, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children has gradually led to the formation of branches. Although we all use the same genealogy, we have already branched out into dozens or even hundreds of generations. Some of us may even share the same ancestral hall, but we are no longer as close as before. Oh. Wang Wenkai nodded repeatedly, listening intently. Qin Shuyao sat down beside him, propping her head up with her hand as she watched Qin Tao tell his story. Take me and Shuyao for example. Actually, if we're really going to talk about it, our two families are probably more than 10 generations apart. We're not considered close beyond the 5th generation, let alone the 10th. But it's different between us and Shuyao's family. Even though we're more than 10 generations apart, we're still very close. This little girl has been following me around since she was little. We're very good friends. After saying that, Qin Tao reached out and rubbed Qin Shuyao's head. Qin Shuyao's expression was like a kitten's, with her eyes squinted and making comfortable sounds. Wang Wenkai was somewhat envious. A girl like that would be a goddess in any school. Most people probably wouldn't even have a chance to say a word to her, yet Qin Tao casually rubbed her head like that. I'm so envious. Hello? I'm the project manager from Douyin headquarters, and I'm here specifically to take charge of Brother Qin's Douyin account. My name is Wang Wenkai. Wang Wenkai quickly extended his hand to Qin Shuyao to introduce himself. Wow! Qin Shuyao exclaimed in surprise. You're the head of Douyin headquarters. That's amazing. Hearing this, Wang Wenkai felt much more proud and started chatting with Qin Shuyao. Qin Tao smiled, got up, and prepared to leave. Daddy, the little whale caught up and tugged at Qin Tao's trouser leg. Because the little whale was too tall, it simply couldn't hold on to Qin Tao's clothes. Moreover, Qin Tao was wearing a t-shirt, and the hem of the shirt was a bit high. Qin Tao saw the little whale. He smiled and said, I'm going to town. You stay here and play with your aunt and your Uncle Wang. The little whale shook its head. I want to go with you. The little guy was still thinking about the pain from Qin Shuyao pinching his cheek earlier, and he didn't want to stay with Qin Shuyao. Okay, Qin Tao held out his hand. The little whale immediately grabbed Qin Tao's arm, just like a koala. Qin Tao picked up the baby whale. The little whale skillfully grabbed Qin Tao's head and rode on his neck. Wow, Brother Yunjin, you're so strong. Qin Shuyao exclaimed upon seeing this. Qin Tao smiled and said to Qin Shuyao, you two chat here. I'm going to town to ask about the broadband issue. I'll go with you. Qin Shuyao immediately stood up and said to Qin Tao, I've had broadband installed before, so I know how to do it. Chapter 82 Installing Broadband. Installing broadband in mountain villages like theirs is very troublesome. They need to dial up to access the internet and run a separate line from the county road, which is very laborious. Since Qin Shuyao was experienced, Qin Tao didn't stand on ceremony and said to her, "Wait here for a while. I'll go to my third brother's house to borrow a car." "No need. I'll go with you." Qin Shuyao ran over. Wang Wenkai watched the two leave with a sullen expression. "Wenkai, wait here for a while. I'll be back soon," Qin Tao said, and left with Qin Shuyao. Watching Qin Shuyao skip and hop after Qin Tao, playing with the little whale, Wang Wenkai felt envious. It seems like pretty girls are always someone else's. Third brother. Qin Tao knocked on the door. Qin Yunbin opened the door and saw that it was Qin Tao. He immediately smiled and invited Qin Tao in. When he saw Qin Shuyao behind Qin Tao, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Hey, our village beauty is back too." Qin Shuyao blushed and said shyly, "Third brother, don't shout like that. It wouldn't be good if others heard us." "What's there to be afraid of?" Qin Yunbin laughed heartily. "You're the village beauty. Who dares to disagree?" Qin Tao explained his purpose to Qin Yunbin, and Qin Yunbin then gave the car keys to Qin Shuyao. The two people drove the baby whale to town. On the streets of Dawan town, China Unicom, China Mobile, and China Telecom are all on this street, and the three shops are next to each other. Qin Shuyao said, "Let's go to the telecommunications company. My classmate works there." Qin Tao nodded slightly. The three of them went inside, where several people were conducting business. A young woman behind the counter saw Qin Shuyao and immediately stood up, saying happily, "Shuyao, you're on vacation? It's almost time for your internship. Come back and rest for a few days." Qin Shuyao walked over. Qin Tao followed him over. After catching up for a few minutes, Qin Shuyao explained her purpose. "This is my brother. He's planning to get an internet connection." The woman frowned and said to Qin Tao, "Brother, your village is too remote. It's not easy to install internet cables. The installers might not be willing to do the work." Qin Tao asked, puzzled, "Why? Shouldn't you install them for everyone?" The woman patiently explained, "Because you don't have fiber optic boxes there. We need to run a cable from the county road, install a box, and then run the cable to your village. It's very troublesome, and the amount of work involved is too great for him to do alone." Qin Tao suddenly realized. The county road is nearly 2 kilometers from their village, which is far enough that just laying the cables would be a huge project, let alone installing them properly. However, a network cable must be installed. Qin Tao said, "How about this? You contact the installer and ask him to find someone to help. As long as the installation is done, I'll give him 500 yuan as a service fee. How about that?" 500 yuan is not a small amount in this town. After all, their town is an extremely poor town, and workers' wages are very low. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up, and she said she would call the installer to ask. Upon inquiry, the installer readily agreed, saying he would come to install it first thing tomorrow morning. Qin Tao nodded and added, "Tell him to install a box directly at the entrance of our village. This will make it easier to install later." "Good. Hang up the phone. Let's get it done together." After completing the transaction and paying the annual fee of 300 yuan, Qin Tao took the optical modem back home. On the way back, said to Qin Tao, "Brother Qin Tao, you're so generous, spending 500 right off the bat. You spent 500 just to install broadband." Qin Tao laughed and said, "Money can improve efficiency. In terms of time, 500 yuan is already very cheap. Otherwise, if this matter is dragged on, it will affect even more of our income." Qin Shuyao nodded and said, "That's true. When I was getting broadband installed, my brother and dad had to run the cable themselves. It took them 2 or 3 days to get it done. Therefore, the efficiency problem arises." Qin Tao believed that the broadband would be installed within a day when the installation technician arrived tomorrow. Back home, Qin Tao returned the car. When they returned, the young men saw Qin Shuyao with Qin Tao and all showed envious expressions. In their eyes, Qin Shuyao was their goddess. "Shuyao." A person ran over and blocked the two people's way. "It's Lu Xiaolu." Lu Xiaolu glanced fearfully at Qin Tao, shoved the things in his hand into Qin Shuyao's hands, and turned to run away. Qin Shuyao looked at it and found it was a letter. Upon opening it, Qin Shuyao immediately showed a look of disgust. Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? Is it a love letter? Ugh, stop talking, it's disgusting, so cheesy. I can't stand reading this kind of love letter," Qin Shuyao said disdainfully, holding the letter between 2 fingers. Qin Tao smiled, but didn't say anything more. It's normal for a woman as beautiful as her to have many suitors. Back in the courtyard, Qin Shuyao tore up the love letter and threw it into the stove. Qin Tao frowned when he saw that Wang Wenkai was not in the yard. At that moment, Qin Tao heard the sound of a vortex machine. Looking up, I saw a drone flying in the air above the hill behind me. Qin Tao walked out of the courtyard and looked towards the back mountain. Wang Wenkai is testing a drone on the back mountain. Qin Tao went back to pack his things. Stay for dinner tonight, Qin Tao said. Okay. Qin Shuyao agreed without hesitation and took out her phone to call Qin Baiqing. Dad, I'm not coming home for dinner tonight. Yeah, I'm staying at brother Qin Tao's place. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shuyao smiled and said to Qin Tao, Okay, I've told my dad. Qin Tao nodded and began packing his things to prepare dinner. Not long after, Wang Wenkai then returned. Brother Qin, your drone is amazing. It shoots 4K high-definition videos. And the battery life is incredible, and the altitude is terrifying. Where did you buy it? Wang Wenkai asked excitedly. Machinery is a man's romance. Seeing such a drone, Wang Wenkai was incredibly excited. Qin Tao glanced at it and casually said, A friend gave it to me, but I've made some simple modifications. Wang Wenkai's eyelids twitched as he listened. It was just modified? Based on the drones currently on the market, there is absolutely no such model, much less one that is so powerful. Qin Tao only said that it was a simple modification. This is more than just a simple modification. It's practically a complete upgrade. Does your friend have any drones like this? How much does it cost? I'd like to buy one, Wang Wenkai asked cautiously. Then that's it, Qin Tao said. This was modified and made by myself. There's only one. Qin Tao couldn't possibly tell him that this thing was previously used as a spy to gather intelligence on the enemy, and even to launch miniature missiles. Octopus number 83, not just anyone can catch it. Upon hearing Qin Tao say that this type of drone was no longer available, Wang Wenkai looked regretful. Qin Shuyao leaned closer and asked, Brother Wang, is this drone amazing? Of course it's amazing, Wang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly. You know the famous domestic drone manufacturers, right? They're among the best in the world. Their drones are limited to a flight altitude of 500 meters, but after the ban was lifted, they can fly up to 3,000 meters. But this drone, I just tried it, 5,000 meters. And that's not even the maximum altitude. Also, this drone is extremely quiet when it takes off, almost silent. You can't hear it at all unless you listen very carefully. There's still battery life. That's amazing. You've been walking for almost half an hour, and the battery has only used up 1 bar. You know, the average drone's flight time is only about 25 minutes. Qin Shuyao was completely bewildered as she listened to Wang Wenkai's excited series of introductions. She doesn't understand at all. Finally, Qin Shuyao asked timidly, Can I give it a try? Sure, Wang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly. Auntie, I'll teach you. The little whale said inappropriately. Really? Qin Shuyao's gaze was immediately drawn to the little whale. She squatted down and looked at the little whale. The little whale proudly exclaimed, It's true. Daddy praised me for flying so well. Okay, then you can teach your aunt, okay? Qin Shuyao looked at the little guy with a face full of affection. Okay. The little whale readily agreed. Qin Shuyao took the drone from Wang Wenkai and brought little whale to the yard to learn how to operate it. Watching Qin Shuyao hold the little whale in her arms and learn the function of the buttons from it, Wang Wenkai looked on with envy. I've realized that being single is my fate, Wang Wenkai said helplessly. No matter how good the opportunity, it will never come his way. Qin Tao ruined their chance to be alone together. Now, the little whale has ruined their chance to get close again. These two, father and son, are his nemesis. The drone slowly took off. Qin Shuyao let out an excited shout. Qin Tao grabbed a bucket and a fishing net and prepared to go out. Seeing this, Wang Wenkai quickly followed. Brother Qin, are you going up the mountain to catch fish? Wang Wenkai asked. Qin Tao nodded and said yes. Wang Wenkai then asked, was the live broadcast that night also filmed on the back mountain? No, Qin Tao said, it's not here. He fed all the fish here with spiritual water. They're all top quality stuff. How could he waste them by catching them live on TV? We arrived at the pond. Wang Wenkai wanted to get closer to take a look, but his foot slipped and he almost fell in. Qin Tao reacted quickly and grabbed Wang Wenkai. Even so, Wang Wenkai's shoes and trouser legs were still wet. This scene was captured by Little Whale and Qin Shuyao, who were playing with a drone. The two people in the yard burst into laughter. Be careful, Qin Tao warned. This area hasn't been used for a long time, so there are a lot of weeds that cover the edge of the pond. You could easily fall in if you're not careful. Wang Wenkai was still shaken and nodded repeatedly. He hid to the side, too afraid to go any further. Qin Tao took the net, cast it down, and caught a fish. This is a grass carp, weighing about 10 kilograms. It's very big and keeps wriggling its body, looking very energetic. Qin Tao threw the fish into the bucket, then lowered the net to catch them. This time, they pulled out a big blackfish weighing over 10 kilograms. The next fish they scooped up was a large carp weighing over 10 kilograms. Wang Wenkai looked on with envy. Brother Qin, let me give it a try. Wang Wenkai couldn't contain himself and said. Qin Tao glanced at him, thought for a moment, and nodded, saying, Come here. Wang Wenkai walked over and took the fishing net from Qin Tao. Qin Tao said, Just stand here with me and don't move. Use your right hand to reach down the net and lift it up with your waist. Be careful. Okay, Brother Qin, I understand. Wang Wenkai said excitedly. He looked at the pond with great confidence. Wang Wenkai immediately cast his net to retrieve the fish. Splash. The sound of water could be heard. But the result was different from what Wang Wenkai had imagined. Seeing how relaxed Qin Tao looked, Wang Wenkai also felt that he must be relaxed as well. However, as soon as the net entered the water, it encountered tremendous resistance, and its speed decreased significantly. Splash. When the net was pulled up, there was nothing inside except a few weeds. Wang Wenkai was frustrated, but not discouraged. He continued to cast his net to retrieve the fish. Sudden, he felt as if he had bumped into something and quickly reached up to pull himself up. It's very heavy. By the time he lifted it up, the contents had already escaped. Wang Wenkai was very depressed. Undeterred, he cast a few more nets. We still couldn't get anything out of it. One last dredge. If we can't catch it, we won't, Wang Wenkai said through gritted teeth. He continued to go offline. Sudden, he felt something was caught in the net. Immediately, Wang Wenkai gritted his teeth and lifted himself up with all his might. But it's too heavy. Wang Wenkai couldn't lift it at all. Brother Qin, help! Wang Wenkai shouted. As soon as he shouted it out, he felt the entire wooden pole become lighter. Only then did he see that it was Qin Tao who had arrived. The net that was incredibly heavy in his hands was as easy as a straw in Qin Tao's hands. Under Wang Wenkai's incredulous gaze, Qin Tao scooped out a large grass carp weighing over 20 pounds. That's amazing. Wang Wenkai couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. The wooden pole of the fishing net is very long, and it takes a lot of strength to scoop out such a big fish, but Qin Tao did it with ease. He's really amazing. Wang Wenkai admired him. He discovered that not just anyone could catch this fish. It looks simple, but it's actually not that simple. Qin Tao caught another carp and then took Wang Wenkai down the mountain. 5 fish, weighing nearly 100 pounds, are enough for them to eat. Back in the yard, the little whale ran over and peered into the bucket. The fish in the bucket flicked its tail, spraying water all over the little whale's face. Tui, tui, tui. The little whale quickly spat out the water that had been sprayed into its mouth, looking aggrieved. Qin Shuyao quickly took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe the little whale's face, and laughed. Why are you looking at them? They sprayed your face all over. The little whale said, let me see how many fish there are, whether it's enough for Big Yellow to eat. He was still thinking about feeding Dahuang grilled fish. Qin Tao laughed and said, don't worry, making 2 grilled fish for Dahuang will be enough for him. Yes, the little whale nodded repeatedly. Give me my share too. Okay, Qin Tao replied with a smile. He tidied up, started a fire, cleaned the fish, and grilled it, handing it over to Little Whale and Qin Shuyao to watch over. Then he took the remaining black carp and grass carp to make pickled fish. Seeing Lu Shirtsong's cooking skills today, he wants to try it too. Besides, the pickled fish is delicious, so it's a good opportunity for Wang Wenkai and Qin Shuyao to try it together. Little Whale, go and call your third uncle over. Qin Tao called out to the little whale outside. Oh, okay. The little whale handed the shelf to Qin Shuyao and then ran out on its short legs. Chapter 84 Farmers really don't make money. Qin Wenbin walked in carrying the little whale, laughing heartily. I could smell the delicious aroma from afar. Can I bring 2 more people to freeload today? Qin Tao peeked out from the kitchen and saw Qin Wenbin coming over with his wife and child. He couldn't help but laugh and say, sure, why not? Sister-in-law, Jiayu, please have a seat. It'll be ready in a bit. After saying that, Qin Tao went back inside to cook. A few minutes later, Qin Tao came out carrying 2 large basins. A rich aroma wafted over. The aroma made everyone's mouths water and their stomachs rumble. The aroma is absolutely irresistible. Qin Tao, what are you doing? Qin Wenbin couldn't help but ask. Qin Tao replied with a smile. Sauerkraut fish, I just learned how to make it. Place the bowl on the table. Upon seeing this, Qin Shuyao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Qin Tao, you're so generous. Such a big basin. I've learned something new. Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh and said, there's no other way. Only this basin can fit. The fish he caught were all quite large, and they couldn't fit in the bowl at all. He also didn't have a special bowl for pickled fish. Try it quickly, Qin Tao urged. Several people started eating. The soup is white and tender. Fish slices as thin as cicada wings. The chopsticks picked it up, and it trembled slightly, like jelly. When you put it in your mouth, the fish is not mushy at all, but rather very elastic, and its smooth and tender texture is irresistible. The sourness of the pickled fish, the freshness of the fish, and a unique flavor are intoxicating. Several people couldn't help but show expressions of rapture. After tasting the flavor, Qin Shuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Qin Tao, I didn't know you were such a good cook. Exactly, Zhang Suihua couldn't help but say to Qin Yunbin. Look at Qin Tao's cooking skills. You should learn from him. Qin Yunbin couldn't help but smile wryly. I can't learn it. If I want to eat here in the future, I'll just come and freeload. Yes, come and eat whenever you want. I'll cook for you. Qin Tao was very generous. Big brother, you should eat too. The little whale said to Qin Jiayu. Qin Jiayu appeared very reserved and refused to touch her chopsticks. Qin Jiayu is Qin Yunbin's son. I am 6 years old this year. But she looked noticeably thinner than her peers. He was very thin and listless, with dry, yellow hair. He didn't smile much and looked sullen. Everyone was chatting and laughing, but Qin Jiayu seemed like an outsider, neither speaking nor eating. Qin Tao also said, Jiayu, you should eat some too. My cooking is really delicious. Qin Jiayu did not react. The little whale used his unreliable chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it in Qin Jiayu's bowl. Eat up, big brother. My dad's cooking is so delicious. Believe me, I can guarantee it. It's absolutely delicious. Qin Jiayu looked at the little whale's big, blinking eyes, hesitated for a moment, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite. As the fish slice entered her mouth, an indescribable deliciousness assaulted her taste buds. Qin Jiayu's eyes widened, and she seemed to perk up considerably. Is it delicious, big brother? The little whale asked. Qin Jiayu nodded. Hee. The little whale exclaimed proudly. My daddy is really awesome. Several people couldn't help but smile. Qin Yunbin and Zhang Cuihua exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with relief. Qin Jiayu has always been introverted and unwilling to communicate with others, but it seems that she is getting along well with the little whale. They would be very happy to see Qin Jiayu become friends with the little whale. Qin Tao, your fish dishes are so delicious. Why don't you consider opening a restaurant in town? Zhang Cuihua couldn't help but ask. Qin Tao smiled and said, cooking is just a side job. I still prefer growing things. Zhang Cuihua sighed. Alas, farming doesn't make any money at all. You work hard all year round, but you don't earn much. Planting fruit trees and vegetables, Lu Xuanxi's family and Qin Hongwei's family are both planting, but they don't make any money at all. And raising fish, isn't our fourth uncle's family raising fish? They don't make any money either. Qin Tao fell silent. Farmers can't make money. Those who make money are the middlemen and the platforms. All the money has been taken by capital. Farmers are at the very bottom of society. Sister-in-law, you can't be so absolute. I'm confident I can make money farming. Qin Tao said firmly. When he decides to do something, he will definitely do it well. Moreover, with the help of such a miraculous thing as spiritual water, if we still fail, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? I believe in Daddy. Daddy's big farm will definitely make money, even more than my mom, the little whale said. Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. So this little guy understands everything. He knew his mother earned more money than him. This statement piqued the curiosity of several people. Zhang Cuihua asked, Little whale, is your mother a good earner? The little whale nodded repeatedly, but Mom won't let me tell you. Upon hearing this, several people burst into laughter. You're already starting to keep secrets for your mother. Zhang Cuihua and the others laughed. The little whale said with a serious face, Mom said that if I tell anyone, it will cause a lot of tax problems. But she doesn't allow me to lie, so keeping quiet is the best solution. A moment of silence fell over the room after these words were spoken. They suddenly realized that the little guy sitting next to them didn't seem to be only 5 years old. My mother taught me, the little whale added. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would really think that an adult's soul lived in the little guy's body. Qin Tao smiled and explained to everyone. Foreign tax authorities are stricter. If you have income, you have to pay taxes, unlike here where they almost never check. If there's a problem, you could go to jail, so it's more troublesome. Everyone nodded, finally understanding the deeper meaning. Wang Wenkai smiled at Qin Tao and said, Don't worry, brother Qin. As long as you do a good job with the live stream, making money in the future will be a piece of cake. Brother Qin Tao, you still do live streaming? Qin Shuyao's eyes lit up as she asked. Qin Tao nodded slightly. I do live streams occasionally, whenever I have time. Really? Can I watch how you do your live stream? The young girl was quite curious about emerging media industries like live streaming. Of course, Wang Wenkai agreed on Qin Tao's behalf. There's a live stream tonight at 8 p.m. Why don't you join us? Okay. Qin Shuyao nodded repeatedly, extremely excited. Qin Yunbin laughed and said, We won't join in the fun of what you young people are doing. After finishing their meal, Qin Yunbin and Zhang Cuihua left with Qin Jiayu. Qin Tao said, Let's rest for a bit first. We'll start the live broadcast at 8 o'clock. Chapter 85, Chinese Menstrual Care Methods. 7 o'clock. The little whale video called Hathaway right on time. The video call connected, and it was still Hathaway's stunning beauty. However, Hathaway looked somewhat haggard and frowned, asking, Qin Tao, why is the network signal so bad? Qin Tao replied, The Wi-Fi isn't installed yet. Hathaway immediately raised an eyebrow and said, "There's not even Wi-Fi. How can you expect me to believe this is a wonderful place?" Qin Tao patiently said, "Hathaway, a child's world isn't just about the internet. Do you want your little whale to become an internet addict? With me, he doesn't need a phone or the internet at all. He has countless fun things to do and will never be lonely." What? What do you mean I made him an internet addict? Are you accusing me? Hathaway seemed a little irritable. Qin Tao didn't argue with Hathaway. Instead, he called the little whale to talk to Hathaway. "Hi, baby, did you miss mommy?" Hathaway's voice immediately softened. Qin Tao couldn't help but sigh. He can't get tenderness from Hathaway now, and he doesn't get attention from his own mother either. It's as if the little whale has occupied all the important places in this world. Hathaway still couldn't resist asking some questions about her life. The little whale gave a beautiful answer. "Mom, the peaches are so delicious, you have to try them when you come. Mom, Daddy's pickled fish is so delicious, you have to try it. Mom, the fireflies here are so beautiful. I can see them every day. Mom, today Daong." The little whale seemed to realize something halfway through its sentence and changed its words, saying, "Big Yellow ate 2 grilled fish, and its belly is bulging." As Hathaway listened to the little whale's story, her irritability subsided, a smile appeared on her lips, and a sense of longing arose in her heart. She wanted to see for herself what the place her son had described was really like. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. "My assistant came to urge me," Hathaway hurriedly said. "Qin Tao, I'll have someone send something to the little whale tomorrow. Please keep an eye out for it." "Okay," Qin Tao nodded. "Okay, I have to go filming now," Hathaway said. Before hanging up the phone, Qin Tao quickly said, "Hathaway, when you're on your period, be sure to drink plenty of brown sugar water, keep warm, and use the hot water bottle I bought for you to warm your stomach." Beep. The video call was disconnected. Qin Tao rubbed the little whale's head and went out to prepare the things for the live broadcast. "It's on the other side of the world." Hathaway heard Qin Tao's words before hanging up the video call. She couldn't help but look at the rose-flavored brown sugar hot water on the table. She still remembers the traditional Chinese menstrual care techniques that Qin Tao taught her. This method seemed to work, so Hathaway instinctively made herself a cup of rose-brown sugar tea. And that hot water bottle. Hathaway took it out of the drawer, poured in hot water, and placed it on her lower abdomen. Warm. Comfortable. Hathaway calmed down considerably. Monica walked in and, seeing Hathaway's appearance, immediately said, "Hathaway, don't believe in these superstitious practices from China. I'll arrange for you to get a nerve block injection later. This scene is very important." Hearing this, Hathaway couldn't help but recall the moment Qin Tao had once yelled at her. "Hathaway, this isn't how you work. Are those nerve block injections something you can just take anywhere? They'll damage your body and cause hidden ailments. You're not just an ordinary person anymore. You're little whale's mother, and you're my woman, Qin Tao's woman. If I find out anyone else is making you get those nerve block injections, I'll kill them." "No," Hathaway said to Monica. "This is not Chinese superstition, but Chinese science, the mysterious traditional Chinese medicine. It is very effective. You can try it when you have your period. I don't plan to give you a nerve block injection this time." Monica was clearly taken aback by Hathaway's answer. After a long pause, Monica said, "Hathaway, there's a water scene here. It will be very painful if you don't get the painkiller injection." "Don't worry, I'm much better now," Hathaway said in a deep voice. She has chosen to face it head on. Just as Qin Tao once told her, she was no longer a person, but a mother of a child and a wife of a husband. Even if it's for their sake, she should take better care of her health. "Let's go." Hathaway hugged a hot water bottle and carried a rose-flavored brown sugar thermos as she walked out the door. Monica shrugged, looking somewhat helpless, and chased after him. Qin family village. After returning home, Qin Shuyao went to Qin Tao's house. "Brother Qin Tao, has the live stream started yet?" Qin Tao was packing up his tools when he saw Qin Shuyao coming over. He smiled and said, "Not yet." This little girl was even more anxious than he was. "Wang Wenkai is debugging the equipment." 7:50. Qin Tao took the things. "Little whale, let's go." Qin Tao shouted. "Coming." The little whale immediately took off running out of the house on its short legs. The little whale was now wrapped in a coat. It gets quite cold in the mountains at night, so Qin Tao told the little whale to put on a coat. Who knew that when the little guy heard Qin Tao say that it would be cold at night, he actually put on his minion down jacket. "Wow, so cute. Come to auntie." Qin Shuyao's eyes lit up when she saw the little whale. Before the little whale could agree, Qin Shuyao had already hugged it and pressed it against her chest, rubbing it repeatedly. The little whale looked utterly dejected. Qin Tao and Wang Wenkai looked over with envy. Young and unaware. Cough cough. Qin Tao quickly grabbed his things and said, "Let's go." "Wait, let me start the live stream first," Wang Wenkai said. Wang Wenkai immediately clicked to start the broadcast. He was using Qin Tao's phone. The nighttime camera performance is impressive. Even so, Wang Wenkai still used a fill light. This makes the shooting results much better. As soon as the live stream started, many people entered the live stream room. Wow, the big boss is live streaming. Daddy, Daddy, where's the little whale? Where's the little whale? I want to see the baby whale. Live stream tonight. Winking. Wang Wenkai gestured for Qin Tao to say a few words. Qin Tao cleared his throat and said to the camera, "Hello everyone. Tonight, I'm taking you fishing. Catching fish. Want to catch baby whales? Ha. Catching fish with a little whale? How fun. Calculate the area of the baby whale's psychological trauma." Seeing that there were still quite a few people, Wang Wenkai said, Let's go. Let's go to the venue first." Qin Tao nodded and walked forward. Qin Shuyao followed behind, carrying the baby whale. The little whale wanted to get down and run by himself, but Qin Shuyao wouldn't let go and insisted on holding him. It felt so soft and comfortable behind him. On the road, Wang Wenkai asked, "Where are we going?" "It's just ahead." Qin Tao pointed to the stream in front of them. Chapter 86. No rewards requested, just please follow. Look ahead. Wang Wenkai saw the stream that he had seen during the day earlier. Here. Wang Wenkai couldn't help but ask. Qin Tao nodded and said, "This is the place." Shining a flashlight through the stream, you can hear the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, but it also gives you a sense of tranquility. Wow, it feels so good here. The chirping of insects and croaking of frogs can calm the mind. Seriously, after working overtime all day and being exhausted, hearing this sound instantly calmed me down. I have to say, the place where the anchor lives is truly blessed with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. It's so comfortable. Netizens started commenting and interacting. Walk to the stream. Give me your phone, Qin Tao said, holding out his hand. Wang Wenkai quickly handed over the phone. Wang Wenkai wasn't using a phone holder, but a phone stabilizer. Qin Tao found it somewhat difficult to use. Qin Tao squatted down and shone his flashlight into the stream. The lights shone on the pool, and the clear stream water was immediately revealed to everyone. Even the pebbles in the stream were clearly visible. Even the fish swimming in the water can be seen clearly. Wow, the stream water is so clear. This water is so clear. You could drink it straight from here. Look, there are fish. Isn't it said that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish? How do you explain this? Viewers started sending in their comments. Qin Tao explained, "This is the stream in our village. As you can see, the water here is very clear. The stream flows from the mountains and is very clear. There are many small fish in it, and these small fish are very delicious. Today, we are going to catch these kinds of small fish." The viewers commented one after another. "Hey, you're catching fish this small. Isn't that cruel? You catch such cute little fish. There's no meat at all. Seeing these small fish reminds me of when I used to catch fish in the river when I was a child. These fish are really delicious, but they have too many bones. Crispy fried small fish, absolutely delicious. Host, catch more criminals today. It looks like a lot. I wonder how many the streamer can catch today." The audience continues to grow. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. However, the increase in sound waves was not very noticeable. Only a little over 5,000. "Brother Qin, let me hold your phone for you," Wang Wenkai said. Qin Tao thought for a moment and then handed his phone to Wang Wenkai. Seeing the data displayed on the screen, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but say, "Guys, we're about to start catching fish. Send some love and support the streamer. Okay, let's give a tip. If you like a streamer, what's a little something to send them?" The little heart immediately garnered a wave of likes. The sound waves are also constantly increasing. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000. Qin Tao frowned and said to the camera, "Dear fans, there's no need for donations. If you really want to donate, just do so casually. There's no need to force it. Just watch my live stream and comment and interact more. That's enough. I have hands and feet and can support myself. I don't need you to donate to me." Upon hearing this, Wang Wenkai became anxious. "Brother Qin, if you don't let your fans give you tips, how will you make money?" Qin Tao laughed and said, "I have hands and feet, and I've contracted a mountain to grow fruit trees and vegetables. Why would I need anyone's tips? I'm not an online beggar. If my fans are willing to give, that's their way of showing their appreciation, but I will never ask my fans for anything. That's my bottom line." Wang Wenkai was speechless. The fans were furious. "Excellent. What a self-reliant streamer. Because of what you said, I'll be your biggest fan from now on, and I'll join the fan club right now. I've joined the fan club too. I have to be a fan of a streamer like this. To be honest, I'm just a student. When I watch other people's live streams, I'm always asked to give them money. I had no choice but to spend a little, but it's really not a good feeling. It's better to be a dad streamer, because they don't ask for money. Yes, what's the difference between someone who keeps asking for tips and an online beggar? Can't they be self-reliant? Support the streamer. Thumbs up for the streamer. I love this kind of positive energy from the streamer. Brothers, let's get this fan club going. I'll start by giving out a fan badge. Immediately, fans flooded the screen with messages. The number of fan groups is also constantly increasing. 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Although they are just small fan badges, their numbers are growing rapidly. The sound waves are also increasing dramatically. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. Qin Tao could not see the comments. Wang Wenkai saw it clearly, and his eyes widened in disbelief that Qin Tao's words would have such an effect. Qin Shuyao, who was standing nearby, had already opened her phone to watch the live stream. I was quite surprised by the comments in the live stream. She never expected that her childhood friend would have so many fans. The live stream continues. Qin Tao held up a pair of tongs and said, "Look at this. This is a pair of tongs I made myself. It's the most convenient thing to use to catch small fish." A wave of question marks immediately appeared in the live stream chat. Will this thing work? Is this suitable for catching fish? It looks like a pancake sandwich. This thing can catch fish? Hey streamer, if you can catch this fish, I'll wash my hair while doing a handstand. Upstairs, I prefer watching people pee upside down. Wanna try it? They're all talented. I believe in the streamer. Are you guys stupid? Do you think a streamer would actually do a live stream that contradicts themselves? Just you wait and see. Host, please begin your performance. Qin Tao held a flashlight in one hand and a bamboo clip in the other. Immediately, Qin Tao spotted a fish, reached out, and extended the bamboo tongs. When the bamboo tongs were extended, they already had a small fish caught in them. The little fish was wriggling when Qin Tao casually tossed it into the bucket. However, the audience didn't see what happened clearly. They only saw Qin Tao throw something into the bucket. Wait, what just happened? Did you catch any fish? The anchor moved so fast, I didn't even see it clearly. Could you play it in reverse, slow it down, and watch it again? I can't see clearly. Did you catch them? The audience was completely bewildered. Wang Wenkai also looked surprised, holding his phone up to the bucket. Look, we've already caught one. Just then, another fish was thrown in. The fish were swimming rapidly in the bucket, clearly startled. Qin Tao said, "Give me your phone." Wang Wenkai simply couldn't keep up with his speed. Wang Wenkai blankly handed his phone to Qin Tao. Qin Tao held the handheld gimbal together with the flashlight and aimed it at the water. Suddenly, the bamboo tongs were quickly inserted into the water. The fish, which was still in the water, was caught in the bamboo clamp in an instant. When the bamboo tongs were pulled out of the water, there were only a few ripples on the surface, and it did not cause much of a disturbance. A small fish was securely held in the bamboo tongs. This time, the audience saw it very clearly. Chapter 87 The Little Whale Wants to Catch Fish. The audience was stunned when they saw this. That's way too fast. Wow, this streamer is amazing. That hand speed is unbeatable. It's even faster than my hand speed after being single for 28 years. The streamer is awesome. The fish was still in a daze when it was picked up. That's incredibly fast, and did you see that? The water isn't even rippling. Is this a case of taking advantage of someone's inattention? Nonsense. They took advantage of the situation to make a quick buck. Qin Shuyao also saw this scene through the live stream and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Daddy is so awesome. Little Whale, Qin Tao's #1 fan, immediately cheered. The audience heard the sound of the baby whale. The little whale is here too. Host, I want to see the baby whale. Where's the little whale? Let him make an appearance. I miss the little whale. Host, let the little whale out quickly. Hey streamer, you haven't released the second part of today's episode yet. Quickly, let the baby whale out. These are all loyal fans of the little whale. Comparatively speaking, Little Whale has more fans than Qin Tao. Qin Tao did not see the comments. He explained, at night, fish are at their least wary, so you can easily catch them with these clips. As he spoke, Qin Tao continued to pick up fish. With a reach of the hand, the water rippled slightly. A small fish was caught in the bamboo clip. With a flick of the bamboo tongs, the fish was tossed into the bucket. The movements were clean and efficient. Very fast. Qin Tao swung the bamboo tongs and caught a fish. Before long, more than a dozen small fish were scooped into the bucket. Daddy, I want to try too. The little whale couldn't wait and broke free from Qin Shuyao, running to Qin Tao's side. Upon hearing the baby whale's voice, fans launched a petition. Host, let the little whale give it a try. Yes, let the little whale try it. Haha, the little whale can't wait. The little guy can't wait. Let me see our little whale. Qin Tao looked at the little whale beside him and chuckled. Want to give it a try? The little whale nodded repeatedly. Qin Tao turned the camera towards the baby whale. The live stream chat immediately exploded. Wow, a little whale. Finally, I can see my little baby. So cute. He's wearing a cotton padded jacket. Ha ha ha, he looks like a little penguin. It's a minion-themed cotton-padded jacket. How cute. I love it. I always find the little whales so much fun. I absolutely adore this little guy. Fans' love for the little whale is unparalleled. Wenkai, can you hold this for me? Qin Tao handed his phone to Wang Wenkai. Wang Wenkai took out his phone and started filming. Qin Tao handed the bamboo clips to the little whale. The bamboo clips were small in Qin Tao's hands, but they seemed quite large in the little whale's hands. The little whale held the bamboo clothespin with both hands and tried to clamp it. It was very difficult, and its little face turned red from straining. The fans couldn't help but laugh when they saw it. Haha, I can't even pick it up. So cute. That's awkward. He can't use this tool. That's funny. The little guy miscalculated. Haha, look at the little whale. It's all messed up. Qin Tao smiled when he saw this. One hand is holding a baby whale, and the other is shining a flashlight on a small fish in the pool. Come on, grab this one, Qin Tao said. He picked up the baby whale and laid it horizontally on the water's surface, making it easier for him to catch fish. If you don't hold him, the baby whale's limbs are too short to reach it, and it could easily fall into the stream. Wow, he's got amazing boyfriend potential. He's bursting with dad charm. Dad is amazing. He can hold the baby whale horizontally with one hand and hold it so firmly. He's really strong. That's incredible strength. The grip is so steady. The little whale is so lucky. The little whale was also very excited, gripping the two bamboo strips tightly with its two little hands and reaching out to grab the fish. But as soon as he went into the water, before he could even grab the fish, it flicked its tail and disappeared into the water in a flash. Oh dear, how did it get away? The little whale cried out in frustration. Qin Tao smiled, pursing his lips. Qin Shuyao, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh and called out, Little whale, you should hurry up, or the fish will get away. Okay, I understand, the little whale replied. The fans, however, were amused. Why is there another woman here? Is it that girl from last time? I have a feeling this girl is messing with the little whale. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The little whale actually believed it. Just wait and see. There will be a good result soon. Poor little whale. Just as the fans expected, the little whale listened to Qin Shuyao's advice and quickly put the bamboo clips into the water. But this time, he threw the bamboo clips out. Ha 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 ha. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Forgive me for laughing like a pig. Hee hee, forgive me for laughing like a goose. I burst out laughing. Ha ha. The little whale is so cute. It was so funny. I was laughing so hard on the subway that people thought I was crazy. Ha! The fans were in stitches. Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh. How did you lose the clip? Qin Tao asked with a smile. Qin Shuyao covered her mouth and chuckled, not daring to say anything. Wang Wenkai held a handheld gimbal, but even the gimbal's stabilization function couldn't stop the shaking from his whole body as he laughed. The little whale looked dejected, staring at the bamboo clip in its hand, and stretched out its little hand to grab it. Qin Tao, however, lifted him up. The little whale was wearing a down jacket. If it reached out to grab it like that, it would get completely soaked. I'll pick it up for you. Qin Tao put the little whale back on the shore, then reached out and scooped the bamboo tongs out of the water. After retrieving the bamboo tongs, Qin Tao handed it to the little whale. The baby whale did not reach out to take it. What's wrong? Qin Tao asked. The little whale pouted slightly and said, I can't even hold it. Qin Tao frowned slightly. Children, especially those as young as little whale, are prone to giving up or becoming discouraged when faced with things they can't do or haven't succeeded at, and are unwilling to try. Reason Qin Tao used the bamboo tongs to fish out the baby whale was to prevent it from giving up so easily. Qin Tao immediately said, You've only tried twice. Why don't you try more? Not everyone can succeed on their first try. Do you know how long I practiced before I was able to catch it? How long? The straightforward little whale asked directly. Qin Tao thought for a moment and said, Probably several days. Then I'll try again, the little whale said, reaching out to grab the bamboo clips. Chapter 88 The Most Important Qualities of a Child. Since Dad has been practicing for several days, he should continue practicing too. Then become as skilled as Dad. The little whale is full of fighting spirit. Qin Tao smiled and stretched out one hand to hold the baby whale horizontally, placing it on the water's surface. Fans were full of praise after seeing it. This dad is great. Never give up on educating your children. His values are incredibly positive. I've completely fallen in love with this father and son. Me too. At first, I just thought the father and son were incredibly good looking, but now I realize that they also have such positive values. This is truly a case of being attracted by their looks and then falling for their talent. This teaching method is textbook level. It's amazing. As a father myself, I felt ashamed seeing this dad's parenting style. At the same time, I also learned a lot from him and benefited greatly. This is the real way of educating. I've learned something. The little whale, not giving up, continued to use the bamboo tongs to catch fish. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He couldn't even close a bamboo tong, let alone catch a fish. Even as soon as you dip your finger into the water, the fish swims away. Some fish were startled and swam away before the baby whale could even make a move. The little whale looked somewhat dejected, but its eyes were full of determination. Little by little, the little whale practiced continuously. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Many fans began to feel sorry for him. Host, how about we call it a day and let the little whale rest for a while? Look, the little whale's face is all red from exhaustion. Host, didn't you see the sweat on the little whale's face? Host, he's still too young. That's enough. The little whale's hands were shaking. This streamer is amazing. His hands haven't even shaken for so long. But, streamer, little whale can't take it anymore. Let's take a break. Seeing many people pleading for the little whale, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but look at Qin Tao, somewhat worried. The baby whale looked really tired. Qin Shuyao said with heartache, Brother Yunjin, let the little whale rest for a while. Qin Tao looked at the little whale's tired appearance and asked softly, Little whale, do you want to rest? The little whale gritted its teeth and shook its head. No, I must catch one. A relieved smile appeared on Qin Tao's lips. As a boy, Qin Tao couldn't offer his son much. When the boy was still young, Qin Tao felt the most precious gift he could give him was character. Perseverance is a very precious quality. Qin Tao is pleased that the little whale seems to have learned this quality. I'll teach you. Qin Tao put the high-powered flashlight in his mouth, freeing one hand to hold the little whale's small hand, which was holding bamboo tongs. You should do this. Gently but quickly reach into the water, then quickly grab the fish in the water, lift it up sharply, and put it into the bucket. Qin Tao spoke. He made a swift and fluid motion, picking up a small fish and tossing it into the bucket. Wow! The little whale's eyes sparkled. Fans were full of praise. As expected of a streamer. That's awesome. Complete in one go, awesome. That move was perfect. Qin Tao continued. There are several key elements involved that you need to grasp. You need to insert the clamp into the water quickly and easily, which is a very difficult skill to learn. Also, when you grab it, you have to be very quick, but you have to control the water flow well. Otherwise, if you create a splash, the fish will escape instantly. Otherwise, they are very fast, and you won't be able to grab them at all. Also, when you lift it up, don't let your hand shake. Be quick, be swift, and throw it into the bucket. Otherwise, the fish will struggle, and its body is very slippery. If you're not careful, the fish will fall back into the water, and all your efforts will be wasted. Do you understand? I understand, Daddy. The little whale said obediently. Let's try again, Qin Tao said. Okay. The little whale nodded and tried again. Under Qin Tao's guidance, the little whale's movements became more and more skillful. Of course, the little whale is not yet capable of picking up fish on its own, because it is not strong enough and Qin Tao is guiding it. This process was mainly about Qin Tao building his confidence. Finally, guided by Qin Tao, a small fish was caught. The little whale stared wide-eyed with excitement at the small fish caught in the bamboo clip. Quick, put it in the bucket, the little whale shouted anxiously and excitedly. Qin Tao smiled and flicked his wrist, tossing the fish in his hand into the bucket. Seeing the fish enter the bucket, the little whale breathed a sigh of relief. The fans couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Haha, look how nervous the little whale is. The look of relief and a sigh of relief on his face is just so adorable. Haha, he's really afraid that the only little fish he catches tonight will fall back down. The little whale's heart is finally at ease. It wasn't easy, we finally caught one after a whole night. Qin Tao released the still dazed baby whale back onto the shore. Daddy, the little whale looked up at the little whale. Qin Tao smiled as he looked at the little guy. Did I just catch a fish? The little whale asked. Qin Tao smiled and nodded. That's right. You did it. I did it. Yes, you did it. The little whale blinked, then leaped up, excitedly shouting, Yay, that's great. I can catch fish by myself now. That's awesome. Seeing the little whale cheering and jumping for joy, everyone's faces showed a relieved smile. It's like watching your own son grow up and become the person you hoped he would be, making you proud. Not only the 3 people present, but also the fans watching the live stream. Once the little whale had calmed down, it looked up at Qin Tao and said, Thank you, Daddy. If you hadn't taught me, I wouldn't have been able to catch them. Qin Tao smiled and reached out to rub the little whale's head. You're great too. Hee. The little whale smiled shyly, a little embarrassed. Fans were incredibly envious. This father and son have a really good relationship. I'm so envious. The little whale's hair looks so soft, I really want to touch it. The little whale is actually shy, how adorable. I really want to pick him up and kiss him, moi. This is what a true father and son should be like. What a harmonious relationship. I really envy this kind of relationship. Let me look at my son. Why did he suddenly want to kick me? You know what, looking at my brat, I want to put him back in. It's time to create a new account. I'm going to find my husband right now. It's been so long since I paid my dues. Chapter 89 Fans are the most important. Next up was Qin Tao. Qin Tao showed them what real skill is. The live stream lasted 2 hours. 10 o'clock. Qin Tao packed his things. Wang Wenkai showed his fans a half bucket of small fish. Wow, they caught so many today, friends. Isn't the streamer amazing? Give them a tip. Wang Wenkai was only halfway through his sentence when Qin Tao took the phone back. Dear fans, thank you for watching. You've taken up a lot of your time. Thank you. Fans commented and interacted enthusiastically. Haha, your live stream is interesting. I've come to see my little whale. Haha, it doesn't interfere with anything at all. We can watch dramas and videos just the same. I still prefer watching your live stream. There are too few streamers like you. That person just now was probably trying to get tips. Don't worry, I'm willing to tip a streamer like you, and I'll do it willingly. This streamer has such positive values. I have to watch. The streamer has a special skill. Watching your live stream is very interesting. We should thank you, the streamer. We've learned a lot from watching your live streams. Thumbs up for the broadcaster's teaching methods. Seeing so many comments, Qin Tao said, Thank you. Thank you everyone. He dislikes the way many streamers broadcast their content, and as a soldier, he has his own bottom line. But he didn't expect these people to be so tolerant of his unconventional live streaming style, and he was quite touched. During the chat, the number of virtual gifts in the live stream skyrocketed. The number of users on Douyin has remained stagnant since the beginning, when it started with 500,000. Now, 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. It skyrocketed. The data was displayed after the live stream was turned off. Online viewership, 5.75 million. Fan club members, 970,000. Sound waves, 3.72 million. Upon seeing this data, Wang Wenkai frowned and said, The number of online users is exploding, the number of viewers is exploding, and the number of fan groups is simply incredible, but the number of sound waves is too small. He felt very sorry. In a normal live stream, with so many viewers, asking for donations would definitely generate an explosion of buzz, making millions wouldn't be a problem. Qin Tao refused to accept or ask for tips, resulting in only over 3 million sound waves, which translates to just over 300,000 yuan, leaving him with only a little over 10,000 yuan. That's far too little, considering the large number of recommendations and traffic given to it. Qin Tao smiled and shook his head. Although I don't know the rules of your live streaming industry, I do know that your method of asking for tips is short-sighted and unacceptable. Although I didn't earn millions in tips tonight, as you said. But I think I gained something more valuable than $1 million income. My fan club has over 900,000 followers. That means that every time I go live, these people are likely to come to my live stream, even without recommendations. Wang Wenkai was stunned by Qin Tao's remarks. Is asking for donations in a live stream short-sighted and detrimental to one's own interests? Yes. Not everyone who watches live streams is rich. When viewers hear you ask for donations, those with money naturally don't care. But what about those without money? I like this streamer, and since they asked, I feel bad not to tip. But I don't have any money to tip. Some people might feel embarrassed and grit their teeth to recharge and tip, but they still feel awkward about it. These people might not come to the live stream again next time. This is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Qin Tao said was absolutely right. The biggest gain from this live stream was the more than 900,000 fan club members. What era are we living in now? The era of traffic, the era of fans. Fans are the greatest value. To Qin Tao, Wang Wenkai felt that he was too eager for quick success and instant benefits, without considering long-term development. Brother Qin, you're absolutely right. Only this kind of live streaming, this kind of interaction with fans, is truly sustainable. Constantly begging for donations is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, Wang Wenkai said earnestly. Brother Yunjin, how much money did you make today? Qin Shuyao leaned over to see the data. Wow, more than 3 million. Is all this money? Qin Shuyao was so excited that her eyes sparkled. Wang Wenkai explained. No, the exchange rate between sound waves and money is 10-1. What you see as more than 3 million is actually more than 300,000 in cash. That's a lot. Qin Shuyao exclaimed excitedly. You made over 300,000 yuan in one night. Brother Yunjin, you've struck it rich. More than 300,000 is indeed an astronomical figure for rural areas. Seeing Qin Shuyao's excited expression, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but add insult to injury. The 300,000 yuan still has to be split with the platform. Brother Qin's contract is a 40-60 split, so she can get more than 300,000 yuan. Ordinary people can only get 30%. That's still a lot. Qin Shuyao exclaimed, turning into a little money grubber. 3,720,000 sound waves is equivalent to 30,72,000 yuan. If Brother Yunjin takes 60%, that's 223,000 too. Even a regular live stream would yield 111,006. Wang Wenkai was speechless after listening to Qin Shuyao's calculations. Qin Tao laughed and said, "All right, you little money grubber, being a live streamer isn't that easy, and this money isn't that easy to earn either. The live stream is over. Hurry home. It's too late." "Well, okay." Qin Shuyao was a little reluctant to part, her beautiful eyes glancing at Qin Tao's phone from time to time. "By the way, Brother Yunjin, will you still be home tomorrow?" Qin Shuyao asked. Qin Tao nodded. "Of course I'm at home. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Goodbye. Good night." "Goodbye, Brother Wang," Qin Shuyao shouted and skipped away. Qin Tao, carrying a bucket of water, took the little whale and went home with Wang Wenkai. Back in the courtyard, Qin Tao took out a worn-out plastic basin. These large basins are usually used for washing clothes, but they've been abandoned for a long time and are completely rotten. However, it was still usable. Qin Tao poured the fish into the basin and added water, so that the fish would have more room to move around. Otherwise, if you leave them in a bucket overnight, all of these fish will suffocate and die from lack of oxygen. After finishing their work, Qin Tao took the little whale and Wang Wenkai to wash up. "After washing up, I went back to sleep." Qin Tao suddenly realized that he had been having more guests at home lately, and his house was clearly not big enough. It has only 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, a standard 5-room house in a rural area. It's already proving somewhat inadequate. Qin Tao was wondering if he should make another modification. As he pondered these thoughts, Qin Tao drifted off to sleep. Just as he fell asleep, Qin Tao's figure appeared in the mysterious space. This time, Qin Tao didn't wake up. Instead, he lay on the grass, sleeping soundly. Dear readers, if you like this book, please give it a 10 out of 10 rating. Thank you. Chapter 90 Grandpa's Wine. Morning. Qin Tao got up at 5 o'clock. He felt that resting in the mysterious space allowed his energy to recover remarkably quickly. It was like a phone using super fast charging, instantly fully charged and revitalized. Recently, he has been feeling better and better, and he can no longer feel any hidden ailments. Moreover, his physical condition is gradually improving. Moreover, Qin Tao could also sense the changes in the baby whale. The little one's complexion has improved significantly recently. Although his skin was already supple and full of collagen, it has become even better after being nourished by the special water. Especially her eyes, which are dark, bright, and watery, making her extremely lovable at first sight. Qin Tao went for a run at his usual pace. This time, Qin Tao plans to go even deeper into the area. If you keep running along the village path, you'll enter the mountains. When he was a child, Qin Tao often went to play in the mountains, but he rarely went there after he grew up. Qin Tao ran up the winding mountain road. There were no roads on the mountain originally, but as more people walked on them, they became paths. Wildflowers bloom on both sides of the path, some I can name, while others I have no idea what they are. There are also orchids and other similar plants, which are quite common. Wild strawberries are in abundance this season, growing everywhere, and their bright red berries are extremely tempting. Qin Tao remembers that when he was a child, his grandfather would collect wild strawberries to make wine. Thinking of this, Qin Tao suddenly had a sudden inspiration. Or, how about we make some wild strawberry wine ourselves? Qin Tao was getting impatient. After running for a while, Qin Tao started to turn back along the same route and head back. When they got home, Chen Fenghua and Qin Baimu were already tidying up in the yard. Upon seeing Qin Tao return, Chen Fenghua said, "Yin Zhen, where did you get so many small fish?" "We caught it last night. We're going to deep fry it later," Qin Tao said. "Okay, you can clean it yourself. These little fish are too much trouble to clean, and I'm too lazy to do it," Chen Fenghua said directly. Qin Tao gave a helpless, wry smile. All right. Chen Fenghua is now preoccupied with her eldest grandson and no longer cares about her son at all. During the meal, Qin Tao went to call Wang Wenkai once. Wang Wenkai responded with a sound, and then fell silent. Qin Tao figured he must have stayed up late last night, so he didn't call him again and left some food for him in the pot. After washing up, the little whale sat obediently at the dining table, looking at the food with excitement, and asked, "Grandma, what are these?" Chen Fenghua smiled and said, "This is chanterelle mushroom. It's good for your eyes. You should eat more." As she spoke, Chen Fenghua placed a large piece of food on the little whale's plate. There wasn't much food left on the plate to begin with, and this single chopstick took away more than half of it, leaving Qin Tao's raised chopsticks frozen in midair. Clearly, this dish was specially made by Chen Fenghua for the little whale. The little whale glanced at Qin Tao, then at Chen Fenghua and Qin Baimu's kind smiles, and hesitated slightly. After a moment's thought, the little whale picked up its chopsticks and awkwardly placed a piece of chanterelle mushroom in Chen Fenghua's bowl. "Grandma, you should eat too." Good, good, good." Chen Fenghua was overjoyed, her eyes welling up with tears. She was deeply moved by her eldest grandson's sensible manner. Grandpa, little whale picked up a piece of chanterelle mushroom, but it fell back into the bowl with a thud. Then she quickly picked it up again and handed it to Qin Baimu. Grandpa, you eat too. Qin Baimu hurriedly took the bowl and accepted it, his face beaming with joy. Good, good, my dear grandson. Daddy. The little whale immediately scooped out most of the remaining food in its bowl and gave it to Qin Tao. You eat too. Seeing this, Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh. The little guy can tell the difference quite well. I know that Dad is still the most important. This son was well loved. The elderly couple looked at the baby whale with even more fervor. Such a thoughtful grandson is so heartwarming. Now, they would be willing to go up the mountain to dig ginseng and picklingji for their eldest grandson. Everyone enjoyed the meal. After finishing his meal, Qin Tao asked Qin Baimu, Dad, where are the jars my grandfather used to use for brewing wine? Qin Baimu frowned and pondered. Your grandfather loves brewing wine, but I don't know where he keeps his things. You should ask your mother. Mom. Qin Tao looked at Chen Fenghua. Chen Fenghua listened the whole time. She was also pondering it. A while later, Chen Fenghua said, It seems to be buried behind the house, but I don't know exactly where. You can look for it when you have time. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao's eyes lit up. The old man has always enjoyed brewing wine. Since he went up the mountain to cultivate some kind of Tao, he has never come back. But this wine has been buried underground all this time. How fragrant and mellow this wine must be after all these years. Just thinking about it made Qin Tao's mouth water. Sudden, Qin Tao sensed something was wrong with his surroundings. Turning his head, he saw that Qin Baimu also looked greedy. He whispered to Qin Tao, When you find some, save some for me. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Fenghua discreetly. Qin Tao gave Qin Baimu a knowing look. My mom is keeping a closer eye on my dad these days. She doesn't let him drink much anymore. Let's go? Let's get going. Let's go? Let's see if this guy surnamed Lu can bully people like this. Just take them down. Suddenly, a noisy commotion came from outside. Qin Tao looked towards the entrance and saw many people running eastward. What's going on? Qin Tao noticed that many people were holding shovels, sticks, or similar objects, as if they were about to fight. Qin Tao, carrying a hoe on his shoulder. Qin Tao hurriedly asked what happened. Qin Yunbin explained, It's our fourth uncle's house. Lu Dazhuang and a few others were fishing in our fourth uncle's pond when one of his friends accidentally fell into the water and is now trying to extort money from him. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao glared at him. Lu Dazhuang, is he out of his mind because he's so poor? That's right. I heard a fight broke out. The Lu family has already gone, and our people have to go too. We can't let our fourth uncle suffer. Qin Yunbin said indignantly. Qin Tao nodded. Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look. Qin Baitu also wanted to go. After all, Qin Baishu was his younger brother. Qin Tao managed to persuade Qin Baishu to give up after much persuasion and assured him that he could handle the situation and guarantee Qin Baishu's safety. Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin quickly ran over. In fact, in rural areas, especially in mountain villages like theirs, the people are known for their fierce and unruly nature. In earlier years, it was common for people to get into trouble and even be beaten to death in the village. Although things are much better now, internal conflicts within the village can still become very serious if they escalate. If there are too many people and someone starts to cause trouble together, it could really escalate into a team fight. If something really happens, it's hard to say what will happen. Chapter 91 Fishing in the Aquaculture Pond. Qin Family Village. Dongqing Pond. These used to be 4 large pits, which were dug into ponds and contracted out to Qin Baishu for fish farming. Qin Baishu himself is an honest and simple farmer who has worked hard to raise fish for many years, but he has not made much money. But he couldn't bear to give up his old profession and continued to raise fish to barely make a living. Qin Baishu is extremely lively today. Dozens of members of the Lu family came and surrounded the small wooden house in front of the pond. Lu Dazhuang stood at the front, hands on his hips, pointing at Qin Baishu and saying, Qin Baishu, if you don't pay me back today, believe me, I'll poison all your fish. Qin Baishu trembled with anger and said furiously, Lu Dazhuang, you're going too far. Why should I pay you? You were the ones who fell into the pond yourselves. Lu Dazhuang sneered. That's because you didn't take proper safety precautions. How can you not take precautions when letting someone fish for you? If they fall in, it's your responsibility. Qin Baishu was so angry that he could barely speak. I didn't even agree to you fishing here. You insisted on fishing. Did you take the money? Lu Dazhuang asked, pointing at Qin Baishu's nose. Take the money. Lu Dazhuang sneered. If you take the money, you have to take responsibility. Oh dear. Qin Baishu slapped his thigh in anger, squatted down on the ground in frustration, and was extremely annoyed. In fact, Qin Baishu disagreed from the very beginning. How could he possibly allow people to fish in his own fish pond? These fish are all raised to a large size. As soon as you throw something at them, they swarm over in droves. If you want to catch fish, you'll catch them every time. In a morning, you can easily catch 100 or so fish. How much money did Lu Dazhuang and his group give? 10 yuan. What can you do with 10 yuan? You should sell all these fish. Each fish is a large fish weighing 6 or 7 jin, 7 or 8 jin, or even more than 10 jin. One fish costs more than 10 yuan. Moreover, they weren't fishing alone. Lu Dazhuang's friend had only fallen into the water and swallowed a few mouthfuls. Lu Dazhuang then demanded 1,000 yuan in compensation from him. Isn't this extortion? He still owes a large sum of money for feed. Where am I supposed to find 1,000 yuan? A conflict arose in just a few words. Now a large group of Lu family members have arrived. They seemed ready to blow up the fish pond if they didn't get paid. Qin Baishu was both angry and annoyed, and had no idea what to do. At this moment, the Qin family also rushed over to support Qin Baishu. In critical moments, relatives from the same village and with the same surname are still very reliable. The two sides remain deadlocked. The number of people on both sides is also constantly increasing. Let me tell you, no matter how many of you come today, it's all useless. Do you know who fell into the water? I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits just from telling you. If you don't hand over this money today, you can expect to be arrested. Lu Dazhuang said arrogantly. Seeing Lu Dazhuang's arrogance, the Qin family began to have some doubts. They all knew that Lu Dazhuang's uncle, Lu Xuanxing, was the town's director. Now their family is quite wealthy, and they associate with rich people in the town and county. If his friend is actually someone important, they'll be the ones who suffer in the end. They began to have doubts. Make way. Yun Zhen is here, a voice called out. Yun Zhen. Qin Tao. The soldiers are back. This is so timely. Yun Zhen is here. Everything's settled. Yun Zhen is here. Let's see how arrogant Lu Dazhuang can be now. Qin Tao is quite well known in the village. He was a leader among children since he was a child. I will join the army when I grow up. Almost no one in the village dared to provoke him. When he returned, he easily threw Lu Dazhuang away with one hand. He also beat up Lu Dazhuang in front of Lu Xuanxing, so Qin Tao still has a great reputation among the Qin family. Upon hearing the shouts, Lu Dazhuang's expression changed slightly. It has to be said, he was really afraid of Qin Tao. Qin Tao was away. He could practically run rampant in the village. However, after Qin Tao returned, he became much more restrained, out of fear of conflict with Qin Tao. Qin Tao squeezed through the crowd and saw Lu Dazhuang and Qin Baishu. Fourth uncle, Qin Tao rushed over and quickly helped Qin Baishu up. Seeing Qin Tao, Qin Baishu immediately grabbed him and said, Yun Zhen, you have to give me justice. Don't worry, fourth uncle. Qin Tao glanced coldly at Lu Dazhuang and said in a deep voice, as long as I'm here, no one will escape. Qin Baishu recounted the whole story to Qin Tao. After hearing this, Qin Tao was furious. Lu Dazhuang, have you no shame? Qin Tao immediately pointed at Lu Dazhuang's nose and cursed, what kind of skill is it for you young people to bully an old man? You're fishing in a fish pond for 10 yuan. How dare you? Lu Dazhuang's expression changed slightly. He took a step back, but still mustered his courage and said, your uncle agreed to it, and he took the money. Do you think you're stupid, or I'm stupid? 10 yuan. Fishing in a fish pond. Who are you trying to rip off? Qin Tao cursed angrily. Daddy, beat him up. The little whale, who had somehow followed Qin Tao, waved its fists and shouted, he's a bad guy. Beat him up. The baby whale's adorable appearance immediately drew kind smiles from the Qin family members, and some even quickly protected the baby whale, fearing that it might get hurt if a fight broke out. Qin Tao was also helpless. He didn't expect the little whale to run out with him. Most of the people present simply smiled and dismissed what the little whale said. But Lu Dazhuang's expression changed slightly. He was really afraid that Qin Tao would suddenly make a move. Let me tell you, do you know who he is? Lu Dazhuang pointed at the man sitting next to him, wiping himself with lingering fear. Qin Tao scoffed, I don't care who you are. You have to give me an explanation for what happened today. He wanted to show everyone that the Qin family wasn't so easily bullied. If it were anyone else, Lu Dazhuang would have already retorted. But when facing Qin Tao, he seemed to lose his tongue and dared not argue with Qin Tao. Young Master Su, Lu Dazhuang began seeking outside support. They refused to pay. Not going to pay compensation? The man called Young Master Su stood up, looked at Qin Tao, and said indifferently, it's fine. If you don't want to pay, then don't. But Lu Dazhuang was a little frustrated. He didn't expect that this young Master Su would be so easy to talk to. But what he said next made Lu Dazhuang's face light up with joy. If they don't pay compensation, these fish will just rot in this broken pond. I'd like to see who dares to buy their fish. Su Xiao said coldly. Qin Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? Chapter 92. If your mouth isn't clean, just rinse it. What do you mean? Su Jingye sneered, looking Qin Tao up and down. Qin Tao was dressed casually today, wearing black shorts and a dark green t-shirt. He likes this color because the t-shirts he was issued in the army were all this color, and he's gotten used to wearing them. In Su Jingye's opinion, this whole outfit cost less than 100 yuan. He wouldn't even deign to look at such a person. Do you know how much these shoes cost? Su Jingye asked, pointing to his wet, muddy shoes. Qin Tao glanced at it, and couldn't help but frown. He really didn't notice. As top-tier special forces soldiers, they are also top-tier agents. Their requirement is that one has a very broad range of knowledge. It's also good to have some knowledge of designer clothing. But Qin Tao really couldn't tell which luxury brand the shoes were. Don't recognize it? Su Jingye reached out and wiped the mud off the shoes, revealing the 3 stripes. These are Clover shoes, 1,300 yuan. Do you know how much these pants cost? Su Jingye pointed to the Clover logo on the pants and said, 580. Do you know how much this t-shirt costs? 620. My clothes are ruined now. Is it too much to ask for 1,000 yuan? I only asked for 1,000 yuan because I think you poor farmers don't have much money. Okay, if you're unwilling to pay now, that's fine too. I don't care about this little bit of money. But, starting today, you can forget about selling any of your fish. I'd like to see who the hell dares to buy them. Staring at me? You're not happy about that? Let me tell you, the manager of the Guanshan County Farmers Market is my dad. If I say I don't want your fish, you won't be able to sell a single one, and they'll just rot in the fish pond. After hearing these words, Qin Tao smiled. Qin Tao shook his head with a smile. He said to Su Jingye, "You're so awesome. Does your dad know?" "What the hell do you mean?" Su Jingye was filled with anger. Qin Tao immediately raised his hand and slapped Su Jingye hard across the face. Snap! The slap was extremely loud. This completely stunned Su Jingye. Su Jingye's face swelled up at a visible speed. "Qin Tao, what are you doing?" Lu Dazhuang was startled and shouted angrily. "The people who come to our village to buy vegetables and fruits are all vendors from the Guanshan County Farmers Market. You hit young Master Su, who will dare to come to our village to buy things in the future. You are cutting off the source of income for everyone in our village." These words immediately caused panic among many people. On the Lu family's side, "Qin Tao, have you gone mad? Cut off our source of income. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Who do you think you are? Just because you can fight doesn't make you any better. In this world, you're nothing. Apologize to young Master Su right now. Kneel down and kowtow to young Master Su to confess your sins." Some members of the Qin family were also starting to feel scared. "Yinjin, maybe we should just forget about it. How about we pay you back? Don't hit me again. If I end up having to pay medical bills, it'll be even more difficult." Qin Tao ignored what these people were saying. He glared at Lu Dazhuang and said, "Shut up." In Lu Dazhuang's eyes, Qin Tao was like a ferocious beast, and he trembled all over from Qin Tao's glare. He took a step back, like a defeated rooster, and dared not utter a word. Qin Tao stared at Su Jingye, who was covering his face. "Young Master Su?" Qin Tao called out to Su Jingye. Su Jingye covered his face, pointed at Qin Tao, and cursed, "You dare hit me? Holy crap, this whole thing is over." Bang! Before Su Jingye could finish speaking, Qin Tao kicked him to the ground. "Damn it, you dare hit me!" Su Jingye cursed, clutching his stomach. He'd never suffered such a loss before. Qin Tao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he rushed forward, kicking Su Jingye in the stomach again. Vomit! Su Jingye spat out his breakfast and curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach. Everyone present was startled. They never expected Qin Tao to be so fierce. Yinjin, stop hitting him." Qin Baishu was startled by Qin Tao's fierce appearance and hurriedly shouted. Qin Yunbin was also startled and rushed over to pull Qin Tao back. "Yinjin, don't be impulsive. That's enough, or someone will die." "It's all right." Qin Tao pointed at Su Jingye and said, "Your dad probably didn't teach you how to speak properly, so I'll teach you for him today." "Yes, swearing is not good behavior," the little whale exclaimed excitedly from the side. Qin Tao broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said to Qin Yunbin, "Take the little whale away right away. Don't let him watch here. This little guy is getting more and more violent." Qin Tao doesn't want the little guy to be like this, nor does he want to have a bad influence on him. Qin Yunbin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Be careful what you do. Don't cause any trouble." "I know." Qin Tao nodded. Qin Yunbin quickly turned around, picked up the little whale, and walked out. The little whale refused, struggling and shouting, "No, I won't leave. I want to cheer for Daddy. Dad, hit him. Little darling, stop causing trouble here." Qin Yunbin discovered that this little guy was unusually strong. Even though he was holding him like this, the little whale struggled fiercely and he could hardly hold him anymore. You should know that he does farm work at home and also goes to construction sites to dismantle houses and move bricks. He's incredibly strong. The little whale, such a small child, gave him a very powerful feeling. This struck Qin Yunbin as incredible. But Qin Yunbin still carried the baby whale and quickly left. The little whale shouted at the top of its lungs, "Go, Daddy! Dad, hit him! Dad, teach him a lesson!" Hearing the baby whale's cries, Qin Tao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This kid gets so excited when he sees him beating someone up. Su Jingye struggled to his feet, pointed at Qin Tao, and cursed angrily, "Damn it! This isn't over. You just wait. I'm making a call right now." As he spoke, Su Jingye took out his phone to make a call, but Qin Tao wouldn't give him a chance. With a swift kick, he sent Su Jingye sprawling to the ground. We were already very close to the pond. Qin Tao's kick sent Su Jingye tumbling into the pond. "Yin Zhen, don't let anyone drown," Qin Baishu shouted anxiously. "This pond is very deep. It's all right. No one will die." Qin Tao rushed forward, jumped into the pond, and pulled Su Jingye, who was drinking water, out of the water. "Is your mouth clean?" Qin Tao asked. "You're finished. If I don't kill you, I'll change my surname too. Guliulu." Qin Tao had already pushed Su Jingye into the water. "If your mouth isn't clean, rinse it properly." Chapter 93. Daddy is my Superman. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Qin Tao to be so fierce. For a moment, not a single person dared to step forward to stop them. Qin Tao lifted Su Jingye up as if he were a drowning dog. "How is it? Is it clean?" Qin Tao asked. Su Jingye was completely stunned. Cough, 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 cough. Su Jingye coughed violently. He drank quite a bit of water. He hadn't expected Qin Tao to be so fierce and ruthless. He was even more furious. "You fucking gurgle gurgle." Su Jingye has been pushed into the water again. Qin Tao shook his head and sighed. Young people these days have such foul mouths, they really need to wash them clean. Lu Dazhuang was terrified, fearing something bad would happen, and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Qin Tao, if you continue like this, someone will die." Qin Tao glanced at Lu Dazhuang and asked, "What? You want to come down and try it too?" Lu Dazhuang turned pale with fright and quickly took 2 steps back. He was really afraid that this madman would grab him and throw him into the pond. Splash! Qin Tao lifted Su Jingye up. At this moment, Su Jingye was inhaling more air than exhaling. Qin Tao raised his hand and flicked it. Thump! A grown man weighing over 100 pounds was just thrown up like that. Everyone's eyes twitched as they watched. They couldn't imagine just how powerful Qin Tao was. It's terrifying that someone weighing over 100 pounds could be thrown around like a chick. Qin Tao walked up. Almost everyone instinctively took a step back. In their eyes, Qin Tao's behavior was no different from that of a desperado. He was a complete madman. No one dares to mess with a crazy person who doesn't care about their life. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard, and the hard fear the reckless. In their eyes, Qin Tao was someone who was reckless and fearless, and who acted without any scruples. But in Qin Tao's view, this was just basic operation. How long a person can stay in the water, what level they can achieve, and even control the seconds and the person's breathing rate. Accidental death? Such a thing does not exist. He wasn't afraid if Su Jingye wanted to sue him or call the police. He was just that carefree. If you want to deal with him, bring as many as you want. He'll handle them all. He still has that confidence. Cough, 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 cough. Su Jingye spat out a few mouthfuls of water and recovered. Qin Tao walking towards him, he trembled with fear, struggled to back away, and cried out, "I was wrong, brother. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll never do it again." This is clearly because they are terrified. Upon seeing this, Lu Dazhuang's expression also changed. He hadn't expected Qin Tao to be so ruthless. Su Jingye has already chickened out. Qin Tao squatted down and looked at Su Jingye, asking, "Do you still want compensation?" No more, brother. I was wrong. I'll pay you back. Su Jingye said. "Oh, how much can you compensate me?" Qin Tao asked directly. Su Jingye thought about how much money he had left and replied, "I have a little over 3,000 on me right now, and some more on my phone." "Then let's make it 3,000. Qin Tao waved his hand and said, "This guy's phone got what a long time ago. It's hard to say if it's even usable anymore. So how can you transfer money?" Su Jingye quickly took out all the money from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tao with both hands. Qin Tao didn't even count. Holding the wet money, he continued, "So tell me, can we still sell these fish?" Yes. Anyone who dares not to accept them can forget about setting up a stall in our area," Su Jingye hurriedly said. Qin Tao nodded in satisfaction. "It's done. Everything's fine now. You can go." Qin Tao's words, Su Jingye almost knelt down and kowtowed in excitement, but quickly got up and ran away. "Young Master Su." Upon seeing this, Lu Dazhuang quickly chased after him. Qin Tao stood up and looked towards the Lu family. "What? You want to fight?" Qin Tao asked, squinting. "Coax." The Lu family members immediately scattered. Who would be so foolish as to attack Qin Tao? Isn't that just courting death? They have families to support. Who would dare to risk their lives? They dared not provoke someone like Qin Tao who acted without any scruples. Many people made up their minds that they should never mess with Qin Tao again. This guy is absolutely insane. Qin Tao's face as he watched the Liu family flee in disarray. He turned and walked towards Qin Baishu. Fourth uncle. Qin Tao handed 3,000 yuan to Qin Baishu. This is the money they paid as compensation. Take it. No, no, no. Qin Baishu quickly waved his hand, declining. You wanted this, I don't want it. If it weren't for you, I would have had to pay compensation. How can I ask for money again? Qin Tao shoved the money into Qin Baishu's pocket and said in a deep voice, Fourth uncle, this money is compensation for you, so just take it. This. Qin Baishu was a little embarrassed. Qin Tao said to Qin Baishu, Fourth uncle, my brother isn't home. If there's anything you need, just tell me, and I'll help if I can. Besides, we don't need to be afraid of them at all, like today. Do the Liu family outnumber the Qin family? They can't possibly bully the Qin family. That's right. Fourth uncle. Qin Yunbin also ran over and said to Qin Baishu, if you need anything in the future, just call us. If you want to bully us, don't even think about it. Qin Baishu was deeply moved and was speechless with emotion as he looked at Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin. Qin Tao then looked at Qin Yunbin and asked, where's the little whale? I've already given it to your mother to watch over, Qin Yunbin said. Qin Tao quickly said to Qin Baishu, Fourth uncle, I have to go back. Little whale is too noisy. I need to go back and check on him. After saying that, Qin Tao hurried back. When the Qin family members saw Qin Tao, they all smiled kindly and greeted him. Yun Zhen, well done. Yun Zhen is amazing. From now on, the entire Qin family will be counting on you. Go back, Yun Zhen. Your son is so adorable. Let's go back. Take care. Qin Tao had never seen these people so enthusiastic before. He didn't pay any attention. Life is for yourself, not for others to see, so don't worry too much about what others think. Back home. When the little whale saw Qin Tao return, it immediately ran over, pounced on him, and jumped into his arms. Daddy, how did it go? Did you teach that bad guy a lesson? The little whale asked excitedly. In his eyes, anyone his father beat up must be a bad guy. Qin Tao hugged the little guy who rushed towards him and said with a serious expression, you got so excited when you saw Daddy fighting with someone? The little whale, completely oblivious to the odd tone in Qin Tao's voice, continued excitedly. Of course. Daddy is my Superman, Spider-Man, Iron Man, and Thor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He fights bad guys and protects me and Mommy. Chapter 94 Blue Transformed Green Tree Python. Qin Tao originally wanted to take this opportunity to teach the little whale a lesson. But upon hearing the little whale's words, Qin Tao couldn't utter the words of reprimand that had already slipped into his mouth. Who has been young for many years? Which child doesn't dream of being a superhero? Neza and Sun Wukong, the young heroes of China. Foreign Spider-Man, Iron Man. Which father doesn't want to be his child's superhero? The little whale now clearly sees Qin Tao as her superhero. A child who lacked fatherly love from a young age, after seeing that he had such a powerful father, coupled with what happened in Los Angeles, made little whale even more certain that his father was a superhero. Qin Tao couldn't bear to shatter his dream. Of course, Qin Tao smiled and ruffled the little whale's head, saying, Daddy is a superhero. If any bad guys come here, Daddy will chase them away. Wow, Daddy's so great. Mwah. To reward Qin Tao, the little whale gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Qin Tao's face lit up with a smile. No one can resist the little whale's sweet kisses. Qin Tao hugged the little whale and asked, your mother's assistant should have someone send something over today. Are you looking forward to it? Aunt Monica? The little whale asked excitedly. Qin Tao nodded. Qin Tao had very little contact with Monica. Every time she came over, she was always in a hurry, and Angelina Hathaway always went out to work with her. The little whale seemed very happy. That's wonderful. Aunt Monica will definitely prepare lots of gifts for me because she listens to my mother's arrangements. Qin Tao nodded with a smile. The little guy knows quite a bit. He knows who the leader is and who should listen to whom. Qin Tao hugged the baby whale and placed him on the rocking chair. Qin Tao took his computer out of the living room and prepared to send out today's video. The video was edited yesterday. Because there was no Wi-Fi, Qin Tao could only place his phone next to his computer as a hotspot. Uploading would take time, so Qin Tao got up and went to the back of the house. He was holding a shovel. Yesterday, the little whale almost got bitten by a 5-step snake right here. There might even be venomous snakes present. Woof woof. Big Yellow followed behind Qin Tao, barking repeatedly. Qin Tao immediately became alert. Animals are much more sensitive than humans. The fact that Da Huang is barking like that means there is definitely danger nearby. He stopped and carefully listened to his surroundings, his sharp eagle eyes scanning every corner. Sudden, Qin Tao narrowed his eyes and stared intently at a certain spot. There was a splash of blue in the grass at the corner of the wall. Qin Tao slowly raised the shovel in his hand. Hiss! The snake seemed to sense the approaching danger and poked its head out, hissing. This is a python. Qin Tao saw the snake. He recognized its name, the green tree python. These pythons mostly come from Indonesia and Australia. Qin Tao had once seen this rare python in the jungle. But no matter what, this kind of python shouldn't be here. Furthermore, this green tree python has a deep blue sheen all over its body, clearly indicating that it is a mutated green tree python. Qin Tao has some knowledge of animals and knows that this type of mutated animal is extremely rare. Furthermore, this green tree python is not venomous and is not very large. Qin Tao immediately dropped the shovel. Woof woof. Big Yellow seemed unable to contain itself any longer, barking a few times as it charged forward to fight the blue-green tree python. Holy shit. Qin Tao cursed and quickly grabbed Big Yellow. Big Yellow is the king of dogs. Furthermore, Qin Tao fed him spiritual water to modify his physique, making him incredibly ferocious. And it is not toxic. Faced with Big Yellow, this blue-green tree python is doomed. Qin Tao hugged Da Huang and scolded, "Don't move. Be quiet." Big Yellow roared wildly. He was all ready to fight, and suddenly having to stop him must have been so difficult. It took a while for Da Huang to calm down, and he looked a little depressed. Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Tao quickly stepped forward and grabbed the head of the blue-green tree python. This blue-green tree python was also very ferocious. It immediately twisted its body, wrapped around Qin Tao's arm, and used its usual hunting method, strangulation. But this level of strangulation was completely useless against Qin Tao. Qin Tao smiled, feeling the tight straps on his arms, which actually felt quite comfortable. In fact, whether it's animals or humans, the act of strangulation is a contest of muscle strength, bone strength, and power. Qin Tao's body had been tempered through countless trials, and his bones and muscles were several times that of a normal person. This blue-green tree python was no match for Qin Tao at all, and could not even cause him any harm. Qin Tao came out. The little whale saw the blue-green tree python in Qin Tao's hand. Wow, a big snake. The little whale excitedly jumped off the rocking chair. Upon hearing this, Chen Fanghua quickly ran out. Seeing the blue-green tree python in Qin Tao's hand, he immediately shouted, "Why are you grabbing him? What kind of snake is this? Why is it this color? Let it go right now, or it will bite you again. Don't let it bite, little whale, or I'll never forgive you." Qin Tao gave a wry smile and explained, "Mom, it's a python. It's not poisonous." A python? Chen Fenghua's eyes widened. She ripped off her scarf and pointed at Qin Tao, saying, "Throw it away. Throw it away right now. Go to the mountains. Throw it far away." Qin Tao was extremely frustrated. "Mom, this is a mutated blue-green tree python. It's very rare. How precious can it be? This thing is terrifying. You should throw it away right now." Chen Fanghua didn't care about any of that. "Daddy, let me see. Let me see the snake." The little whale was very excited, its big eyes staring at the blue-green tree python with curiosity on its face, and it even wanted to reach out and touch it. Qin Tao squatted down, pinched the blue-green tree python's head, and said to the little whale, "Touch him. He's fine, he's cool." The little whale cautiously reached out its hand, wanting to touch it, feeling a little hesitant and scared. Wang Wenkai came out, rubbed his eyes, stretched, and said, "Sorry, Brother Qin, I stayed up too late last night." "It's all right. I've left some rice in the pot for you," Qin Tao replied with a smile. "Okay." Wang Wenkai walked over. Sudden, he saw what Qin Tao was holding, and his eyes widened immediately. "Holy crap, Brother Qin, what's that in your hand? You mean this?" Qin Tao raised his arm and showed it to Wang Wenkai. The color, like a starry blue sky, made Wang Wenkai unable to resist reaching out to touch it. "This is a blue-green tree python." Wang Wenkai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 95: The Chance to Become a Millionaire. Last night, Wang Wenkai did indeed go to bed very late. This is his troublesome matter. Despite working at Douyin's headquarters, such a large company, he is still just a small department manager, and his salary is quite considerable compared to his peers. But within my own circle of friends, that's nothing at all. It's even at the bottom. The only thing I can be proud of is my own workplace. Last night, he chatted with everyone in the classmates group. Everyone discussed who should treat everyone to dinner this time. The annual class reunion is about to begin. There's always someone who becomes the rich man. This time it was Wang Wenkai's turn. Wang Wenkai definitely wanted to make a good impression. After all, his goddess was watching in the group chat, and he had to give her a good impression this time. But one of his classmates, a rich second generation, spoke up. "At Wang Wenkai, what activities are planned for this gathering? If all else fails, I can lend you my newly bought yacht. You can have fun with it. At all members, look at my new golden python. Isn't it awesome? At Zhang Tianhua, Brother Hua, your golden python is awesome. I heard that these albino pythons are extremely rare, very few in the world. They must be very expensive, right? It's SOSO, just something to play around with." I've recently developed a liking for these cold-blooded animals. Bro, look at this gecko I recently got, isn't it fierce? I saw you playing with geckos the other day, and I was thinking of getting one too. Sure, come to my pet shop another day, pick out a set of equipment, and it'll be free for you. Thank you, Brother Hua. At all members, I'm thinking of getting a green tree python. Does anyone have any resources to recommend? I'll pay a fee, preferably a mutated one. The amount of money doesn't matter. It was originally his business, but before he could even speak, Zhang Tianhua stole all the limelight. This infuriated Wang Wenbin. He didn't fall asleep until 3:30 a.m. yesterday. I've been searching for information about hotels, restaurants, and tourist attractions. But after searching around, he discovered that there was simply nowhere that could compare to a yacht. This frustrated Wang Wenbin. But when they woke up in the morning, they discovered the blue-green tree python in Qin Tao's hand. This is like a pillow delivered to someone who's just trying to fall asleep. A blue-green tree python. Absolutely cherish it. Yesterday, he searched online and found that this thing had been sold for 3.5 million. Moreover, it's available but priceless. Blue-colored green tree pythons are incredibly rare. As Wang Wenkai stroked the skin of the blue-green tree python, he felt as if he were touching stacks of thick banknotes. Brother Qin, do you know what this thing is? Wang Wenkai asked in amazement. Seeing Wang Wenkai touching the python, the little whale mustered up its courage and reached out to touch it as well. Wow, it's cool and so comfortable. Brother Yunzhen. Qin Shuyao strode into the courtyard. Upon seeing Chun Fenghua, Qin Shuyao greeted her. Auntie, you're busy. Shuyao's here. Your brother's over there. You're getting prettier and prettier, little girl. Chun Fenghua looked at Qin Shuyao with obvious affection. She thought Qin Shuyao was pretty good too. Although we both share the surname Qin and are somewhat related, there's absolutely no problem with us getting married. There are precedents for this in the village. After all, they've been separated by 10 degrees of kinship, so that little bit of blood relation is long gone. Qin Shuyao blushed a little after being praised by Chun Fenghua. Brother Yunzhen. She hurried to find Qin Tao. I just walked over. Ah! Qin Shuyao screamed in fright when she saw the python wrapped around Qin Tao's arm. Most women are afraid of snakes. Seeing such a large python with such a strange color, Qin Shuyao was truly terrified, and her face turned deathly pale. Chun Fenghua walked over and scolded. Yunzhen, why didn't you listen to me? Throw it away right now. What are you playing with? Are you still a child? Look how scared you've made Shuyao. No. Wang Wenkai quickly stopped her. Auntie, this is a blue-colored green tree python. It's extremely rare. No matter how precious it is, it's still a snake. Throw it away quickly, it's bad luck. Chun Fenghua didn't care about any of that. Wang Wenkai hurriedly said, if you're talking about something, this thing is worth over 1 million. What did you say? Chun Fenghua's voice rose 3 octaves. This one snake can sell for over 1 million? Chun Fenghua felt somewhat incredulous. Wang Wenkai took a deep breath and said to Chun Fenghua, it's not just over 1 million. To be precise, it should be over 3 million, and there's no market for it. Good heavens! Chun Fenghua was startled, and her gaze towards the blue-green tree python in Qin Tao's hand changed. This thing, over 3 million? Chun Fenghua felt her tone change. Qin Shuyao couldn't believe it either. More than 3 million for a snake? Who would buy that? Wang Wenkai realized that Qin Shuyao didn't know about this either, and a sense of pride welled up inside him. Of course someone wants it. As I just said, this thing is priceless. If you put it out there, it would definitely be worth more than it is now. Qin Shuyao covered her mouth in surprise. Her little brain just couldn't understand why a snake would be so expensive. Qin Tao asked Chun Fenghua with a smile. Mom, are we still throwing it away? What are you throwing away for? Chun Fenghua slapped Qin Tao's arm and scolded with a laugh. Quickly find me a place to put it. Don't let it run away. Take good care of it. Don't let it die. It's worth millions. Qin Tao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his mother. She was just cursing him, but now she suddenly changed her tune. Wang Wenkai asked, Brother Qin, you know about this, right? I know, Qin Tao said. A green tree python, and a very rare blue-colored green tree python at that. I knew it was valuable, but I never imagined it could be worth more than 3 million. To be honest, Qin Tao was also taken aback when he heard the price. Selling a python for this price is absolutely astronomical. Qin Tao got up, wanting to find something to put the blue-green tree python inside. After searching around, Qin Tao couldn't find anything suitable. Brother Qin, if there's really no space, let's dig a hole and put it down there. Anyway, it can't climb out, and the damp environment is suitable for its survival, Wang Wenkai suggested. Qin Tao nodded, thinking it was feasible. Immediately, Qin Tao asked Wang Wenkai to hold the blue-green tree python for him, and then took out a shovel and started digging a pit. When it comes to digging holes, Qin Tao is a professional. We've been professionally digging holes for years. There's always room for improvement, no such thing as the best. Qin Tao dug countless trenches and the like. About half an hour later, a pit more than 80 centimeters deep and more than 60 centimeters wide was dug out. A wooden stick was placed horizontally underneath, and then the blue-green tree python was placed inside and covered with bamboo. After ensuring everything was perfect, Qin Tao clapped his hands in satisfaction. Little Whale and Qin Shuyao were both squatting nearby, curiously watching the blue-green tree python in the pit. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Wenkai asked, "Brother Qin, these green tree pythons come from Indonesia and Australia. Where did you get them?" "It was caught right behind the house," Qin Tao said, pointing to the room next to Wang Wenkai's bedroom. Wang Wenkai was stunned, then pointed behind him and said, Right there." "Yes." Qin Tao nodded. Wang Wenkai was so frustrated. It turns out that the opportunity to make a fortune was so close to him. If he had gotten up a little earlier, he might be a millionaire by now. Chapter 96: Ideas for Renovating the Yard. Wang Wenkai felt he had a chance to get rich, but he didn't cherish it. Only after he overslept did he realize his mistake and regretted it deeply. When he woke up, his wealth was already in someone else's hands, and what was lost could never be regained. No, he never received it at all. Thinking about this, Wang Wenkai felt even more heartbroken. However, this gave Wang Wenkai an idea. "Brother Qin, I need to talk to you about something," Wang Wenkai said, pulling Qin Tao aside. Qin Tao was also frowning in thought, looking at a corner of the yard and said, "Wenkai, what do you think about me building a glass greenhouse here?" "Sure, that's a good idea," Wang Wenkai casually replied, then asked in a low voice, "Brother Qin, do you plan to make a move on this blue-green tree python?" "Make a move?" Qin Tao looked at Wang Wenkai with suspicion. "You want to buy it?" No. Wang Wenkai hurriedly waved his hands. "It's not me who wants to buy it. It's my friend who wants to buy it, you see. Not for sale." Qin Tao refused outright. "I wasn't planning to buy it. The little whale likes it quite a bit, and I'm going to keep it for myself." Qin Tao already had a series of ideas in mind when he captured the blue-green tree python. If their village wants to develop, it must constantly attract outside attention. The blue-green tree python is a promising new trend. It will attract at least a number of visitors. This will attract more people and increase foot traffic, which will make the village prosperous. Qin Tao himself has no concept of money. It's better to keep the 3 million in his hands and let the blue-green tree python continue to play its role. As long as this thing exists, the 3 million will always be there. Once it's sold, all that's left is money. Once the money's spent, you have nothing left. Wang Wenkai was embarrassed. He thought Qin Tao would act without hesitation, since the blue-green tree python was of little value to Qin Tao. But he didn't expect Qin Tao to be so decisive. "Brother Qin, why don't you reconsider? My friend here is not short of money," Wang Wenkai persuaded. Qin Tao shook his head. "I don't plan to sell it. I'm going to build a glass greenhouse here. The greenhouse is humid and suitable for animals to live in. Oh, and I'm also going to dig a pond here to raise some ornamental fish." With this blue-flowered, green tree python, Qin Tao had a general idea of the courtyard style. "All right then," Wang Wenkai said, somewhat dejected. He originally planned to sell the blue-green tree python to Zhang Tianhua, hoping to make a profit and have Zhang Tianhua give him face so that the class reunion would be a success and also attract the attention of some goddesses. Pity. The plan was disrupted from the very beginning. Wang Wenkai went to wash up in a depressed mood. Qin Tao was still pondering how to design the courtyard. The phone rang. Qin Tao walked over, picked up his phone, glanced at the computer, and saw that the video had been successfully uploaded. As for the data, Qin Tao hasn't looked at it yet. The call was connected. It's for installing broadband. The people have arrived and are installing wiring at the intersection of the county road. Qin Tao said, "Brother, could you help me install a broadband box at the entrance of our village? I'll give you another 200 yuan as a tip." "No problem," the other end readily agreed. Money really does make things easier. Qin Tao took out paper and pen from the house and began to draw up the design plan for the yard. At this time, the video was posted on Douyin. Fans who have been eagerly awaiting the second sequel are already impatient. Ding dong. After hearing the notification sound and seeing that it was a video posted by the Little Whale Farm account, I clicked on it almost instantly. A man and a dog doing this to a fish. The title itself is very appealing. It makes you eager to click and take a look. The video begins. It's a sequel to the previous one. In the previous movie, Big Yellow kept bringing back firewood. A pile had already accumulated at the little whale's feet. Then, Big Yellow ran away again. When he returned, he had a large black fish in his mouth. Big Yellow was soaking wet, but it seemed very excited, wagging its tail and tossing the big black fish under the little whale's feet. The big black fish was still writhing and struggling. The little whale seemed very excited and cheered. "Wow, Big Yellow is so amazing, it can even catch fish." The little whale excitedly pounced on it. The big black fish, with its slippery body, immediately darted out from under the little whale. The little whale excitedly chased after it. Reach out and grab. The big black fish flicked its tail. It knocked the little whale down in one go. It lay upside down, kicking twice, which was quite comical. When Big Yellow saw that the little whale was being bullied, it immediately started to whimper. Big Yellow roared and charged forward. As a result, they were stunned by a drift. Big Yellow shook its head and pounced again. "Don't run away!" the little whale shouted and ran up. The little whale leaped forward, only to miss. Upon seeing this, Da Huang immediately rushed over. The two brothers went back and forth, one after the other, but neither of them could catch the big black fish. At last, Big Yellow took a bite out of the big black fish. It took a lot of tearing and biting to finally kill the big black fish. Finally, the scene shifts, and the little whale and Big Yellow are happily eating grilled fish. Then it ends. Fans went wild after watching the video, leaving numerous comments. "Hey streamer, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, weren't we forbidden from having supernatural beings? Your dog has clearly become one. This big yellow dog is so smart. It can gather firewood and catch fish all by itself. This big yellow dog wants to eat grilled fish. That's awesome. Wow, that dog's acting is amazing. Haha, the little whale is so cute, especially the way it kicks its legs. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to turn this into an emoji. It's so cute. I feel so sorry for the little whale. That big black fish is so awful. I hope it didn't hurt the little whale. Streamer, you really have to take the little whale to get checked out. This person and dog work together so well. I really want to have a big yellow dog. This kind of mongrel is a truly good dog. It's so smart. I envy the bond between these two guys. Dogs really are man's best friend. I want to say, didn't you notice how strong this big black fish's will to survive is? Yes. Those two guys stood there dumbfounded for ages and still couldn't catch that big black fish. Big Yellow is awesome. Big Yellow is so ferocious. Those two are really enjoying their grilled fish. I'm so envious. I haven't even had breakfast, and this is what you show me? I'm starving. Netizens were amused. Within just half an hour of its release, the data had already exploded. 1.3 million views, 980,000 likes, over 50,000 comments. It's been forwarded over 10,000 times. Since it was the beginning, most of the viewers were fans, so there were a lot of likes and comments. Some people have even started downloading these two movies and sharing them with their friends so that everyone can watch them together. Some people have even turned the little whale's expression into emojis. Its reach has increased rapidly. Chapter 97. Is an online influencer going to promote products? Attention, villagers! Attention, villagers! The village chief Qin Baiching's shouts came from the loudspeaker at the village entrance. Many villagers stopped what they were doing and looked up toward the village entrance. The village's loudspeaker hasn't been used for a long time. Many people are curious about what happened this time. Qin Tao also stopped writing and looked up. This was the first time he had heard the sound coming from the loudspeaker since he returned. Attention, all villagers! Attention, all villagers! Everyone, quickly take stock of your family's agricultural products. Today, the town mayor and the village director will be coming to our village. Our town director has invited a popular online influencer to do a live-stream sales event for us. Please take stock of all your vegetables, fruits, and other produce and report it to the village committee. This afternoon, we will hold a unified live-stream sales event, and we will basically sell out everything at once. The prices will be very high, so I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. You will definitely earn more than if you sold them yourself. Don't make me urge each household individually. Those who want to make money should quickly compile their statistics and report to the village committee. The broadcast was repeated twice. Qin Tao was quite curious. Big internet celebrity? Where did this big internet celebrity come from? Qin Tao looked at Wang Wenkai. Wang Wenkai immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know. Although I am an internal employee, the streamers conduct their own activities and do not need to report to us. However, I can ask around," Wang Wenkai said. "The influencer circle isn't that big. I can find out by asking around." Qin Tao nodded. He was quite curious about this influencer-driven sales model. After all, if farmers' crops are bought up by middlemen, they themselves won't make any money because the price is much lower than the market price. If he could help these people sell their products online, that would be much better, allowing them to earn more money. He planned to wait until the afternoon to see who would be doing the live streaming sales. Chen Fanghua was also curious and walked over to ask, "Qin Tao, what kind of internet celebrity is this? Can he really help us sell our products?" Qin Tao nodded slightly. It should be fine. To be honest, he didn't know much about it either. Wang Wenkai explained, if someone is a really big internet celebrity, their ability to drive sales is extremely strong. The products are sold almost instantly, very quickly. Chen Fanghua seemed very excited. "We still have a lot of garlic at home. I'll go back and wait to see if we can sell it." After saying that, Chen Fanghua hurried back to the front yard. Qin Tao looked at Wang Wenkai with a puzzled expression. Can things like garlic really be sold through live streaming? Wang Wenkai shook his head with a wry smile. Generally speaking, fruits and vegetables are easier to sell in large quantities. If it's soybeans or garlic, they're not easy to sell. But if it's fruit, it's easier to sell. Qin Tao nodded. Fortunately, many fruits, such as peaches, are ripe now, making them suitable for online influencers to promote. By the way, if you're going to keep a python, do you need a cage? Qin Tao asked. Of course, Wang Wenkai knew about these things. After all, Zhang Tianhua often brought up this topic in the group. He learned some things through what he saw and heard. Cold-blooded animals have special cages, made of glass. Take a look at this. Wang Wenkai found the cage that Zhang Tianhua had sent him the night before, the one he used to keep his golden python. Qin Tao looked at the picture on Wang Wenkai's phone. It was a glass box containing soil, grass, branches, and the like, essentially simulating a small ecological environment for the python. Yes, that's it. I'll order one online. By the way, Shuyao, do you deliver to our area? Qin Tao asked. Qin Shuyao nodded. It's a delivery, but it's only delivered to the entrance of our village. You'll have to go pick it up yourself. Okay, Qin Tao nodded. Dropping them off at the entrance is enough? If necessary, I can just ride my bike to pick them up later. Qin Tao opened the shopping website and found a terrarium, but discovered that none of them were the right size. They were all terrariums for geckos and lizards, not for pythons. After all, they don't understand this stuff. Wang Wenkai thought for a moment and said to Qin Tao, I'll ask my friend. As he spoke, Wang Wenkai took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Tianhua. Young Master Zhang, where can I buy a python-sized enclosure? Zhang Tianhua replied to the message quickly. Pet stores have them. You have a pet too? What kind is it? Send me a picture so I can take a look. Wang Wenkai immediately sent over the photo of the blue-green tree python. Soon, a video call came in. Wang Wenkai answered the call. Zhang Tianhua's excited expression appeared on the phone screen. Holy crap, you're awesome. I just said it yesterday, and you got it today? And it's top tier. A blue-green tree python. Awesome. Wang Wenkai scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's not mine. It's just a coincidence. I only got it this morning. Let me see it quickly. Zhang Tianhua said impatiently. Wang Wenkai walked to the pit, lifted 2 bamboo stalks, and showed Zhang Tianhua what was underneath. Holy crap. It really is a top-grade, blue-colored green tree python. How much is it? Where are you now? I'm coming right away. Zhang Tianhua was extremely excited. Wang Wenkai hurriedly said, Young Master Zhang, don't get agitated. I just asked the owner, and they're not selling. We were just thinking of getting a terrarium, but the ones sold online are all too small and not suitable. So I thought you'd know more about them. So I asked you. Not for sale. Zhang Tianhua was a little annoyed, but after thinking for a moment, he said to Wang Wenkai, You don't need to bother. These large sizes are basically not sold online. The transportation is too troublesome. Where are you? I'll get a set and send it to you. This, Wang Wenkai hesitated. He was worried that Zhang Tianhua, being a rich young master, might get angry and insist on buying Qin Tao's blue-green tree python. Hurry up. Send me the address. Let's book the party there for tomorrow night too. I'll cover the rest if you don't have enough money. After saying that, Zhang Tianhua hung up the video call without giving Wang Wenkai a chance to refute. Qin Tao with a troubled expression. Qin Tao asked, Is your friend coming over for a party tomorrow night? Yes, but I'm not familiar with this area either, and I don't know where would be suitable. Let me introduce you. Qin Tao stood up and said to Wang Wenkai, I know a guy who owns a hotel. The scenery and the food are amazing. It's perfect for a gathering. I'll call him now and make a reservation for you. As he spoke, Qin Tao called Lu Shirtsong. By the way, how many people? Qin Tao asked. Around 30, Wang Wenkai replied immediately. The call was connected. Lu Shirtsong joked. Brother Qin, what brings you to call me? Brother Lu, a friend of mine is hosting a banquet and doesn't know which venue would be suitable, so I recommended your hotel. Is that all right? Sure. Of course. Lu Shirtsong laughed heartily. Brother Qin is going to introduce me to business, so of course it's perfect. All right, 30 people. Please book accommodation and dinner. Thank you, Brother Lu. Fine. After hanging up the phone, Qin Tao said to Wang Wenkai, All done. Thank you so much, Brother Qin. Wang Wenkai breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 98, Let Qin Tao Come to See Me. So far, Wang Wenkai has resolved almost all of his current difficulties. Qin Tao to sell the blue-green tree python to Zhang Tianhua. Zhang Tianhua took the initiative to come and invited everyone to come as well. This indicated that Zhang Tianhua would not embarrass him at the banquet. To be honest, he wasn't confident he could find a better place than a yacht. Furthermore, the issues of meals, gatherings, and accommodations are also resolved at the same time, achieving the best of both worlds. By the way, Brother Qin, my friend. Wang Wenkai was a little unsure how to say it. Is this Qin Tao's home? Two staff members in telecommunications uniforms asked at the door. Yes, yes, yes. That's me. Qin Tao quickly stood up. You're here to install broadband, right? Yes, we've already brought it over. Where will it be installed? The staff member asked. The living room is fine. You two have worked hard. Please come in and rest for a bit. Have some water, Qin Tao said. The two refused Qin Tao's offer and instead brought up broadband. They installed the optical modem, tested the signal, and recommended a router to Qin Tao for around 100 yuan. Before leaving, Qin Tao gave them another 300 yuan, including the cost of the router. After seeing the two workers off, Qin Tao said, I'll go to the village entrance to see where they installed the boxes. I'm going to. Qin Shuyao came to Qin Tao's side. I'm going too. The little whale insisted on following. Then I'll go too. Wang Wenkai naturally couldn't stay behind alone. Qin Tao looked at the three of them and smiled helplessly. All right, let's all go together. After all, this broadband box is very important. It will save a lot of trouble for anyone in the village who wants to install broadband in the future. The group of four walked towards the village entrance. The little whale naturally rode on Qin Tao's neck. Qin Shuyao asked, Brother Yunjin, are you still live streaming today? Qin Tao shook his head. I'm not going to do a live stream anymore. Why did you stop live streaming? Isn't live streaming very profitable? Qin Shuyao asked, puzzled. Qin Tao laughed and said, You can never earn enough money. Besides, I'm not a professional streamer. I can stream occasionally. Streaming every day and overexploiting the fan economy is not good either. Qin Shuyao thought for a moment and then asked Wang Wenkai, Brother Wang, do you think I can start a live stream? Of course, Wang Wenkai laughed. Your figure, appearance, and voice are all top-notch. It will be easy for you to gain popularity by starting a live stream. Will that be very profitable? Qin Shuyao asked excitedly. As long as you do well, making money won't be a problem, Wang Wenkai said with a smile. Actually, it's much easier for women to do live streaming than for men. As long as you want to, it's easy to achieve results. That's your advantage. Qin Tao frowned slightly as he listened to their conversation. He glanced at Qin Shuyao, who was looking excited, and frowned slightly. Qin Shuyao was one of the few college students in the village and had little experience of the outside world. Coupled with a girl's desire for money, she was easily led astray. But Qin Tao knew that if he tried to persuade them at this time, it would not only be ineffective but would also have the opposite effect. So after observing for a while, he did not offer any opinion. Village entrance. Several cars drove in and parked in front of the village committee. Lu Tsunshin got out of the car, walked to the other side, and opened the car door. A man got off the bus. He glanced around, a look of disgust on his face. You guys are so poor. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Your roads are so bad. Who would want to come here? David Lee said bluntly. Lu Tsunshin looked a little embarrassed, but still maintained a smile, and said, Mr. Lee, you don't know this. Our Qin family village is an extremely poor village, a key poverty alleviation village in the county. This road problem has been troubling us for many years. If this online influencer sales are successful, we will definitely be able to raise the funds to repair the road. Yesterday, Lu Tsunshin and Lu Dazhuang went to the county town to discuss entrepreneurship subsidies and treated the leaders to dinner at the Nanghua Hotel. I happened to run into David Lee. A local internet celebrity is treating Li Dawei to dinner. After chatting for a while, Lu Tsunshin learned that Li Dawei was looking for Qin family village. Through these interactions, the two became acquainted. Furthermore, the two also discussed related collaborations. The collaboration that can be started immediately is the one led by David Lee, which is to launch rural live streaming e-commerce. They invited the county's biggest internet celebrity to come here and do live streaming e-commerce, while Li Dawei promoted the products and traffic. This gave Lu Tsunshin a business opportunity. After all, we live in the internet age, the era of influencer economy, and there are many benefits to cooperating with such people. Li Dawei slowly said, All right, you can talk to the internet celebrities in your county. I'll arrange the traffic for your live stream tonight. Thank you so much. Lu Tsunshin said happily. Shall we go to the village committee office for a while? David Lee nodded slowly. Led by Lu Tsunshin, the group walked toward the village committee. At this moment, the little whale rode on Qin Tao's back. Wrong. Qin Tao, along with Qin Shuyao, Wang Wenkai, and others, came over. The group of people met briefly but didn't pay much attention. Li Dawei glanced at Qin Shuyao more. After all, Qin Shuyao was very beautiful, and her youthful appearance was very eye-catching. Such beauty is rarely seen even on live streaming platforms. After all, those live streaming platforms use level 10 beauty filters and top-notch makeup skills, so you wouldn't know what they look like without makeup and the beauty filters turned off. The beautiful young woman in front of you is a genuine beauty without makeup. Was that an internet celebrity just now? Qin Tao asked. Qin Shuyao and Wang Wenkai both shook their heads. They didn't know either. Inside the village committee, David couldn't help but ask Lu Tsunshin, That girl just now. Ahem. Lu Tsuanxing quickly coughed and whispered. That was the village chief's daughter. The village chief's daughter. Li Dawei suddenly realized, nodded, and had some thoughts in his mind. Upon entering the conference room, Qin Baiqing warmly welcomed them. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being willing to do live streaming e-commerce for our village. Actually, Qin Baiqing didn't know what live streaming e-commerce was, but it just meant helping to sell things, which was a good thing. According to Lu Tsuanxing, this Li Dawei seems to be a returned overseas student and the general manager of a large company. Qin Baiqing didn't understand either, but he just treated them with great hospitality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Dawei asked, is there a person named Qin Tao in your village? Qin Tao. Qin Baiqing and Lu Tsuanxing both looked at Li Dawei in surprise. Lu Tsuanxing frowned and asked, what do you want with Qin Tao? Oh, David Li said, a friend asked me to give him something, and I also have a few words to say. Lu Tsuanxing thought for a moment, but still said, the guy we met on our way here, the one with a child on his shoulders, that's Qin Tao. How about I take you to find him? That person is? David Li was also somewhat surprised, but David Li immediately waved his hand and said, just have him come see me. Chapter 99, The Little Whale's Gift has arrived. He's a project manager at Kuaishou, someone even the town mayor and village chief have to personally receive. What is Qin Tao compared to him? Should he go find it himself? Joke. He wouldn't do anything to make Qin Tao look good. His purpose in coming here was to thoroughly suppress Qin Tao. Then I'll go call him, Qin Baiqing said, standing up. No need. David Li waved his hand and said, when I first came here, didn't I see that your village has a loudspeaker? Just call him directly. This. Qin Baiqing hesitated. Just shout it out over the loudspeaker, and the whole village will know, right? Furthermore, the loudspeaker was used to notify the villagers of important information. Lu Tsuanxing seemed to understand Li Dawei's meaning and immediately said, oh, what's the big deal? Just shout it when I tell you to. It's so convenient. Go on. Qin Baiqing hesitated for a moment, then could only nod and go to the office next door. Not long after. Then Qin Baiqing's voice came over the loudspeaker. Qin Tao? Qin Tao? If you hear this broadcast, please come to the village committee. Qin Tao? Qin Tao? If you hear this broadcast, please come to the village committee. After calling twice, Qin Baiqing turned off the broadcast. Qin Tao, who was looking at his broadband box at the village entrance, was also puzzled when he heard the broadcast. Why did you suddenly say you were there? Brother Yunjin, my dad is looking for you, Qin Shuyao said. Qin Tao asked in confusion, what does your dad want with me? I don't know, let's go take a look. Qin Shuyao was very lively and excitedly pulled Qin Tao to go to the village committee. The group then walked over. When they arrived at the village committee, they were very casual. Qin Tao glanced into the office and called out, Uncle, what do you need me for? Qin Baiqing immediately came out and saw the little whale on Qin Tao's neck. He couldn't help but laugh and said, this little guy rides on your neck every day. Qin Tao joked, that's good. If you can see high when you're young, you'll grow tall later. He'll definitely grow tall. You're so tall, your child will definitely look like you, Qin Baiqing said with a smile. By the way, it's not me looking for you. It's a big boss from the big city looking for you. Come in, Qin Baiqing said. A big boss from a big city? Qin Tao was a little puzzled. He didn't know any big bosses in any big cities who could have found him here. After putting the baby whale down, Qin Tao went into his office. There are only 3 people in the office. Qin Baiqing, Lu Tsuanxing, and a middle-aged man in his 30s. You're looking for me? Qin Tao asked Li Dawei, having identified his target. David Li nodded indifferently and looked Qin Tao up and down. Qin Tao changed into slippers because his sneakers got wet when he was beating up Su Jingya. In David Li's eyes, this outfit cost no more than 100 yuan. You're Qin Tao? Li Dawei's eyes already showed some disdain as he stretched out his wrist, revealing his Rolex. Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Dawei's Rolex. First of all, this Rolex is just an entry-level model, costing at most 100,000 yuan. But Li Dawei, judging from his appearance, he's probably just a fraud. That's right. What do you want to see me about? Qin Tao asked. Someone asked me to deliver something to you. It's in the car. Go out and ask the driver to get it for you. Li Dawei said calmly, without any intention of getting up. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao immediately understood what was going on. So this person was the one Hathaway sent to deliver something to her. Their attitude was a bit bad, though. Qin Tao didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, okay, thanks. Turning around, Qin Tao said to the little whale, Little whale, the things your mother sent you have arrived. Really? That's great, the little whale exclaimed. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Let's go? It's just outside. Qin Tao pulled the little whale outside. The little whale was hopping and jumping around, looking very happy. David Li frowned. He gleaned a lot of useful information from the conversation between Qin Tao and the little whale. This was a gift from the baby whale's mother. Monica had asked her to bring this over. In other words, this little child in front of us is very likely Monica's son. No wonder she looks like she's of mixed race. This guy is amazing. He can even handle a woman like Monica. David Lee thought to himself. In David Lee's opinion, Monica is an incredibly capable and efficient woman. She is not only beautiful, but also very successful in her career. How did Qin Tao manage to snag this opportunity? However, he still had to do as Monica instructed. The open space outside the village committee. This is considered a parking lot reserved for leaders. However, the village committee didn't have much money, so they didn't even lay cement. They used broken bricks to make the ground. There were 2 cars parked outside. The 2 drivers are smoking. Qin Tao walked up and asked, "Hello, I'm here to pick up something. Which car is it in?" "Is this what Mr. Lee asked me to bring?" a driver immediately asked enthusiastically. Qin Tao nodded. The driver opened the cargo compartment, revealing 2 large suitcases. "Here they are. Do you want me to help you carry them back? They're quite heavy." "No need, thank you." Qin Tao took the boxes off with 1 in each hand. Seeing this, the driver was somewhat surprised. "Wow, you're pretty strong, bro." He struggled to move even 1 box, let alone 2, while Qin Tao lifted 2 boxes with ease, 1 in each hand. Truly impressive. "Daddy, Daddy," the little whale called from the side. Seeing the little whale's excited expression, Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh and say, "Don't rush. We'll see when we get back." "Okay." The little whale obediently agreed, but its eyes remained fixed on the box, looking somewhat impatient. "Brother Qin, let me help you move one," Wang Wenkai said, stepping forward. Qin Tao glanced at Wang Wenkai's thin frame and shook his head, saying, "No need. I'll carry it myself." "It's okay, Brother Qin, I'll help you." Wang Wenkai was very proactive and immediately pulled one of the suitcases. But when I lifted it, it didn't budge. Motionless. Wang Wenkai looked extremely embarrassed. He tried again, but still didn't move. "That's awkward." Wang Wenkai looked up at Qin Tao. Qin Tao smiled and said, "It's all right, give it to me." Qin Tao casually lifted it up, feeling relieved. Wang Wenkai glanced at the driver beside him and Qin Shuyao, both of whom had smiles on their faces, which made him feel a little awkward. He quickly followed behind Qin Tao. "Wait a minute," Li Dawei called out to Qin Tao at the entrance of the village committee. David Li, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, waved to Qin Tao. Qin Tao looked at Li Dawei, hesitated for a moment, put down his luggage, and said to the little whale, "Wait here for me." The little whale hugged one of the boxes and nodded. Qin Tao walked over, and Li Dawei blew a puff of smoke into Qin Tao's face. "I've delivered the items to you. I also have 2 sentences to share with you," Li Dawei said casually. Qin Tao frowned slightly, staring at Li Dawei. Chapter 100 Hathaway's Letter. Qin Tao frowned slightly, staring at Li Dawei. He had already realized that he wouldn't get anything nice out of David Lee. David Lee took a drag on his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. He looked at Qin Tao with disdain. "I've seen plenty of toads trying to eat swan meat, but I've never seen anyone like you who uses a child as leverage and shamelessly asks for things." Qin Tao raised an eyebrow and stared at Li Dawei. "Who said that? Who said that?" "Of course I said it," David Lee said arrogantly. "I just don't understand. How could someone as outstanding as Monica fall for you?" Qin Tao was taken aback, but immediately understood what Li Dawei meant. "My initial anger vanished, and I even felt like laughing. All right, I feel disgusted just looking at trash like you. Monica told me to tell you to send the child back before she's done with her work, otherwise you might be facing a summons," David Lee said impatiently. Qin Tao smiled and said to Li Dawei, "Then please tell Monica to mind her own business." Upon hearing this, David Lee's eyes widened immediately. "What did you say? What did you say? Who do you think you are? Telling Miss Monica to mind your own business? Let me tell you, you're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I advise you to face reality sooner rather than later, or I'll teach you a lesson." Qin Tao completely ignored Li Dawei, while Li Dawei chased after Qin Tao, pointing his finger and cursing like a shrew. Bang! A brick hit David Lee on the head. Ouch! David Lee clutched his head and crouched down. Who the hell? When he saw that it was a baby whale, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. No matter how much he looked down on Qin Tao, this kid's background was something he couldn't afford to offend. The little whale glared angrily at David Lee. "If you dare call me dad again, I'll beat you up." Qin Tao laughed when he heard that. He saw the little guy grabbing the brick earlier, but didn't stop him. He thought the little guy wouldn't be able to hit him, or wouldn't hit him accurately, but he didn't expect the force to be so great, and it hit him squarely on the head. This shows that the little guy is protecting himself. This is a good thing. We didn't spoil this kid for nothing. Qin Tao laughed loudly, reached out and grabbed the little whale by the collar, lifted it onto his head, and let it ride on his neck. The little guy, still furious, pointed at David Lee and yelled, "My daddy's Superman. He can slap you, you big bad guy, flying through the air. Don't let me see you again, or you will." David Lee stared blankly at the little whale, who was waving its arms and legs in anger. He covered his head, feeling incredibly frustrated. Qin Tao, carrying 2 enormous suitcases, laughed and said, All right, they're all gone now, calm down. Why? The little whale asked angrily. What? Why don't you hit him? The little whale was so anxious that it couldn't speak Chinese anymore. Qin Tao sighed and said in a deep voice, Take a deep breath. Adjust your emotions. Although the little whale was a little annoyed, upon hearing Qin Tao's words, it immediately closed its eyes and took a few deep breaths. I'm still angry. The little guy was still angry unless Qin Tao could give him an explanation. Qin Tao sighed and explained, It's just a misunderstanding, so I don't think it's necessary to fight him, understand? Why isn't it necessary? The little whale asked anxiously. Wang Wenkai and Qin Shuyao followed behind, watching the father and son argue. Qin Tao said slowly, First of all, you must understand that taking action is not the solution to all problems. But that's the way to solve most problems, that's what you said. The little whale repeated Qin Tao's exact words. Qin Tao felt a bit overwhelmed. This little guy was good at everything, except that his IQ was too high. Sometimes he felt like he was talking to an adult. All right, Qin Tao said helplessly. Because he's not worth my time, understand? It's like if you're the world boxing champion and some street thug wants to challenge you. Do you need to respond? The little whale fell silent. He was deep in thought. There's no need, right? Qin Tao said. You don't need to pay attention to everyone who challenges you. Otherwise the world boxing champion would be exhausted. It's like if a dog bites you, you can't just bite back, can you? But I can have Big Yellow bite it back for me, the little whale said earnestly. Qin Tao found himself speechless. Uffed. Qin Shuyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Wenkai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Tao was trying to reason with the little whale. But what the little whale said wasn't wrong either. I can't bite back myself, but I can let the Huang bite back. No problem. Qin Tao was both amused and exasperated, unsure of what to say. I understand, Daddy. The little whale had figured it out without being taught. Next time he comes looking for trouble, I'll have Big Yellow bite him. Qin Tao nodded. This young man is teachable. He really didn't know what to say anymore. If he kept talking, he'd probably get caught up in the little whale's words. Back home, the baby whale climbed off Qin Tao's neck and looked excitedly at the large box. Qin Tao arrived at the living room door and opened one of the boxes. The box contained many things, and a letter was attached to it. There was also a sealing wax stamp on it. The image above is a ferocious tooth. Qin Tao had carved this himself out of copper coin and given it to Hathaway, but she ended up using it as a sealing wax stamp. Remove the sealing wax, pull out the letter inside, and Hathaway's elegant handwriting immediately appears on it. I don't know what you need, but I bought the Iron Man model that little whale really liked before. Can you assemble it for him? Also, I had someone make a set of Sun Wukong statues, which are in the box too, so little whale can learn about China's superheroes. The juicer must be used frequently. My little whale likes to drink mango juice and lemon juice, and he drinks more when it is mixed with milk. I prepared 5 sets of clothes for each of the 4 seasons. I also bought him a few pairs of the newly released limited edition shoes and told him that they were shoes personally signed by Jordan. He should ask you to store them for him in an acrylic shoe box so that they won't get dusty. I also prepared 2 pairs of running shoes for you, so they won't hurt your feet when you run. I also prepared some socks and underwear. I know you like to wear sportswear, so I bought you some clothes. In addition, since your area is mostly mountainous, I bought you a pair of hiking boots and gear, which are more durable and long-lasting. Little whale said your cooking is delicious, but I'm afraid I won't have the chance to taste it. I bought you a set of zwilling knives, and I hope you'll get used to them. I hope you take good care of the little whale. If the little whale gets hurt or loses weight, I will definitely not forgive you. Chapter 101 Super Figurine. The words, flowing freely, convey a range of care and warmth. The last sentence, though seemingly threatening, actually conveyed a greater sense of warmth to Qin Tao. Although Hathaway is American, her personality and behavior are no different from those of a virtuous Chinese wife, who thinks of everything inside and out. After putting the letter back into the envelope and putting it away, Qin Tao said to the little whale, Your mother sent you a lot of good things. Can you guess what they are? The box was filled with all sorts of bags. This box is full of clothes and the like. The little whale shook its head, full of anticipation, and said, Daddy, tell me quickly. Qin Tao smiled, took out a shoebox, and handed it to the little whale. Take a look at this. The little whale got excited when it saw the shoebox. Clearly, he knew about this series. Opening the shoebox, the little whale took out a pair of basketball shoes with a very aggressive look and exclaimed excitedly, Wow, they're even signed by Uncle Jordan. Want to give it a try? Qin Tao asked with a smile. The little whale shook its head. I want to put it away, on my sneaker display rack. At his villa in Los Angeles, little whale has a dedicated sneaker display rack. Qin Tao nodded and helped the little whale put it away. Qin Shuyao didn't understand what was going on yet. After all, she was a recent college graduate and hadn't been exposed to many things. Wang Wenkai, however, was surprised. He knows this shoe. AJ-12 flu game. It was already quite expensive to begin with, and now with Jordan's signature, it's ridiculously pricey. He never expected to see such luxury goods in such a small village. After putting the shoes away, Qin Tao opened another box. There were 2 locked black boxes inside. Open one of them. Upon seeing what was inside, Wang Wenkai cheered almost simultaneously. Iron Man. Holy crap. An Iron Man figurine. A super figurine. How much does this cost? Wang Wenkai's voice became shrill with excitement. Figurines. It's almost every man's dream. Especially these super large-scale figures. It's almost 2 to 1. Assemble it. Daddy, help me assemble this Mark 46, the little whale cheered. His favorite is Mark 46. Qin Tao smiled and immediately disassembled the package, placing it on the ground and starting to reassemble it. Seeing Qin Tao start assembling the machine directly on the ground, Wang Wenkai felt a pang of heartache. Brother Qin, why don't we lay down a blanket? Qin Tao shook his head. It's okay, there's just a lot of mud in the countryside. It's impossible to clean it properly. No matter how clean it is, after a couple of days when the wind blows, a layer of dust will settle back down. Once assembled, the handsome Mark 46 strikes a cool pose, looking incredibly stylish overall. Great, the little whale exclaimed. Daddy, can we put him by our bedside? Qin Tao nodded. Of course. Having promised the little whale, Qin Tao picked up Mark 46 and went into the bedroom. After placing Mark 46, Qin Tao came out and brought out another black box. Wang Wenkai and the little whale both seemed quite excited. They were very curious about what was in the box. Upon opening the box, Wang Wenkai's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Holy shit! Sun Wukong, the little whale cheered. Qin Tao's eyes lit up as well. This Sun Wukong is incredibly well made. After assembling Sun Wukong, Qin Tao was filled with awe. This is a sculpture of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. His eyes revealed an untamed and arrogant spirit, a fierce determination to fight against the heavens. Awesome. Absolutely amazing. Wang Wenkai couldn't find any other words to describe it. Qin Tao nodded in agreement. This Monkey King figurine was indeed impressive. Daddy, put this on the bedside table too, the little whale said. Qin Tao nodded and carried the Monkey King figurine into the house. Wang Wenkai was filled with emotion. These 2 figurines must cost at least several $100,000, right? Could it be that these 2 people in front of me are actually hidden tycoons? The rest were just clothes and such, which Qin Tao didn't open one by one to check, but simply put away. Qin Tao put the zwilling knives in the kitchen. Qin Baimu walked into the yard, sweating profusely, and called out to Qin Tao, Yin Jin, come help me move our peanuts, broad beans, and garlic to the village committee. Qin Tao asked, why are you moving there? If you don't move there, how will they sell to you? Hurry up, a lot of people have already moved there. If you're late, you won't be able to get a number. Qin Baimu seemed very anxious. Wang Wenkai took out his phone and said to Qin Tao, Brother Qin, I just searched it up. That person should be Li Dawei, the project manager of Kuaishou. The internet celebrity he found is just a small streamer from your county with about 800,000 followers. He doesn't have much ability to sell products. Since his followers are mainly locals, selling products is almost impossible for him. Qin Tao immediately said to Qin Baimu, Dad, don't bother. It's not even certain whether we can sell them. Qin Baimu wouldn't listen. How do you know they can't sell them? This was arranged by your Uncle Baiching. Do you think he would lie to us? Qin Tao persuaded, Dad, if you really want to sell it, I'll take it to the county town for you to sell it tomorrow. Besides, we've already reported it to the authorities. If we can really sell it, wouldn't it be the same if we just moved there? Qin Baimu hesitated. Qin Tao patiently tried to persuade him from the side. Finally, Qin Baimu gave in and said to Qin Tao, Fine, fine, I'll leave all the family matters to you from now on. I won't interfere anymore. Times are changing so fast, I can't keep up. After saying that, Qin Baimu left with his hands behind his back. Qin Tao watched Qin Baimu's retreating figure, feeling a mix of emotions. I used to listen to my father in everything. Now, however, his father has begun to follow his arrangements. The change in his identity made Qin Tao realize that he bore more responsibilities. On the other side, Zhuang Miyue and her driver drove to the village committee. She is very supportive of this new model. When she heard about the live streaming e-commerce, she expressed her strong support. Upon arriving at the conference room, he couldn't help but frown. She is different from older people like Qin Baiching and Lu Xuanqing. She is very familiar with things on the internet. Those who do live streaming e-commerce all have teams. At the very least, shouldn't we have the most basic equipment? There was only one man present, who claimed to be the general manager of Kuaishou Company. What about internet celebrities? When Li Dawei saw Zhuang Miyue, his eyes lit up. He never expected that there would be so many beautiful women in such a remote and impoverished place. Qin Shuyao was one, but this one in front of me is even more charming. He was wearing a business suit, and his white shirt was stretched taut. The headlights were very imposing. Zhuang Miyue's slender and petite figure stands out even more with this explosively large body, making it hard to look at her. Chapter 102 Be Gentle. And this is, David Li showed great interest in Zhuang Miyue. After all, it's not easy to find someone who is both beautiful and has a voluptuous figure. Lu Tsunxing stood up and introduced with a smile. This is our town mayor, Zhuang Miyue, Mayor Zhuang. So it's Mayor Zhuang, hello there. Li Dawei warmly extended his hand. Zhuang Miyue frowned slightly, showing no intention of shaking hands with Li Dawei. Instead, she asked, where are your online influencers? Don't they need to communicate with us beforehand and learn about our agricultural products? I understand, of course I want to know. David Li said solicitously. Village Chief Qin, what are the specialties of our village? Have you introduced them to them? Has the live broadcast venue been confirmed? Have you prepared the introduction to the village? Zhuang Miyue's voice was cold, with a stern and authoritative tone. All three of them were stunned. They were sitting here drinking tea and chatting, completely oblivious to all of this. Qin Baiqing thought to himself, the town mayor is indeed the town mayor. His thinking is so insightful, he's just different from us. Lu Tsunxing, being quicker-witted, immediately replied, we were just discussing these things, and we're already making preparations. What about internet celebrities? Zhuang Miyue asked. David Li quickly replied, we're on our way, we'll be there soon. Zhuang Miyue said to Qin Baiqing, village chief, you must do a good job of monitoring and controlling all agricultural products. Compare the prices with market prices, compare them with purchase prices, and control the online sales prices. We can't let our people lose money. Yes. I will definitely do my best to ensure quality. Qin Baiqing hurriedly replied. Well, Mayor, it's almost midnight. How about we have a meal together? Lu Tsunxing invited. My nephew has already prepared something. It's all rural cuisine, nothing fancy. He thought he could take this opportunity to improve his chances of winning over Lu Dazhuang. Zhuang Miyue shook her head. You guys eat. Eat your meals, but you must do your work well. I won't eat here. I have something to do. I'll come back at 2 o'clock to participate in your live streaming sales. After saying that, Zhuang Miyue walked out, swaying her hips in her high heels. David Li was practically drooling as he watched. Zhuang Miyue's figure is absolutely stunning, with a perfect hourglass shape. She has the look of a fresh and cute little girl, but her personality and temperament are more like a mature and sophisticated woman. Her slender figure makes her look petite and adorable, but her explosive figure is incredibly alluring. Such a contradictory combination in one person is simply a fatal temptation. Where is Mayor Zhuang going? Li Dawei couldn't help but ask. Qin Baiqing and Lu Tsunxing both had their own guesses, but they both shook their heads. They had all heard that Mayor Zhuang was no ordinary person. When he was a secretary, he could command great influence, and now that he had been sent here, no one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, they dared not speak carelessly. Qin Tao's courtyard. Qin Tao, little whale? A clear voice rang out. Qin Tao, who was working on a design, looked up and saw Zhuang Miyue limping in. Why are you here? Qin Tao asked in surprise. Zhuang Miyue frowned and complained. It's all because you guys said you wanted to do some live streaming e-commerce. Of course I had to come and support you. If it really works, it will be a great help to our poverty alleviation efforts. It's just that the roads in the village are so hard to walk on. I almost twisted my ankle. Sister, come sit here quickly. The little whale ran over, pulling a small stool. Oh, thank you, little whale. Did you miss your sister? Zhuang Miyue squatted down and hugged the little whale tightly. The little whale felt as if it had bumped into something, and was completely dazed. I've thought about it, the little whale quickly said, put down its small stool, and ran off. Seeing the little whale's shy expression, Zhuang Miyue couldn't help but smile. This little guy is still shy? Wang Wenkai, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. The dilapidated courtyard was already adorned with the youthful and beautiful Qin Shuyao, which made it a place of great prestige. Now another stunning beauty has arrived. She has a petite and delicate appearance, but her figure is indeed amazing. Her neat short hair and exquisite features make her look petite and cute, but she also has a mature and sophisticated aura. This contradictory temperament made Wang Wenkai's heart pound. This looks so tempting. How can there be so many beautiful women in a village like this? He could never see two such stunning beauties standing together in the city. Who are these two people? Zhuang Miyue, being a leader, had excellent interpersonal skills. Seeing that there were two more people, she took the initiative to ask. Qin Tao introduced, I have a younger sister, Qin Shuyao. Her father is Uncle Baicheng. Zhuang Miyue immediately realized that she was the village chief's daughter. This is Wang Wenkai. an employee of Douyin Company. He's here to sign a contract with me. Hello, my name is Zhuang Miyue, and I am the mayor of Dagwan Town. Zhuang Miyue stood up to shake hands with the two people, but her feet hurt terribly, so she sat down again. Qin Tao immediately said, "Don't move around. You've sprained your ankle. If you keep moving, it might cause more problems." Zhuang Miyue's expression changed slightly. When she came here, her heel got stuck in a crevice in the rocks, and she twisted her ankle. The pain got worse as she walked. She thought it was just a slight twist, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. "Come on, follow me inside." Qin Tao came up and helped Zhuang Miyue up. "Shuyao, go to my front yard and ask my mom for a bottle of liniment," Qin Tao said to Qin Shuyao. Qin Shuyao immediately asked, "What if they don't have any? Should we go to the village clinic to buy one?" "Yes, it's something my grandfather left behind. It's much more effective than the ones they buy," Qin Tao said. "Okay." Qin Shuyao quickly ran out. Qin Tao helped Zhuang Miyue into the house. Startled by Qin Tao's words, Zhuang Miyue didn't dare to walk at all and leaned on Qin Tao's shoulder. With Qin Tao's help, Zhuang Miyue hopped into the living room on one foot. Wang Wenkai glanced inside but didn't dare to follow. In the living room, Qin Tao asked Zhuang Miyue to sit down. Zhuang Miyue was wearing a business skirt today. There was an old-fashioned wooden armchair in the living room. As soon as Zhuang Miyue sat down, Qin Tao pulled up a small stool and sat opposite her, which created a risk of her being exposed. Zhuang Miyue covered her skirt with her hand and looked at Qin Tao with concern. "Is my foot all right?" Qin Tao bent down and helped Zhuang Miyue take off her high heels, revealing her fair and delicate feet. "It's hard to say right now. I learned some massage techniques for sprains and bruises from my grandfather before, so let's give it a try." Zhuang Miyue was unsure of what Qin Tao was saying. Qin Tao placed his hand on Zhuang Miyue's ankle, gently kneading it to feel the injury inside. "Ouch!" Zhuang Miyue's face turned pale, and she bit her lower lip in pain. "Does it hurt?" Qin Tao asked. Be gentle. Then I will do it gently. How about this?" "Much better." Chapter 103, Giving Zhuang Miyue a Massage. Zhuang Miyue gradually got used to Qin Tao's movements and no longer felt pain. Instead, she felt warm and comfortable. "You've twisted a muscle, but it's nothing serious. I'll apply some liniment to it later," Qin Tao said, releasing Zhuang Miyue. Qin Tao's large hand left. Zhuang Miyue felt uneasy. It had been warm and comfortable just moments before, but now it hurt a little. Could you massage me for a little longer?" Zhuang Miyue asked, blushing. Qin Tao glanced at Zhuang Miyue, but didn't move. "I just gave you a quick massage. The liniment wasn't applied, so the effect wasn't very noticeable. Wait a bit." Faced with Qin Tao's answer that he was destined to be single, Zhuang Miyue was both angry and helpless. If this were her boyfriend, she would have kicked him out long ago. Unfortunately, this is not the case, and he is also the father of a baby. Zhuang Miyue could only wait. 2 minutes later, Qin Shuyao ran into the house, holding a bottle of liniment, and said, "My aunt told you to use it sparingly, saying that the family is almost out of money." Qin Tao took the liniment and nodded slightly. These liniments were all made by his grandfather. "My grandfather's liniment is famous throughout the surrounding villages. It's truly a unique product." Qin Tao had never seen a better liniment for bruises than the one his grandfather made. "So many years have passed, I guess there really isn't much left in the family. So every little bit used is a little bit less. My dad never learned this skill, and if my grandpa hadn't come back, it probably would have been gone forever." Qin Tao poured some onto his hand, and immediately a pungent smell wafted out, a mixture of alcohol and herbs, along with a faint fragrance. After pouring the liniment onto your hands, rub it in quickly. The friction generates heat, and the aroma of the evaporated liniment becomes exceptionally rich and pleasant. Feeling that it was about time, Qin Tao placed his large hands on Zhuang Miyue's ankles. "Oh, that feels so good." Zhuang Miyue squinted her eyes comfortably, looking completely relaxed. "I had already sprained my ankle, but getting up here feels incredibly good." Qin Tao quickly rubbed, massaged, and pulled. His technique was very skilled, and his strength was also strong. Qin Shuyao stared intently at Qin Tao's technique, but overlooked Zhuang Miyue's raised head and stretched neck, her face full of blissful expression. Soon, Qin Tao stopped, clapped his hands and said, "It's done. Don't move around too much. You'll be able to walk around after resting for a while." Qin Tao finished speaking. He stood up. Of course, when he looked at Zhuang Miyue, he couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuang Miyue's face was flushed, and her eyes were glazed over, as if she had just done something. "You?" As someone who had been through it all, Qin Tao immediately saw through the deception. "I'm fine, you can leave." Zhuang Miyue felt her face burning with embarrassment and covered her face to shoo him away. Qin Shuyao, being an innocent little sister, didn't understand anything. Let's go out." Qin Tao didn't want to embarrass Zhuang Miyue too much, so he pulled Qin Shuyao away from the main room. Outside, Wang Wenkai asked worriedly, "Are you feeling better?" "It's all right now," Qin Tao nodded. "Then I'll go in and take a look." Wang Wenkai was about to enter the house. Qin Tao grabbed him and pulled him back. Wang Wenkai felt that Qin Tao grabbed him as easily as grabbing a backpack, and he was powerless to resist. "She needs to rest. We can talk about it during dinner later," Qin Tao said. "Well, all right then." Wang Wenkai looked inside somewhat reluctantly, but couldn't see anything clearly. Qin Tao put away the draft design of the courtyard, walked into the main room, glanced at Zhuang Miue, whose face was still flushed, went into the bedroom, put the draft away, and came out. "Let's have lunch here," Qin Tao said. Zhuang Miue had already composed herself and said to Qin Tao with a smile, "I'm just here to freeload, so you have to cook me something delicious. It has to taste good, and it has to look nice too. Don't make me the same grilled fish as last time." Although the grilled fish was delicious last time, Zhuang Miue still had some complaints about Qin Tao's attitude towards her, and could even be said to be resentful about it, which was infuriating. Qin Tao smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll make you something nice to eat." Stepping out of the main room, Qin Tao asked, "What would you like to eat?" "I'll cook for you." "Pickled cabbage fish," Wang Wenkai and Qin Shuyao said almost in unison. They both couldn't forget the sauerkraut fish that Qin Tao made. Qin Tao smiled slightly, looked at the small fish in the large basin in the yard, and said, "Forget about the pickled fish. We can't waste the fish we caught yesterday. I'll fry some small fish for you, and I'll also make a small fish soup, which is also very delicious." "Okay." The two nodded, had great confidence in Qin Tao's cooking skills. "Eat fish, eat fish," the little whale shouted excitedly. Qin Tao smiled and prepared to cook. He turned on his phone to record video, set it up, and started cooking. Since he chose to become a video blogger, he needs to collect materials frequently. Moreover, he did a live stream yesterday, so he should download the video of cooking the fish today and post it on Douyin. Upon seeing this, Wang Wenkai offered to help him record it. His main purpose in coming here was to get Qin Tao to produce more and better videos, so he was very proactive. Qin Shuyao also curiously leaned over and asked, "Brother Wang, can we film anything here?" "Of course," Wang Wenkai explained. "Shooting various materials and editing them. These are all original videos, so the system's rating will be high, and the number of recommendations will also be high." "Oh, how do I film it? Can you teach me?" Qin Shuyao is now very enthusiastic about making videos. After all, she had personally witnessed Qin Tao doing a live stream all night, and how much money he earned. "Of course, take it, I'll teach you." Wang Wenkai naturally wouldn't refuse the beautiful woman's request. Under Wang Wenkai's guidance, Qin Shuyao began filming Qin Tao. Qin Tao first cleaned the scales and internal organs of the small fish. After cleaning, there was still a large basin of small fish left. Qin Tao started by preparing some dough and wrapping the small fish in it. Light the fire, heat the pan, and add oil. Once the oil in the pan is hot, start frying the small fish. Zhuang Miue was almost fully recovered and slowly walked over. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Miue asked. Qin Tao noticed that Zhuang Miue was still wearing high heels and said, "Go to my bedroom. There are some new slippers under the bed." "Were those? You can't wear high heels anymore, or your feet will never get better." Okay. Zhuang Miue became much more obedient and slowly walked back into the house, going to the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, two eye-catching figurines immediately caught Zhuang Miue's eye. A Super Iron Man figurine. A super collectible figure of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Even someone like her who doesn't know much about figurines could tell that these two items were quite valuable. Zhuang Miue's expression darkened slightly. Living in the countryside, you can't even take good care of the little whale, yet you spend so much money on figurines. Chapter 104 The Iron-Willed Straight Man. No wonder everyone says men are big pigs. They clearly don't have much money and live in such a dilapidated old courtyard, yet they still spend so much money to buy these figurines. She was initially grateful to Qin Tao for his kind reminder to change into slippers. Now, she felt nothing but rage. After changing into slippers, Zhuang Miue stormed out, stood in front of Qin Tao, and demanded, "When you're immersed in the world of anime, don't you ever think about reality?" "What?" Qin Tao was stunned by Zhuang Miue's sudden question. Qin Shuyao and Wang Wenkai were also puzzled as to what had happened. "Have you not changed your identity? You are a father now, living alone with little whale. Look at the conditions of the place you live now. You would rather spend so much money on figurines than let little whale live a better life." Zhuang Miue said angrily. Qin Tao frowned and stared at Zhuang Miue, saying, "What do you think is wrong with our living conditions? Although our living and entertainment facilities are not as good as those in the city, we are spiritually rich. What's wrong with farming and harvesting? As a town mayor, you look down on the lives of us farmers, don't you?" When facing Zhuang Miue, Qin Tao showed no mercy. This woman is acting like she's gone mad. She started cursing at him right away. Why should he just put up with it? Qin Tao could tell from the beginning that Zhuang Miwa definitely had the temper of a spoiled young lady, and he never intended to indulge her. Zhuang Miwa didn't expect Qin Tao to retort so directly, hurling accusations at her and leaving her speechless, but she still had to explain, "No, I didn't mean to look down on farmers' lives. What I meant was..." "What is it?" Qin Tao looked coldly at Zhuang Miwa. "Don't forget, why do the rich in the city buy villas? Isn't it because they want a yard? Don't look down on farmers. Let me tell you, whose ancestors weren't farmers for 3 generations. In the countryside, were self-sufficient, farming and fishing, living a carefree life. I'm proud of that. And with Little Whale by my side, I guarantee his childhood will be rich and colorful. What do you have in the city? Amusement parks, museums, video games." Zhuang Miwa was almost in tears. She thought that a grown man like Qin Tao wouldn't be so quick-witted, so how come he could be so witty and leave people speechless? Qin Tao sneered inwardly. He's a pro at roasting people. Those brats from the Dragon Fong team, aren't they all so ashamed of their own words that they can't even lift their heads? This little girl in front of me is still very young. What I mean is that you should use the money you would have spent on figurines to give the little whale a better life, instead of wasting it on meaningless things. Zhuang Miwa had already lost ground and was speaking to Qin Tao in a pitiful tone. "I think everything has its purpose. Little Whale likes Iron Man and admires his scientific spirit, and I support that. Little Whale likes the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, and admires his courage to fight and his love for Chinese heroes, and I support that too. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can't spend so much money to buy such an expensive figurine," Zhuang Miwa said. "Sister." The little whale seemed to understand something and looked at Zhuang Miwa, saying, "The Mark 46 was a gift from my mother, and the Monkey King was also bought for me by my mother." "What?" Zhuang Miwa didn't react for a moment. Wang Wenkai, who was standing to the side, said in a low voice, "These things were specially brought over from abroad by someone's mother." Zhuang Miwa really didn't know what to say, her face burning with embarrassment. She came up to question him without asking what happened, and it turned out, this thing was given to him by his mother. Judging from this, the child's mother must be quite wealthy. Zhuang Miwa also misunderstood. It seems that the little whale's mother really loves the little whale, otherwise she wouldn't have spent so much money to buy such an expensive figurine. She even thought the baby whale's mother was gone. An awkward atmosphere was spreading. "Ouch, my foot is starting to hurt again. I'm going to rest for a while." Zhuang Miwa quickly slipped away. Back in the living room, Zhuang Miwa covered her face and cried out in a low voice, "Oh dear, what happened to me? This is so embarrassing." After her initial frustration subsided, Zhuang Miwa looked up and surveyed the situation in the main room. The main room, also known as the living room, is a place used in rural areas to entertain guests. The living room was very dilapidated, with mottled walls, a lot of dampness, and peeling paint. The roof still had those old-fashioned triangular beams and wooden eaves. This structure was sturdy and durable, but it was covered in cobwebs and looked very dirty. In the main room, there was an old-fashioned long table, an old-fashioned square table, and 6 stools in the style of armchairs. The ground was still covered with soil, full of potholes and uneven surfaces. The conditions are really bad. The air is damp and doesn't smell good. After thinking for a moment, she curiously went into the bedroom. The bedroom was even more rudimentary. An old-fashioned wardrobe, on top of which is an old-fashioned wooden box, probably a dowry box brought by the bride in the past, with a horizontal padlock on it. A bed with an old-fashioned cotton quilt, white lining, and red backing. A table with 2 incongruous luxury-level figurines on it. On the bedside table, there was an exercise book. Zhuang Miwa picked it up curiously. The first thing you see is an outline of a courtyard. The drawing is simple and concise, looks very good, and is clear and easy to understand. Turn the page. It's a design drawing of the courtyard, showing a small pond and a banyan tree. When you lift the glass again, the design changes. It becomes a large glass greenhouse filled with various plants, taking up most of the yard. Furthermore, half of the small pond is inside the glass greenhouse, and the other half is outside the glass greenhouse. Turning the page again, the design style has changed once more. The glass conservatory remains the same, but the architectural style of the surrounding buildings has changed. While the design style has been changed to Tang Dynasty garden style, Zhuang Miwa looks more like a Japanese garden. However, the style of Japanese gardens is based on that of Tang Dynasty gardens. Qin Tao's design approach blends the 2 elements together, creating a unique charm. Zhuang Miwa was very surprised. She never expected that a man like Qin Tao, a typical straight man, could actually paint, and with such exquisite skills. What surprised her most was that she could even do design. Just as she was admiring Qin Tao's design drawings, a figure stood behind her. "Is it pretty?" A voice sounded behind Zhuang Miwa. "Ah!" Zhuang Miwa cried out in surprise, dropping her homework. Her legs gave way, and the sprained area started to hurt again, causing her to fall backward. Whoosh! A large hand grabbed the workbook. Zhuang Miyue was terrified. Then she saw that the man grabbed the homework first, instead of helping her up. A total straight man. Zhuang Miyue almost cursed it out loud. Chapter 105. The clothes are too fragile. Whoosh! Qin Tao naturally wouldn't let Zhuang Miyue fall. He grabbed the workbook with one hand and grabbed Zhuang Miyue's collar with the other. Under Zhuang Miyue's shocked gaze, Qin Tao grabbed her by the collar with one hand and lifted her up. Feeling the immense power, Zhuang Miyue's breathing became somewhat rapid. But more than that, it was because Qin Tao was grabbing her collar and pressing his palm against her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. Zhuang Miyue felt incredibly embarrassed being held like this by Qin Tao, and quickly struggled, saying, "Let go." Sizzle. The already fragile chiffon blouse tore open when the two people pulled on it. Moment. Zhuang Miyue felt her body sink and her feet touch the ground. Qin Tao felt a lightness in his hand. The person had vanished, leaving only a tattered shirt. The shirt was ripped open from the back, and Qin Tao pulled it all out. A sight to behold. The car headlights were still trembling. Fortunately, there was a little suit jacket outside. But the blazer's neckline is so low that it barely covers anything. It's very deep. Qin Tao swallowed hard. Ouch! Zhuang Miyue crouched down, covering her vitals. Get out! Qin Tao awkwardly took the shirt in his hand, put it on the bed, and quickly left. Awkward. Qin Tao walked out of the main room, feeling extremely embarrassed. Last time when I rescued Zhuang Miyue on the mountain, I accidentally knocked down her pants. This time, they just ripped off the top. How could it be so? It's my own fault for being so rough. Qin Tao hadn't expected the woman's shirt to be of such poor quality. It tore with just one grab. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tao went out to find Qin Yunbin. Qin Tao approached Qin Yunbin's house. He saw Qin Yunbin riding back on his tricycle. Third brother. Qin Tao waved and called out. Qin Yunbin parked the car at the entrance and said to Qin Tao, "You've come to borrow the car, right? I'm free this afternoon, so you can take it." "No," Qin Tao said somewhat embarrassedly. Qin Tao curiously, "Then what is it?" I fried some small fish today. It's lunchtime now. Why don't you come over for lunch?" Qin Tao invited. Sure. Qin Yunbin had always admired Qin Tao's cooking skills, so he was naturally happy to accept the invitation. "Call your sister-in-law and Jiayu along," Qin Tao said. "No need. They've already cooked. We can eat at home. I'll just let them know and then I'll head over," Qin Yunbin said. Qin Tao hurriedly grabbed Qin Yunbin and whispered, Does your sister-in-law have a white shirt? Could you find me one?" Qin Tao with a strange expression. "Why do you need your sister-in-law's shirt?" Qin Tao explained awkwardly, "Well, I accidentally tore someone else's white shirt, so?" Qin Tao a knowing look and said, "Haha, you're something else. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Your sister-in-law happens to have a white shirt that she can't wear. I'll go get it for you." "Thanks, third brother. I'll buy a new one for my sister-in-law later." Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, why are you saying that? We're brothers, aren't we?" Qin Yunbin said with a smile, waving his hand. Qin Tao breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Qin Yunbin walk back into his own yard. 2 minutes later, Qin Yunbin came out, gestured to the clothes in his hand to Qin Tao, and handed them over, saying, "They've been sitting out for too long. They're a bit yellowed and have a musty smell. See if you can still wear them." Qin Tao glanced at it and said, "It's nothing. That's all we can do now. It's better than not wearing anything at all. The little blazer outside can't hide anything." The two returned to the courtyard together. Qin Yunbin chatted enthusiastically with the two of them. Qin Tao took the opportunity to enter the house. "What are you doing in here?" Zhuang Miyue sat on the bed, wrapped her upper body in the quilt, and glared at Qin Tao. She felt that meeting Qin Tao was the worst thing that had ever happened to her, as she was always the one who suffered the loss. Qin Tao said awkwardly, "I found you a piece of clothing. It's not very nice, but it'll have to do for now." After saying that, Qin Tao handed the clothes to Zhuang Miyue. Zhuang Miyue glanced at the clothes and frowned. But at this point, there was no other way but to make do. "Get out," Zhuang Miyue said coldly to Qin Tao. "Dinner is ready," Qin Tao said, and then walked out. Qin Tao came out. The fried small fish were placed on the table, and then a soup of small fish was also served, so that everyone could sit down. Zhuang Miyue came out of the house. Although the white shirt was very ordinary, Zhuang Miyue still looked good in it. However, the shirt was obviously not suitable for her figure, and the buttons on the shirt were stretched too tight. Several people stared intently at Zhuang Miyue. It was obvious to them that Zhuang Miyue had changed her shirt. "Come and eat," Qin Tao said, easing Zhuang Miyue's embarrassment. "Everyone, try these crispy fried fish. They're so crunchy, and all the bones are gone," Qin Tao said, drawing everyone's attention to the dining table. "Let me try it first." Knowing Qin Tao's cooking skills, Qin Yunbin offered and ate one first. Click. Crispy. Although they are just small fish, They are fried until crispy and taste delicious. Even the fish bones inside are crispy, so you don't have to worry about getting them stuck in your throat. Just chew them up. Delicious. Qin Yunbin gave a thumbs up and exclaimed. Seeing this, the others also started eating. You don't need chopsticks to eat these fried small fish. You can just grab them with your hands for the most satisfying experience. Time to eat fish, the little whale exclaimed happily. During this time, he felt that everything tasted delicious, especially his dad's cooking skills, which were absolutely amazing and even better than the food he had at the most luxurious hotels in Los Angeles. The group quickly devoured their food, chatting and laughing, completely forgetting their earlier embarrassment. Oh right. Qin Yunbin suddenly remembered something and said to Qin Tao, "Do you know who I just saw?" Who? Qin Tao asked curiously. He's the biggest internet celebrity in our county, Brother Face. Qin Yunbin said. Qin Tao, Qin Shuyao, and the others all stared at Qin Yunbin with blank expressions. You didn't know? Qin Yunbin found it unbelievable. Everyone shook their heads. Qin Yunbin took out his phone and opened Kuaishou, a short video platform. As soon as you open it, you'll see his videos. He's a big internet celebrity in our county, with over 800,000 followers. He's incredibly powerful, with a wide network of connections. Even the county magistrate has to give him face. Uft. Zhuang Miyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Tao smiled slightly, not taking it to heart. Don't you believe me? I'll show you a video. Qin Yunbin opened a video, which played social jargon and quotes. In this world, your face is everything. How much face you have depends on how big your wallet is. People come and go, but money never changes. After uttering a social comment, a man approached from the opposite side. He was identified as the chairman of a certain company and bowed respectfully, extending his hand to the man and saying, "Hello, Mr. Face." The guy with the ego patted the man on the shoulder and strode away. I'm Face Guy, follow me and you'll have face. Chapter 106 Socialite Brother. Qin Tao could say was, it's addictive. This is enough to have 800,000 followers. Qin Shuyao felt incredulous. Of course, he's incredibly popular in our county. I heard he earns hundreds of thousands a month. Qin Yunbin said enviously. Qin Shuyao also showed a look of longing. She doesn't aspire to earn tens of thousands of yuan in a single night like Qin Tao. She would be satisfied with earning 100,000 yuan a month. Wang Wenkai coughed and explained. It's like this. Douyin and Kuaishou have different target audiences. Douyin mainly targets the urban, upscale market, focusing on music and dance, although it's also adding some story-driven elements now. Kuaishou, on the other hand, targets second and third-tier cities, even counties and towns, so it's more down-to-earth. He didn't say anything more. Actually, everyone understands this. Qin Tao asked curiously, what did you see this face-saving guy do here? Qin Yunbin shook his head. I don't know either. I just saw him bring several trucks and wait outside. I heard people say that he was going to haul goods to sell or something, and that he could make a lot of money this time, enough to live off the price difference alone. Upon hearing this, both Qin Tao and Zhuang Miyue's expressions darkened. What price difference? Zhuang Miyue's face immediately darkened, and she asked seriously. Qin Yunbin shook his head. I don't know either. They're probably here to collect something. Qin Tao looked at Zhuang Miyue with a serious expression and said, Mayor Zhuang, you are a leader. If our fellow villagers suffer losses and cause trouble, we will definitely come to you first. Zhuang Miyue glared at Qin Tao. Don't worry, no one will take advantage of ordinary people. After saying that, Zhuang Miyue got up, washed her hands, took out her phone, and started making a call. Qin Yunbin asked in confusion, what's going on, Yunjin? Qin Tao whispered, based on the information you provided, we suspect that this face-saving guy is likely the online influencer who's promoting our village's products. He wants to use live streaming to drive down our prices, even lower than the outside market's purchase price, in order to profit from the difference. Holy crap, Qin Yunbin exclaimed in alarm. Isn't this a scam? I even delivered 1,000 caddies of peanuts. Qin Tao didn't speak, but his expression was slightly gloomy. They've swindled people all the way to their village. That's absolutely unacceptable. He had no intention of letting these people off so easily. Qin Tao glanced at Zhuang Miyue, then frowned and thought. No, I have to go and get it back. This is outrageous. I'll go warn everyone. We can't let them get scammed. Qin Yunbin said, getting up to leave. Qin Tao grabbed Qin Yunbin's arm. Third brother, don't worry, Mayor Zhuang is here. Everything will be fine, don't worry. This. Qin Yunbin glanced at Zhuang Miyue's figure, hesitated for a moment, and slowly nodded. All right. He didn't trust Zhuang Miyue, but Qin Tao, believing that Qin Tao would never betray him. After making a few phone calls, Zhuang Miyue sat back down with a gloomy face. How is it? Qin Tao asked. Zhuang Miyue said in a deep voice. That's right. Brother Face's real name is Sun Jiqiang. This morning he negotiated a price with the farmers market in Guanshan County. saying he would buy a batch of crops and sell them at a low price. They really are up to something, Qin Tao said in a deep voice. I'll call Qin Baiqing right now, Zhuang Miyue said, holding her phone. Qin Tao glanced at the somewhat embarrassed Qin Shuyao and stopped Zhuang Miyue. Uncle Baiqing is absolutely innocent. He was just trying to help the villagers. If I'm not mistaken, even Lu Tsuanxing was kept in the dark. Then tell me, what should we do? Zhuang Miyue looked at Qin Tao, seeking his opinion. Qin Tao pondered for a moment, then sneered and slowly said, let's watch their performance. Performance? Qin Yunbin didn't understand. What do you mean? Wang Wenkai and Qin Shuyao both showed puzzled expressions. They clearly couldn't keep up with Qin Tao's pace. After a moment's thought, Zhuang Miyue suddenly realized something and said, all right, we'll do it your way. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Tao picked up the little whale. Come on, Daddy will take you to see a show. Watching a play? The little whale didn't quite understand the word. Haha, Qin Tao laughed. I'll take you to teach those bad guys a lesson. Beat the bad guys. Good, good. The little whale clapped its hands, very excited. The group immediately headed to the village committee. Wang Wenkai took Qin Tao's phone and started a live stream. The video I posted earlier has already made it onto the trending charts. More than 3 million likes. 20 million views. Over 300,000 comments. The video has gone viral. The number of followers has also increased by more than 300,000. Qin Tao now has 1.5 million fans. This is already a very large number. Little Whale takes you to expose counterfeits. Wang Wenkai wrote this title. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, Wang Wenkai also discovered that most people came for the baby whale. Furthermore, the core of this account is mainly about rural dads, specifically the father-son duo of Qin Tao and Xiao Jingyu. Most people still prefer the baby whale's cuteness. So Wang Wenkai found the selling point. After posting this title and starting the live stream, many fans received a notification. Little Whale debunking fakes. They're broadcasting again. You've been very diligent lately. Combating counterfeits? Why does it sound so tense? Where are we going? The team has expanded. So many people. Wow. Those 2 girls have such amazing back views. With so many beautiful women around this stay-at-home dad, which one is actually the mother of his child? The baby whale seems to really enjoy riding on its dad's shoulders. This dad spoils his child so much. So sweet. He keeps letting the little whale ride on his shoulders. The dad has become the little whale's mount. With various comments appearing, the number of viewers in the live stream has exceeded 100,000. Upon seeing this data, Wang Wenkai couldn't help but gasp. Generally speaking, there needs to be a buffer period after the broadcast starts, especially since it's 2 o'clock now, and almost everyone is at work, so there can't be too many people. But as soon as it went online, 100,000 viewers flooded in. Where did they come from? But when Wang Wenkai thought about the video he had just posted, he suddenly realized what was going on. This video has gone viral, and the number of recommendations will continue to increase. People who see the video will then discover that this account is live streaming and will come to watch. That's why so many people suddenly flocked in. Even so, this level of fan cohesion has already surpassed that of many top streamers. Village Committee. Qin Tao saw a man with a bowl cut, wearing tight pants and loafers. This is the guy with the big face. Qin Yunbin whispered to Qin Tao. Qin Tao nodded slightly and led the group to the side to watch the show. He hasn't made a move yet. Zhuang Miyue walked up, glanced coldly at the group, and asked, is the live stream content ready? Beep. My face-making bro card. Chapter 107 Professional Counterfeit Exposing. This concerns the interests of many villagers. So many people came to watch. Seeing Qin Shuyao and Qin Tao, many people greeted them warmly. Qin Tao's prestige in the village is now at its peak, especially among the Qin family. Qin Shuyao is a stunning beauty, the object of everyone's envy. Everyone wants to marry Qin Shuyao and make her their daughter-in-law, so of course they are very enthusiastic. However, as soon as Zhuang Miyue appeared, many people were curious about her identity. Seeing Zhuang Miyue walk directly up to Lu Tsuanxing and Qin Baiqing to question them, they became even more curious about Zhuang Miyue's identity. Li Dawei immediately came up and said enthusiastically, it's all done, everything's done, Mayor Zhuang. You can rest assured. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this was the legendary new town mayor. Unexpectedly, she's also a stunning beauty, which is truly rare. The villagers also started discussing it. Seeing this, Face Guy also came over, his eyes constantly glancing at Zhuang Miyue. He reached out his hand, deliberately lowered his voice, and said in a deep voice, Face Guy, you're the boss of the underworld. I'm Face Guy. Hello, beautiful lady. Zhuang Miyue completely ignored him. Event schedule, price list. Zhuang Miyue said coldly to Qin Baiqing. Face-saving Guy's face stiffened when he saw this, not knowing whether it was because Zhuang Miyue didn't give him face, or because Zhuang Miyue wanted to see the price list. Qin Baiqing took the price list and handed it to Zhuang Miyue. Zhuang Miyue glanced at it, a cold smile already forming in her mind. These prices are all 5 or 6 cents cheaper than the purchase price, so how can we make any money? Are we losing money to gain publicity? Zhuang Miyue glanced coldly at Qin Baiqing and Lu Xuanxing and said indifferently, "All right, you can start the live broadcast." After speaking, Zhuang Miyue looked at Qin Tao, winked at him, and gestured for Qin Tao to begin his performance. Qin Tao nodded slightly to indicate that he had received the message. But netizens were outraged when they saw this. Holy crap, is that the town mayor? So beautiful. Wait a minute, what does it mean when this beautiful town mayor winks at the stay-at-home dad? She's giving me the eye. Those two are having an affair. Little whale, my child, your father has been bribed. It's so beautiful. If it were me, I'd be captivated too. Qin Tao glanced back at Wang Wenkai and said to the camera, "Fans, their live stream is about to start, so our anti-fraud operation is about to begin." Fans left numerous comments. What do you mean by fighting counterfeits? What fake news is the streamer trying to expose? Isn't the other party going to help farmers sell their products? That's great. Let's eat some melon seeds. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Waiting for the biggest, juicy gossip. Seeing that Zhuang Miyue didn't seem to have figured anything out, Brother Mianzi breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled to himself. These people are just doing things for appearances. They don't care about the actual price. Furthermore, do these people really know the basic prices? Even ordinary people like them don't really understand it, let alone these big shots. Okay, let's start the broadcast now. Brother Face shouted. Several of his apprentices immediately started broadcasting. Judging by his appearance, he seems quite professional. Your face bro is so cool. I'm Face Bro, follow Face Bro, and you'll have face. Hello everyone, welcome to your Face Bros live stream. For those of you who just started watching, please give me a little heart, I'll send you some free watermelons, and give me some tips to support your Face Bro. Today we're doing a live stream to help farmers sell their products and solve their sales problems. Please support us so that more people can see your Mianzi Guz live stream. Without further ado, let's start with a flash sale. Qin Tao was also watching the live stream on Qin Yunbin's phone. Many people are interacting. Qin Tao randomly picked a spot and discovered that the person was a member of the Face Guys team. The fact that they hired shills is so obvious. So unprofessional. Or is it that he underestimates people and thinks no one will investigate him? Qin Tao sneered inwardly. First item up for grabs now. Authentic Dawon County peanuts. Oily, fragrant, and crispy. Absolutely delicious. Order now? Order now. 10 pounds for only 9.9 yuan. 10 pounds for only 9.9 yuan, plus free shipping. Order now. Qin Tao couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Hey, host, when people do live streaming sales, they always try the food first. You're not even eating it. How can others tell if it's delicious or not?" That's right. Zhuang Miyue nodded and said, "Eat some." When people do mukbang, eating broadcasts, the sales effect is particularly good. This face-saving guy hesitated. When he saw David Lee, he sensed the murderous intent in David Lee's eyes, and he trembled with fear, quickly saying, "Okay, I'll give everyone a taste now." Li Dawei is from the headquarters of Kuaishou. If I offend Li Dawei, I can forget about doing live broadcasts again. Immediately, Brother Face started eating heartily. "Thank you so much for the 100 pounds, sir. Thanks for the 1,000 caddies, brother. Thanks for the 500 gene, brother." In the blink of an eye, all the peanuts were sold. Now we're going to blow away the authentic garlic from Dawon County. The taste is just as pure. Try this one too, and let the audience see the effect. Qin Tao shouted. "Yes, eat more." Zhuang Miyue echoed. "Face guy, David Lee, I'll give you a look, you'll understand." Helpless, Brother Face started peeling garlic. I stuffed a few into my mouth. Hot. It's both hot and spicy. Mr. Face was so spicy he was sticking out his tongue and gulping down 2 mouthfuls of water. Did you all see that? Authentic Dawon County garlic. So spicy, it's addictive. Order now. It's also 4.9 yuan for 10 gene, 5 kilograms. Order now. Thanks for the 1,000 caddies, brother. Thanks for the 500 gene, brother. Thanks for the 300 gene, brother. In the blink of an eye, it was sold out again. Qin Tao warily. Qin Tao certainly wouldn't let Brother Face down. "Host, try our authentic Fire Dragon chili peppers from Dawon County. They're absolutely delicious. Show the audience how they work." This time, Zhuang Miyue took the initiative and put a bag of chili peppers into Mianzi Ji's hand, saying, "Eat this whole bag so the audience can experience the benefits of our chili peppers." Brother Mianzi is a native of Dawon County and knows the power of these fiery red chili peppers. His legs trembled at the sight of so many chili peppers. If he really ate that many chili peppers, he would probably die from the spiciness. Eat up. To make Zhuang Miyue happy, Li Dawei didn't care about the life or death of the face-saving guy. as long as it wouldn't kill anyone. To make money, Face Guy gritted his teeth and ate. In Qin Tao's live stream, the audience was having a blast. 66,666. Now I finally know what the beautiful town mayor and the stay-at-home dad are all about. Ha, I knew it too, it's just a scam. This streamer got totally scammed. Eating garlic and chili peppers, it was so satisfying. Hey guys, when daddy was talking about cracking down on counterfeits, he meant this, right? 10 pounds of peanuts for 9 yuan and 90 cents? Now it's at least 3 yuan a pound. Who are they ripping off? Yeah, and garlic too. It's 2 yuan a pound now. 10 pounds for 4 yuan and 90 cents. That's outrageous. These dried chilies usually cost more than 10 yuan a pound. Let's see how much he sells them for. This isn't helping farmers. It's just ripping them off. Chapter 108, Exposing the Fake Face-Saving Guy. After eating only 3 chili peppers, Brother Mian felt a burning pain in his throat. He took a few sips of water and said to the audience, "This chili is so addictive, it's really, He had barely opened his mouth to speak when Zhuang Miyue shoved another handful of chili peppers into his mouth. Zhuang Miyue said coldly, "Eat more? How can you possibly taste anything with just a little bit?" Face-Saving Guy wanted to vomit. David Lee was pointing at him from the side, glaring at Face Guy with a fierce look. The guy who's all about saving face is really suffering inside. Although it was incredibly spicy, I gritted my teeth and swallowed it. Half an hour later, the live stream has ended. Everything was disposed of by Brother Face. Sold out completely. Brother Mianzi's face was a little swollen from eating so many chili peppers. Applause. Lu Tsuanxing led the applause. Everyone applauded in celebration. Hurry up and get everyone to load all the goods onto the truck. Brother Face said. Let the car come over first, Zhuang Miyue said. Okay. Brother Face made a phone call and started calling people. Li Dawei leaned closer and said to Zhuang Miyue, Mayor Zhuang, how are my online influencers doing? Their sales performance is pretty good, right? As long as you cooperate with us, there will be many events like this in the future, and all your villages can organize them. Zhuang Miyue smiled coldly and ignored her. Should we do this in every village? Is this making things even worse for their impoverished towns and villages? Is eating human blood buns really that delicious? But Li Dawei didn't understand the deeper meaning of Zhuang Miyue's smile. Instead, he thought it was a kind smile from Zhuang Miyue to him, and felt that he had a chance. Zhuang Miyue walked up to Qin Tao. Qin Tao said directly to Zhuang Miyue, call the police. Once the car arrives, arrest them immediately. Okay. Zhuang Miyue nodded and went to the side to make a phone call. Qin Tao turned to his phone and said, Dear fans, the exciting moment is about to begin. The fans were already indignant. Damn it, my greatsword has been itching for a long time. You can't cheat ordinary people, no matter who you cheat. This is all the farmer's hard-earned money. This person is utterly heartless. That's outrageous. Support the dad who exposes fake news. I'm also from a rural area, so I know how hard farmers work to earn money. They rely entirely on selling these crops to make a living during the spring festival. This person must be blacklisted. Fans were outraged. Donations continued to pour in. Many fans have expressed their willingness to buy those crops. Seeing this, Wang Wenkai said to Qin Tao, Brother Qin, the fans just said they are willing to buy our village's crops. We can do a live stream to sell them later. Qin Tao was surprised by the fans' response, so he asked, Dear viewers, would you like to buy these? If not, I won't force you. I'm planning to go to the county to see if I can help you sell them. Fans commented, Buy. Absolutely buy. Yes, these are all crops that we can eat every day, and they are definitely cheaper than what we buy in the supermarket. It allows farmers to make money, and we can also benefit economically. Why not do it? I'll definitely buy it if you sell it, streamer. Qin Tao was deeply moved to see such support from his fans. Alright, in that case, once this is all settled, I'll renegotiate the price and give everyone the best possible deal, Qin Tao said. Fans commented, The main purpose of not using live streamers is to help farmers make money. Yes, we're not short of money. Consider it our act of charity. Qin Tao immediately said, You can't say that. If we're going to sell products, we have to do it according to the standards of product sales, and it has to be absolutely affordable. Qin Tao's words set the tone for the final outcome, and the fans no longer insisted on it. At this time, the car has arrived. The goods were parked in front of the village committee, and the villagers were very welcoming, offering to help them move them. Looking at the excited and enthusiastic villagers, Qin Tao was filled with emotion. The honest villagers are still unaware that they have been scammed. Wait a minute. Qin Tao couldn't stand it anymore and called out to the crowd. Qin Tao now enjoys a high reputation in the village. With a shout, his voice was loud and clear, like thunder, and it resounded throughout the area. Everyone immediately quieted down and stopped what they were doing. What's going on? Everyone looked at Qin Tao in confusion. Qin Tao walked up to the crowd and said, Everyone, Stop moving things. You've all been scammed. What? What's the meaning? What happened? The villagers didn't understand. Qin Tao. Lu Tsunxing pointed at Qin Tao and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Mayor Zhuang and I were both watching. Who's lying to whom?" Zhuang Miue frowned and said, "Director Lu, this is an event you hosted, but it has nothing to do with me, and I didn't participate." Lu Tsunxing was taken aback and looked at Zhuang Miue with confusion. Even if you don't like someone, there's no need to undermine them like this in public. Zhuang Miue didn't give him any face at all, which made Lu Tsunxing's expression rather unpleasant. Qin Tao said coldly, "This has been a scam from the very beginning. 10 pounds of peanuts for 9 yuan and 90 cents. 10 pounds of garlic for 4 yuan and 90 cents. Everyone do the math. Is that the price?" The villagers suddenly realized what was going on. This price is wrong. They might as well sell them themselves. Face guy couldn't sit still any longer and hurriedly jumped out, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a flash sale price. After the flash sale, it will return to normal. It's like fishing. You use bait to catch fish first. You'll make your money back later." The villagers agreed, finding it reasonable. Qin Tao smiled and said to Qin Baiqing, "Uncle Baiqing, is that what they told you too?" "Yes, I think that's right too," Qin Baiqing said honestly. Qin Tao sneered, "You can check if the sales staff backstage are like this." Everyone turned to look at face guy. The guy with the pride got angry. "Why should I let you see the backstage? I've already sold the products. What are you trying to do?" It seems like face guy is going to just renege on his promise. "Third brother," Qin Tao called out. "I'm here." Qin Yunbin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Call on the villagers. Get ready to arrest them." Qin Tao shouted. "All right." Qin Yunbin immediately shouted, "Arrest them." Several members of the Qin family rushed out and pinned down Brother Mianzi, giving him no chance to resist. Several of Brother Face's apprentices tried to run away, but were also pinned to the ground. Once I got the phone and accessed the back end, I saw that all the prices were the same. Upon seeing this scene, both Qin Baiqing and Lu Tsunxing turned pale. They almost got ripped off. If they actually sold them like that, and the amount of money they got back wasn't right, wouldn't they be beaten to death by the villagers? David Li was furious. Pointing at the guy with the ego, he shouted, "Ban me. I'm going to ban you. You even dared to cheat me. I'll ban you forever." At that moment, police sirens also sounded. Before the guy with the pride could say anything more, Qin Tao said coldly, "Tell the police officers later." After saying that, Qin Tao went up and kicked him. Seeing this, Qin Yunbin also ran over and kicked him. Upon seeing this, the villagers rushed forward one by one, each kicking the other. Stop hitting me. Ouch, don't hit my face. Help. Arrest me and take me away." From the crowd came Brother Face's heart-wrenching screams. Chapter 109 Qin Tao to do live streaming sales. In the end, face-saving guy was taken away. As everyone watched the man with his face pressed against the car window, his expression full of regret, a background music seemed to play in their ears. Iron gates, iron windows, iron chains. As the car disappeared down the road at the village entrance, the villagers came to their senses and began to blame Qin Baiqing, Lu Tsunxing, and Li Daowei. "Tell me, what exactly is going on here? Have you all joined forces with them? Did you receive any money? We went through all that trouble to move our things here. What were you thinking? You're wasting our time. You have to give us an explanation for this." "Yes, give us an explanation." Qin Baiqing and Lu Tsunxing were surrounded by villagers, speechless and unsure of what to say. Seeing her father surrounded by the villagers, Qin Shuyao was also very anxious. She pulled Qin Tao and said, "Brother Yunjin, please help my dad." Qin Tao quickly shouted, "All right, quiet down." That shout was like the roar of a lion. Qin Tao in surprise. They couldn't imagine where Qin Tao got such a loud voice. "Actually, I developed this loud voice while I was in the army, where I shouted slogans every day, making it clear and loud. When training those Dragon Fong guys, you really can't keep them in check if you don't have a loud voice. In addition, during combat, your voice is not loud, and sometimes the people around you cannot hear you. After all, not all situations require communication using combat gestures." Everyone quieted down and looked at Qin Tao. Qin Tao said, "I've already made it very clear. The police officers have also questioned them. This matter has nothing to do with them. It was all orchestrated by Brother Face. They are also victims." "What about our stuff?" someone shouted. "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to sell them for you. I'll contact the buyers right now." Zhuang Miue stepped forward and said. Looking at Zhuang Miue, the villagers were somewhat incredulous. After all, looking at Zhuang Miue, who was so young and beautiful, she didn't seem like someone who would get things done, nor did she seem like a leader. In their minds, leaders should be older and pretentious. The beautiful town mayor in front of them was completely unlike anything they had imagined. Seeing this, Li Daowei hurriedly said to Zhuang Miue, "Mayor Zhuang, how about this? I am responsible for Brother Mianzi's matter this time. I can find other internet celebrities to help us promote our agricultural products. What do you think? This time, I will definitely find big internet celebrities with millions of followers. Upon hearing this, the villagers all shouted, "Shut up! You think you haven't ripped us off enough already? If I trust you again, I'd be a fool. Get lost. You are not welcome here. We don't believe in these internet celebrity live streams anymore." David Li looked embarrassed as he gazed at Zhuang Miue, hoping to salvage some of her goodwill. Zhuang Miue coldly replied, "No need." She had absolutely no liking for this David Li. "How about this?" Qin Tao said, "I have some fans on Douyin. I just talked to them and they're willing to buy. Why don't I try live streaming sales? If I can sell it, then we won't have to ask them to take it back." Yes. Zhuang Miue's eyes lit up. She knew that Qin Tao had a lot of fans, and they were very active. If Qin Tao were to do live streaming e-commerce, it might work. Upon seeing this, Li Dawei was immediately displeased and retorted sarcastically, "Do you even know what live streaming e-commerce is? How many followers do you have? Can you really make it work? Dozens or hundreds of followers, but hardly anyone watches your live streams." Qin Tao smiled and said, "I'll give it a try." "What are you trying? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Let me tell you, don't dream of a toad eating swan meat, or trying to get involved in everything. I'm the manager of Kuaishou. I have plenty of super influencers under my command. Who do you think you are? Don't mess around." Li Dawei said irritably. In his view, Qin Tao just wanted to hitch a ride with Zhuang Miue and take the opportunity to curry favor with her so that he could live in the village or town in the future. Qin Tao narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and ignored Li Dawei. The fans are still waiting and have no time to argue with David Li. "Mayor, Uncle Baiching, let's discuss the price. We can start the live stream soon," Qin Tao said to the two of them. Qin Baiching was traumatized by the scam and was skeptical of this so-called live streaming e-commerce. He looked at Zhuang Miue with concern. "All right," Zhuang Miue nodded slightly. "Mayor," Lu Tsunxing hurriedly said, "isn't this inappropriate? We were just tricked once, and Qin Tao has only been back for a few days. How many fans does he have? If this doesn't work out again, I'm afraid it will incite public anger." "Exactly. This guy is just here to join in the fun. If he can't sell them, we can't be the ones to take the blame," David Li said coldly. Qin Tao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These two people, instead of arguing with us, are really taking advantage of our kindness. Where would I be able to sell it? Qin Tao stared at the two of them and said coldly, "You think you can sell it?" Li Dawei sneered. "If you can sell it, I'll give you top-tier resources on slow hand and make you a social media influencer." Lu Tsunxing also said, "If you can sell it, I'll pay to extend your operating rights for the back mountain for 2 years. "Sure," Qin Tao nodded with a smile. "I won't lose out even with a 2-year operating license." However, Qin Tao looked at Li Dawei and said, "We don't need the first-level resources from slow hands. I'm not interested in the internet celebrities you mentioned, but we can try another approach. Just name something," David Li said confidently. "If I sell everything, I want you to put up my video of Kanjiakan on the Kuaishou app page, along with a promotional banner for Kanjiakan, for a month." Qin Tao said. David Li's expression changed, and he glared fiercely at Qin Tao. He doesn't have that authority. Not only does he not have it, but even the general manager might not have it. One day, David Li gritted his teeth and said, "One day at most, no more." These positions are either recommended by higher authorities or purchased promotional slots. With his power, he'd be lucky to secure even one for a day. Sure, Qin Tao smiled. Even a day's work is still a bonus. "But what if you can't sell them?" David Li asked. Lu Tsunxing added, "It's not that we can't sell them, it's that we can't sell them all. If we can't sell them all." The two of them worked together, plotting to trick Qin Tao. Qin Tao smiled and said, "You name your terms. You hand over the management rights of the back mountain to Lu Dazhuang." Lu Tsunxing said, "Let me take the little whale with me," David Li said. Qin Tao's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the conditions set by the two men. Both of them are so greedy. Chapter 110 sold out in 15 seconds. The back mountain is just an object. It doesn't matter how it's used as a stake or a condition. But the baby whale wasn't. He wouldn't use a baby whale as a wager. Impossible. Qin Tao refused outright, coldly saying, "David Li, I'm warning you. If you dare to lay a finger on little whale again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Feeling Qin Tao's icy gaze, Li Dawei shuddered, a chill creeping over him for no apparent reason. He swallowed hard and quickly changed his mind. Then you should stay away from Monica from now on and stop bothering her." Qin Tao sneered. "No problem. No problem. Let him give it a try." Lu Tsunxing and Li Dawei said in unison. They have achieved their goal, and there is no need to stop Qin Tao anymore. Zhuang Miue looked at the three of them, unsure of what to say. "Let's redo the price list," Zhuang Miue suggested. Several people went inside and began to redo the price list. 10 minutes later, Qin Tao and Zhuang Miue walked out. Why don't you do a live stream with me later? After all, you're our beautiful town mayor, and our fans should enjoy watching, Qin Tao said. After all, Zhuang Miue's image is very appealing, and beautiful women are more likely to attract fans. Zhuang Miue nodded. Now that she had become the town mayor, she had to do practical things for all the villagers. With the development of the internet, live streaming would become more and more common, which was something she had to face. Some time ago, she saw some county heads doing live streaming to promote local cash crops, and as a town mayor, she should learn from them. We can begin, Qin Tao said to Wang Wenkai. Wang Wenkai immediately came over and set up the phone. Daddy, I want to come too. The little whale ran over. Qin Tao smiled and pulled the little whale over. Qin Tao and Zhuang Miue sat down, while the little whale had to stand on a stool to be visible. The audience burst out laughing when they saw this. Short legs are back in action. Ha ha. The little whale should think it's lucky that its legs are long enough, otherwise it wouldn't be able to stick its head out. Qin Tao frowned and asked, Little whale, why are you standing on the stool? Oh, the little whale quickly sat down. As soon as he sat down, only his head remained hanging on the table, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Ha ha. Little whale, I'm just a head. Only a head is left, ha ha. Is this a fish head? That's hilarious. The little whale is so cute. So cute. Adorable head. Qin Tao started his live stream. Fans, you all saw what just happened. Now I'm here to help you sell your products via live stream. I hope you can help us villagers sell all these goods. I just discussed it with the leaders, and we've decided that the discounts must be given to everyone. I also specifically talked to our beautiful town mayor, and we absolutely have to offer free shipping. The beautiful town mayor agreed, and said she would talk to the courier company about it. Zhuang Miue nodded and said, Only after deducting postage can everyone get real benefits. Regardless of whether the items are sold today, thank you all for your support. Wow, this beautiful woman is actually the town mayor. What a beautiful town mayor. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Mayor, may I marry you? Beautiful lady, do you require a bride price where you're from? The audience reacted enthusiastically. Now, online viewership, 1.8 million. This number is terrifying. Now let's bring out the first item for instant sale. Qin Shuyao quickly brought over a plate of peanuts. They didn't have nice packaging, so they could only use plates to make it look a little better. Authentic Guanshan County peanuts are fragrant, crispy, and delicious. They've been dried and have no excess moisture. Qin Tao explained. Bye. Host, just name your price. I'll place the order right away. Let's begin. I can't wait to make a contribution. Wang Wenkai was busy preparing to load the goods. The little whale looked at the peanuts curiously and asked Qin Tao, Daddy, can I eat some? Of course. Qin Tao smiled as he peeled one open for the little whale and handed it to it. The little whale put it in its mouth and started crunching away. Wow, it smells so good. Daddy, can you make peanut butter too? I like to put peanut butter in my sandwiches, the little whale said. Of course, Qin Tao said with a smile, patiently explaining. Peanuts are very nutritious and there are many ways to eat them, such as garlic peanuts, fried peanuts, roasted peanuts, and you can also make peanut butter as you mentioned, or peanut oil, all of which are very delicious. The little whale's eyes lit up, and it excitedly asked, Daddy, then why haven't I ever eaten it? Qin Tao couldn't help but reach out and rub the little whale's head, smiling as he said, If you want some, Dad can make some for you tonight. Dried peanuts can be eaten this way, but freshly grown peanuts are even tastier. You can just peel them open and eat them. They're especially fragrant and crunchy. You can also make spiced peanuts, which are very delicious. The little whale's mouth was practically watering as it listened, and it nodded repeatedly, I want to eat. Fans interacted enthusiastically. Holy crap, is this little whale a professional live-streaming e-commerce host? This father and son are so funny, I want to eat them too. Spiced peanuts. Boiled peanuts, I want some too. Crispy peanuts, freshly pulled from the ground. They're especially delicious, I know that. Garlic peanuts, they're so expensive. After what the streamer said, I started to crave it. Little whale has the potential to be a mukbang streamer. Watching him eat so deliciously makes me hungry. Host, hurry up and release the goods. I can't wait. Me too. Hurry. My wallet is itching for a bite. Alright, now let's announce the prices. Qin Tao looked at the camera and said, the current price of peanuts is 2.45 yuan per jean, 500 G, so 10 jean would be 24.5 yuan. Our flash sale price this time is 19.9 yuan for 10 jean. One order is 10 jean. If you need more, you can order several orders. Not expensive. Great. It's a great deal. Please post the link. I want 100 jean first. My parents and sister should all try it. I want 50 pounds. I want 30 pounds. Qin Tao looked at Wang Wenkai. Are you ready? Wang Wenkai indicated, okay. Qin Tao nodded. The link is up below. There are a total of 5,000 jin of peanuts this time, which is 500 portions. First come, first served, so hurry up and buy. Upon seeing the link, fans clicked on it and rushed to buy. That's it. Holy crap. What's going on? 5,000 caddies. I just clicked on it and it's gone. You guys are too cruel. They're not giving us a single chance. That's way too fast. Many fans were disappointed because they couldn't get their hands on one. Looking at the inventory, Wang Wenkai exclaimed in surprise, Brother Qin, sold out. Sold out in 15 seconds. Chapter 111, The Little Whale's Mukbang. Qin Tao was also startled upon hearing this news. Thank you all for your enthusiastic support. Qin Tao quickly said, don't be discouraged if you didn't manage to snag one. There will be other products coming up. Zhuang Miue looked at Qin Tao in surprise. 5,000 caddies. 15 seconds. Sold out. That speed is terrifying. I can't believe it. Qin Baiqing, who was watching from the side, was startled. 5,000 caddies. Sold out in 15 seconds. This sales speed is terrifying. Even if you take it to the market to sell, the process of moving it around, weighing it, and calculating the sales figures, all takes a whole day. Is selling things online really that easy? Lu Xuanxing's expression was rather unpleasant. He never expected Qin Tao to have such a strong ability to drive sales. David Li didn't believe it and shouted, really? You guys didn't fake this backstage, did you? If you did, you'll have to pay for these things yourselves. Wang Wenkai couldn't help but retort, really? Don't you know how to watch live streams? Just look at how much interaction the fans are having. The two companies are rivals and have always disliked each other. David Li glared at Wang Wenkai and quickly took out his phone to check. When he opened it and saw the number of online viewers, the number of followers, and the activity level of fans' comments and interactions, he was dumbfounded. Over 1 million followers. Hundreds of thousands of fan club members. More than 1.5 million people are online. The sound waves alone amount to hundreds of thousands. That's something many top streamers can't do. Could it be that Qin Tao is a hidden top streamer? But he'd never heard of that name before. David Li is incredible. Viewers in the live stream chat exclaimed, who is this guy? He's disgusting. Why do you say we're fake? You're the fake one. Your whole family is fake. This guy is definitely resentful because the streamer exposed his fraud earlier, and he wants to get revenge on the streamer. Yes, you can tell he's no good person just by looking at his face. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. What the hell is this? Seeing so many people criticizing him, David Li's expression turned even uglier. That was a resounding slap in the face. So he simply quit the software, out of sight, out of mind. Zhuang Miue thought for a moment and said to Qin Tao, should we restock? Restock. Qin Tao looked at Zhuang Miue. Yes. Zhuang Miue said to Qin Tao, there should still be a lot of stock in the village. I'll go ask the village chief. If there is, we can consider restocking. Qin Tao thought for a moment, but didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked the audience, what do you all think? Should we restock? Fans. Yes. I didn't manage to get one. I need 100 pounds. It'll all be gone as soon as I go in. Leave some for me. I feel like even if we had another 5,000 jin, we could still snatch them all up. Restock, streamer. Seeing the fans' requests, Wang Wenkai nodded to Qin Tao. Qin Tao said, then you go and ask. I'll sell the next one first. Okay. Zhuang Miue stood up, and her voluptuous figure immediately caused an explosion in the live broadcast room. Wow, this beautiful young lady has an amazing figure. That figure is incredible. Is it real? Whoever manages to marry her must have saved the galaxy in their past life. What a nice view. I'm in love. This figure is amazing. I envy the streamer. He's sitting so close to a beautiful woman. Zhuang Miue went to inquire about restocking, while Qin Tao began the next round of live streaming sales. Next up is garlic. Almost every household needs this. It's just that people don't eat much of it. But having a little garlic with your meal is simply delicious. Qin Tao said. The little whale started to sabotage the discussion, exclaiming, no, it's so spicy. Qin Tao laughed and said, it's spicy, that's for sure, but it's really delicious. Just think about it. You can make it into minced garlic and add some when you're making cucumber salad. Wouldn't that be delicious? The little whale stared blankly at Qin Tao, imagining in its mind that it must taste delicious. Isn't it delicious with minced garlic and an egg? Wouldn't it be delicious to make frozen garlic? Wouldn't it be delicious if made into pickled garlic? Qin Yunbin walked over and placed 2 cloves of pickled garlic on the table. I just saw that the village committee had a jar of them, so I took 2. You guys can try them. This was like a godsend. Qin Tao peeled one open and handed it to the little whale, saying, try this, it's pickled garlic. The little whale took it and asked curiously, is it made of sugar? Qin Tao smiled and said to the little whale, it's not made with sugar, but with pickled garlic, a unique way of eating in China. Try it, it's delicious. Without further hesitation, the little whale put it in its mouth. Click. Crispy, sweet, sour, and spicy. Several flavors burst in its mouth, and the little whale's bright black eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it's so delicious. Sweet and sour, I want more. Qin Tao simply gave one of them to the little whale. The little whale happily ate its meal. The audience was drooling. Wow, no wonder it's a little whale, it can really eat. Haha, you little foodie, so cute. Although eating garlic will cause bad breath, after hearing what this father and son said, especially seeing the little whale eating it so deliciously, I really want to eat some. I have to buy it. Please provide the main playback link. I want to pickle some garlic myself too. Qin Tao took out a garlic clove and said, the market price for garlic is around 2.6 yuan right now, so our flash sale price is still the same as last time. 10 jin, 5 kilograms, for 19.9 yuan. A total of 2,000 jin, 1,000 kilograms. Click the link below to buy. Charge. Buy. Let's get 10 pounds first and make some pickled garlic. I want to make minced garlic. Garlic doesn't sell as well as peanuts, but it's still sold out in 30 seconds. At this moment, Zhuang Miyue also returned. We can add another 2,000 caddies, Zhuang Miyue said to Qin Tao. Qin Tao said to the audience, did you all hear that? Our beautiful town mayor just said that we can add another 2,000 jin. I've had my assistant put it in the shopping cart, so you can go and grab it. Wang Wenkai immediately put in 2,000 jin of inventory. Instantly. Sold out. Holy crap. It disappeared in a flash. Sold out again. That's way too fast. The live streamer is amazing. Their sales ability is undeniable. Looks like I won't be able to buy any today. I'll have to go to the supermarket. They sell them for a little over 3 yuan a pound here. You guys have 3 pieces, but mine is almost 5 pieces. I really can't bear to buy it, but the streamer's words have made me really want to eat it. Sold out again? Qin Tao was also extremely surprised when he saw Wang Wenkai's gesture. How long has it been? Zhuang Miyue felt incredulous. Wang Wenkai, standing to the side, laughed and said, never underestimate the power of fans. It's so delicious. The little whale happily munched on the pickled garlic. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Chapter 112, A Bountiful Harvest from Live Streaming Sales. Next, we're going to sell our Qin family village's specialty, peaches, Qin Tao said with a smile. The fans immediately stopped, and the chat in the live stream fell silent for a moment. But then, the chat room exploded with comments. Holy crap, a peach. Could these be the peaches that the Lord planted? Wow, how much is it per pound? I definitely have to buy it all. Don't stop me. I'll fight anyone who tries to take my peaches from me. Hey everyone, please save some for me. I didn't manage to get any peanuts or garlic, so please save this peach for me. I'm begging for 10 pounds of peaches. The peaches the streamer shows look delicious. I definitely have to buy them. I've been eyeing it for so long. Is it finally going to go on sale? The fans were very excited. But Qin Tao's words instantly extinguished their illusions. Of course, I should remind everyone that these peaches are not from the peaches on the hill behind my house. The peaches on the hill behind my house haven't ripened yet, so they can't be sold. As for the peaches on the Peach King tree, they've all been sold out. So these are just peaches from our Qin family village. Of course, they're also very delicious, and I hope everyone will like them. Qin Tao's words almost caused the fans' enthusiasm to plummet. So the peaches weren't grown on the mountain by the streamer after all. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. Alas, what a pity, these are not peaches sown by the Lord. Watching the videos posted by the streamer every day makes me really want to try it. Whether it's the main plantation or not, they're all from the same village, so I don't think the peaches will taste too different, right? Anyway, the streamer must be selling it well, so it's not a bad deal to buy some to try. Exactly, they're all from the same village. How different can the taste be? Bye. Don't say anything else. I already said I'd make a contribution. The little whale looked at the peaches on the table, but had no appetite whatsoever. These peaches lack the fragrance of the peaches from the Peach King tree, and they don't look as appealing as the fruit from that tree. Having eaten the immortal peaches from the Peach King tree, the little whale had become picky, and these peaches no longer aroused his interest. Great. Our peaches are priced at 29.9 yuan per 10 jin. There are 10,000 jin in total. Hurry up and buy them. Qin Tao said. At the command, many fans rushed to buy the items. 2 minutes. 10,000 caddies of peaches were snapped up. This time the speed is much slower. Next, they sold another 1,000 caddies of peas, 2,000 caddies of soybeans, 1,000 caddies of mung beans, 500 caddies of chili peppers. Sold out completely. All items for today are sold out. Thank you all for your support. Thank you so much. Qin Tao thanked his fans. Zhuang Miyue also said earnestly, thank you all for your help to the farmers of Qin Family Village. The success of this agricultural assistance program is inseparable from your support. Thank you. The fans were also very enthusiastic. Let's be frank, miss, I've got my eye on you. Let's not beat around the bush. I'm here for you. I bought 100 Jean this time. Tell me, how many more Jean do I need to buy to win your heart? I'd spend a fortune just to see a smile from my beloved. A bunch of hooligans. I came to see the baby whale. It's so cute. The adorable little whale is our favorite. Have you forgotten who you're fans of? The live stream has been turned off. Zhuang Miyue led the applause. Qin Baiqing and the villagers also applauded. Qin Shuyao exclaimed, Brother Yunjin, you're amazing. Well done, Yunjin. Qin Yunbin shouted with a smile. Daddy's the best, the little whale cheered. Only Lu Xuanxing and Li Daowei looked rather grim. Lu Xuanxing lost 60,000 in this bet. The contract price is 30,000 yuan per year and 60,000 yuan for 2 years. David Li's face turned even uglier. He thought Qin Tao was just a small-time anchor. But to my surprise, Qin Tao has over 1 million followers, and their activity level is incredibly high. This caused him to lose too much money. Running ads on the Kuaishou app for a whole day is practically a death sentence for him. The applause gradually subsided. Zhuang Miyue said loudly, the success of our agricultural assistance and sales event is first and foremost thanks to Qin Tao's strong support. Without him, we definitely wouldn't have been able to sell any of these products. Qin Tao smiled and waved his hand, picked up the little whale, and placed it on his neck, saying to everyone, we mainly have to thank this little guy. He ate so deliciously that the audience was all envious, so they all took a bite. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Wenkai walked over and handed over a small notebook. Qin Tao glanced at it and handed the notebook to Zhuang Miyue. Upon seeing this, Zhuang Miyue excitedly said, everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I'm going to report on today's sales. Everyone immediately quieted down and listened attentively. Zhuang Miyue smiled broadly and read from her notebook. Peanuts, 13,930 yuan. Garlic, 3,980 yuan. Peach, 29,900 yuan. Soybeans, 5,980 yuan. Mung beans, 5,980 yuan. Pea, 2,990 yuan. Chili peppers, 4,950 yuan. Hearing this series of numbers, the villagers' breathing quickened. These strings of numbers are so exciting to listen to. Today's total sales amount is 67,710 yuan. Zhuang Miyue said excitedly, this is our total sales revenue. The village committee will calculate the exact amount for each household, and you can line up to collect it later. This is just a trial run for us. We will continue to hold similar initiatives to help farmers sell their products in the future, and we hope for your continued support. We will also strive to secure more benefits for everyone. As soon as Zhuang Miyue finished speaking, the audience applauded and cheered. Good. The beautiful town mayor is absolutely right. They're really here to get things done. He's so approachable. This is the first time I've seen such an unpretentious leader. They're truly doing practical things for us, ordinary people. Such a leader deserves our support. That's fantastic. They sold over 60,000 in just one day. That's amazing. Well done, Yunjin. Well done, mayor. The cheers from the crowd were deafening. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Miyue was filled with emotion. This is what a good leader who is loved by farmers should be like. Qin Tao nodded secretly. Although Zhuang Miyue has a spoiled princess temperament, her dedication to doing practical things for farmers is admirable. With such leaders, farmers have nothing to fear about not living a good life. Uncle Baiqing, let me transfer the money to the village committee's account, Qin Tao said. Good, good, good. Qin Baiqing's face lit up with joy, and he pulled Qin Tao along, saying, Yunjin, you're really something. If it weren't for you, I would have been really ruined by that face-saving guy this time. Qin Tao smiled and said, Uncle Baiqing, you don't understand these things about the internet. You can ask me later, or you can ask Shuyao. Good, good. The future belongs to you young people, Qin Baiqing said with emotion. Looking at Qin Shuyao following behind Qin Tao, Qin Baiqing's eyes flickered slightly. Chapter 113 The Bet Reward Received. Qin Tao extracted the sales revenue and transferred it all to Qin Baiqing. Qin Tao finished doing all this. He came out and saw the villagers enthusiastically surrounding Zhuang Miyue. Boss, we still have several hundred kilograms of peanuts at home. Yes, yes, yes. We have one at home too. And our family hasn't even had their poop removed yet. I only brought 2 sacks with me this time. We still have more than 2,000 kilograms of peanuts at home, and I can move them over right now. The villagers were all excited after tasting the benefits, and they even asked Zhuang Miyue to sell all their crops. Zhuang Miyue smiled and said to everyone, don't worry, there will be similar events in the future. Next time, everyone can bring their own items and sell them together. After much persuasion, Zhuang Miyue managed to calm these people down. As a result, these people surrounded Qin Tao again. Yunjin, I never knew you were such a big streamer. Yes, that's amazing, selling 60 or 70,000 yuan worth in such a short time. Yin Zhen is amazing. He's getting more and more capable. Well done, Yin Zhen. You're amazing. You've really done something useful for all of us. How did you do it? Teach us. Exactly. If you have such a knack for making money, let us learn from you. Everyone chimed in, giving Qin Tao no chance to speak. Qin Tao was bothered by them for a long time. Finally, Qin Baiqing came out and shouted, "Stop wasting our time here. We still need to settle accounts. Do you still want your money?" The villagers immediately scattered. Seeing this, Qin Tao blinked, and at this moment he finally felt the village chief's strength. At that moment, Qin Tao saw someone trying to sneak away as well. "Stop!" Qin Tao grabbed Li Dawei by the collar and pulled him back. Feeling Qin Tao's immense strength, Li Dawei felt a chill run down his spine, but at the same time, he also felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let me go!" David Li shouted. Qin Tao shoved Li Dawei into the office. David Li stumbled and bumped into the table before regaining his balance. He wanted to rush out and reason with Qin Tao and vent his anger by swearing a few times, but Lu Tsunxing stopped him. Lu Tsunxing, being a seasoned veteran, was very patient. Moreover, he knew Qin Tao's personality. If you really anger him and a fight breaks out, no one can stop him. He pulled Li Dawei aside and whispered, "Mr. Li, don't be impulsive. These country bumpkins don't know their own strength. If a fight breaks out, we'll be the ones who suffer. We're cultured people, we shouldn't resort to violence." David Li recalled the force with which Qin Tao had lifted him earlier and felt a lingering fear. "Forget it. I won't stoop to his level." David Li is quite flexible and adaptable. After all, he's used to playing the subservient role in the workplace, so this skill comes naturally to him. Fearing trouble, Zhuang Miyue followed along. Qin Baiqing naturally followed behind. Qin Shuyao, Qin Yunbin, and Wang Wenkai all followed them in. A group of people surrounded the two of them. "Uncle Baiqing," Qin Tao said, "do you still remember the bet from before? Director Lu promised me a 2-year contract." I remember. Qin Baiqing naturally sided with Qin Tao, and with the town mayor still around, Lu Tsunxing was definitely not going to get away. Lu Tsunxing also admitted defeat, gritting his teeth and saying, "Village Chief Qin, go get the contract and renew it for 2 years. I'll transfer the money to you later." Qin Baiqing was about to go back inside to get the contract when Qin Tao stopped him, saying, "Uncle Baiqing, don't rush. We can't sign the contract without money. How about a card payment or bank transfer?" "You." Lu Tsunxing gritted his teeth and said, "Don't push your luck." Qin Tao shrugged and said, "It's not that I'm being unreasonable, it's just the village committee's rule. You have to pay and sign a contract. If you sign the contract but don't pay, who will pay the village committee's money? Are we, the villagers, supposed to pay it out?" When this serious accusation was leveled at him, Lu Tsunxing's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Finally, Lu Tsunxing could only grit his teeth and squeeze out 2 words, "Transfer." "Uncle Baiqing, hurry up and get the card number," Qin Tao called out. Oh. Qin Baiqing realized what was happening and quickly took out his card number and handed it to Lu Tsunxing. Lu Tsunxing was furious, but with Zhuang Miyue watching, he could only grit his teeth and transfer the money. 60,000. "It's over," Lu Tsunxing said through gritted teeth. "Oh, I received it. I got a text message notification," Qin Baiqing said. Looking at Qin Baiqing and Qin Tao, Lu Tsunxing didn't want to say another word. Immediately afterwards, Qin Tao looked at Li Dawei. "Mr. Li, right? We were discussing the app's homepage banner recommendation, and..." Qin Tao looked at Li Dawei and said with a smile. Seeing the smile on Qin Tao's face, Li Dawei really wanted to punch him. But he knew he definitely couldn't beat Qin Tao, so he could only fantasize. "Just wait. It's impossible to arrange it for you right away. It takes time," David Li said. "All right then, let's put a written agreement first, since words are no guarantee. We'll put our fingerprints on it, so I can hold you accountable if I regret it later," Qin Tao said directly. He left David Li with absolutely no way out. Looking at the group of people surrounding him, Li Dawei knew that they wouldn't let him go unless he wrote a written agreement. "Fine, write it down." Li Dawei finally understood the feeling Lu Tsunxing had just had when he was gritting his teeth. While writing the agreement, Qin Tao added, "Make sure to write down the date. It's June 16th now, so write that you must get the banner advertisement before June 26th. "Fine," David Li said through gritted teeth. "Write the agreement and affix your fingerprint." Qin Tao checked it over and, after confirming there were no problems, put it away with a smile. "Little whale," Qin Tao called out as he turned around. "I'm here," the little whale said, waving its little hand as it stood beside Zhuang Miyue. "Come on, let's go home and Dad will make you some roasted peanuts." "Yay," the little whale cheered. Qin Tao reached out his hand, and the little whale pounced on him like a koala, hugging Qin Tao's arm tightly. Qin Tao lifted the baby whale with one hand. As they left the meeting room, the little whale climbed onto Qin Tao's neck. Riding on Qin Tao's neck, the little whale cheered. Time to go home and eat peanuts. People who don't know better might think peanuts are something rare and delicious. Seeing Qin Tao leave so decisively, Li Dawei and Lu Xunxing's expressions became even more unpleasant. Zhuang Miue said to Qin Baiqing, "Let's go. Let's calculate the accounts first and hand the money over to the villagers so they can feel at ease." Okay. Qin Baiqing quickly turned around and went back to his office, and Zhuang Miue followed him. Qin Shuyao and Wang Wenkai naturally followed Qin Tao. Only Li Dawei and Lu Xunxing remained in the conference room. "Presently, this was just a mistake on our part, but do you think we should just let it go, or?" Lu Xunxing said slowly. "Let it go." Li Dawei's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he gritted his teeth and said, "We absolutely cannot let this go. I will make Qin Tao regret this." Chapter 114 Qin Yunbin's Surprise. Back home, Qin Yunbin went to the back mountain and exclaimed in surprise, "Yunjin, how come all the vegetables have grown so tall?" Qin Tao looked over and found that the vegetables had grown to about 10 centimeters tall, and it seemed that they could grow even taller. "What kind of breed is this? It's growing so fast," Qin Yunbin exclaimed. Back home, Qin Yunbin pointed to the vegetables in the yard that were almost ready to eat and said, "This is also a variety, and it grows even faster than the ones outside." Qin Tao explained with a smile, "They're all green vegetables, they all grow fast." Qin Yunbin didn't suspect anything further. Back in the courtyard, Wang Wenkai then said to Qin Tao, "Brother Qin, this time there are 230,000 sound waves. After the split, you can get 13,800. Although Qin Tao didn't ask for a commission this time, the amount of money he received in tips was still considerable. "Wow, Brother Yunjin, you earned over 10,000 yuan in just one live stream. That's amazing." Qin Shuyao exclaimed excitedly. "I made over 100,000 yesterday, and another 10,000 today." Qin Shuyao seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Qin Yunbin was also surprised and asked in astonishment, "What? More than 10,000? What did you do to earn more than 10,000? Qin Shuyao explained to Qin Yunbin, "Brother Yunjin is doing live streams, and people are giving him tips. Brother Yunjin is really amazing. Yesterday he made over 100,000 yuan catching small fish, and today he made over 10,000 yuan more. He's made 200,000 yuan in just 2 days. Stop. Qin Tao waved his hand and said, "You little brat, who taught you math? This is going to be 100 million in a minute." Qin Shuyao stuck out her tongue, looking a little embarrassed. But Qin Yunbin was surprised and pulled Qin Tao aside, saying, "Can live streaming really earn this much money?" Qin Tao nodded. "You can definitely make some money. This is just a hobby for me. If you want to do it, you can try it when you have free time, but it can't be your main job." Wang Wenkai chimed in. "Brother Qin is right. Live streaming can be very lucrative, but then again, in any industry, those at the top can make a lot of money, but there are only a handful of people at the very top. Newcomers to live streaming basically don't make any money." Qin Shuyao and Qin Yunbin looked at Wang Wenkai and listened carefully. "If you really want to do this, I suggest you spend some time defining your niche first, figuring out where your strengths lie and what direction your videos should take. This will increase your chances of success," Wang Wenbin continued. "Like a beautiful woman like Shuyao, youthful and radiant, she's naturally attractive. If she can sing and dance, she can attract even more fans. In short, it's easier for women to make money in this field." "How did Yunjin do that?" Qin Yunbin asked curiously. Wang Wenkai said, "Brother Qin makes high-quality videos, and with Little Whale on the team, he naturally has a lot of fans." Qin Tao was indeed making a lot of money, but then he realized that he didn't know how to do it at all. "I don't understand shooting, editing, or publishing at all, so I can't do it at all." He waved his hand. "I'd better just go to the construction site and help others demolish houses." Qin Tao nodded to himself. "My third brother is quite pragmatic. Being a live streamer may seem lucrative, but those are the glamorous figures floating on the surface. Underneath, countless people drown. Rising to the top is incredibly difficult. If you really neglect your work to play this game, you might not even be able to afford to eat." Qin Yunbin's choice may seem like that of an honest person, but it was actually the smartest choice. As for Qin Shuyao, he made no comment. Women, especially good-looking women, always have a lot of popularity online. The group chatted for a while. The little whale was dozing off nearby, its head drooping. Qin Tao got up, picked up the little whale, and went back to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Zhuang Miyue's shirt was still there. Qin Tao put the little whale down and quickly stuffed the tattered clothes into the closet. After they came out, Qin Yunbin said goodbye to Qin Shuyao and left. Wang Wenkai also went back to his room to sleep. Qin Tao then went to the back mountain. He went to the vegetable garden, looked at the vegetables, and thought they were growing well. However, the ground looks a bit hardened, it needs watering. We walked a little further up the mountain and discovered that the peaches had actually produced fruit. Although they are small, each little fruit is a vibrant green and looks exceptionally beautiful. Qin Tao couldn't help but laugh and said, "This batch should be late peaches. The peaches on this mountain will probably only be ready to grow after everyone else has harvested their peaches. Apple, pear, hawthorn. These fruit trees are also bearing fruit one after another. It seems this year should be a bumper year." After taking a stroll around the mountain, Qin Tao returned, sat in a rocking chair in the yard, took out his phone, opened Douyin, TikTok, and saw many comments. There was too much information for Qin Tao to read through one by one. He glanced at it and found that the fans were very enthusiastic. There are still people who want to pay money to buy rhubarb. Qin Tao glanced at the big yellow dog sleeping next to him and shook his head with a smile. He won't sell rhubarb. Dogs have a particularly pure affection for humans. After raising the dog for a long time, it became like a member of the family, so Qin Tao was reluctant to sell the huang. Sitting in the wicker chair, Qin Tao began to doze off, slowly closing his eyes. Guanshan County. In the family compound next to the West River. Damn it! Su Jingye was so angry that he grabbed a basin and smashed it on the ground. What happened? Su Jingye's mother came out of the room and looked at Su Jingye's disheveled appearance with a worried expression. Lu Dazhuang stood aside and explained, "Auntie, young Master Su went fishing with me and accidentally fell into the pond." "Is that so?" Su Jingye's mother asked. Su Jingye roared, "What? I fell into the pond. I was thrown in." Thrown in? Lu Dazhuang lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. "I'm telling you, Lu Dazhuang, I swear I'm not a man if I don't avenge this." Su Jingye practically roared. "What happened? What happened?" Su Jingye's mother was extremely anxious. She only had this one precious son, and she couldn't let him suffer any injustice. "I'll call your dad right now," Su Jingye's mother said anxiously. Lu Dazhuang quickly stopped him and said to Su Jingye's mother, "Annie, don't worry, let me talk to young Master Su first. There's no need to inform uncle yet." This, Su Jingye's mother hesitated. "Don't worry, we will definitely handle it well," Lu Dazhuang reassured him. Su Jingye's mother glanced at her son, sighed, and went back into the house. Lu Dazhuang pulled Su Jingye into the tea room and whispered, "Young Master Su, do you want revenge?" "What the hell?" Su Jingye said angrily. He had never suffered such a loss in his life, let alone been beaten so badly. Lu Dazhuang nodded and said to Su Jingye, "Do you remember that person from lunch today?" Chapter 115. Heading to the Southern Hotel. "I know, the CEO of Kuaishou Company," Su Jingye said irritably. Lu Dazhuang nodded and continued to Su Jingye, "My uncle is the director of our town, and this Li Dawei is the CEO of Kuaishou Company. Your father is the market manager of our county's farmers market. Do you think we can take down Qin Tao if we join forces?" Su Jingye was stunned. He glanced at Lu Dazhuang and frowned, saying, "Are you crazy? Qin Tao is just an ordinary villager, right? He's just a distant relative of yours who's the village chief. Why would someone like that need to use so many connections?" Lu Dazhuang frowned and said, "Young Master Su, you don't just want to find a few people to beat up Qin Tao, do you? Otherwise what?" Su Jingye said angrily. Lu Dazhuang shook his head and sighed. "All right, since young Master Su thinks that way, I have nothing more to say. I know old Ma from our county. You can ask him to help, and I'll cover the cost." Su Jingye said impatiently, "I know Ma Laoin too. You don't need to tell me." Lu Dazhuang didn't say anything more. Su Jingye pondered for a moment, then slowly asked, "What did you mean by what you just said?" Lu Dazhuang said indifferently, "It's nothing. Since young Master Su has made up his mind, I'll pay for the people to hire. After all, young Master Su suffered a loss with me, so I should take care of this matter." "Shut up," Su Jingye shouted angrily. "What exactly did you mean just now? What's going on?" Seeing that Su Jingye had taken the bait, Lu Dazhuang slowly said, "Young Master Su, don't you think that just beating him up is too lenient?" Su Jingye gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. I also think it's too lenient on him. I want to make him wish he were dead. The more miserable he is, the better." Lu Dazhuang chuckled. "That's right. If we want to mess with someone, since we have a grudge against them, let's go all out to destroy them." Su Jingye nodded repeatedly. "Here's what we're doing. Qin Tao has contracted a mountain, and all his income now comes almost entirely from the cash crops grown there. But you control the lifeline of our county's agricultural procurement, which is enough to shut him down. We need to target not only him, but also his relatives and friends. For example, his uncle who raises fish, and his uncle and brother who help demolish houses in town. We need to take them all down. At the crucial moment, we'll use the channels Mr. Li has to post this online and destroy him in one fell swoop." Lu Dazhuang said fiercely. "Great, great, great," Su Jingye exclaimed excitedly. "Your idea is brilliant. Let's kill him." Lu Dazhuang smiled and said to Su Jingye, "Young Master Su, tonight we'll indulge in a night of revelry to apologize to you. I'll cover whatever you spend. Haha, great. The two immediately reached an agreement. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Wenkai found Qin Tao. Brother Qin, where is that hotel you mentioned? Why don't we go check it out first? Wang Wenkai said. He just told everyone in the group chat that he had reserved a spot. Zhang Tianhua was the first to stand up and offer his support. Seeing this, the others also expressed their anticipation. But Wang Wenkai himself wasn't confident. After I sent my location, many people said they would come first thing tomorrow morning. He thought he should go to the hotel first to check it out and make preparations. Great. Qin Tao stretched, his body cracking and popping as his muscles bulged, creating a visually stimulating sight. Wang Wenkai swallowed hard and said enviously, Brother Qin, how did you get those muscles? They look amazing. You can see the outline of his muscles even through his clothes. It's so attractive. Even if he were a man, he would look exceptionally handsome. Qin Tao chuckled and patted his abs, then said to Wang Wenkai, just practice more and you'll be fine. Wang Wenkai gave a wry smile. Practice. It's so easy to say. Which man doesn't want a muscular physique? What a pity. How many will be able to stick with it? Wait a minute. I'll go borrow a car, Qin Tao said. Okay, Brother Qin. Wang Wenkai rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. A short while later, Qin Tao arrived on Qin Yunbin's tricycle. Wang Wenkai was stunned when he saw the motorcycle tricycle. This? A tricycle? Wang Wenkai was somewhat annoyed. This is not in line with his status. Yeah, don't underestimate this guy, it's fast. It burns gas. Qin Tao patted the car and called out, Little whale, get up and go play with your Uncle Lu and Sister Lu. Okay, 2 minutes later. The little whale, with its short legs and eyes still closed, came running over. Holding the baby whale, Qin Tao closed the door and said to Wang Wenkai, Let's go. Wang Wenkai hesitated for a long time before sitting down next to Qin Tao. The two men sat together, looking somewhat cramped. The little whale sat in Qin Tao's arms, ready to take another nap. As the car started moving, Wang Wenkai was so startled that he quickly grabbed the handrail next to him. Once they left the village and got onto the county road, Wang Wenkai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qin, I don't know how much money you had before, but you must have earned several 100,000 during this live streaming period, right? Buying a car would only cost 2 or 300,000, and it's much more convenient to use. Qin Tao nodded. That's right, I'm planning to buy a car. Wang Wenkai breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What kind of one are you planning to buy? Now that I have money, I'm definitely going to buy a better one. I'll go ask about it when I get there. Qin Tao said confidently. Seeing Qin Tao's confident expression, Wang Wenkai was secretly delighted. Having a car will make things much more convenient, and I'll feel more confident in front of my friends tomorrow. Upon arriving in the county town, they went straight to the Nangua Hotel. Upon entering the gate, Wang Wenkai was immediately struck by the sight of various plants trimmed into shapes, as well as artificial hills and pavilions. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, Brother Qin, Guanshan County actually has such an amazing place. Qin Tao smiled and said, You'll see when you go in. The car was parked in the parking lot. The staff here do not restrict vehicles from entering or leaving. After all, many of the people who come here to eat ride electric bikes or tricycles, and as long as they park according to the rules, they don't care. This is, after all, just a small county town. Those who come here to eat are indeed wealthy people. But many of these wealthy people's relatives and friends come from rural areas. Is it appropriate to invite someone to dinner and then not even let them in their car? It must be said that Lu Shirtsong did a very good job in this regard. The little whale seemed very happy after getting out of the car. I'm going to find my sister to play. The little whale ran towards the back of the hotel. Qin Tao quickly grabbed the little whale. What are you doing in the back? My sister told me that her house is in the back, and that I should go there to find her when I get here, the little whale said. Qin Tao was a little confused, but he still took out his phone and called Lu Shirtsong. Hey, Brother Lu, we've arrived at your hotel. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Lu Shirtsong said directly, not giving Qin Tao much of a chance to speak, appearing very enthusiastic. After hanging up the phone, Qin Tao saw Lu Shirtsong come out from behind the hotel. Chapter 116 Bought a car. Brother Lu. Qin Tao waved. Lu Shirtsong strode up and laughed heartily. What a rare guest. I was wondering why the magpies were chirping all morning. It turns out it's you. This must be your friend, right? I'm here to book food and a room. I'll have our hotel manager take him there, Lu Shirtsong said warmly. After saying that, Lu Shirtsong called over a very intellectual woman and took Wang Wenkai to the hotel. Come on, let's go upstairs for tea. Lu Shirtsong enthusiastically pulled Qin Tao to the back of the hotel. There's another elevator in the back. I took the elevator to the top floor. Qin Tao then saw a very large room. Fully open design. Open plan living room and kitchen. Large floor-to-ceiling windows offer a fantastic view. Sister. The little whale called out and ran to the sofa. Lu Nianju was on the sofa, wearing headphones and playing on her phone. Upon seeing the baby whale, he cheered, ripped off his headphones, tossed his phone aside, and opened his arms to hug the baby whale. Little whale, Brother Qin, what brings you here? Lu Nianzhu was pleasantly surprised. The little whale replied, we brought Uncle Wang to see the house. Do you want to stay in a hotel? Lu Nianzhu asked curiously. Qin Tao explained, a friend of mine is planning a class reunion, and I recommended this place to him. Then you've chosen the right place, Lu Nianzhu said with a smile. Our hotel is the best in all of Guanshan County. This little girl, Lu Shirtsong chuckled, gesturing for Qin Tao to sit down, while he went to get out his treasured tea. Try this 30-year-old pu'er tea, Lu Shirtsong said to Qin Tao as he brewed the tea. Qin Tao took a sip and found it to be very pure, exclaiming, excellent tea. Lu Shirtsong laughed heartily and gave Qin Tao a thumbs up, saying, Brother Qin, you really know your stuff. I wouldn't even drink this 30-year-old pu'er myself. That would be an honor. I want to drink it too. The little whale ran over and said longingly. Lu Shirtsong laughed and poured a glass for the little whale. Here, little guy, have a taste. Thank you, uncle. The little whale picked up the teacup, took a sip, and stuck out its tongue. Bitter. Haha. The three of them burst into laughter. Qin Tao rubbed the little guy's head and said, this is tea, a Chinese tradition. Although tea tastes a bit bitter, it has a wonderful aftertaste. It's bitter at first, but then sweet. You'll understand later. The little whale blinked, tilted its head and thought for a moment, then said, I'll try it again. Lu Shirtsong smiled and poured a glass for the little whale. After drinking it, the little whale stuck out its tongue, shook its head, and said, it's bitter. All three of them smiled. The little guy is too young to drink tea. By the way, Brother Lu, I'm planning to buy a car. You've been in the county for quite a while. Do you have any connections? Qin Tao asked. Yes. Lu Shirtsong immediately said, there are only a few car dealerships in Guanshan County, and I know almost all of them. What kind of car are you planning to buy? If it's a luxury brand, Guanshan County doesn't have them. You'll have to go to Jingguan City. Qin Tao waved his hand. I don't want to buy a luxury car. I want to get a Wuling Hongguang, which is convenient for hauling goods. That's convenient. Lu Shirtsong immediately took out his phone and said to Qin Tao, what configuration do you need? I'll have someone take care of the paperwork and deliver the car to you. Air conditioning is fine. I don't have any other requirements, Qin Tao said. Summer is almost here, and cars won't be able to function without air conditioning. Understood. Lu Shirtsong immediately made the call. Hey, haha, old Li, how much does your Wuling Hongguang with air conditioning cost? After listening to what they said, Lu Shirtsong said to Qin Tao, air conditioning can be added. What kind of configuration do you want? Then let's go with the lowest configuration, Qin Tao said. How much is the lowest trim level, with air conditioning? Lu Shirtsong asked. They quoted a price. Lu Shirtsong frowned and said, Old Li, this is a car my brother needs to buy for business, so you have to give me a fair price. After he finished speaking, Lu Shirtsong nodded. Okay, once you've completed the formalities, just send it over to me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Shirtsong said, the total price is 45,000 yuan. They say this is the lowest price. Good. After taking photos of my ID card and driver's license, they can process it there. 20 minutes later, Wang Wenkai was brought here by that intellectual beauty. The woman didn't get off the elevator. After gesturing to Wang Wenkai, she got off and left. Brother Qin, President Lu, this hotel is amazing. It's a 5-star hotel in the city, and the price isn't expensive at all. Wang Wenkai exclaimed excitedly. He thought he was going to have to pay a huge price this time, but in the end, he saved quite a bit. Lu Shirtsong chuckled and said, since you were introduced by Brother Qin, I'll give you a 20% discount on everything. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu, Wang Wenkai said happily. After all, he was just an employee. Although his salary was quite considerable compared to his peers, it wasn't enough for him to be extravagant and wasteful. He had to save money wherever possible. Wang Wenkai sat down to drink tea. Qin Tao said, the car issue is all settled. You can drive, right? Yes. Wang Wenkai paused for a moment, answering almost instinctively, but then paused again, feeling incredulous, and said, so fast? I only took one look around. And you've already bought a car? What kind of car is it? This was the first time he had ever seen someone buy a car so quickly. Qin Tao smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know when the car arrives. Wang Wenkai was very curious. Half an hour later, Lu Shirtsong's phone rang. Let's go? The car's here, Lu Shirtsong said to the group after glancing at the incoming call. Everyone went downstairs. Parking lot. A young salesperson in a white shirt was already waiting. Seeing Qin Tao and his group approach, he immediately walked up with a big smile. You must be President Lu and Mr. Qin? My surname is Qin, Qin Tao said as he walked over. Hello, Mr. Qin. Here is your vehicle insurance and registration certificate. The gas tank is full for you, the salesperson said. Thank you, thank you. Qin Tao took the items, checked them, and after confirming that everything was all right, He took the keys, opened the door, got into the car, and looked around. Thank you, young man. Lu Shirtsung handed the salesman a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. The salesperson tried to refuse, but Lu Shirtsung stuffed it directly into his pocket. Seeing that she couldn't refuse, the salesperson smiled happily. He wouldn't buy Zhonghua cigarettes himself, so of course he was happy to get a free pack. The salesperson left. Qin Tao handed the keys to Wang Wenkai, saying, Wenkai, you can drive the car back now. I need to go to the market to buy some things. Okay then. Wang Wenkai looked constipated. He thought Qin Tao would buy a better car, but it turned out to be a Wuling Hongguang. Helpless, he could only drive away. Qin Tao and Wang Wenkai had different ideas. The main thing about cars is their practicality. He doesn't need to flaunt his wealth. His main purpose in buying a car is for convenience. Buying a car isn't convenient for hauling goods. He originally wanted to buy a pickup truck, but then he thought it was too expensive, and he had other uses for the money, so he couldn't just spend it carelessly. Chapter 117 Journey to the West turns into a journey of pigs and monkeys. Brother Lu, thank you so much for today. Come to my place another day, and I'll make you some sauerkraut fish, Qin Tao said to Lu Shirtsung with a smile. Great, Lu Shirtsung joked. You've learned so quickly, I must try it sometime. Qin Tao laughed heartily. You're welcome anytime. Let's go, little whale, Qin Tao said to the little whale. Okay. The little whale obediently climbed onto the tricycle. Lu Ninju was a little reluctant to part with the little whale. Brother Qin, why don't you and little whale stay at the hotel? We have plenty of empty rooms, Lu Ninju said, trying to persuade them to stay. The little whale looked up at Qin Tao. Qin Tao smiled and shook his head. It's not possible today. I still need to buy some wine jars. Let's do it another day. Oh, okay then, Lu Ninju said, somewhat disappointed. Lu Shirtsung, however, saw a business opportunity in Qin Tao's words and immediately said, Brother Qin, are you planning to brew wine? Qin Tao nodded and said with a smile, I remember when I was a child, my grandfather liked to make wine, especially fruit wine, which was very delicious. When I went for a run in the mountains, I saw a lot of wild strawberries, and I'm going to pick some to try making wine. Upon hearing this, Lu Shirtsung immediately said, Then you must let me taste it when you've brewed it. No problem, Qin Tao said with a smile. He waved goodbye to Lu Shirtsung, leaving the Southland Hotel. Qin Tao then went to the street. There are fewer people selling these brewing jars now. Qin Tao wandered around for a while, then asked at a shop selling liquor and bought 3 liquor jars. After placing the wine jar in the car, Qin Tao drove home. It was already 6:30 when I got home. Qin Tao first drove the car to his own house, put the jar at the door, and then returned the car to Qin Yunbin. Then Qin Tao took the little whale home. Qin Tao got home. He was puzzled to find that he couldn't see the car. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Wang Wenkai had parked the car on the edge of the yard. Because it was dark, it was almost invisible unless you looked closely, with only half of the front of the car showing. Push open the door and enter the courtyard. Qin Tao saw Wang Wenkai poking his head out of the kitchen. Brother Qin, you're finally back. I'm starving. Qin Tao knew from this situation that Wang Wenkai couldn't cook. Wait a minute, I'll cook for you right away. Qin Tao carried a jar in each hand as he walked into the yard. Seeing this, Wang Wenkai hurriedly came over to help. Be careful. Qin Tao carefully handed a jar to Wang Wenkai. It's very heavy. When Wang Wenkai got his hands on it, it suddenly felt heavy. It's really heavy. This is a large jar with a capacity of 100 jin, 50 kilograms, so it must be very heavy. Wang Wenkai saw that Qin Tao was holding one in each hand and thought it was very light, but he found it was quite heavy when he got his hands on it. I was exhausted after just a couple of steps. Qin Tao took the jar back. The item was so hard to buy, and then Wang Wenkai broke it. After placing the 3 jars in place, Qin Tao went inside to cook for Wang Wenkai and Little Whale. Braised crispy fried fish. Qin Tao decided on today's dish after looking at the remaining crispy fried fish in the bowl. They quickly finished cooking, and Qin Tao called out, and the two of them hurried to the dining table. After placing the food on the table, Qin Tao said to the little whale, Eat quickly, and then call your mother. Okay. The little whale quickly ate its meal. Seeing the little whale gobble down its food, Wang Wenkai also started eating heartily. After all, Qin Tao's cooking is really delicious. The 3 men devoured the food on the table, leaving nothing behind. Brother Qin, let me help you pack. Wang Wenkai offered. Why don't you go and call your wife with little whale? Qin Tao nodded and led the little whale back into the house. Now that we have Wi-Fi at home, the signal is much better. Back inside, I called Hathaway. Hey, Mom, I received your gift, and I love it so much. Thank you, Mom. The little whale exclaimed immediately upon seeing Hathaway's stunning beauty. Hathaway seemed happy to see the baby whale. Although she looked tired, she still managed to smile. Have you tried on all the clothes? Do they fit? As expected, when mothers start talking, they all bring up pretty much the same topics. Qin Tao said from the side. I've been quite busy today and haven't had a chance to try it yet. Hathaway frowned slightly, wanting to get angry but holding back, and said to Qin Tao, have the little whales try them on later, and let me know if they don't fit. Qin Tao nodded, but inwardly he thought, does this mean if it's not suitable, I have to mail it to Los Angeles? Who knows how much the postage will cost? Do you like Iron Man? And Sun Wukong? Hathaway seemed a little awkward when she said the name Sun Wukong. The little whale's Chinese is getting more and more fluent. She nodded and said, Mark 46 is so cool. I asked Daddy to put it on my bedside table. And this big monkey is also very powerful. Daddy said that this is the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, the most powerful hero ever. Hathaway nodded and said to the little whale, I heard that there is a story in China about this big monkey. You can ask your dad to tell you about it. I think it's called something like Journey to the West. It's Journey to the West. Qin Tao corrected. Isn't that going west? Hathaway blinked. Qin Tao. Yes. It's a story about a man riding a horse with a monkey, a pig, and a demon traveling westward. Hathaway suddenly remembered and said slowly. Stop. Qin Tao couldn't listen anymore and quickly interrupted Hathaway. Don't say any more. If you keep going, Qin Tao felt that if he listened to Hathaway continue talking like this, he would be unable to resist teaching her about Chinese culture. Isn't that right? Hathaway looked at Qin Tao. Qin Tao forced a smile and said to Hathaway, That's right, but that person is a high monk, that white horse is a white dragon, that monkey is Sun Wukong, that pig is Marshal Tianpeng, and that Azura is General Sha Wujing. This time it was Hathaway's turn to be silent. She didn't understand what Qin Tao was saying at all. She immediately waved her hand and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Try on the clothes and shoes I bought for you. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll have someone send them over. Qin Tao nodded. Thank you. We have received them all. And socks and underwear. I bought you extra. Make sure to change them frequently. Understand? Men need to be clean too. Hathaway said sternly, pointing at Qin Tao. Qin Tao smiled wryly and said, I've always been very hygienic. Okay. Hathaway paused for a moment, then slowly said, Qin, I know this might hurt your pride, but for the sake of little whale, I still have to ask you, do you need money? I'm not giving you charity, nor do I look down on you in any way. I'm just worried that you and little whale might lower your quality of life because of money. Hathaway tried to soften her tone to avoid hurting Qin Tao's pride. Chapter 118 The Promise with Hathaway. Seeing Hathaway's cautious demeanor, Qin Tao was deeply moved. Regardless of whether Hathaway is famous or not, whether she was a fledgling star or an international superstar, she hasn't changed. She's still the same girl he first met. She respects herself. I also respect Hathaway. Qin Tao laughed and said, To be honest, I really wish a rich woman like you would support me. However, little whale, and I don't need you to send us money. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Tao said to Hathaway, Hathaway, China today is really not what you imagine. Don't be misled by those reports. Their impression of China is still stuck decades in the past. China's development today is no worse than yours, and some of its first-tier cities are almost the same as, or even better than, Los Angeles. Although my little whale and I live in the countryside, I think even the rich in the city would envy our life. We have plenty to eat and drink, and I can earn money now. Apart from not having fast food restaurants and amusement parks like in the city, we have more places to do things and more fun that people in the city can enjoy. I hope that after you finish filming this movie, you can come to China and visit our hometown. It's really completely different from what you imagined. After listening to Qin Tao's very serious words, Hathaway did not vehemently refute him as she had before. She has calmed down now and accepted the fact that Qin Tao took the little whale away. After a moment's thought, Hathaway said, Okay, this film will take about 2 more months. After I finish filming, I'll consider going to China for a visit. Qin Tao smiled with satisfaction. But Hathaway's face turned cold as she said to Qin Tao, If it's not as you say, I will take the little whale away immediately. Understand? Understood, sir. Qin Tao laughed and saluted Hathaway. Yes, sir. The little whale followed suit. Upon seeing this, both of them couldn't help but laugh. This video shows their most harmonious conversation in a long time. Let me show you our Iron Man and Monkey King. Qin Tao held up his phone, pointing it at the 2 super figurines. The little whale exclaimed excitedly, Mommy, look! Iron Man's hand can move. The little whale wiggled Iron Man's arm. And there's more. The Monkey King's head can be taken off, and his golden cudgel can be taken off too. Ouch! It's so heavy. The little whale felt a weight in its hands. The Sun Wukong figure is made of pure copper, and the golden cudgel is also made of pure copper and is very heavy. Qin Tao quickly caught the little whale and put it back. Hathaway noticed the figurines and the peeling paint on the walls and frowned. Her tone turned cold again. Qin, what kind of house are you living in? Why is it so dilapidated? If you're really not that poor, as you say, why is your house so run down? I'm preparing for a renovation, Qin Tao explained. Hathaway scoffed. How long will that take? A month, 2 months, or a year or two? How long do you want the little whale to live in a house like this? 1 week, Qin Tao said in a deep voice. Are you sure? Hathaway raised an eyebrow. Qin Tao nodded. I originally planned to build a few houses for tourists to stay in, but now the plan has been brought forward. Okay, I'll see the results in a week, Hathaway said seriously. Qin Tao laughed and said, Don't worry, sir. Hathaway, hurry, we need to get to the set right away. Monica shouted as she pushed open the door. Okay, Hathaway replied, then said to Qin Tao and Little Whale, I'm going to the set now. Goodbye, Little Whale, my darling. Goodbye, Qin. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Hathaway. After hanging up the video call, the little whale rolled over on the bed, exclaiming, Mommy's coming. His lifelong dream was to live with his parents. He didn't have a father before, which is why he was so attached to Qin Tao. But the little whale didn't want to lose its mother after having a poop. Now that the two of them are finally coming to keep him company, he is naturally happy. Seeing the little whale's happy expression, Qin Tao also smiled. To be honest, Qin Tao only had one feeling for Hathaway. Nothing else compares to her. Qin Tao was very happy to see that Hathaway's attitude had changed. After playing with the baby whale for a while, Qin Tao went out into the yard. Qin Tao stepped out of the main room. He saw Wang Wenkai lying in a rocking chair chatting with someone on WeChat. Seeing Qin Tao approach, Wang Wenkai immediately put down his phone, sat up, and asked, Brother Qin, are you still live streaming today? Qin Tao shook his head. No live stream tonight. Oh, Wang Wenkai said, somewhat disappointed. The two remained silent for a while. Wang Wenkai couldn't help but say, Brother Qin, if you really want to make money, you should do more live streams and interact more with your fans. Qin Tao nodded slightly. That way, your fans will be more loyal, and you'll receive tips every day. Right now, you don't earn any income from posting videos. Maybe someone will ask you to do ads or sell products, but none of that is as direct as getting tips from fans through live streaming. Plus, it's a 40-60 split, isn't that great? Wang Wenkai earnestly persuaded him. As he spoke, Wang Wenkai showed Qin Tao his chat with Qin Shuyao on his phone, saying, Look, Shuyao really wants to do a live stream. She keeps asking me questions here. Qin Tao nodded. Why don't you teach her? Since the little girl is interested, she can try it. Wang Wenkai said directly. She definitely can't do it as fast as you. You have a core competitive advantage that she doesn't. There are too many beautiful women on the platform now. Looks alone aren't enough. Qin Tao didn't say much. He glanced at his phone. It was already 8 o'clock. He then said, I'm going up the mountain to take a look. Do you want to come? Wang Wenkai glanced at the dark back mountain and quickly shook his head. No, 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 I'm not going. He wouldn't dare go up the mountain in such darkness. Qin Tao carried a small basin, took the bamboo tongs for catching fish, and went up the mountain. He needed to catch something for the blue-green tree python to eat. Otherwise, this blue-green tree python would have starved to death. Grabbing a flashlight, Qin Tao arrived at the back of the mountain and went straight up. After climbing the mountain, Qin Tao looked around and found that there weren't many insects in the woods, so he prepared to continue walking deeper into the back of the mountain. Because of the fruit trees, the weeds under the trees have all been cleared, so there are far fewer insects. Insects on the mountain prefer to live among weeds. Once outside the orchard area, Qin Tao saw the real mountains and forests. As soon as I walked over, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Something had run away. Just as Qin Tao was about to continue walking in, an anxious shout came from down the mountain. Yun Zhen, where are you? Yun Zhen. Qin Tao's heart skipped a beat. Third brother. Why is Qin Yun been looking for him so late? Chapter 119 Heart Attack. I'm here, Qin Tao replied and hurried down the mountain. Before they even reached the bottom of the mountain, halfway down, Qin Tao saw Qin Yunbin rushing up in a panic. Qin Tao asked hurriedly, seeing Qin Yunbin's anxious expression. Qin Yunbin, his face flushed with anxiety, grabbed Qin Tao and cried, Yun Zhen, help, Yun Zhen. As he spoke, Qin Yunbin was about to kneel down. Qin Tao's pupils suddenly contracted, and he grabbed Qin Yunbin. With Qin Tao's strength, once he grabbed Qin Yunbin wouldn't be able to kneel down at all. Third brother, let's talk this out. What are you doing? Qin Tao said angrily. Jiayu, he's dying. Please lend me some money so I can take Jiayu to see a doctor. Qin Yunbin's eyes were filled with tears. Upon hearing this, Qin Tao shuddered and hurriedly asked, what happened? Jiayu has congenital heart disease, and it's flared up again. Qin Yunbin's voice trembled. Let's go. Qin Tao grabbed Qin Yunbin and ran down the mountain. As he ran, Qin Yunbin pleaded, 100,000. Please lend me 100,000. I might not be able to pay you back in a short time, but I will work my hardest to earn the money. Stop talking nonsense, Qin Tao said in a deep voice. Running down the mountain, Qin Tao shouted. Wen Kai, get the keys. Little whale, come out quickly. Qin Tao was worried about leaving the little whale alone at home. Wang Wenkai had already prepared the keys and tossed them to Qin Tao. Little whale, hurry up, Qin Tao roared. The little whale, wearing minion pajamas and clutching its coat, strode out with its short legs. Get in. Qin Tao sat in the passenger seat. Wang Wenkai and Qin Tao quickly moved to the back row. Sit in the front, Qin Tao said to the little whale as he opened the car door. The little whale's face was full of tension. Without saying a word, it climbed up using both its hands and feet. Qin Tao closed the car door for the little whale, fastened its seatbelt, and sped off to Qin Yunbin's house. Stay in the car and don't move, Qin Tao said in a deep voice. The little whale nodded nervously, gripping the seatbelt with both hands, unaware of what was happening. Qin Tao got out of the car. Qin Yunbin also came down. Sister-in-law, Qin Tao called out as soon as he entered the door. Zhang Suihua was seen holding Qin Jieyu in the yard. Qin Jieyu has fallen into a coma. After checking on him and confirming that he was simply unconscious, Qin Tao immediately said, let's go. Get in the car. Immediately, Qin Tao picked up Qin Jieyu and ran outside. Get your ID card and household registration booklet, Qin Tao shouted, quickly. Hearing Qin Tao's words, Zhang Suihua felt as if she had found a pillar of support and quickly went back into the house to find something. Qin Yunbin also shouted, bring all the money from home. 1 minute later, everyone got on the bus. Fasten your seatbelts, Qin Tao said to everyone with a serious expression. Zhang Suihua cried anxiously, Yun Zhen, hurry, save Jiayu. How can I live without him? Don't worry. It's okay. Qin Tao shifted gears, released the clutch, and floored the accelerator. Everyone felt a sudden push, and the car shot forward. Although the Wuling Hongguang only has a 1.2L engine, it still has a considerable amount of horsepower when fully powered. The reason why the miracle car is called a miracle car is because of its durability. Qin Tao accelerated and sped off. When they reached the bend at Ghost Turn, Qin Tao did not slow down. He sped along, drifting and swerving. Qin Tao showcased all the driving skills that could only be seen on television. After getting onto the county road, Qin Tao turned the engine up to its maximum speed and sped towards the county town. What would normally be a half-hour journey, Qin Tao covered in just 15 minutes. County Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Qin Tao drove his car to the entrance of the emergency building. Wen Kai, you stay here and watch the little whale, Qin Tao shouted, then pushed open the car door and got out. He opened the car door for Qin Yunbin, saying, give me Jieyu. You guys go get your cards first, Qin Tao shouted. At this moment, he became the backbone of Qin Yunbin and Zhang Suihua. Qin Tao carried Qin Jieyu and rushed to the emergency room office. Doctor, 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 help, Qin Tao shouted as he rushed into the doctor's office. When the doctor saw Qin Tao rush and carrying a boy who was unconscious, he hurriedly asked, what happened? This is my nephew. He has congenital heart disease and suddenly fell into a coma tonight, Qin Tao said anxiously. This. Upon hearing that it was caused by congenital heart disease, the doctor's expression changed immediately. After a brief examination, he looked troubled and said, our county hospital has limited treatment capabilities for this kind of disease. Otherwise, why don't you go to the People's Hospital for a checkup? Zhang Suihua and Qin Yunbin heard this when they came over after getting their medical cards. Zhang Suihua's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Doctor, why? Why aren't you treating me? Qin Yunbin was so frightened that his face turned pale. Qin Tao felt a surge of anger rising within him. He glared at the doctor and snapped. You haven't even done any tests yet. How do you know it's no good? We just rushed back from home. If we go to the People's Hospital now, how much time will we waste? The child's life is in danger. The doctor was startled by Qin Tao's fierce appearance and hurriedly said, I meant well by sending you to the People's Hospital. They have more equipment there. You're both county-level hospitals. How different can you be? Can't you at least give us Infordrip first? To ease our symptoms. Qin Tao almost wanted to hit someone. This doctor was simply afraid to accept treatment because he saw the child's condition was too serious, fearing something bad might happen. But if there's a risk of something going wrong, why is there an emergency department? If it weren't for an emergency, who would come to the emergency room? Just then, someone walked in and asked, what's going on? Why are you making such a racket? Upon seeing this, the doctor hurriedly said, Director Zhou, they're causing trouble. I told them the child's condition was too serious and asked them to go to the People's Hospital for examination. But they not only refused, but also came and cursed at me. Qin Tao was furious. He turned around and was about to start cursing at the new doctor. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be someone they knew. Dr. Zhou, Qin Tao exclaimed in surprise. Qin Tao, Zhou Jianlin recognized Qin Tao and, seeing the child in Qin Tao's arms, hurriedly asked, what happened? Qin Tao hurriedly said, this is my nephew. He has congenital heart disease and suddenly fell into a coma today. Please take a look at him quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinlin came up to examine the patient, immediately pushed the doctor aside, sat down in front of the computer, and said, "Give me your medical card." "Here it is." Qin Yunbin hurriedly handed over the medical card. After swiping the card, Zhou Jinlin said, "I'll arrange some tests first, and then start the foredrip. If it's really too serious, the foredrip can only provide temporary relief, and you'll still need to be transferred to another hospital." Chapter 120 Congenital Heart Disease. Qin Tao nodded. "Let's do the tests first. We need to find out what the cause is." Zhou Jinlin nodded, and after registering, he stood up with the card in his hand. "Let's go. I'll take you there." The group hurriedly rushed out. The doctors in the emergency department were stunned. He never expected that this family would know Director Zhou. Given Director Zhou's exceptionally good performance recently, including the publication of several papers, his position as vice dean this year is practically a done deal. Offending him at this time is definitely not a good thing. The doctors in the emergency room were somewhat annoyed. Under Zhou Jinlin's guidance, Qin Tao carried Qin Jiayu through an echocardiogram, MRI, and tests for cardiac troponin and creatine kinase, as well as routine examinations for hemoglobin concentration, blood cell size, and morphology. Then they immediately started in foredrip. In the infusion room, a group of people waited anxiously. Qin Yunbin glanced at Qin Tao a few times and said in a low voice, "Qin Tao, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid." "It's all right. It's good that the child is all right," Qin Tao said softly. Qin Yunbin nodded, remembering this kindness in his heart. If it weren't for Qin Tao, they might not have known what would have happened if they had rushed to the county on their motorcycles. Even if you managed to get to the county emergency room, it's still troublesome if they refuse to admit you. Fortunately, Qin Tao knew people at the hospital. Not long after, Zhou Jinlin walked over with the test results in his hand. Qin Tao and Qin Yunbin quickly got up and went over. "How is it, Dr. Zhou?" Qin Tao asked. Zhou Jinlin frowned and said, "The situation is not optimistic. This child's congenital heart disease is very serious, with a heart malformation. If he doesn't have surgery soon, his life may be in danger." Upon hearing this, Qin Yunbin felt dizzy and staggered. Qin Tao quickly supported Qin Yunbin and whispered, "Third brother, don't get agitated. You should have known about the congenital heart disease since the child was born. After all these years, you should have been mentally prepared. No matter what, we must get treatment. We must cure the child. No matter what, we can't give up hope." Hearing